Before we begin, credits go to Naga NT, link in the description. Born with a quirk that can only heal, Midoriya's dream of being a hero seemed to be just that, a dream. But when a closed fist is reached out to him in a vow to get better, Midoriya happily takes it. This is a story about Izuku Midoriya and his constant upward struggle to be a hero. This is the story of the rise of the Phoenix hero. Chatter filled the air as groups of teens walked back and forth, each of them in their own cliques. A girl giggled as she pushed her friend playfully as they walked past, their words bleeding into the noise of the crowd. Someone else rode in on their skateboard, pulling up to a group of guys and doing a little kickflip with his board. The three laughed and smiled at the display, one of them wrapping an arm over his shoulder as they walked onto the school grounds, even pulling him in to give him a little nudgie as a sign of affection. As more and more people walked past, it became painfully obvious that many of these people grew up with each other. They all had inside jokes and ways to make each other smile. They knew what to say and how to say it. This route was normal for them, just another Monday morning of classes and activities. But for one kid this was so much more intimidating. A new place full of new people and unknown faces. Izuku Midoriya stood at the front gate of the school as people walked past. He fidgeted with the straps on his backpack, his eyes looking up to meet someone's face before immediately looking back at the ground again. Midoriya had always been a little small for his age, so skinny and weak looking even at first glance. People at his old school used to joke and taunt him for it, saying that if he was a dog he would be the runt of the litter. People at his old school used to say a lot of things about him. He was dressed in an all-black uniform, something new that he has yet to get used to wearing. It was a little big for his tiny frame. Parts of it were too long for him, the entire thing looking haphazardly thrown together and foreign on his body. He honestly spent a little too long this morning staring at himself in the mirror and frowning. The green bush of hair on his head slowly swayed in the wind. Anxiously combed 1,000 times, but it still came out a cluttered mess. Fidgeting a little in place, he blushed, looking up to meet the face of his mother, Izuku Midoriya. She was, ironically, even shorter than he was. His mother was not always so round and on the chubby side. There was a point in time of her youth where she was even a model. Anxieties about him at a young age and worrying over the lawsuit of Aldera seemed to have taken care of that. Stress eating is a hell of a thing. Letting out an exasperated sigh, he gestured out with his hand. Please. I am going to be late for my first date. She was hovering over him, again. She seemed to do that a lot nowadays. He watched as his mother opened her arms, pulling him in for the third hug of the day. Feeling her pull him down into her bosom, he blushed when he heard some laughter. She didn't seem to take notice, however, simply stroking his curly hair as she cooed at him. Oh, are you sure you're ready? So soon after Aldera? We can wait a little longer if you want. You're already joining partly into the year, what's a few more days? His face was bright red as he attempted to pry himself out of her arms, struggling against her. How was such a tiny round woman so strong? Mom, please. We already told the principal today would be my first day. Jay, just let me do this, I'll be fine. There was a pause before she reluctantly let him go, freeing him of the embarrassing mom cocoon. Looking him up and down with a nervous smile, she fiddled with her dress before letting out a tired sigh. I know. I shouldn't baby you so much. My little man is growing up so fast. I remember not long ago when we used to play hero and you would save me in your lil all-might pajamas. A snort of a laugh somewhere from behind him made him flinch, not daring to look over his shoulder to see who actually heard that. He would rather not know at this point. There's no coming back from something so embarrassing like that at his age. All he could really do was run a hand through his hair and groan at her, the deep crimson blush on his face refusing to go down. Don't mom me, young man. Let me have this. She huffed at him, looking him over one last time before leaning in to straighten out his tie. Smiling gently up at him, she sighed. Hurry home early tonight. Can't be late to your first self-defense class. Nodding, he returned the smile, muttering softly down at her. Okay, I'm going to let you go now, but you have to promise me something. Promise me that from now on you won't just take things lying down. I don't even want to know how long you kept the bullying hidden from me. He winced at that. Yeah, not his best moment. Whether she noticed or not she didn't say, simply continued on. You are such a kind and wonderful boy, Izuku. Anyone that can't see that can fuck off. He sputtered at that, staring wide-eyed at his mother like she grew a second head. She never cursed before. Mom. She let out a laugh, smiling gently at him before getting serious. Promise me, Izuku. Looking down at his mother, he could see the faint hint of tears starting to form. He always hated the sight of his mother crying. It always made him want to cry too. Blinking back his own tears, he smiled through it. Okay, I promise. She pulled him in for another hug, but this time he didn't fight her, simply wrapping his arms around her and welcoming her deep embrace. She whispered in his ear, like telling a secret only he could know. That's my boy. I love you very much, Izuku. I love you too, Mom. If only for a single span of time, wrapped in his mother's warm embrace, Midoriya felt his anxieties fade away. At that moment, even if the entire school was laughing at him, he would not have cared. All that mattered at that moment was his mom. If he was a few minutes late to his first day back to school, he's sure it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Taking a seat in her normal spot, Kyukajiro let out a small groan. It was way too early to be dealing with being awake. Raising a hand, she rubbed at her temple, her eyes squinting against the far to bright light of the morning class. All around her people chatted amongst themselves, talking about what they did last weekend or just doing small talk. Placing an earbud into her ear, she scrolled through some songs on her phone, trying to find something to drown out the noise. Hey, this was a good one. Pressing play, she closed her eyes, gently tapping her foot to the beat. Ever since her quirk came in at a young age, Jiro was able to hear everything around her, whether she wanted to or not. Every whisper, every snide remark or cruel joke. It became increasingly hard for people to lie or keep things from her. There was even a time where her folks couldn't talk about birthday or Christmas presents in the house without her hearing it. In a weird way, she knew everything that went on around her, which made her childhood increasingly hard. Things like Santa, the Easter Bunny or the Tooth Fairy were discovered to be lies early on, which was devastating for younger her. She weirdly enough found herself being the center of attention growing up, surrounded by people who loved to gossip and talk about people behind their back. There was always someone trying to find out if their crush had a crush on them or if someone in their group was lying. It was completely exhausting. The commotion died down around her, telling her that class was about to start. Taking her earphones out, she set them back into the case just in time to see her teacher walk in. Mr. Hiro was a soft-spoken, portly man that Jiro knew pretty well. He was the main teacher she went to learn math from. She had no idea what he was talking about most of the time, but there was just something about how his eyes sparkled and how his mustache turned upward when he talked about fractions that made her want to listen to him talk forever. The man was maybe a little too kind and a little too smart for the type of school he was in. Turning to watch the portly man walk into the room, she noticed someone else walked behind him. The kid was small, well, not smaller than her, but most people weren't as small as she was. He walked with a lack of confidence, his back was hunched and his shoulders raised. His backpack was so big compared to his body that it was comical. He reminded her of a small green turtle that she once saw at the aquarium with her parents. He had a wavy patch of green hair on his head that made her think of the bushes she sometimes walks past on her way to school, and cute little freckles dotted in a star pattern over what she dare say were very pinchable cheeks. He was kind of cute, in a lost puppy kind of way. Her jacks wiggled when she heard some faint laughter from behind her, making her frown. Oh great, new kid is already getting bad attention. The kid's been here for a whole 5 minutes and someone was already making fun of him. Swallowing the uncomfortable feeling back down, she continued to face forward. Ignore them, ignore the mean words and harsh tones. At the end of the day, it's none of her business. She had always stayed afloat by staying out of people's drama and hiding in the background. Now was not going to be any different. Mr. Hiro cleared his throat before speaking, gently patting the new kid on the back. Listen up everyone, this here is Mr. Midoriya. Mr. Midoriya just transferred here from a different school. Please treat him with all of the respect you'd give to your other classmates. I will not tolerate bullying or harassment of any type, both in here and out of class. Do I make myself clear? Raising an eyebrow, Jiro heard a chorus of dismissal yeses around her. Mr. Hiro was never strict like that before. There wasn't a single hint of the jovial tone she usually heard when he spoke. For whatever reason, he was super protective of this kid. Taking a step back, Mr. Hiro gestured with his hand for the Midoriya kid to say something. Watching him take a step forward, she could practically hear the beat of his heart from here, a quick moving piston beating frantic and erratic. Despite this, Midoriya stood straight, a bright smile spreading across his face. She almost had to squint against the vibrancy of his smile. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I like comics and learning about QUIRKs. He bent down to bow to them, his green shaggy hair covering his face. Please take good care of me. Walking along the street, Izuku's red shoes scraped against the concrete. Looking up, he scanned the buildings, his gaze drifting down to a piece of paper held within his hands before looking back up at the buildings again. 1977 Yavin Drive. 1977 Yavin Drive. Muttering softly to himself, his green eyes jumped from number to number. There's 1970 Yavin, 1972 Yavin, on 1977 Yavin. Pausing his steps, he looked up at the building with a raised eyebrow before looking down at the flyer again. The front of the flyer being an illustration of an orange closed fist raised to the sky, the text reading Kendo Family Dojo. Looking back up at the building, he tilted his head slightly. Staring back at him was a 2-story building in between 2 separate apartment complexes. A rocky path snaked down the center of the walkway, grass lining both sides. The front of the building was a big sliding door with the same fist logo illustrated onto it with orange paint. The logo looked old and faded, like it desperately needed a touch-up. He could see steps to the far right that looked like they wound around and went up to the second floor. 4 big pillars sat at each corner of the building, the same painted orange as the logo. The building wasn't run down per se, just a little on the dirty side. The windows were slightly dusty and there wasn't a single person in sight. If he was honest, the place seemed more like a home than a dojo. Standing in front of the door, he raised a hand to knock but paused. Was this really the place his mom wants him to learn self-defense at? A loud bang made him jump almost a foot into the air, whipping around quickly to see the source of the noise. Coming down the steps to his right was a washing machine, shifting from side to side down a handful of steps. He could hear the faint sound of grunts as it went down. It looked like someone was trying to move it, but that was crazy. Who would try to move a washing machine by themselves? As he watched it move along, he saw arms wrapped around it and the faint glimpse of orange hair peeking up from up top. Eyes widening a little, he dropped his bags, quickly jogging up to help them. Running up to the other side, he bent down, sliding his hands under it. Hey, do you need help? He couldn't see the person, but from the sound of her voice she sounded relieved. Oh, yes please. I'll get one side if you get the other. Giving a nod, he shifted his weight, bending at the knees in a strained attempt to help her move the heavy metal box. How in the world was she moving this on her own? He was struggling when it was just the two of them. Slowly but steadily they walked it down the steps, one step at a time. Leading it down, they pulled it onto the grass, Izuku's lack of muscles flexing under the strain until they set it back down. Oh thank God. Rubbing at his arms, he practically collapsed against the grass with a groan. Staring up at the blue sky, he panted, muttering under his ragged breath. Finally, now I can die. Common, it wasn't that bad, you big baby, the stranger spoke. Turning his head, he finally got a glimpse of who the voice belonged to. Staring down at him with pretty teal eyes was a girl about his age. She had bright orange hair tied into a ponytail, a black tank top covered in some kind of grime, and a bandage placed on her right cheek. Speckles of dirt covered her face as she smirked at him. Opening his mouth, he closed it again as she stared back at him. Oh no. He's never talked to a girl before. His mind was racing, trying to think of something, anything to say. It had gotten to a point where he was starting to panic. Say something, you fool. Gee girl. Not like that. Say something smarter. Snorting, she smirked down at him, placing her hands on her hips. Yeah, last time I checked I was still a girl. Shaking her head, her ponytail swayed from side to side before she reached a hand down to help him up, a hand he quickly grabbed. You okay, dude? You didn't hit your head or something lifting that, did you? Izuku couldn't help but blush as she pulled him back to his feet, gently patting his shoulders. He heard many stories about how soft girl hands were. Hell, his own mother would drill into his head at a young age how he had to be gentle with girls, how they were quote dainty creatures, and how he needed to always be a gentleman to them, but her hands felt so rough and calloused. He had no doubt this girl could beat him up. And no, I'm okay. I'm always like this, I mean, not always, only sometimes always. Great, he was rambling again. The girl let him ramble a little too long, simply shifting her weight as she watched the train wreck of this one-way conversation. It was probably really entertaining to look at, like a man fumbling a ball only to catch it and then fumble it again. Are you done? Or should I give you a few more minutes? I'm done now. Slapping her hands together, she gave him a crooked smirk. Great. So what brings you here? Choking on his words, he couldn't help but blush, simply nodding as he handed her the crumbled flyer in his hand. Taking it from him, she looked it over before smiling genuinely at him. You must be Midoriya. Your mom called ahead to let us know that you were coming. She did say you were a little on the skittish side. Turning, she walked up to the front door, grabbing onto the big handle, her arm flexing as she pulled it open. A low rust-covered scrapping sound came from the door as it slowly grinded open, not really giving him a chance to scamp after her as she walked inside. The entrance gave way to a mat-covered floor leading into a narrow hallway. On the dirt floor before the mat were many groups of shoes of all shapes and sizes. Bending down, he started to take off his shoes before realizing that his guide didn't even bother, simply walking straight onto the mat flooring with her shoes still on. She didn't even look over her shoulder to see if he was still following her. Frantically taking his red shoes off, he practically flung them with the others before chasing after her. As he followed after her, he could hear her voice as they walked, her back to him the entire time. Her walk was so much stronger and more confident compared to his own. You're a little early, but I'll let it slide for the first day. You're in luck, we're supposed to have a good group today. Heading down a winding hallway, he scanned the environment, his gaze flickering to framed pictures lining the walls. They looked to be pictures of the Kendo family, pictures of big groups of people and happy smiles. Looking them over, his gaze stopped at a single frame in the back. It was of a taller, buff-looking man with long orange-red hair. He looked to be surrounded by other family, even having his guide's head in a headlock and giving her a nuji. But weirdly enough, his face was scratched out. His face was the only one scratched out? Jolting at the sound of his guide's voice, he realized that he stopped walking, quickly running after her. Name's Itsuka Kendo, but in this dojo you can call me Itsuka. Sputter at what she said, he shook his head. I can't do that. Stopping at a sliding door, she turned to look back at him before laughing. Trust me, it's going to be really confusing otherwise. Before he could question what she meant, she already swung the door open. Almost immediately he was assaulted by noise. There was so much of it, it was hard to pinpoint what it all was. This must have been the living part of the dojo. It was chaos. As they made their way down some steps, the hall made way to the living room. An older man sat in a rocking chair, absent-mindedly watching an old black and white samurai movie. To the right of the living room there was a kitchen connected to the same room. An older woman seemed to be cutting something. She gently smiled down at the food as she chopped away with a level of skill he's never seen with a knife before. She looked almost identical to Itsuka. She must have been Itsuka's mom. That or her older sister. The sink next to her was going off and pouring an endless stream of water into the sink. In the distance he could hear the sound of a dog barking in the backyard. Following Itsuka farther into the room he jumped back as two younger twins ran past with fake swords, screaming loudly as they stabbed at each other. They had to be only 10 at least. Itsuka turned to smile at them as they ran past, playfully calling after them. "Hey you two, no playing swords in the house. If you two break another vase there's no saving you from mom." "Is that Itsuka I hear?" The new voice could be heard in a branching hallway away from the living room. An older slightly chubbier man looking to be in his 30s coming out of it with a smile. Heading for them he shouted at them. "Itsuka, did you see what happened to the washing machine? It's broken and I was planning on taking it out front to fix it." Looking back at him smugly she smirked. "Way ahead of you old man. I just took it out front." "By yourself? And who you calling old man? I remember when I was your age not long ago. 20 years ago maybe." "What? No, it wasn't that long ago." Watching these two fire off at each other back and forth, Midoriya found himself unable to join the conversation, only able to turn to the person talking. Turning to look at him the older man smiled, reaching a hand out to shake his. "How's it going? Name's Matsuo Kendo. I'm Itsuka's uncle." Nice of Itsuka to finally bring a boyfriend along. Blushing deeply he attempted to stutter out a response before watching Itsuka jump into the conversation. "God please, can you not say that to every boy you see me with? Just ignore him Midoriya, he thinks he's funny." Looking between the two with their smirky smiles he could definitely see the resemblance. Hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you Ken, Matsuo sir." It was at the moment Izuku realized what Itsuka meant when they first walked into the room. He can't call her Kendo because everyone here was a Kendo. Patting him roughly on the shoulders Matsuo barked out a laugh. "A little on the skittish side ain't ya? Don't worry. A little time in our family will fix that." Itsuka pulled him along before he could say more. He was thrust before another person and another person and another person. People came and went from this living room so much his head span. It's not that they weren't nice, there was just so many of them. How they all managed to live in this tiny building was beyond him, if he remembers it all right. Itsuka Kendo has a dad, a mom, an uncle, 2 younger siblings, 2 cousins, and a dog named Kojo. There was no way he was going to remember all of their names the first time he met them. It was easy to remember the dog's name though. Until finally after all of the introductions, after what felt like forever, he was slid into a chair next to the old man watching the samurai movie. The old man continued to watch the movie, the image of a man getting sliced and falling off of a bridge appearing on the screen. "Why are you here Mr. Midoriya?" His voice was harsh and grainy, worn down over the years by age. I'm here for my self-defense classes? I'm sorry for being early, I just wanted to make sure I could find the PLA." Cutting him off the older man turned to him with a harsh gaze. "No, not that. Tell me why I should teach you, Midoriya. Why do you want to get stronger?" Why does he want to get stronger? The question made him blink. Staring at the movie play he sat in thought. Why did he want to get stronger? He was out of Aldera, they couldn't hurt him anymore. He was free of the jeering. Free of Bakugo and his lackeys beating him up every day. He should be happy to be out of that environment but he's not. Looking down at his hand he clenched it. He thought of his mother's crying face when his father left, the face that she tried to hide behind closed doors. He thought about Bakugo pushing himself, constantly breaking his body when he was sure no one was looking. There was a time years ago where he really looked up to Bakugo. People always praised his quirk but Izuku always found that Bakugo's dedication and drive was something more worth praising than his power. But his rage controlled his actions, his power more akin to a volcano than a man. What was the point of strength if all it did was create people like Bakugo? People who aren't afraid to abuse the weak just because they view them as lesser. Maybe it's true that power corrupts absolutely. A flash of a memory. He thought of All Might pulling people from a wreckage with a smile on his face. That's right, there was a person not corrupted by power. Someone he looked up to above everyone else. Looking over at the old man he gave him the most serious look he could. He had made a decision, all he had to do now is let the man know. As I am now, I'm not strong enough. I can't even protect myself, let alone the important people in my life. I need to be better. The entire family watched the interaction from afar. Kendo's mom and dad were smiling at them. Her cousin had stopped roughhousing to stare. Even the dog had stopped barking. Itsuka Kendo smiling a little more genuinely at the small boy, a faint hint of red dusted her cheeks. 2 samurais stood on a hill staring each other down as tense music played from the TV screen. The old man looked him over with eyes full of experience and wisdom. Smiling, he took his walking cane before getting up from the couch, reaching a hand out to take his. I'm sure you will be Mr. Midoriya. Welcome to the Kendo family dojo. Notes, so it begins. Air escaped his lungs as he fell back against the mat, Izuku letting out a coughing sputter as he placed a hand on his chest where he was just hit. Ow, that one really hurt. Staring up at the ceiling, he could hear shouting to his left. The ref raising a hand pointed to his opponent. Match point. Okawa Kazuki. When Kendo said before a good group, she apparently meant around 10 students of differing ages and backgrounds. Staring at one of the mat-covered walls, he let out a groan as he sat up from his spot on the ground, staring off a little in space as he thought. Izuku had yet to get the full story, but apparently years ago the Kendo family dojo was a dojo worth revering. They were one of the most famous dojos in the Chiba prefecture until something happened around 8 or so years ago. He tried to look up more on the subject online after his first day, but he couldn't find anything concrete. Whatever the incident was, the dojo mostly survived off of scraps after. Everything he looked up mostly seemed like hearsay. Hell, some of the other dojo even scoff at the name Kendo whenever it's brought up. Turning his head to the left, he watched as his opponent, an upperclassman of the Kendo dojo, raised a fist into the air with a big smile. Then there was the matter of Okawa Kazuki. Born into a rich family, Okawa Kazuki had already made a name for himself in the martial arts world. Even at a young age, he was known for showing up at competitions and cleaning house. Running a hand through his long black hair, he laughed at something someone said, his teeth a perfect white. Kazuki was taller than him, bigger than him, and more talented than him. He even heard rumors that he was born with a really powerful quirk, a quirk that he sure did wonders for his ego. He was everything Izuku was not. Frowning at the thought, he shook his head, slowly starting to get up. None of that mattered. He wasn't here to be the best, he was here to learn to protect himself. Nothing more. Turning to the group of people, Kazuki gave a little wink to a few of the girls in their ranks before flexing. He was clearly showboating a little for his third win in a row today. Not that Izuku was counting or anything. Walking up to him, Kazuki reached out a hand to his sprawled out form like he was offering to help Izuku up, but only smacked his hand away when Izuku reached for him. Smirking down at him cockily, Kazuki let out a chuckle, shaking his head as he started to head back to the group. It was faint, but Izuku could hear him mutter under his breath, just loud enough for him to hear. Nice try, maybe next time, loser. Okay, he was a sore winner too. Getting up, he rubbed at his shoulder. Slowly making his way back to their group, two people walking past him onto the mat to start their match. He could hear the start of another match behind him as he made his way over to the table with water bottles. Taking one, he greedily chugged more than half of the cold beverage in one gulp. Not bad with Kazuki, Midoriya. You almost had him. Not noticing Kendo walk up until she spoke, he jumped a little, turning around quickly to stare at her, his face bright red. She was now dressed in the dojo's gi, her wrist covered in protective wrapping. Picking a bottle up from the table, he tossed it to her, watching as she grabbed it easily before sitting down next to him. Running a hand through his curly hair, he frowned. Please don't lie to me, Kendo, he destroyed me out there. I didn't even land a single clean hit on him. How many times do I have to tell you to call me Itsuka? Raising a hand, she gave him a light chop to the head before smiling softly at him. You need to not be so hard on yourself, you've only been here a few months. Kazuki has been doing this since he was a baby. The fact that you swung at him at all is praiseworthy. Most people here don't even try against him, just roll over like he's some untouchable thing. Giving her a nod, he took another sip of his water, turning to watch Kazuki flirt with some girls nearby. He has won a few medals. Yeah, so have I? Looking at the same spot he was, Kendo rolled her yes, turning to look back at him, almost needing to squint against the blinding smile that Izuku gave her. Yeah, but that's because you're amazing. How you have yet to beat him is beyond me. Yeah. Blushing slightly, she turned away to chug the rest of her bottle, else she'd go blind from the sight. Shaking her head till the blush down her hand grew, easily crushing the finished water bottle in between her fingers. Just means you and I have to try even harder to beat him. She was just so confident. He couldn't help but smile a little more before pausing. Hey, Kendo? Itsuka. Feeling his cheeks get hot, he gave a nod. Alright, anyway, I just wanted to know, what your quirk is? My quirk? Why yeah. I don't think we've ever talked about it before. For the first time since he's known Kendo, Izuku saw her act shy, embarrassed. She was staring at the ground now, lightly tugging at the arm of her karate gi. After a few seconds, she muttered softly, I can make my hands grow. I know it's not the best power, but it's all that That's so cool, he exclaimed to her, her gaze snapping up to stare at him. You can make your hands grow bigger and lift stuff? That's so amazing. If the quirk was just about growing mass, you wouldn't be able to lift your own hands after they got big, but since you probably can, that would mean that it would have some type of super strength tied into it. Is there specific sizes you have to change to, or can you do any size you want? I wonder if the strength part of your quirk is tied to the size? Maybe you should practice only growing your hands a little and see how much strength your quirk gives you. Midoriya, will you give me a second to? A quirk like that could do more than just punch stuff. You can use it to move wreckage as long as you were careful. Imagine being able to slide your arm into a small crevice and then making your hand big enough to just lift a chunk up. Izuku. Muttering to himself, he was starting to talk so fast it was getting harder and harder to even understand him anymore. Reaching a hand forward, she poked his nose, his muttering stopping before looking over to stare at her with a blush. The sight of his confused face was kinda funny. Letting out a laugh, Kendo smirked at him. Is that your stop button? Do I just have to poke you on the nose whenever I want to turn to talk? Embarrassment washed over him like a tidal wave, his eyes snapping open, followed by a sharp pain of anxiety shooting through him. Why are you muttering to yourself, freak? His heartbeat quickened, frantically looking around the room. I hear he keeps a bunch of journals about people in our class. Wait, really? That's so weird. Please no. Not again. His heartbeat quickened, closing his eyes he could feel tears start to form. A big group of eyes watching him, judging him. No 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 no. Eyes shooting open, he felt Kendo hit his shoulder. Looking around, he noticed that no one was really looking at him. There wasn't a big group of judging eyes watching his every move. A new match was going on from when he first sat down, and everyone for the most part was focusing on the match itself. There were a few people giving him weirded out looks, but after a few seconds they looked back at the ring. He hadn't seemed to have done much harm to his very lacking reputation. Looking back to Kendo, she was watching him with a confused eyebrow raised. I am sorry. I didn't mean to, it happens sometimes. I swear I'm completely normal and not. Whoa, hey, Midoriya. It's cool. I was just teasing a little. Raising both of her hands, she waved them in a vain attempt to calm him down. It's honestly kinda cool how passionate you are about quirks. Most people don't show that kind of passion for anything in their life. Really? Nodded, she smiled genuinely at him. Really? Returning the smile, he couldn't help but blush slightly at the way she was looking at him. It was so different than how other people looked at him. Opening his mouth to say something, he was interrupted by a shout far off. Kendo, you're up. Looking back at him, she shrugged, giving him a playful smirk. Raising a fist, she lightly punched his shoulder again before getting up to walk towards the ring. Alright, already. I'm coming. Everyone get back. I'm gonna show you ladies how it's really done. He watched her as she interacted with the others, smiling big and laughing when someone said something funny. Kendo was so amazing. She was so strong and talented. So fun and full of life. Whenever he saw her smile, he couldn't help but feel at ease, kind of like how All Might's smile made him feel. He had no doubt that she would make an amazing hero one day. But she worried so much for him. She reminded him of his mother in that right. Squeezing the pants of his GI, he sighed before getting up to join the group again. He just had to get stronger, strong enough that he wouldn't worry anyone ever again. God, look at him trying to do a pull-up. What a weak loser. Sweat dripped onto the floor as he swung his fist, the bag shifting under the blow. Give up already, Deku, you're as weak as it comes. Not in a million years could you beat me. His fist stung, but he refused to stop. Another blow shook the bag. What the hell are you going to do with a quirk like that? Heal my cavities? Gritting his teeth, his fist colliding with the bag, a sharp pain moving across his fist. Shaking his hand, he lightly cursed before raising his fist again for another punch, only pausing when he heard the door behind him open. Kendo's voice making him turn towards her. Geez, out here again, huh? You know everyone went home already. I know. I just wanted to stay back and practice a little more. She stared at him for a moment, giving him that look again. The one she always gave him when she was worried for him. He wondered if she was going to scold him this time. She seemed to think on what to say for a moment before sighing, placing her hands on her hips. Well, common. Dinner's ready. Mom made your favorite. Perking up a little, he gave her a bright smile, jogging over to meet her at the doorway. Alright, Katsudan. Before he could walk through the door, he realized too late that he fell for her trap. Kendo reached forward, grabbing onto his wrist and pulled his hand up to look at it with a frown. Huffing, she turned and started to yank him down the hall. How many times do I have to tell you to properly wrap your hands? You can mess up your knuckles if you aren't careful. Kendo, don't pull me so hard. I can't keep up. You should have thought of that before ignoring my warnings. Again. Giving him a yank for good measure, she pulled him down another hall and into the bathroom. You big idiot. Setting him down on the toilet, she started to grab things from under the sink. Fishing out some antiseptic, she kneeled down, dapping it onto a cloth before touching his fist with the cloth. Immediately pain hit him, his teeth clenching as he instinctively tried to pull his hand away, her hand holding his wrist tightly in place. Oh ow, he muttered. Yes, ow. This is what happens when you don't listen to me. Things ow. Things ow? Shut up. I'm still mad at you. It was quiet after that, Kendo tending to his knuckles while he sat in contemplative silence, like a child that was just scolded. Flinching at her wrapping his knuckles, he wanted to say something, but he's pretty sure she didn't want to hear a word from him right now. Turning, he stared at a big poster on the wall. The big text said "Rumble in the Cage" in all bold. The image being two big massive men running at each other head to head. He had heard about QUIRK wrestling before but never really got into it. From what he knew, about a decade ago the Chiba prefecture was secretly run by underground fighting rings. People with powerful quirks that would fight and sometimes die all in the name of money and fame. Apparently it was a really dark time in the history of Chiba. Eventually the police and pro heroes started to crack down on the fighting rings hard. That, funny enough, is how Mirko made her debut. Her and a few underground heroes ended up completely ripping up the roots of the underground syndicate, grinded the whole shadowy organization into dust. A few years later QUIRK wrestling came to be. It was originally feared to be underground fighting rings taking hold again, but that fear was quickly dismissed. QUIRK wrestling was fake. It was big buff men in tights throwing themselves around a ring to practical effects. It was long-winded speeches and dare he say very cheesy dialogue, and that's coming from him. Izuku never really saw the point in watching QUIRK wrestling when real-life heroes fought villains all of the time. It was more a soap opera than anything pertaining to actual fighting, which is why it boggled his mind so much that Izuku Kendo, winner of multiple martial arts tournaments, Izuku Kendo, the same Kendo who had a wall in her room littered with trophies, liked QUIRK wrestling. She mentioned once that it was something that her and her dad bonded over, but it still confused him even now, after knowing her for about half of a year. Looking back to her as she finished up her wrappings, he figured it was long enough that she wasn't super angry at him anymore. Remind me why you like QUIRK wrestling again? Ugh, this again. Giving an annoyed sigh, he could see a little upturn of her lip. Look, it's fun, okay? You would know if you actually watched it with me. Again I fail to see how that could be fun. You know it's not real, right? Standing back up, she raised her arms in the air, turning to put the stuff away. Of course I know. Everyone knows it's not real. It's one of the worst kept secrets. Then what's the point? Look, I like the rivalries, okay? For some reason he frowned at that, his mind immediately thinking about cooking again. In what world do you think I would ever train with a loser like you? You'll only drag me down. Looking back down at his bruised knuckles, he rubbed his arm, his gaze looking to the floor. Rivalries? Yeah. Her back was turned to him so she couldn't see his face as she spoke. There's just something about two people pushing themselves to be better that I like. It isn't exactly mean per se, just harsh. Sometimes rivals know each other better than even friends do. His gaze flickered back to her as she finished up putting everything away. The word rolled around in his head tilting slightly as his mind drifted. This entire time he thought rivals were something to be feared. Someone strong pushing around someone weaker than them. But maybe he had it all wrong. He thinks he might like Kendo's version more. Watching her finish putting the stuff away, she slapped her hands again. Rivals, Kanpai. People shouted all at once, slamming glasses together. The room was filled with merriment, a long table almost splitting the room in half, chairs scattered about on both sides. The entire Kendo family was there, all plus one more. Izuku Midoriya sat in his seat. Every once in a while he would flinch at a loud bang or slam as people ate. He learned early on that dinners at the Kendo family household were very different than dinners with his mom. There was a lot more touching for one thing. Playful shoves and punches, headlocks, nujis, shoulder smacks. Even from the outside looking in you could see how Kendo ended up so touchy-feely, why she liked giving hugs as much as she did, or even why she would hang off of him so much. The newest one she did a few days ago was she placed her chin on top of his head when his back was turned to her, most likely to make fun of how short he was. Turning, he watched Tota Kendo, Itsuka's dad, chug a bottle as his brother Matsuo cheered him on. The twins Sora and Yuki were fighting over a single fork with food on it, loudly trying to shout over each other while Itsuka's mom and aunt talked with each other near the sink about Ren's third pregnancy. Jumping a little in place, he was suddenly pulled into a side hug by one of Itsuka's older cousins, practically shoving his face into her chest as she purred. So Izuku, right? How old did you say you were again? Face bright red, he yelped, barely squeaking out a response. S16, ma'am. Aw, where's the fun in calling me ma'am? For you, sweetheart, you can call me Aika. Sitting up, some Itsuka leaned in to point her chopsticks threateningly at her cousin. Hey, what did I say before? No flirting with my friends. Oh Itsuka, you're no fun. Letting out a hearty laugh, Matsuo turned towards them, no longer entertained by his brother. Ah, so you're a year older than Itsuka then? That made Itsuka pause, turning to stare at him with a raised eyebrow. Wait, I thought we were the same age? Well, I just had mine last month. Wait, what? Midoriya, why didn't you tell me? I didn't even get you anything. Slamming her palms onto the table, it shook a little, only making the family laugh louder. The booming voice of Tota rocked the room, the mountain of a man letting out a laugh. Lay off of him, Itsuka. You coddle him too much. Let the boy have some privacy. If you both went to the same school, people would start to think that you two were conjoined at the hip. Itsuka was glaring at him now, the heat almost unbearable. Sitting up more straight, Izuku waved his hand to and fro in an attempt to stop her from glaring at him. She was going to kick his ass after this, wasn't she? It's okay. It was mostly my mom and I spending time together. What? You ain't got friends other than Itsuka? Looking down at the table he shook his head. No sir, we moved less than a year ago. Matsuo looked him up and down with a frown. Got a dad? No. My dad left for America years ago, but it's okay. It's been so long I've honestly starting to forget his face at this point. Coming back to the table, Itsuka's mom, Hata, sat down. It's just you and your mom then? Basically. Hata turned to her husband and they both exchanged looks before she gave a nod, turning to look at him again. I'm sorry to hear that, sweetheart. It's okay. Lowering his chopsticks he picked at his food, popping some of it into his mouth. It honestly was okay, it happened so long ago it doesn't even faze him anymore. Even so he couldn't help but feel a little bad after words were said, the air in the room changing a little more somber. A startled yelp made the whole family turn to see Yuki holding a bleeding finger. Her big eyes were staring down at it with tears starting to form. Next to her brother Sora was crying, the fork that they were fighting over laying on the ground. Everyone seemed to act all at once, the sound of chairs scooting back to back as everyone got up. Tota had gotten up and went into the bathroom for band-aids while Hata ran over to check on her children. Oh sweetheart, what happened? Are you okay? Leaning down, Hata lovingly caressed her crying children. It's okay, Daddy's going to go get some band-aids and we'll get you patched right up. Actually, I think I could help. Izuku stood up, slowly making his way past everyone to lean down to Yuki's level with a smile, trying to give her the most comforting look he could. If you'll let me, Yuki. She seemed to stop crying now, staring at him with her big eyes before giving a small nod. Taking her tiny hand in his, he turned it over to look at the wound. It looked like a minor cut, nothing too crazy. Raising a hand he waved it, his hand closing before popping open with a spark. Flickering from his hand was a bright jade-colored flame, the green fire dancing along his fingers like a silent dance. At first Yuki jerked away a little at the sight, but when the fire touched her she realized that the fire didn't hurt, only embrace her with a warm comfort. Standing around, the Kendo family watched wide-eyed as Izuku slid a burning hand along her finger. Holding it for a second before pulling it away, the cut completely healed. Taking a breath, Izuku's finger stung like he just cut it, but there was no sign of injury on his body. Yuki sat there stunned, her eyes looking from him, to her finger and then back to him again. Lunging forward she wrapped her tiny arms around him into a hug, whispering softly against him. Thank you. Smiling softly down at her he blinked his eyes, trying to stop himself from crying before giving a small nod. Anytime, little bean. A hand belonging to Hata pat his shoulder with a smile, whispering softly to him. Thank you. Oh, of course. Standing back up, Yuki had yet to let him go, simply clinging to his chest like a little koala. Turning he blushed at the sight of a wave of teal eyes looking at him from all over the room. Tota stood in the doorway with a handful of band-aids with his brother next to him. Aika and Ren stood with her hands together cooing on how cute that all was while Eri was standing nearby with his hands crossed and smirk on his face. Their eyes met and he gave Izuku a thumbs up. The only person not standing was the elder Dai, simply watching in his seat with raised eyebrows before taking a sip of his tea. Looking over the group of people he stopped at Itsuka, she was giving him that look again. The gently smile she gave him sometimes that made his stomach tighten. Blushing he turned away. Walking back with Yuki clinging to him as he sat in his usual spot, going back to eating his food. There was a pause before everyone started shouting all at once. Sitting on the doorstep of the Kendo home the sun had already started to set, the small amount of orange slightly peeking over the cityscape. Izuku sat with his back to the brightness of the house, staring up at the small amount of stars flickering in the sky. He never got to see any stars back home, just another way that living in the Chiba prefecture was better. He never would have imagined he'd be surrounded by so many fun and amazing people. Some days he couldn't help but feel that he didn't deserve the Kendo family. The door creaked behind him, the sound of footsteps coming up behind before Itsuka sat next to him. Man, that was pretty crazy in there, she sighed. Yeah, pretty crazy. Turning to smirk at him she put her cheek in her hand. I think you made your way all the way up to the top of Yuki's favorite person list. Letting out a laugh he smiled, rubbing at his neck. Why yeah, I noticed. She wouldn't let go of me for the rest of dinner. I don't think anyone was going to give you peace after a stunt like that. Nodding he sighed, his eyes closing as he laid back. The warm June wind blowing his green hair in the wind. Kendo stared at him, her gaze focused on his face. He looked nice when he wasn't freaking out or stuttering. Midoriya, what colleges are you going to shoot for? Eyes opening he looked over to her with his bright green eyes. What college? Aha. Sighing he rolled his neck before sitting up, tucking his knees into his chest. I don't know. Well, were you going to go to school for quirk theory? Medicine? You can do a lot of good as a nurse or a doctor with a quirk like that. I guess. Huffing at him she threw her head from side to side repeating what he said in a mocking tone. I guess. Hearing a snort from him made her smile. I don't know Kendo, I guess. He paused, thinking about something for a second. I always wanted to be a hero, like All Might. But heroes have to fight villains too, and I'm so weak, small, frail, she offered. All of the above. Now it was her time to sit in contemplative silence, her head turning to look at the city line. Did you know there was a point when I was younger where I could only grow one finger at a time? His eyes were on her as she smiled at the memory. I remember being so frustrated by the whole thing. I practiced every day trying to push myself to my limit. I did it so much my hands were too sore to do anything. In the end it did no good, but then something happened. My parents took me to a motorcycle show out in the city. That was probably the most fun I've ever had. It was there, watching motorcycle tricks for the first time, that I realized that I was so focused on trying to get better that I was missing out on all of the fun new things in my life. Do you know what happened after that? He shook his head. I did it. I don't know how, but one day I made a breakthrough and now, I can do it all of the time. What I'm trying to say is, it's okay to not know what you're going to do yet, don't rush it. I'll still be here when you figure it out. Smiling at each other, there was the faint hint of red over both of their cheeks. Enjoying the serene silence between them, only for a loud honk to interrupt the moment. Both of them jumped in place, turning fast to the noise. A car idly parked nearby, Inko's head sticking out of the window as she waved at them with a coy smile on her face. Gee, guess that's for me, he muttered softly. Gee, guess so. Watching her wave at them, Kendo swallowed the embarrassment, coughing into her hand before waving back. I'll see you after school tomorrow, Midoriya. Turning, Kendo went back inside, leaving Midoriya with a very horn-happy mother. Huffing, he walked down the steps, squinting at every horn that came from the car. Hooking around the right side, he hopped into the passenger side door. Turning to look at him with a mischievous gaze, she gave him a coy smirk. So, that's Kendo, huh? Good to see you too, Mom. Blowing into a whistle, a group of teens ran past the gym teacher, moving laps around him in a big circle. The coach stood on the sidelines. Because of course he was. Pointing his chubby finger into the air, he yelled at someone who stopped for a second to breath. Why is that man like this? Does he have no power in his own life that he feels the need to yell at a bunch of kids? Or perhaps he was just too stuck in his ways to change. Panting, sweat clung to Jiro's clothes as she ran, her breathing labored and short. Her short bob of purple hair shifting as she ran, the jacks hanging from her ears swaying to and fro. Looking up at the sky, she squinted against the bright heat beaming down at her like a spotlight. Maybe if she glared hard enough the sun would just fizzle out. That would be a hell of a news article. Local punk girl glares at sun until it goes out. World plunged into darkness. More at 11. She stopped for a second, her hands going to her knees as she took a breather, drops of sweat dripping down onto the asphalt. Looking up just in time, she watched that nerdy kid Midoriya pass her again, jogging past her before looping around for another lap. What the hell was with this kid? She figured the first time she saw him that he was on the weaker side, and he was, at first. The first few times the gym teacher made them run, he lagged barely behind her. Almost as pathetic as she was, but now? The kid was a beast. Well, not exactly a beast. He still wasn't better than a good chunk of their class, but he improved so quickly. She watched him from afar as he would run, pushing himself to the brink just to fall over, get up, and do it again. The kid's stamina was impressive if anything else. It's only been around 8 months since he joined their school, but he improved so much in so little time. She had yet to decide on if it was inspiring or disheartening, especially since they both started at the same starting line. He must be doing something after school to get in shape this fast. Running her wet palms along her gym shorts, she started to run again, mostly ignoring the shouts of her obnoxious gym teacher, instead facing straight ahead. She can't just be outdone by some stuttering weirdo, could she? She was so focused ahead she hardly noticed a group of girls nearby, only really noticing them after one of them stick their leg out when she passed, tripping her to the ground. They all laughed as they watched her tumble before continuing on their trek. Staring up at the sky, she frowned, her body sprawled out and her right knee starting to hurt. This was normal for her. She never really got along with the other girls. When word got out that Jiro could hear everything around her, she got the wrong type of attention, and when she refused to play their little games, the attention turned toxic pretty fast. It's crazy how fast people turn on you when they think you might have dirt on them. Sitting up, she cursed a little, raising her injured knee up to get a better look at it. It didn't look too bad, just scraped up a little. Traces of blood dotted across her knee. Hurt like hell though. Slowly standing up, Jiro made her way to the teacher slowly. Trying to get his attention, she waved her arm. Yo, I fell down. I need to go see the nurse. The man looked down at her with a judgmental eye before turning away with a scoff. You're fine. Obviously not. You can see blood. The man looked back at her again, giving her a once-over before huffing, like she was ruining his day or something. Fine. Go take a seat at the benches. I'll give you a nurse's pass if it still hurts after class, or you can just give me a pass now? Nothing. The asshole just looked at her unamused before turning away. Great. Turning, she slowly limped over to the benches before sitting down. Sounds like she was going to be here for a while, and here she was without her music. Running a hand along her purple hair she sighed, watching the girls that tripped her before lap past her again. Her jacks wiggled when she heard what they were whispering to each other. She tried really hard to ignore the harsh words that people would say around her. Never let them get to you, her father would say. Yet after so long they were increasingly hard to ignore. Words about how flat she was or how ugly she was compared to the rest of the school was starting to especially get to her. Hey, Jiro, right? Snapping out of her thoughts, she turned to stare at the little nerdy boy she was thinking about earlier. He was standing at the bottom of the benches, his hand tugging at the sleeve of his gym clothes. The poor boy sounded like he was going to have a heart attack. Yo Green, what's up? Tilting his head at her like a confused puppy, he silently mouthed the word green with his lips before shaking his head. I saw that you had a pretty hard fall earlier and I just figured if I should ask if you wanted me to, heal you. She blinked. A healing quirk? Those were really uncommon and rare. There was always the option that he was lying to her in order to play a mean trick. Maybe he was sent by the mean clique of girls at school that have it out for her? It wouldn't be the first time. His heart was beating like crazy, so it was almost impossible to tell what part of it was a lie and what part was just him being really bad at talking to girls. But as she stared down at him and his shy little smile, she couldn't help but believe him. Everything she's seen from him hints towards him not having a mean bone in his body. Giving a nod, she spoke. Yeah, sure. That would be great. He nodded back, slowly making his way up the steps. Rubbing his hands together, she could see green sparks flickering off of his hands before they burst into a green flame. Her heartbeat quickened at the sight, tensing as he got closer. Sitting next to her, he placed a hand under her lower calf for support, the comforting touch immediately making her blush. He was being so gentle with her. His other hand hovered over the injury, tracing it slowly. A calming warmth came over her leg as he slid his fingers along her injury. The warmth quickly spreading, making the pain fade away before disappearing completely. It all happened so fast. 1 second she was injured, unable to move her leg, and the next she was fine. Looking down at her knee, it didn't look like she even scraped it to begin with. Meeting his gaze, he gave her a gentle smile, the kind of smile that she couldn't help but feel her heart jump a step. Bowing to her, he turned and went back on his run. As he ran off, she couldn't help but notice that he ran like his right knee was injured, his body slightly jerky as he disappeared from sight. Blushing, she slid a hand down along her newly healed knee. That's certainly something. Notes: Tota Kendo Dad, Hata Kendo Mom, Matsuo Kendo Uncle, Dai Kendo Grandpa, Sora and Yuki Kendo twins and Itsuka's younger siblings, Ren Kendo Aunt, Aika and Ere Kendo slightly older cousins, Kojo Kendo Doggo. The sound of the cafeteria was blaring at this hour. Groups of teens came and went, loudly chatting amongst each other, mostly about their days so far. Chewing, spitting, shouting, it was almost agonizing for her even with her headphones in. Staring down at her food, Kyukajiro stabbed at it with a fork, the sound of her favorite band Deep Dope blasting in her ears in an attempt to silence all of the noise. Lifting some of the food into her mouth, she chewed it with a grimace. Guess this is what I get for forgetting my lunch. Crappy cafeteria food and hurting eardrums. In the corner of her eye she saw him, smiling a little as she saw a big bush of green hair walk past. She could recognize that hair anywhere. Raising a hand, she waved it in an attempt to get his attention. Yo Green, over here. He luckily saw her, turning to look towards her with a smile before heading over to where she sat. Plopping a brown bag onto the table, he slung his backpack off before sitting down next to her. Morning Jiro. Hey Green, weird of you to be here in the cafeteria. You usually steer clear of this place. Letting out a nervous laugh, he rubbed at his neck. I could say the same about you. You hate it over here. She gave a nod, stabbing at her food again with a fork. She had to give him that, she does hate it over here. If she could, she'd just take the cafeteria food elsewhere, she would, but the school has a weird rule on leaving with food trays. Something about being low on the amount of trays and not having enough money for more. A rule that was probably made because someone had to ruin it. Mumbling through her food, her eyes looked over the room. I woke up late again and forgot to grab my lunch, so I'm stuck eating cafeteria food. Oh, I'm sorry, that doesn't sound the best. It's not, but what can you do? Things happen. Shrugging, she looked over to him, watching him open his bag to fish out some sandwiches. She knows she already asked and he deflected the question, but she was feeling nosy today. Why are you here? You usually never come over this way. She wasn't sure at first if he even heard her or that he was just ignoring what she said again, but after taking a bite of his sandwich and chewing slowly, he swallowed, his eyes looking across the cafeteria. His voice was quiet next to her, just enough for her to hear. They found my last hiding spot. Right. Staring down at her food, she stabbed into it again, less because she wanted to take a bite of the bland tasting food and more because she just felt like stabbing something right now. Frowning, she watched as some of the grease pooled in the corner of the tray. It had been a few months since Green used his quirk to help her out, and during that time she realized that her and Green were kind of in the same boat. Both weirdos and outcast of the school. they were ignored for the most part. Sure, there were the outliers, like the group of mean girls that constantly looked for ways to mess with her, or the group of boys that liked to play keep away with Green's backpack, but for the most part it was never physical, just passive-aggressive. That's probably why they've been allowed to get away with it until now. A lot of he said she said nonsense. Popping another bit of food into her mouth, she tilted her head as she chewed. Over the last few months her and Green have become, well, not exactly friends. Acquaintances perhaps? No, not that either. Maybe more like partners in this hellhole. Better to have one person have your back than no one at all. Looking over to him, he ate in silence. Every once in a while someone would walk by with a physical quirk and his head would snap up, his green eyes sparkling as he watched them. Chuckling softly, she smiled. God, he's such a dork. It had gotten to a point where the surrounding noise had started to get to her. She needed to quiet the sound with a conversation or something. Take her mind off of it. What's your deal anyway? He flinched at the sound of her voice, looking over to her with an embarrassed gaze before looking at the ground, almost ashamed of his actions. I am sorry, I don't mean to stare, I just really like quirks. Not that. You moved here in the middle of the school year. What did you do? Did you hurt someone or something? She of course knew that wasn't the case. There was no way this sweet gentle nerd could be the aggressor. Even though he had gotten slightly taller over the time he's been here, he didn't seem the type. Still, the look he gave her when she asked that was pretty funny, his eyes shooting open like she just asked if he killed his dog. Oh, of course not. He blushed a little at his outburst, looking around the room to make sure no one was staring. Sighing, he stared down at his sandwich, turning it a little in his hand. Did you hear about Aldera? She blinked a few times, the pieces coming together before her eyes. Yeah, I heard about Aldera. My parents said a kid was ostracized by the entire school. The bullying had gotten so bad that his mom found out, and when she did, she hired an investigator to check out the school. Word was that not only did some of the teachers know about the bullying, but they even participated in it. The mother ended up suing them into the ground when she found out. The entire time she was talking, she noticed that Green was shrinking within himself, like a turtle hiding within its shell. Still, she continued on. My mom said a good chunk of teachers were arrested when they found books preaching the word of the Meta Liberation Army, that they were applying the teachings to the children without the parents' consent and even allowing quirk use within the school grounds. Nodding, he closed his eyes. I hadn't heard of that last part, but the rest of it is true. No kidding. So that makes you the kid, huh? A small snort of a laugh escaped his mouth. Yes, that makes me the kid. Letting out a hum, she nodded to herself, the conversation dying down after that. Her jacks wiggled, picking something up in the crowd, looking up, her eyebrow furrowed when she saw the blonde hair of her bully whispering amongst a group of her friends. They were too far away. She couldn't make out what they were saying, but she's sure it wasn't good. What the hell are they planning now? Jiro was so busy trying to hear what her bullies were saying that she was not aware that Midoriya turned to watch her, his gaze flickering to the group and then back to her. It was her turn to jump a little when he spoke. I've been meaning to ask, why does Chang have such a hate boner for you? She held back a laugh, her eyes not leaving the preppy group of girls. Instead, she snorting a little at the comment. A hate boner, huh? I didn't know you knew what that was. Kendo really likes to say that. He waited for a response from her, being patient like he usually was. Her jacks wiggled in frustration. She tried to be my friend a long time ago because she heard about my quirk. Offered me a spot in her clique. I don't like the idea of giving people's secrets away, so I turned her down. She didn't take that well and she is devoted to ruining my life ever since. He blinked a few times at her. That's it? You turned her down and she got mad? I thought there was more bad blood between you two than just that. Rolling her eyes, she leaned back a little. Yeah, well, popular people usually have big egos. In my experience, if things don't go their way, they tend to panic and go in the other direction. There was a pause before Midoriya started to mutter to himself, the noise gradually starting to get louder and faster. Pulling her gaze away from where she was staring, she turned to watch Midoriya. He was looking at the ground and thought, his mouth moving a mile a minute. I never considered ego before. Perhaps if I use that to my advantage I can finally get in. He usually leads with his. The muttering got faster and faster until she could no longer understand what he was saying. An uncomfortable feeling ran down her spine as she watched him, a cold clammy sensation that held on and refused to let go. You listen to that weirdo, her head snapped towards the person who said that, a frown tugging at her lip more. She heard another voice from the other side followed by laughter. God, he's so creepy. I can't believe he's actually sitting with someone. Oh, you don't know? That Kyukajiro. Trust me, she's just as big a creeper as him. Aw, there's someone for everyone, I guess, hahaha. Her heart rate spiked and her hands clenched. Don't let them get to you. They are just words. I heard that the Midoriya kid keeps weird little journals of people. No way, really? That's probably why he's talking to Jiro, to get more info on people. Closing her eyes, she could feel tears start to form, the conversation spiraling around them as more and more people joined in. The echoed laughter of people could be heard around her, her head lowering as the noise started to build. noise blurring and distorting into a cacophony of sound that started to sound more like white noise than words. A tear ran down her face, her hand shaking. With a sudden slam, the noise in the room died out. All eyes were on her, not even trying to hide the wide-eyed stares. Jiro's shaking hands held the tray of food in her hands. Raising it into the air, she slammed it against the table again. Her food went everywhere, splattering against the ground in brown splotches. Raising it into the air, she brought it down onto the table again. A bizarre sound of plastic on wood filled the air over and over until the tray was a bent, mangled mess. Tossing it aside, she glared up at everyone's startled expressions. Throat raw, she channeled all of her rage and screamed, "Everyone just shut the fuck up and leave me alone." Tossing the tray aside, she stomped out of the cafeteria, kicking a trash can on the way out, a wave of trash spilling out across the stained checkered floor. Midoriya went to go chase after her but hesitated. He was part of the reason she reacted the way she did. It would probably be best if he let her cool off. She was unsure how long she had been running. She just started to run, the frustration of the last few days giving way to so much energy and anger. Why can't she just be normal? Her legs hurt, her lungs burned. Stopping in an alley near the back of the school, she bent down to pant, her fingers digging into her dress uniform in frustration. Fuck. She tried to calm her racing heart, her eyes closing before a fresh wave of anger hit her and she spun around to kick a nearby trash can. A loud metal clanging sound echoing through the empty alley, followed by a sharp pain in her leg. Raising a hand, she punched the concrete wall, the pain in her knuckles feeling like nothing at the moment. She could feel a fresh wave of tears fighting to appear onto her face. Squeezing her eyes closed, she slid a hand down along her hair. Bending her knees, Kyuka crouched down, trying to stifle her breathing. I can't believe I just made myself look like an idiot in front of all of those people again. Her jacks wiggled, the sound of footsteps. Getting up quickly, she spun towards the noise, her bleeding fist clenched at her side. She hoped that it wasn't the mean girls who followed her. She's not sure if she could take passive-aggressive comments right now, but another part of her hoped it was them. She could really use something to hit right now that won't mess up her knuckles. Raising her injured fist, her nails dug into her palms, her jacks wiggling to and fro like snakes poised to strike. She imagined the blonde hair of Chang walking around the corner with her lackeys. She imagined grabbing her by the hair and ripping her poorly done hair dye by the roots. She imagined a lot of things. She was so ready to tear a bitch a new hole. But she paused when that's not who she saw. Standing before her was a lithe, lanky girl with her black hair tied into two buns. She looked like her senior, older than her by a year at least. Standing at what had to be 6 foot, she was wearing the same uniform as her, only it was changed, adorned with buttons and ripped at places. She wasn't wearing the tie, instead the uniform was opened up, revealing a white tank top underneath. On both wrists she had black spiked bands that trailed down to long nail-like claws that were painted black. The girl stood out like a sore thumb amongst the other people she's known at school, but the most striking thing was her bright yellow eyes with a slit going through them and smooth black cat-like ears. As she looked the girl over, she remembered hearing a term her dad told her about someone like this once, a Yankee. Troublemakers and delinquents that like to skip school and do God knows what in their free time. When the girl spoke, she had a teasing air about her, her voice soft and soothing. Hey, you're Kyuka, right? Who wants to know? She fired back a little too fast. The girl giggled, placing a hand on her hip as she walked closer. I do. And you are? You know my name. It's a little rude to not tell me yours. Oh yes. Heaven forbid I be rude. She let out a laugh, walking around Kyuka slowly, her yellow eyes shining slightly in the dark alley. The name's Mari Yashimura. Turning her head only a little, she was sure to not take her eyes off of the girl. The way she slinked around in a circle made Kyuka feeling more like prey than anything right now. Well, Yashimura, what do you want? She giggled again, raising a hand to her mouth to hide her smile. Now who's being rude? What makes you think I want something? When Kyuka didn't respond, she continued on. I saw what you did in the cafeteria today, and dare I say I liked what I saw. You could really kick ass, girl. So I came here to offer you an invitation. That made her raise an eyebrow at her. An invitation? Yes. An offer to join our little group. You don't have to take it right away, of course. Join us for a few hangs out. If we click, you can join us whenever you like. She purred. This was too good to be true. Someone actually wanted to spend time with her that didn't want to use her for something? I don't know. Sounds kind of shady. She laughed. Not my fault you ran right into an alley after freaking out instead of somewhere normal like a school hallway. Turning her back to Kyuka as she walked out of the alley, she could see a long black cat's tail sticking out of the back of her dress, slowly swaying side to side. We won't force you, just think on it. Meet us here the same time in a few days if you want to have some fun. The last thing she heard was another giggle before Kyuka was left alone yet again. Letting out a shaky breath, Izuku closed his eyes before opening them again, turning to face his opponent of the day. An opponent he has known too well for the last 8 months. Okawa Kazuki stood before him with a smug expression on his face. An expression that told Izuku that he already believed that he had won, even though neither of them have thrown a punch yet. They both took steps forward and met each other in the middle of the ring. The shouts of his classmates can be heard as they made their way past. Kick his ass, Midoriya. Smiling at the sound of Kendo's voice overpowering the others, he could not help but chuckle. She's always so loud. Taking hold of Kazuki's hand as customary, he shook it. A little sportsmanship didn't hurt anybody. Leaning in, Kazuki spoke only loud enough for him to hear. How many times have we done this, Midoriya? Half a dozen at least. And how many times have you won? Midoriya frowned at that. Was Kazuki trying to make him quit? Hesitating for a second, he finally answered sharply. None. That's right. None. He chuckled, flashing him his perfect smile. Let the record show you have not landed a clean hit on me the entire time we have spared. I've been doing this a long time, Midoriya. I know when someone has it, and when someone doesn't. You clearly don't have it. We'll see about that. I wouldn't count your win just yet. His response startled even him, not a stutter in sight. Turning, he made his way back to his corner, not noticing Kazuki's shoulders tighten. Limping forward on his cane, Kendo stood between them, slamming the bottom of his cane against the ground to silence the room with a loud crack. Dai waited a second for the noise to die down before speaking. We all know the rules by now. No hitting above the shoulders or below the belt. Only clean hits count. After every clean hit we come back here to center and reset. First to 3 hits is the winner. Does everyone understand? Midoriya and Kazuki both shouted at the same time like a well-oiled machine, as they were trained to. Hi. Good. Nodding, Dai raised his hand in the air, both of them getting down into their fighting stances. Begin. Chopping his arm down, Dai took some steps back. Getting low with his arms up in a defensive stance, Izuku took in Okawa Kazuki, trying to get a read on any opening, slowly moving in a circle to not be in a single spot for long. Kazuki had the advantage over him due to his size and weight. He could easily overpower me in a straight-on fight. The memory of the last few sparring matches being a painful reminder of that. He also had more experience than him. With his amount of knowledge, he'll probably stay back and counter whatever I try to throw at him. Almost like he could read Midoriya's mind, Kazuki advanced with a blinding speed, throwing a punch that Midoriya quickly countered, barely having enough time to block a second strike. Ducking under a third, Kazuki did a quick turn, driving his foot into Midoriya's gut, forcing him to skid across the mat. A chorus of "oh-oh-ohs" could be heard to his left. Or he'll just rush me like a madman. Rubbing at his side, Midoriya frowned at how hard that blow was. Any harder than that and he might have cracked a rib. Point, Kazuki. Meeting back to center, he noticed Kazuki give him a cocky smirk. Begin. Kazuki rushed him again with the intent to strike him down quickly, but this time he was ready. Taking some steps back to avoid incoming blows, he blocked a fast-moving kick from below. Stepping to the side, Izuku swung an elbow out, barely grazing Kazuki, making him take a step back to avoid the blow. That made him back off for now, allowing Izuku to take some steps back as well in an attempt to gain more space between them. The older boy letting out a frustrated growl that did not go unnoticed by Midoriya. For some reason Kazuki is being impatient today. I just need to drag the match out. The longer it goes on, the more mistakes he'll make. This time he advanced a little more cautiously, but Izuku could tell that he wanted to be aggressive. He clearly was feeling impatient for a win. Sure enough, he rushed again, feinting with his right arm before lunging forward for a low grab in an attempt to knock him to the ground. Sidestepping that, Izuku did a quick jab to the abdomen, making his body twist from the blow. Point, Midoriya. Fuck yeah, Izuku. He couldn't help but blush at how into this Kendo was, let alone how she used his first name. That was something he was going to unpack later. Probably, maybe not. Meeting back to center, Kazuki looked furious. That was the first time he has ever landed a hit on him after all. Hopefully that agitated him enough to make more mistakes. Begin. Sure enough, his opponent let out a furious shout before rushing him, all strategy forgotten in favor of pure brute strength. Raising both of his arms, he brought them down on Izuku's guard with double hammer fist, making his guard crumble. Sidestepping a punch that was clearly aimed for his head, Izuku threw out a kick, forcing him back a step. Izuku kept his advance, throwing out a feint which, in his furious brain, Kazuki fell for, leaving an opening in his defense. A blow to his other shoulder making him twist before another landed clean on his stomach. Point, Midoriya. Smiling, Midoriya let out a small chuckle, unable to stop himself from feel a little happy at his progress. He was doing it, after so long of practicing, so many hours spent alone in the dojo, he was finally getting somewhere in his training. Sure, his opponent was acting a little unhinged and not being his best right now, but he'll take it at this point. Meeting back to center, he could see emotions flicker across the face of his opponent before he took a deep breath, getting down into his fighting stance. Begin. Kazuki advanced again, trying a different strategy this time. A high kick made Izuku duck under his legs, Kazuki pivoting before lunging forward with an elbow, making Izuku jump back. Like a mouse that just fell into the den of a snake, Kazuki kept his advantage, throwing out a quick jab forcing Izuku to block before taking a step forward, loading his shoulder and following up with a spear jab. Surprised by the strength of the blow, Izuku was forced to lean back, leaving him open for a clear gut punch. A sharp pain rocked his body, making him bend over from the force of the strike. Izuku coughed, his vision shifting for a second. Kazuki is really trying to hurt me, isn't he? Point Kazuki. Turning towards his opponent, Dai looked over Kazuki with a harsh glare. Another hit like that and you are out. This isn't a blood sport. Bristling a little, Kazuki shot back indignantly. What? That move was completely legal. You have to be joking me. Has your eyesight gone bad over the years, old man? The argument faded into the background as Izuku gripped the mat, blinking a few times to will the tears away. Unable to stop a few drops from hitting the ground next to him. This wasn't the first time he's been hit like this, but he has to admit it's been a while. He thought of the beatings Kaken and his goons used to give him. It was almost nostalgic. Pausing at the thought, he shook his head. There's no way that's a healthy thought process. Looking up, he turned to see Kendo watching on, worried. She looked half tempted to run in. One of the other students was holding her by her tense shoulders in case she tried to start something. Their eyes met and he raised a hand to give her an encouraging thumbs up. It didn't seem to ease her mind at all, but he tried at least. Getting up, he groaned, patting himself off. If you asked Midoriya why he was going to learn martial arts at the beginning, he most likely would have told you for self-defense. He was beat up so much at his old school he needed to learn to defend himself. Being weak was an idea that was drilled into his mind for a long time. When everyone tells you that you are weak, the same way you would say the sky is blue, at a certain point you start to believe them. Now, however, if you asked him why he was learning martial arts, Midoriya would probably give you a different answer. He always dreamed of being a hero, of saving the day with a smile on his face. It was his only dream, really. It's only now, however, did he realize what that truly meant. Dreams are a wonderful thing, but if you don't move towards the dream, then it only stays the same length out of reach. His dream felt so far away that it felt almost impossible, so he didn't even try. Izuku realized that right now the only thing he could do is try. The best he could do was to be better than the day before. Kazuki and Dai had stopped arguing now. Silencing the anxious voices nipping in the back of his mind, he closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath. His bright green eyes flickering open with an extra green shine, a single ember coming from his mouth. Years from now, the people who were at the dojo would say that that was the moment where they watched Izuku Midoriya truly start on his journey. Begin. Rushing forward, Izuku took the offensive. Surprised to see the shy Izuku push so hard, Kazuki swung a wild haymaker. Blocking it with his forearm, Izuku parried it aside before lunging in with a twisting strike. Eyes widening, Kazuki had to duck under the strike, else it hit him right between the eyes, just in time for a second strike to come his way. Blocking the second strike, Kazuki took a step back on the defensive, trying to find an opening as he blocked a few more strikes. This was so foreign for Kazuki, having to fight to survive an assault of punches. Izuku lunged forward with an elbow to the gut, but Kazuki blocked it with both of his arms, exactly what Izuku was waiting for. With intense speed, Izuku reached forward and took hold of the opening in his GI, sliding his leg behind Kazuki's and pivoting to knock him off of his feet. In 1 second the big teen was on his feet, and only a second later both of his feet were no longer on the ground. Slamming against the padded floor, Kazuki was forced to stare up at the ceiling, unable to do anything but watch as Izuku raised a fist and hit him clean in the chest. Match point, Midoriya. He did it? He did it. Sitting up, a big grin spread across his face. Hopping to his feet, he raised his fist into the air only to practically get knocked off of them again when Kendo crashed into him. Pulling him into a bone-cracking hug, she grinned from ear to ear, shaking him a little like a rag doll, almost like she was the one who just won. You did it. I can't believe you pulled it off. That was incredible, Midoriya. You're incredible. Thanks. It was hard to, words. His face was bright red, his arms hovering in the air because he was unsure where it was okay to touch. She had lifted him into the air, shaking him from side to side. After a few minutes of being unable to pry himself free from her, he accepted his fate, hiding his burning face into her shoulder. Getting up quickly, Okawa Kazuki turned towards the two of them, a furious look spreading across his face. He watched as Kendo and the rest of the class congratulated the fucking nerd. He growled, his fingers digging into the mat. This was impossible. There's no way he was just beaten by such a weak little freak. He must have cheated somehow. Midoriya was smiling as Kendo clung to him, singing his praises like he actually fucking did something. Was no one going to stop this? Turning towards the ref, old man Dai was watching them with a small upturn of his lip. Oh, I see now. The freaking nerd had tricked Master Dai as well. He had managed to trick them all. I'll show them who's the real winner here. Getting up quickly, Kazuki lunged at them, gaining ground between them quickly. His eyes wide and snarling like a wild animal, his fist clenched. I'll show you to make a fool out of me. They both still had their backs to him, completely unaware of his presence. Raising a fist, she shifted his weight, putting all of his strength into a fist aimed across the back of the nerd's head. Cracked sharp pain ran down his arm, his fist being knocked aside by Old Man Dai. Dipping forward, Dai thrust an open palm into his chest, knocking him back a foot with the force. Skidding across the ground, he placed a hand on his chest with a growl. That was the hardest strike he had, and Dai parried it like it was nothing. Old Man Dai did not yield, he didn't even seem fazed, merely looking at him with an unamused look. Sweat ran down his face as he sized up the old man. There was no way he was winning this fight. Stand down, Kazuki. Dai's voice was harsh and sharp, the command immediately zapping him of the rest of his anger. Red-hot anger faded, reminding him of how they weren't the only ones in the room. His eyes looked over the dojo, everyone was staring at him surprised. Kendo stood before him looking furious, angrier than he has ever seen her. He looked to the girls in hope that they would come to his aid, yet all they did was give him a disgusted look. No one was going to come to his defense. The energy in the room was high as everyone watched him. Looking over, Kazuki stared at Midoriya. The nerd had the gall to look startled, like he wasn't just caught in the act. Kazuki could swear that he saw the nerd flash him a smug look. Squeezing his fist tighter, he grit his teeth before standing up. Turning and heading for the door, he kicked it open on the way out with a loud slam before disappearing into the cool night air. How dare that nerd make a fool of him? Does he even know who he was? He'll make him pay for this. He'll prove what kind of person the nerd really was, and then everything will go back to the way it was. He will pay. Somewhere else at the same time the sun had set, the cool air nipping at Jiro's neck as she walked. Jiro had always liked the night time, it was quiet. The noise of the hustle and bustle of the city had faded into a low hum quietly going off in the distance. It was soothing for her. Letting out a breath, she could see the faint traces of it in the air. It was becoming fall again. Soon she would be carving pumpkins with her folks and getting mad that Christmas songs were already playing. Smiling at the thought, she looked down an all too familiar alley. She could hear the faint sound of laughter from inside. Digging her hands into her jacket pocket, she anxiously looked behind her, pausing for a second before disappearing down the alley. Staring at the ground as she walked, she dug her shoe into the cement, moving it from side to side. She could hear the laughter getting louder. If this was a trap, she'd most likely know by now. Her jacks wiggled, concentrating to listen farther in on their conversation. Nothing they were saying sounded malicious or mean, everything they were talking about sounded fairly normal. A part of her hated how long she stood there listening to the group of them talk. It made her feel creepy. Oh, you don't know? That Kyukajiro, trust me, she's just as big a creeper as him. Frowning at the thought, she huffed, shaking her head a little. Oh well, whatever happens happens. Walking farther into the alley, she saw the group of girls in the distance. Their leader, her cat ears twitching before she turned to smile at her, leaning back against the stoop she was sitting on. Ah, Kyuka. Welcome. Walking down the street, Kyukajiro was smiling. It was probably the first real smile she's had in a long time. Surrounded by 3 other girls, she rolled her eyes, saying something sarcastic, making the other 3 laugh as they walked down the street. To her right walked a bubbly girl. Even though the girl was a bit on the shorter side, her curves easily made up for her lack in size. Bouncing from side to side, the girl was dressed in the same school uniform, only this one was adorned with bright and colorful buttons. If someone just looked at her for a second, they wouldn't notice anything different with her, but if they stared a little bit longer, they would notice that her short light blue hair was constantly shifting like it was blowing in the wind, even indoors. Hee hee, and then I said, "Back off, girl," and then popped her one right in the jaw. Doing a quick jab for good measure, she shadow boxed across open air with a big smile on her face. You should have seen her face. Priceless. Don't talk smack if you don't want to get smacked is what I always say. The peppiest of the 3, Morishita Sango, was the daughter of a middle-class family. Child to a family of bakers, Sango wasn't the brightest bulb out there, but she made up for it with her cheery and can-do attitude. Tilting her head, Jiro watched her as she skipped along, punching at the air as she giggled. She didn't always have the right idea, but she was always nice about it. In many ways she was the living embodiment of "she's a little confused but she has the right spirit." When Jiro first met her, she was a little intimidated with how nice the girl came off. There was no way that someone would be that nice to someone they just met, yet apparently that's just how she is. According to Sango herself, she had been judged a lot when she was younger for hitting puberty early. That and being a little on the dimmer side. It used to bother her how everyone just assumed she had things handed to her on a silver platter just because she was pretty. The most handsome boy at school asking her out? Pretty. She got a C on a test that she studied hard for? Pretty. Found a 20 on the ground? Guess the angels are handing out 20s to pretty girls now. She was telling Jiro that until she met the claws she didn't know how to stand up for herself. She mostly just took whatever punishment the world gave her and smiled through it. That was something she could really relate to. The just taking stuff, not the smiling thing. Glancing down at Sango's rather massive chest as she skipped along, Jiro felt herself blush before looking away, her gaze shifting to her left. Walking to her left was Tsuda Shika, a taller woman with tan skin and bleached blonde hair. She walked with a confident stride, one hand at her side and the other holding a kendo bamboo sword. Her sleeves were rolled up to reveal thick arms littered with scars. Letting out a hearty laugh, Shika shook her head, her two blonde high pigtails swaying. People like that are the worst. It's the passive-aggressive shit that bothers me. Like, why pretend to be nice to me just to talk shit behind my back? Just say you don't like me outright. At least then I know where we stand. On the opposite side of things there was Shuka. Big, strong, massive, she could probably crush you between her thighs like you were nothing. Not that she would want that or anything. Shaking her head, Jiro sighed. Now was not the time for gay thoughts. Shuka came from a more poor background. Being the daughter of a farmer family meant a lot of long nights tending the fields, which would explain the arms. According to her, before she joined the claws she was afraid to enjoy quote girly things. She was not allowed to wear dresses or makeup when she was younger, always labeled as the big brute. Truthfully, Shuka was really good at math and enjoyed a good book, which you would not get by looking at her. Watching her thick forearms fight against her tight uniform, Jiro found herself blushing even harder, her head snapping straight ahead as she internally groaned. I am feeling way to be dealing with a hot girl sandwich right now. Walking ahead was the girl she met before, a year older than them and the leader of their little Sakiban group, Mari Yashimura. She was the founder of the Claws, a group of kick-ass girls that were pissed off at society and took no shit from anyone. Walking straight ahead of them, she walked with the poise of a cat, slick, smooth, and regal. As she walked, her hands were clasped behind her back, her right cat ear twitching before speaking in a low sultry voice. Of course they aren't going to say anything to your face, Tsuda darling. The last person who did was beat up. Yeah, well, they shouldn't have called me a man. I hate it when they do that. Hoping up, Sango opened her mouth to chime into the conversation before getting interrupted by Jiro. Why, are you guys being so nice to me? The three turned back to look at Jiro. Somewhere along the line she had stopped walking, her gaze fixed on the ground as she picked at her sleeve. A frown tugged at her lip as she took a second to continue. You all are so nice, and cool, while I'm just... She trailed off, the rest of the sentence disappearing into the ground. Flat. Weird. Ugly. Stalker. The three looked amongst each other, not knowing what to say. Jiro could feel the bright yellow eyes of Yashimura upon her, taking in her every flaw and every insecurity. The moment felt like forever as Jiro bared herself to them. It's been a long time since she has been honest to anyone. Showed someone how insecure she really was, letting people see the real her. Jumping in place, she felt long nails dance along her shoulder, looking up to see Yashimura looking down at her. There was no sign of teasing in her voice. Because you're like how we used to be, hated. Judged, chirped Sango. Fucking pissed, growled Shuka. I used to be feared by my class. Hated for how I came off to people. Caressing her cheek, Yashimura tilted her head up to face her, lowering a long claw-like finger she wiped at a tear running down Jiro's cheek. She wasn't even aware that she was crying until now. Eventually I realized that it didn't matter what they thought about me, only what I thought of me. So I made the claws and promised myself I would never just sit back and take what they were saying about me lying down. They want to hate me? Fine. I'll show them something to be hated. Hopping up next to her, Sango smiled big at her. We don't care what they say about you. But what about my quirk? Looking from side to side, she wasn't sure why she was fighting this so much. She should feel happy that a group of girls were accepting her. Aren't you worried I'll find out your secrets? Purring, Yashimura shook her head with a smirk. Rule number 1 of the claws is no secrets. If you want to know something, just ask. Besides, there's no point in worrying about quirks, said Shuka next to her with a frown, gesturing to each of them with her thumb. Sango can make a light breeze, Yashimura can see in the dark, and I can make my hair grow longer. You don't need a quirk to be a badass bitch. We like you for Yukio, Sango said, smiling. These three were way too close for her liking. Blushing deeply, she was pulled into a group hug, sandwiched between the three of them. Keikyo, she squeaked out, her face bright red. She had never had a nickname before. The three laughed to her dismay, hiding her face in her hands. Letting out another purr, Yashimura spoke near her ear, making her jump. Not that I don't hate bonding time as much as the next, but what say we go have some fun? The three of them cheered as they pulled away from the hug, leaving Jiro a nervous blushing mess. Watching the three of them walk away, she sighed, slapping both palms against her cheeks before chasing after them. Hanging out with three super cool girls? I'm not going to survive the night. Walking up the hill slowly, Izuku took a bite of his cold ice pop, his head turning to stare at the skyline as he walked. The sun had barely started to set, the sky starting to turn from a nice blue to a beautiful mix of pinks and purples. Shifting on his shoulders, he could feel Yuki kicking her small feet to and fro as she ate at her own ice cream, letting out a happy little hum as she took a bite of some kind of fudge pop. Walking next to him and holding his hand was her twin brother Sora, his bright teal eyes turning to stare at some pumpkins as they walked past, the wooden stick of his ice cream popping out of the corner of his mouth as he stared with childlike wonder. The look couldn't help but make Izuku smile. He remembers that look all too well. Turning, he looked at the same lit pumpkins sitting on the doorstep. It was going to be Halloween soon. Another month has gone by since he had met the Kendos. The saying really is true, time sure does fly by when you're having fun. Walking a little farther ahead, Itsuka turned to face him, popping her own frozen treat out of her mouth to speak. You should have seen it. Yuki Midoriya was like, Midoriya punch. Punching her fist forward like she was imitating him, she let out a laugh. Kazuki had no idea what hit him. Giggling, Yuki sitting on his shoulders threw her tiny fist out, imitating her older sister. Yeah. Zuzu punch. Blushing as Izuku was telling this story again, he couldn't help but squirm under the praise the two sisters kept throwing at him. He didn't deserve all of the praise they gave him, and a part of him hoped they would just let it go. At least then he wouldn't have to think about that day about a month ago, when he actually beat Kazuki. Ever since then the boy has been absent at the dojo, no one seeing hide nor hair of him. Izuku didn't seem to care all that much, saying that he always creeped her out, but Izuku could tell the others at the dojo were a little bummed out. Shobori and Kaki at times sure, but Kazuki at least inspired the rest of them to do better. But now there was a weird hole where he used to be that no one was able to fill. Everyone seemed to lack motivation now that the main competition was gone. A tiny hand squeezed his, snapping him out of his thoughts. Looking down at Sora as they walked along, the little boy was staring up at him with his big teal eyes, his short orange hair shifting. It took a second for the boy to speak. Mido, are you going to take me and Yuki trick or treating this year? Nodding, he gave him a gentle smile. Of course Sora, I'd love to, but you know Kendo usually takes you. Why yeah, but, she's not as cool. An offended gasp could be heard ahead of them. Looking up he saw Izuku facing them with her hands on her hips, looking like she was just stabbed through the heart. Her ice pop slowly slid off of the stick as she stared. Not as cool? Need I remind you that Midoriya is a nerd? I can't believe this, my own little brother. Saying the boy with an All Might shrine is cooler than me. Staring at her he couldn't help but feel a little offended. It was clearly bait, but he couldn't help himself. It's not a shrine. It's a shrine. All you need are some candles, a lock of his hair, and it'd be a shrine. It's a healthy level of fan merch. Giving him a teasing smirk, she waved her ice pop around, some of it falling to the ground. It's borderline stalking at this point. Honestly, I'm starting to get worried. Opening his mouth to defend his completely normal fan merch, Sora tugged his hand, making him look down at him again. Are you guys gonna kiss now? He said sweetly, staring up at them before putting a thumb into his mouth. A pause. It took them a second before both of their eyes snapped open, faces turning bright red. Turning to the little boy, both Izuku and Kendo started to talk at the same time, their voices going up an octave. What? And no, we're just. Me and the nerd? L like that would. Letting out a heavy sigh, Izuku tried to will her racing heart down, rubbing at her beet red face. She groaned before crouching down to his level. Why would you say that? Who gave you that crazy idea? All he did was stare up at his sister, confused, Sora tilting his head a little. Mom and Auntie Inko told me to not get in the way if it happens. I was just making sure I wasn't getting in the way. Looking at her brother and back to Izuku, the older Kendo sister frowned before letting out a sigh, raising a hand to pinch at the bridge of her nose. Of course they said that. Look, just head inside. Not a word of this to anyone or else I'll tell Mom you had ice cream before dinner. Gasping at her, Sora put his tiny hands to his mouth, quickly turning and scampering inside the house. The shrill voice of his screams could be heard disappearing farther inside. Mom, Izuku just threatened me. The sounds of shouting faded, leaving Izuku, Izuku, and Yuki alone. Staring at each other, the best friends blushed before looking away. Yuki watching them with a frown, looking between them before her cheeks puffed out. Just like that the mood was ruined, Yuki leaning in and tugging at Izuku's fluffy green hair. No, mine. That seemed to have snapped them out of their weird staring contest, both of them laughing before turning to head inside. Giving him a playful punch on the arm, Izuku walked inside first, her hand rubbing at her neck awkwardly as she turned the corner. Setting Yuki down, he took his bright red shoes off, setting them into a pile of others before making a trek down the entrance hall. Yuki held onto his sleeve as he followed the sound of chaos he has grown used to by now. Opening the sliding doors, he jumped back a little as Ere ran past them with a smug look on his face, followed by a very angry Aika in only a towel. A few seconds later, she was screaming profanities the entire time after him. Looking over the room, he noticed the elder Dai was sitting in his normal rocking chair, watching some black and white movie. Toda and Matsuo were drinking alcohol and laughing while Hata, Ren and his mom were chatting as they made dinner. Hata seemed to be chatting with Izuku over something, most likely scolding her. Walking across the living room with Yuki, they made their way over to the group of girls. Why is your brother saying you threatened him? Asked Hata in a motherly tone, her eyebrows slightly raised. Who knows with him? You and I both know Sora likes to make stuff up a lot. Sure. Standing next to his mom, they both watched the back and forth between mother and child for a few seconds in silence, not really knowing what to say. Their dynamic was so different from their own. Looking over at his mom, she was smiling gently at the display, her hands absently rubbing at a towel as she watched. It's kind of funny. Ever since that dinner at the Kendo home all those months ago, the Kendo family invited his mother into their home with open arms. His mother tried to fight it at first, but as Izuku has learned over his time with them, saying no to a Kendo was impossible. Soon his mother Inko was joining them for every dinner. Sometimes he even just finds her hanging out with the Kendo family the same way that he and Itsuka spent time together. He remembers once reading the phrase introverts don't make friends, they just get adopted by extroverts. Perhaps this is what that meant. Watching her a little longer he smiled. His mother raised a hand to her mouth to hide her giggle at something one of them said, her eyes closing as she smiled more genuinely. Her cheeks were lightly painted red from smiling so hard. His mother was so much happier now. Wrapping an arm around her he pulled her in for a side hug. She jumped a little in surprise in his grip but didn't pull away, simply looked up at him confused. She seemed to be trying to read him for a second before smiling, nestling into his shoulder. Leaning down he kissed the top of her head, the chaos of the Kendo family falling away around them. This was nice. Sitting on the ground Izuku let out a groan, a hand lowering to rub at his stomach as he stared up at the ceiling. A part of him wanted to get up and try to burn all of these extra calories but another part of him wanted to just lay there and die. He had eaten way too much food. The ceiling fan slowly spun in place, almost mocking him in its motion. Turning his head he watched as Kendo sat on her bed, her head in between 2 pages of some motorcycle magazine as she read it quietly to herself. How she was perfectly fine after that massive meal that their mothers made was beyond him. Yet another mystery about Itsuka Kendo that he will probably never find out the answer to. Sitting up he felt a sleeping Yuki shift against his chest, letting out a small whimper. Lowering a hand he gently tousled her hair, making her smile a little in her sleep. She's like your kid or something. Turning he noticed that Kendo was no longer reading her magazine, it's sitting next to her as she watched them. Letting out a small laugh he shook his head before looking down at Yuki again. Didn't he even joke about something like that? If my mom hears that I'll never hear the end of it. Why you know how much she wants more kids. God my mom's the same, always pestering about when I'm going to get married and start a family of my own. I personally can't see it. Any reality where you aren't kicking but isn't a reality I want to be in. Letting out a small huff she blew a stray hair out of her face. You mean any reality where we aren't kicking but right? That made him pause, his raised hand flinching in the air. We? How could a simple word mean so much? It was amazing how much confidence she had in him sometimes, but, give up already Deku, you're as weak as they come. Not in a million years could you beat me. In what world do you think you will ever be my equal? Staring at the ground he let out a dry chuckle, devoid of all humor. Yay of C course. Oh once you get into UA and I into M medical school we're going to kick Major B butt. They went back into silence again only this one had a weird tension in the air that you could probably cut with a knife. Kendo was staring at him for a good minute not knowing what to say. He silently chastised himself for ruining their good mood and being a downer again. Why couldn't he just be happy with what he has? What good is it reaching for impossible dreams? He could feel Kendo's teal eyes on him, looking him over slowly. He had no idea what she was thinking but the small tug at her lip into a frown told him it probably wasn't anything good. She looked like she was trying to say something, her mouth opening before closing again in thought. In a snap the silence was broken by the sound of his mother's voice calling out to him, making both of them jerk a little at the sound. Izuku. Can you come down here for a second? Sitting up he quickly looked away from her, unable to stand the look she was giving him. It was probably best to just leave the room for now. Gently picking Yuki up he sat her down on a pillow, her tiny hand refusing to let him go for a second but eventually giving in. Putting on the best smile he could he stood up before leaving the room. Kendo reached for him, her hand hovering in the air before slowly lowering with a sigh, leaving her to the quiet of the room. Heading out of the room Izuku paused at the closed door. Leaning against the door he groaned, a hand rubbing at his face in annoyance before letting out a tired sigh. Putting on the best smile he could he made a left down the hall, walking down a few flights of stairs. Making sure not to step on Kojo, an old man of a bloodhound that belonged to the Kendos who was sleeping on a step of the stairs, he made his way into the living room. Peeking into the room everyone seemed to be knocked out or have gone to bed already. Everyone except his mom, Itsuka's mom, and aunt. They were sitting at a round table giggling and laughing amongst each other when he arrived. His mom turning to smile with a goofy look on her face from her spot at the table. She was clearly enjoying alcohol with her friends. She didn't look wasted per se but definitely tipsy. Ah, there he is. Izuku, can you do me a favor and fetch me the gift I brought for the Kendos? I meant to go get it earlier but got lost in the chaos of making dinner. Smiling softly he gave a small nod, turning to head for the front door. Sure thing mom, I'll be right back. Sliding the big double door open a low rusted scrapping filled the night air, his arm flexing under the strain. Stumbling out into the cool night he sighed, the only light coming from inside the house. Heading down the rocky pathway his feet crunched under the grass lining the two sides as he made his way over to his mom's parked car. Walking next to it he slid his fingers along the old metal of the clunky thing that his mother bought after they moved. The poor thing was most likely ready for another touch-up by Itsuka and her uncle. Frowning at the thought of Itsuka again he sighed, his breath barely visible in the night air. Izuku was so busy standing there in thought he hardly noticed the sound of rapid footsteps before it was too late. Jumping back, a metal bat collided against the side of his mom's car, a solid clang echoing through the silent air. A man stood with a mask over his face, baseball bat in both of his hands as it hit right where he was just standing. Slowly, the masked man turned towards him, his furious eyes peeking out from behind the plastic Halloween mask. Looking over to where Izuku dodged, the man turned towards him, baseball bat posed to strike. Oh, this was bad. Ducking under a wide swing of the bat, he raised his arms just in time to block a second strike. A stinging sensation ran up his arm from where metal hit forearm. Taking a step back, Izuku kept trying to put distance between him and the assailant to no prevail, the man advancing every time Izuku took steps back. The sharp pain of metal hit his back, his knees buckling for a second before gritting through it. Ducking another wide swing, he grabbed onto the man's arm, twisting his wrist until he lost grip of the bat, slamming an elbow into the man's side. Tossing the weapon behind him, he panted, slightly injured, successfully unarming the man. Bat or not, the man did not seem to care. Rushing forward, the masked man lunged out with a fist, taking Izuku off guard. Blocking it, the man continued his rage-filled assault. Throwing out a wild haymaker, Izuku took his arm, pivoting his waist, and tossed the man onto the ground with a loud thud. Clattering to the ground, the man's mask fell off. Izuku was so ready to continue the advance, but he paused when he got a good look at the man. He stared at the man on the ground, the man furiously flailing around before getting back onto his feet. Kazuki. Sure enough, Okawa Kazuki stood before him, a little worn for wear but overall okay. He looked tired, heavy bags lining under his eyes. Swallowing, he attempted to speak. Kazuki W. What, why are you? Don't give me that pathetic nerd act you always pull. I've already figured you out. This is all of your fault. Pointing a finger at him, he spat onto the ground. Some blood trickled from the side of Kazuki's mouth as he laid a hand at his side from where he was elbowed. Everything was perfect until you came along. Now everyone hates me. Taking a step towards him, Izuku took a step back. I don't know what. Izuku muttered, doing an imitation of him. Kazuki growled, walking closer. Cut the bullshit. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked to get where I am? How many tournaments I had to win? Raising his hands up, Izuku Midoriya shook his head. I just wanted to get stronger. That seemed to have made Kazuki pause, owlishly looking at him. He blinked a few times, the confusion on his face quickly turning to anger. I'll show you strength. Lunging forward, he did a high kick which Izuku ducked under. Spinning, he went to do a second kick, Izuku lunging forward and doing a double palm to his chest. Skidding back, Kazuki slid against the ground before growling, a hand rubbing at his stomach. Not bad. You've gotten even better since last we fought. I have a feeling I'd have a hard time fighting you in a dojo. Placing a hand down along a concrete wall next to him, Izuku watched as the concrete crept up his arm, slowly spreading to cover his entire body. Standing up, he slammed his concrete fist together with a wicked grin. But this is the real world, and in the real world I can do this. Jumping back, he barely dodged a double fist slam by Kazuki, the ground cracking under the force of the blow. Rolling back, Izuku had to flinch from the force, looking at Kazuki and then back to where he was just standing. So that's his quirk. He can absorb materials and cover himself in a type of armor. I wonder what the limits to it are. Can he do it to water? Fire? That could be really useful with. Jumping back from another strike, Izuku ducked under a wild haymaker, shaking his head forcefully. This isn't the time for this? Finding a clear opening, Izuku rushed in, raising a fist. With all of his strength, he drove his fist forward, striking right in between Kazuki's ribs. Pain shot through his arm, a sharp crack filling the air. Kazuki cocked back a fist, striking him hard in the stomach, knocking him back against the ground. Letting out a laugh, Kazuki smiled down at him, walking closer as he spoke. Pathetic. Is that really the best you could do in a real fight? The entire time he was talking, Izuku was staring at his hand, his fingers red and bent in a way that he was pretty sure they weren't supposed to bend. Flexing his hand, he flinched under the pain. I just broke my fingers trying to hit him. Kazuki's shoes slammed down against his injured hand, crunching under the heel of his foot. He ignored Izuku's pain screams as he raised his foot and stepped on his hand over and over. Not so tough now that you don't have Itsuka or the old man protecting you, aren't you? This is what the real world is like. Taking his foot off of Izuku's hand, he reached down, pulling Izuku onto his feet by his hair before driving a concrete fist into his stomach, making him fall to his knees again. The world warped around Izuku, pain rocking his body. Getting hit with a concrete fist hurt a whole lot more than a normal one. I was supposed to be the one that pulls this no-named dojo out of obscurity. Not you. Kazuki looked him over all while Izuku was staring down at the ground in pain. Taking hold of Izuku's chin, he forced him to look up at him, turning his head from side to side. I don't get what the kendos see in you. Just a scrawny little punk that got lucky a few too many times. Humming in thought, he smirked. Maybe you're like a little stray that they found. A pathetic little pup that they can nurse back to health and pat themselves on the back after. A charity case perhaps. Blinking a few times, Izuku felt tears start to appear in his eyes. Closing his eyes he tried to will them down to no prevail, red-hot shame running down his face. It was all true, wasn't it? He always wondered why he was so lucky to meet the Kendos, why they allowed him into their home and watched over him the way they did. It all made sense now. They felt bad for him. Hey! An equally furious shout rocked the air. Turning, they both stared. Standing in the doorway of the Kendo home, a woman stood in shining light, the light shining from behind making her look like a guardian angel, glowing with an angelic shine. Drop. The nerd. Izuku Kendo had now entered the fray and she looked pissed. Sitting in a low-dimmed room, Kyukajiro sat between two girls much taller than her. Mood lighting shifting along the floor illumined by a cheesy disco ball hanging from the ceiling. The rhythm of an upbeat song blared from the speakers as Sango danced around on stage like she was some wannabe pop idol. Doing a little twirl she spun, raising a microphone to her lips to belt out the last few lines. Her singing honestly wasn't the best Jiro had ever heard. She didn't hit every note just right and her voice wasn't the strongest out there, but she made up for it in confidence. Sango thought she sounded amazing and she was having fun, which meant they were having fun too. Shuka sat to her right, her big frame pressed against Jiro's side, smiling as she clapped at the end of the song. Letting out a throaty chuckle, she got up to take the mic from her friend, leaving Jiro alone with Yashimura again. Yashimura sat with her legs crossed, her sharp eyes taking everything in before smiling back at her. "You're thinking too loud again, Kyo." She couldn't help but flinch a little being called out. Looking over, she watched Sango and Shuka chatting amongst each other. They looked like they were having fun. "Sorry, I'm just a little surprised. When you guys were talking about something fun I just assumed," she muttered, her voice losing steam, "that we were going to drag you into a gang fight or something." Kinda." She laughed, gently patting her knee. "While yes, we do sometimes get into gang scuffles now and again, we mostly stick to ourselves. The claws don't care much for power, only strength enough to be ourselves. Nothing more." "Oh, sorry for assuming. It's all right. Most people assume the worst of us." Looking at her friends, Yashimura gave a genuine smile. "We stick out for our own, Kyo. If you decide to join us, that means you as well. We can talk about this more later, but it looks like it's your time to sing." Blinking a few times, Jiro almost jumped out of her skin when Sango and Shuka jumped her, thrusting the microphone into her hands before nudging her onto the little stage they had. Stumbling onto the stage, she threw her hands out, whimpering a little as she turned to face them. All right, I'm going. You don't have to push me on stage." Turning to face them, she couldn't help but feel her anxiety skyrocket. The cat calls and whistles that the others were giving her were not helping in the slightest. Fidgeting in place, she turned towards the old karaoke machine, scrolling through it with her thumb for a minute before pausing on a song. Blinking, she stared at the neon light of the monitor, her eyes going over the name of the song multiple times. "I can't believe they actually have this song." She thought of her family. An old memory of her walking downstairs in the middle of the night, gently rubbing a tiny hand against her tired eyes as she followed the sound to the kitchen before peeking inside. She thought of the sight of her mom and dad singing quietly to this song as they danced together, slowly swaying side to side in a gentle soothing rhythm. She had almost forgotten of that memory. Pressing some buttons on the monitor, she turned towards them, towards their expecting eyes. Swallowing all of her self-doubt and all of her fears, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath and she started to sing. Standing across each other, Itsuka and Kazuki stared each other down, neither of them wanting to make the first move. "Why are you here, Itsuka?" growled Kazuki. Gesturing with her thumb towards Midoriya slumped against the wall, she responded just as evenly. "Midoriya was taking too long. Thought I should check on him." "That's just like you to baby him." "I'm glad I did, else you would have just beat on him." "Do you enjoy beating up people smaller than you, Kazuki?" Looking over at Midoriya, she frowned before looking back at him, cracking her knuckles. "You mean showing him his place?" "I know what I said." Kazuki was the first to move, dashing forward and opening with a few punches. Kendo blocked them, each blow leaving a stinging pain in her arms. Ducking over a kick, her fist went cocked to her side before jamming forward, her fist growing mid-punch to knock Kazuki back, the concrete over his stomach cracking. Before he could respond, Kendo went on the offensive, her hand growing massive before completing wrapping around Kazuki's frame. "You just be a good psycho and sit tight until my parents call the cops." Sharp pain pierced her hand, concrete spikes hitting her big hand in all directions. Letting out a yelp, she let him go, Kazuki's concrete armor shifting before turning back to normal. Rushing forward, Kazuki's arm sharpened into a blade before thrusting at her face. Dodging to the left, the blade sliced open Kendo's cheek, her large hand raising into the air and slamming down against the ground to make a shockwave. They were back to square one, staring at each other again. Kazuki held his hurt side while drops of blood trickled from Kendo's cheek and hand. Sitting up from his spot on the ground, Izuku absently placed his broken hand against the wall, squinted against the pain. Looking forward, he was unable to look away from the fight. "Someday I'll find my way home." Kazuki ran forward, slashing at Kendo's arm a few times. She retaliated by knocking him aside with a big hand backhand, his body ragdolling against the ground before turning into a roll. forcing himself to his feet and running at her again. The trees and the wind will lead the way. Izuku slowly stood to his feet, his teeth gritting in pain. Kazuki ducked under a big punch, spinning he tried to cut at her leg only to be knocked away again. All of these years on my own, they flew right by, so what can you say? Pulling two big hands back, Kendo slammed them together, creating a shockwave that slammed into Kazuki, chunks of his concrete armor getting knocked away. There's no need to be sad. You're on a path and you know where it heads. Jumping into the air, Kendo tried to pin Kazuki down only for him to dodge out of the way, his blade arm stabbing into her enlarged hand. There's no need for despair. Just walk on and you'll find your way there. Letting out a pained yell, Kendo instinctively pulled her hand back, leaving an opening for Kazuki to rush in, his blade arm poised to stab at her stomach. Someday I'll find my way home. Eyes widening, Izuku rushed in, the pain in his body forgotten, adrenaline pumping through his body. Rushing forward, he went to go intercept, his body getting in between Kendo and the blade. Someday I'll find my way home. Pushing all of his body into it, he thrust his shoulder, football tackling Kazuki to the side, his smaller frame unable to completely move him but succeeding in knocking him off balance. Reeling a hand back, Kendo's fist grew as big as it could, the shadow slightly overcasting over them. Someday I'll find my way home. Bringing the massive fist down, it cleanly hit Kazuki right across the face, his body rolling and tumbling backwards before colliding with the wall behind him with a loud thud, the rest of his concrete armor shattering off of his unconscious body. It was quiet again, the only sound being Izuku and Kendo's ragged and tired panting. Kazuki did not move, his body slumped against the wall, drool dripping out of his mouth. But only for a second before the sounds of sirens could be heard. Itsuka's mom and Inko had called the cops as soon as they heard the commotion. Looks like they just now have arrived. Kendo looked towards him, her body bruised and injured. Blood flowed down her cheek as she looked over at Izuku's just as injured body. He was holding his reddened and broken hand. Opening her mouth, she closed it before opening it again, red and blue lights starting to appear in view in the horizon. Come with me to UA. She rasped out, her throat raw and ragged. What? Looking back at her, he did a double take in an attempt to make sure he heard her right. The UA entrance exam is in 2 years. Come with me. Hobbling closer, she reached a hand out, it slowly closing into a fist. We may not be amazing now, but together, you and I can become the best heroes this world had ever seen. Giving him a shaky smile, she reached the fist towards him. What do you say? Rivals. He stared at her, speechless. His mouth was dry, his hand broken, and pain coursed through his body every time he shifted his weight. But looking at her right now, illuminated in a blinking red and blue light that was quickly getting closer. He thought of All Might, the feeling he got when he first saw the video of him pulling a man out of a wreckage. He swallowed, returned the smile and reached forward, taping his fist against hers. Yeah, rivals. Smiling at each other, they paused before both proceeding to scream for tapping their injured fist together. The karaoke room was quiet after she finished singing. Opening her eyes, she turned towards the claws. She was so into the song that she only now realized that no one said anything after she started singing. All three of them sat there in silence, their eyes wide like saucers. Oh God, they hated it. Did she do something wrong? Why is no one saying anything? Raising a hand, she coughed into her hand, all three of them snapping out of whatever trance they were in. Are you guys Sango ran forward and knocked her to the ground with a big hug, tears leaking from her face. That was beautiful, Kyo. What? She muttered, her face bright red. She watched in horror as Shika ran towards her, wrapping a thick arm over her shoulder. Damn girl, talk about leaving the best for last. Why didn't you say you could sing sooner? That's. Yashimura slowly walked over, a claw hand swiping a single tear from her eye. Yes, that was quite beautiful, Kyo. I am impressed. She sputtered like a broken car, her face turning redder. Why, you guys actually liked it? Liked it? We loved it, cheered Sango. I feel like I should have paid for a show like that. Feels weird to get it for free. Smirked Shika. I agree. You are very talented, Kyo. Her face was bright red, blinking a few times she could feel tears start to form. Only these tears were tears of joy. Giggling, she sniffled before it turned into full laughter. Her heart felt so full right now, it almost felt wrong to feel this good. Breaking from the group, she wiped at her flowing tears with her forearm, unable to stop herself from smiling. Turning away, she giggled again. Was this what it was like to have friends? This is amazing. I feel like I finally found my people. Just wait until I tell Midoriya. You guys could meet and... Turning, Jiro paused, a cold shiver running up her spine at the sight. All of the claws were staring at her. Midoriya? You mean the muttering kid? Tilting her head, Sango frowned. You're friends with the creepy note keeper? I thought he just sat with you at lunch that one time. Shika's thick arms crossed. I wouldn't exactly say friends. Looping around, Yashimura looked her over before speaking. I think you misunderstand, Kyo. This invitation to the claws is for you and you only. Besides, you don't need him anymore when you have us." Her heart rate quickened. Her hands felt clammy. Looking over the three of them, her mouth opened slightly. "What?" Falling back against the ground, Kazuki met the cold, harsh reality of his concrete cell. The world was spinning, his head throbbing. The sound of cell bars slammed behind him, barely registering in his barely awake days. Laying against the ground, he could feel his eyes getting heavy again, slowly sliding closed before snapping wide just to slowly close against. He tried to fight against it, but every effort to stay awake ended in naught. Was this because of a quirk or because he had a concussion? A silent low hum was his only answer, his eyes drifting closed before finding sleep again once again. He was unsure how long he's been here. There was no light in the cell and the hours blurred together until they became unnoticeable. Every once in a while someone would come and give him some food that he mostly ignored. Sitting against the wall, he spat a small amount of blood against the ground, sliding a tongue along his mouth. He could feel a tooth slightly move every time he touched it. He was probably going to have it removed when he gets out of here. Looking up, he squinted against the single light shining from the ceiling. Clattering before him was another plate of barely edible slope. Looking up, he caught the sight of a cop turning and walking back down the hall. Almost on K, his stomach rumbled, a hand lowering to rub at it. Fuck. Leaning forward, he grabbed at the plate, a leg propping up to keep his wobbly body steady. His mind was still a little hazy from everything. He remembers buying a Halloween mask, confronting the nerd and overpowering him with his sheer might. The memory of Midoriya's pained screams brought a small smirk to his face before he paused. What happened after that? Suddenly in a flash he remembers a massive fist flying straight for him. Squinting, he pressed his hand against the stinging sensation in the back of his head, his fingers sliding along a handful of wrapped bandages. "I remember now. I was beaten, they cheated. It took both of them to beat me." Taking a bite of his food, he almost gagged, tossing the plate against the ground again. Raising an arm, he slammed the bottom of his fist against the wall behind him, standing up slowly on shaky legs. "That fucking nerd and his pet bitch." His harsh voice echoed through the room, gradually getting louder before turning into a shout. "Do these people not know who the hell I am? I'm Okowa Kazuki? Child fucking prodigy." Getting up quickly, he rushed at the cell doors, slamming against the cell with a furious shout. Fingers met cold steel, his fist clenching into fist as he shook at the bars. "Do you people have any idea how many competitions I've won? I've done more than any of you in your whole lives. Just you wait until my dad finds out about this. You people will be living on the streets." The sound of a door opening snapped him out of his rage-filled tirade. Light peeked from down the hall as the sound of clicking got closer. It took him a second to realize that it was the sound of high heels. Rounding the corner walked a woman he had never seen before. She had long, pale lilac hair parted to one side and light blue skin. Looking over to him, she smiled, her weird green eyes having a light shine to them. Pitch darkness around the eye where there was usually white. She was the first to break the silence. "Hello, Mr. Kazuki." A wave of unease came over him, running down his spine slowly. She knew who he was. "Who the hell are you? Another cop come to question me?" Walking closer, she rolled her bizarre eyes at him, her voice a silky smooth tone. "Not exactly. I'm a reporter. I've come to ask you a few questions." A frown tugged at his lip, letting out another huff. "Oh great, a leech. Why the hell would I talk to you? You'll probably just twist my words, making me out to be some kind of monster. On the contrary, my benefactor is quite interested in your story. He's willing to pay for your bail depending on your answers." He didn't expect that. What kind of reporter pays for someone in jail to walk free just for a few questions? "And if I answer them wrong?" She giggled, a hand moving to her lips. "Oh, trust me. I'm a pretty good judge of character. You want?" Before he could respond, he watched the woman turn towards the blinking camera hanging in the corner of the room. A red blinking recording light blinked a few times on it before going out. Turning back to him, she raising a hand and making an L with her index finger and thumb, placed the thumb against her forehead. Smiling, the smile turned a little more aggressive. "We would love to hear from you, Mr. Kazuki." He froze, his eyes widening at the display before slowly smiling back. "Well, of course, why didn't you say so? I would love to answer a few questions." A dull low hum radiated from the otherwise quiet karaoke machine as Jiro stared at her three new friends. Looking between them, her eyes snapped from one to another, trying to get a read on them. What the hell was this? Some kind of joke? None of them were smiling. She was half expecting them to shout gotcha and start laughing. What do you mean? I can't have both of you as friends? Are you saying that I can't have other friends if I hang out with you guys? Her voice felt raw and she had a feeling it wasn't from the singing. Shaking her head, Sango ran over to her quickly, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. No, of course not. That's not what we're saying. Then what are you guys saying? Walking over slowly, Shika frowned. We don't have anything against Midoriya. If you say he's cool, then that's good enough for me, but... Yashimura butt in, a hand going to her hip. He's weak. Something about that irked her. Opening her mouth to defend him, Yashimura continued. We're a gang, Kyo. A gang about fighting for our freedom to do as we please. We try to be more on the peaceful side of things, but sometimes peace doesn't work. Looking her over, Jiro could see sadness in her eyes. She truly looked sorry for what she had to say. I'm sure Midoriya is a great kid, but if we are seen spending time with him it makes us look weak by proximity. Weakness invites only trouble. Then why offer me an invitation? I'm one of the weakest people in gym. Looking at her, she watched Yashimura's cat ear twitch. Because we see ourselves in Yukio. Do you honestly see Midoriya hanging out with a bunch of punk chicks? We would eat him alive. Clenching her hands, Jiro felt nauseous. Was that really it? Nothing evil or cruel, just a clash in style? A nerd hanging out with a bunch of punks is bad for their image? That somehow made her feel worse. If it were something evil she could at least stand up to them. But there really was no way for her to have them both, was there? She had to choose. That's. Yashimura continued her assault. I take it you and Midoriya are close? Spend a lot of time together. Opening her mouth to respond, she paused. And no, we've never hung out after school before. Then I take it you have a lot in common. Staring at the ground, she frowned more. And no, we've never really talked about likes. You must know a lot about him then. Really? Click. He goes to a dojo after school and has an all-night lunchbox sometimes, she weakly answered, desperately reaching for straws. Yashimura paused before huffing. Then what is the problem, Kyo? It doesn't even sound like you guys are friends. What was the problem again? Her and Midoriya never really clicked. They never really had anything in common before. They just stuck up for each other when no one else would. If she starts to hang out with the claws, she wouldn't need Midoriya to stick up for her anymore. Despite all of that, the thought of just up and leaving Midoriya behind made her feel horrible. Maybe it was because she was usually the one being left behind. A memory of a bright-faced Midoriya laughing at something she said crossed her mind. The genuine smile crossing his face as he looked over at her. Him smiling down at her, fire dancing along his fingers like a dance as he caressed her injured knee. The way his green eyes hined, an ember of fire moving along his eyes. Another of him sweaty and panting as he desperately ran past her on the track, constantly pushing to get better. Of her pushing herself to try and keep up with him but unable to, his back constantly out of reach. Something twisted inside of her. An uncomfortable heat hitting her stomach. Regardless of what the others said, she knew the truth. Midoriya was strong, stronger than all of them combined, and he was getting stronger every day. He wore a lot of baggy clothes, but she saw it. She'd have to be crazy not to recognize his growing muscle and how he gradually was getting taller. Panting, she bent over, sweat rolling down her face as Midoriya got farther and farther away. She tried to call after him, but he was too far, disappearing over the horizon. How long until he no longer needs her anymore? How long until she's all alone again? He would be fine on his own, right? He didn't really need her. But she knew deep down she really needed the claws. She had been alone for so long, she couldn't just give up the one group of people that get her. Taking a deep breath, she slowly nodded her head. She knew what she had to do. Green eyes tiredly opened, slowly looking over the living room. Turning, he stared at the TV facing him from across the way, a bizarre mix of images moving across the screen that his half-asleep brain could not seem to process. Blinking a few times, he stared at the flickering TV screen, watching a crazy guy scream about car deals frantically at the viewer. It took him even longer to realize that this wasn't their TV, hell, this wasn't even their house. Sitting up abruptly in a panic, he looked around the room again, this time taking in everything. A hung-up punching bag. A dog bowl half full of dog food. Crayons littered the ground. A handful of beer cans sat at the long dining room table. Half-clean dishes sat in the sink. Oh, I'm still at the kendos. Relaxing at the thought, he let out a tired sigh, sinking back into the couch. Turning towards the extra weight on his side, he saw his mother curled up against him, her hands gripping his shirt for dear life. It was kind of nostalgic. His mother used to do that all of the time when he was younger. Cuddle against him in his bed when he had a bad dream or just a bad day in general. As he stared at her, the memories slowly started to come back to him. That's right. They never left. They were in no condition to go home after what happened, so they just came back here and crashed on the couch. I was supposed to be the one that pulls this no-named dojo out of obscurity. Not you. Frowning, he stared down at his broken hand, a newly applied cast wrapped around it to prevent him from injuring it more. A reminder of how weak he really was. Getting up carefully, he made sure not to wake his mother up. Sliding off of the couch, he arched his back before letting out a grunt. Sleeping on the couch with his mom sounded nice at the time. It being practical, however, was another thing entirely. Turning his head, he could see the faint traces of light peeking out of a door that he knew led into the garage. Heading over to it quietly, he fiddled with the doorknob, not used to using his offhand, before finally getting it open. Heading inside, he closed the door behind him. Wandering farther into the room, the first thing he noticed when he turned were two legs poking out of the bottom of Matsuo Kendo's old work truck. They moved a little as the person under the truck shifted their weight, their back laying against a rolling board as they worked. He knew those legs. Walking up to the truck, he watched her as she worked on the car in silence for a while before eventually knocking against the hood of the car. Jolting, he watched the figure jerk upright, slamming her head against something metal with a clang. He flinched at the noise. That had to hurt. She rubbed at her head before rolling out from under the car. Kendo's angry face peeking out to glare up at him. Smiling back, he couldn't help but laugh slightly at the small bruise on her forehead. A grease smear streaked across her face. "That's not funny," she huffed. Raising a hand to his mouth, he gave her a nod. "Why, you're right. Completely unamusing, Midoriya. It's a little funny," he shot back with a smile. Rolling her eyes at him, she slid up from under the truck to stretch, her outfit covered in a layer of oil and grime. Looking up at her face, he couldn't help but stare at the bandage on her right cheek. He had heard from the paramedics that she needed several stitches and would have permanent scarring because of him. He offered to heal it once already and she simply said don't. "It will just make me cooler." Honestly, he's not sure if that's possible. Raising her arms above her head, she grunted, the tank top rising up to show off more skin. Quickly looking away, Izuku scratched at his chin before talking. "I'm as surprised to see you up so early. I couldn't sleep." Looking away, she shrugged her shoulders. "I always feel better when I have something to do. It's a little relaxing going through the motions, you know? Plus it's good practice for when I get my first motorcycle." He raised his eyebrows at her. "You don't even have a license." "Not yet anyway, but just you wait. One day I'm going to ride all across Japan kicking butt and taking names on a sick motorcycle." Smiling at the thought, she blinked a few times before seeming to remember something. Turning, he watched her head to a trunk, swinging it open to look inside. "Which reminds me, I have a present." A present? Why?" Pulling a few items out of it, she continued to talk. "Well, it was originally going to be your birthday present, but you didn't tell me about it until after it passed like a big jerk." Squinting at her tone, he frowned, rubbing at his arm. Opening his mouth to apologize again, he instead had a wad of leather flung at him. Fumbling slightly, he caught it, staring down at it in his hands. It was a biker jacket with a high collar and wide shoulders. His thumb ran over the rough black leather. Faint traces of green looked to be stitched within the inner lining of the coat. "Pretty cool, huh? Thank my mom. She went a little crazy with the stitching." But that's not even the best part. Looking up at Kendo, he hadn't realized that she had thrown on a matching jacket. Her back turned to him to reveal a bright orange logo, shaped like a clenched fist, stitched into it. Blinking at the sight, he slowly turned his own jacket over, staring at the back of it with surprise. Stitched into the fabric, there was an image of a bird with its wings spread wide. It screamed at the sky with a swath of flames around it. It was the same color as his quirk's fire. "It's a phoenix. Pretty cool, right?" He could tell that she was smiling just off the sound of her voice. If she wanted to leave him speechless, she sure accomplished it. At that moment, Izuku found it hard to speak. Even more so than usual. "Why? Because you always get back up. That's what I like the most about you." It's a little big." Walking up to him, she pat his shoulder. Looking up at her, Izuku was surprised to find that they were the same height. "When did that happen?" "I have a feeling you'll grow into it." Smirking, she shook her head. "Now if you're done catching flies with your open mouth, I think you have a train to catch." Staring at her, he turned to the clock on the wall, his eyes shooting open. Oh God, he's going to be so late. Pulling her into a quick hug, he didn't notice her tense against him before he turned and ran out of the garage. Kendo stood in the middle of the room watching him leave. Crossing her arms, she shook her head with a chuckle, a slight hint of red on her cheeks. Running into the living room, he found his mother already awake. She was staring at the TV. Running past her, he gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before dashing out the door. "Gotta get to class. Love you, bye," he shouted after her, the door slamming behind him. Inko stood, turning to where her son had just run off to, and then back at the TV. On the TV was a scene of fire. A blonde boy struggled against a slime villain as a crowd of people and heroes watched on. Not a single person ran in to help him. Running along on the racetrack, Kyukajiro frowned. She could feel green eyes on her the entire time she has been running, but she chose to ignore them. Ever since her talk with her new friend, she has been actively ignoring Midoriya. She felt terrible for doing it, but she knew it was for the best. The only problem is the nerd seems to not be taking the fucking hint. He would sit down next to her at lunch and she'd move. He'd ask if everything was okay and she wouldn't respond. She'd started to hide from him during break and he would still find her? How could one cute green-haired boy be so clingy? He keeps looking at her with those soft puppy dog eyes and it was driving her crazy. A whistle snapped her from her thoughts. Letting out a small sigh of relief, she dashed into the changing room. Quickly changing out of her PE uniform, she made a mad dash to a class down the hall. Turning the corner, she put her back against the wall to stay out of sight. Her earphone jacks wiggled in an attempt to listen for him. She could hear footsteps a second later, quickly running to the hall before stopping. He didn't move after that. Taking a chance, she peeked around the corner to see Midoriya looking amongst the crowd, his eyes big as his head moved from side to side looking at the growing mass of people in the hall. He was looking for her. Pulling away, she slumped against the wall, sliding down it before curling into a ball. She couldn't hold back the small hiccup that escaped from her mouth as she squinted her eyes, running a hand along her hair. She's not sure how much more of this she could take. The final school bell of the day rang out through the halls. Throwing her hoodie on, she looked out the window. Dark clouds had hung overhead all day, promising rain, filling her with a dull ache that frustrated her. That's just her luck that she hated the sun like crazy, and now that she needed it most it left her. If she's lucky, she won't get caught in it. She felt someone tap her shoulder and she half expected it to be Midoriya. Instead, she turned to see the smiling face of Sango. Smiling back, she gave a nod before following her after the rest of the group. Walking out into the growing cold air, she slid the hoodie up onto her head when she felt the starting remnants of rain pepper against her hair. Her hands kneaded into her jacket pockets as she walked, the rest of the claws walking beside her. They all talked amongst each other, but most of what her friends said went unheard over the beating of her own heart. For whatever reason, she had a bad feeling. The sound of frantic footsteps could be heard from behind her, lightly padding against the concrete before stopping, and she heard a voice she had learned to dread. Jiro. She stopped her step, his fist clenching into fist in her jacket pockets. Why now? Why can't he just let her go? Jiro, please, just talk to me. I don't know what I did to make you so angry. The way he spoke broke her heart. I'm sorry for whatever I did, I didn't mean to. Turning around quickly, she stomped her foot. Just stop, Midoriya. Just stop. The rain had started to come down harder, a rhythmic tone that would normally make her feel at peace. Instead, it was making her feel worse. It came down hard around her and she found it harder and harder to meet his eyes. Rain ran down his face as he stared at her, confusion etched in every crevice. Will you please just leave me alone, Midoriya? For once I can finally fit in somewhere. I don't have to be alone anymore. We never friends, okay? I used you. Why, you don't mean that. You don't get it. You never did. You were the only person lower on the food chain than me, so I hung out with you so I wouldn't feel so alone. She couldn't stand the look he was giving her anymore. Every word she spoke was like a nail in a coffin, the light in his eyes that she cherished so much becoming dimmer. Turning away from him, she continued to walk, her friends following after her. Her final words feeling like the death of an imaginary friendship. I have new friends now. The rain came down hard against the stone-covered concrete as he watched her walk away, her back disappearing amongst a group of other girls. A part of him was relieved for the rain because then no one else would see him cry. Squinting against watery eyes, he panted, cold swathes of water running down his matted hair. He was unable to move, his legs shaking as he stood in the middle of a wave of departing teens. Placing a hand against his aching chest, he let out a small strangled hiccup. Turning, he started to run. He wasn't sure where he was even running to, but wherever he went the footfalls of wet splashes followed him, each step only making his anxiety rise. Why are you muttering to yourself, freak? His ears rung, sound warping and shifting around him, a bizarre mix of being unable to hear and being overstimulated at every sound at the same time. Wide-eyed, he frantically looked around him, shapes moving past him in a blur of colors. Every deep and ragged breath clung to his throat like a wet clump strangled his mouth, leaving small gasps behind. Lights shifted around him making his eyes hurt, but he just kept running, paving a swath into the unknown. Panic attacks were no stranger to Izuku Midoriya. He had many over the years during his time at Aldera, but it's been a long time since he's felt this way. This hopeless and useless. This weak. He ran until his legs started to give in, an aching soreness moving along his knees. Wobbling, his foot caught a slightly protruding brick, tumbling to the ground and rolling. His backpack fell to the ground, finding a spot in a nice wet puddle, opening to shower a handful of notebooks and school supplies upon the cold wet ground. Yet he did not care that his writing was ruined, that weeks of notes had been flung against the elements. Instead, his blurry eyes focused on the jacket laying on the ground. Crawling forward on his knees, he scooped it up into his arms, the stitched leather cold in his hands. Breathing slowly, he tried to stop his pounding heart, trying to focus on the exercises his psychologist taught him. Breathing in as slowly and as deeply as he could through his nose, he let out a breath, then another and another. Counting to 5 in between each breath, he felt the anxiety slowly decrease. Closing his eyes, he muttered softly to himself. These are just symptoms of high anxiety. There is nothing wrong with me. He repeated the phrase a few more times like a mantra until he could no longer feel his heart pounding in his chest. Slowly getting up, he held the jacket to his chest like an anchor in case he tried to fly away again. Standing up on weak knees, he padded over to slowly pick up his scattered stuff. Picking up one of his hero journeys, it was sopping wet, the paper practically falling apart in his hands. Throwing it and some of the other school supplies he could salvage into his bag, he looked around trying to figure out where he was. Walking down a few streets, he stared down at the floor in thought. Yet another friend had turned their back on him. He was starting to pick up on a pattern. Was that all he was? Someone to spend time with him until someone better comes along? In a weird way it made sense. Who would actually want to spend time with him? His gaze was drawn to the bright green logo stitched into the back of the jacket. Beautiful stitching and an amazing image stared back at him like it was mocking him. A part of him believed that he didn't deserve everything given to him. All of the warm hugs, kind looks, and praise was so foreign to him, even if it's almost been a year since then. Looking up, he stared at a broken mirror laying against a wall across the way, the center of it splintered and shattered, warping the image. He stared at the cracked image of himself in the mirror and he found himself frowning. The kendos, his mom, and the psychiatrist would always tell him how strong he was, but he didn't feel strong. He felt as weak as they came, even now. I don't get what the kendos see in you. Just a scrawny little punk that got lucky a few too many times. Kazuki was right, he wasn't strong. He wasn't brave. He was nothing really, and a part of him worried how long it would take for the others to realize that. How long could Kendo worry about him before she gets tired of it? Tired of him? Light drifted in from the corner of his eye, drawing him to it. Shining from a TV screen through a glass window of a convenience store was the image of All Might. Wandering closer, he looked it over. The screen was playing a commercial he had seen way too many times. All Might's big encouraging smile felt like a center of warmth in a harsh world. Reaching forward, he slid his cast-covered hand along the wet glass, speaks of light shining through plaster and fiberglass. All Might never cried. Even in the darkest of times he stood like a smiling beacon. His light a challenge to those who hid in the darkness and a comfort to those who found safety in the light. All Might was the strongest of all of them. Staring at the scene of All Might with his trademark smile, he squinted his face, forcing a smile on his face before losing it. He just needed to get stronger, like All Might. Kendo was worried. She paced back and forth, a grove forming on the carpet from how many times she's walked over it already. Midoriya hadn't shown up to the dojo today and no one has heard from him for a couple hours. It was so unlike him to be late to anything. She had yet to tell his mother in a hope that she was worrying over nothing. Inko was a sweet woman, but she wasn't sure if that woman could survive another heart attack. Clenching her fist, she let out a frustrated huff. It was probably that school again. Leave it to Midoriya to leave a horrible toxic environment just to bounce right into another. Sometimes she worries that Izuku has a secret second quirk, one that draws trouble to him like a magnet. Unclenching her hand, she sighed. There was no point in worrying so much. If she doesn't hear from him in a couple hours, she'll let the proper people know. Walking down the steps of her room, she peeked into the quiet living room, thinking about working on something in the garage, but thought against it. She gets too distracted doing that. Heading down a couple more stairs, she paused at a sound. It was faint, but it was the sound of smacking. Following the sound, she stopped at the door leading into the dojo, leaning against it for a second. Someone was hitting the punching bag. Relief hit her almost instantly. Letting out a tired sigh, she placed a hand against her chest. Sounds like Midoriya was working out late again. He must be making up for lost time earlier. Kendo felt a little conflicted. She half wanted to go in there and scold him for making her worry, but another part of her just wanted to go in there and hug him. My dad is right, maybe I do coddle him too much. Swinging the doors open, she walked inside, turning a corner before walking onto the hardwood floor of the dojo. Straight ahead of her, Midoriya was hitting the punching bag, each blow shaking it from the strikes. He really was going to town on that thing. Opening her mouth to scold him for not wrapping his knuckles again, she paused, her gaze flickering to his perfectly wrapped fist as they hit the bag. You would think that she would feel relieved that Midoriya was finally listening to her suggestions, but instead she felt a wave of something else. Something was off about the air around him, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Standing there, she shifted her weight uncomfortably before raising a hand and coughing into it. Hey Midoriya, I noticed that you didn't show up to class today. Kendo couldn't help but tense a little when Midoriya slowly turned to face her. Turning towards her, he gave her a smile and a nod. Oh, sorry about that, Kendo. I got a little distracted at school, you know how that goes. There was something off about his smile. She had known Izuku Midoriya for almost a year now, and this smile was different. It wasn't the bright smile he usually gave when he was talking about heroes or quirks. He didn't look at her with that gentle shine that made her heart skip a beat sometimes. Instead, this smile, while nice, was thinner, more guarded. It didn't give off the same comfort as his usual smile, and the smile didn't seem to meet his eyes. It was like looking through a mask. Blinking, she frowned a little as she looked him over. Is everything okay, Midoriya? He stared back, blinking a few times at her, confused before giving her that same smile. Everything is fine, Kendo. I guess I'm just feeling a little tired. Turning, she watched him started to head for the door. Even though they were in the same room, she suddenly felt like they were miles away from each other. I should probably start heading home. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, Midoriya. It came off more as a question than a statement. Walking towards the door, he turned towards her before smiling. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Closing the door behind him, she stared at the door, worry nipping at her lip. He didn't stutter at all during the conversation. Kendo had always prided herself on being a good judge of character. She never had a problem reading a person's true intentions before, and she sure as hell wasn't afraid of letting people know how she really felt, but that, for whatever reason, she could not get a single read on Midoriya. She had no idea what he was thinking or how he was feeling, and that worried her. Shaking her head, she ran a hand along her ponytail. She was being crazy, right? Maybe he was just having an off day. She's sure he'll go back to normal by tomorrow, right? The grass crunched under his feet as he ran. Commotion could be heard behind him as Izuku Midoriya pushed a low tree branch out of the way, practically smacking himself in the face with it on the rebound. He was young, had to be at least 9 or 10. Shaking his head, his big bush of green hair swayed to and fro, leaves falling out of it as he ran, a few stray sticks poking out of it. Stumbling a little, he quickly caught himself, only staggering for a second before he continues his mad dash. The sound of multiple boys shouting could be heard gradually getting louder. Where did he go? He's so fast for someone so short. I think he went this way. Ignoring the shouts, he ran under a tree, zipping from spot to spot to avoid being spotted. He was almost home, only a few more blocks now and he was home free. Turning a corner around a bush, he found himself running straight into an arm, knocking him to the ground. Staring up at the blue sky, 2 arms of a bigger boy wrapped around him, pulling him to his feet and holding him still against his chest. Izuku tried to kick his tiny feet in a vain attempt to get free of the boy's hold, but to no avail. The sound of multiple footsteps got closer and closer until the tree's branches before him parted, Kaken marching through it with a big stick he found walking around the little park they used to play at. Behind him, a group of other boys following quickly behind him. Every once in a while he would swing it down on a low branch or random bush to show his dominance as he walked. Gotcha, Deku. He smugly chuckled at him. Let me go, Kaken. Not until you learn your place. Shaking his head, Izuku could feel tears start to form in his eyes. I didn't do anything. Oh no, spoke one of the other boys. Walking forward from the group, he smirked. In his hands was a notebook, his notebook. What's this then? Hey. Gee, give that back. Ignoring his cries, the boy tossed it to Kaken, which he easily caught before looking down at it with a frown. Opening it, he turned a few pages before frowning even more. Izuku could tell that he was getting angrier after every paragraph he read. Hero notes for the future 5. Kaken angrily muttered to himself before tossing it to the ground. Raising a foot, he brought it down on the flimsy notebook, grinding it into the dirt with her heel. You're still trying to be a hero. Kaken, it's not what it looks like. It looks like you're not listening to me. Again, he involuntarily flinched at his shout before shaking his head quickly. Izuku tried desperately to think of an excuse. And no, I wasn't. I was. The entire time he was talking, Kaken was staring at the ground. Turning his head in thought, he growled. Let him go, Jumbo. I can deal with him. The boy immediately let him go, Izuku falling to his knees from the force. Getting up slowly, Izuku looked up to see that the other boys were now standing in a circle, Kaken walking closer to him. Kaken, please, how many times do I have to tell you you can't be a hero until you get it through your thick skull? Cracking his fist, Kaken frowned. Whatever, I don't even need a quirk to show you your place. Taking some steps back, Izuku raised his hand, green embers moving along his fingers. Stay back. They paused for a split second before the circle of boys laughed at the display, their voices coming from all around him. What are you going to do with that, Deku? Heal my cavities. Raised his arms in a poorly made guard, Kaken's fist hit him clean in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. That was the first time he was ever hit, and boy did it sting. Crumbling to the ground, Izuku coughed, throat burning, stomach aching. Curling up into a ball, tears ran down his face. More laughter rang out around them. That's it? One hit and you crumble? You're pathetic, Deku. Grabbing him by the hair, he forced him to look up at his red burning eyes. Let me say this again. All you will ever be is support for the people that really matter. That's all you can ever be. Letting his head go, he stood back up. Earning, he continued his march. The other boys smirking at him before turning to follow after him. Midoriya. But don't let it get to you too much. Every hero needs his fans. Who knows, maybe one day you'll have the honor of healing my wounds. Midoriya. Just hang in there. You'll make a cute nurse one day. Midoriya. Midoriya, are you even listening to me? Opening his eyes, he jerked his head, looking around the train in a hazy gaze. Eyes flickered over the packed train of young adults. The first thing he immediately picked up on was that a good chunk of them were watching him, annoyance evident in their eyes. Looking from person to person, however, he could see it wasn't all of them. A few of them looked amused, however, one girl in the crowd staring back at him and giggling softly when he turned to her. Running a hand down along his face, he wiped some drool from his lip before turning to his right to find the source of the voice and his best friend Itsuka Kendo. The seats bouncing in a slow hypnotic motion that he found almost peaceful, probably why he fell asleep, or he was just tired from training too hard. Letting out a yawn, Izuku Midoriya sat up a little, raising his arms in the air to give a big stretch. He was older, dressed in his high school's black uniform, a uniform that he had to have replaced multiple times because he kept outgrowing them. Normally buttoned up, his was opened, a green t-shirt peeking from underneath. Rolled-up sleeves revealed thick, strong-looking arms, faint scars tracing along his right hand. Thick curly green hair up top and a buzzed undercut beneath. Just a dream. I haven't thought of that in a long time. Looking out the window of the train, he watched the skyline of buildings zip past, a moving horizon where the recent rising sun had just started to change the color of the sky to a beautiful blue. The morning sun shone against his face, making him squint. Looking back at Kendo, he stared. She was wearing a different school uniform, her orange hair tied up into a long ponytail swaying lightly in the wind. A long jagged scar ran along her cheek, her arms crossed as she lightly tapped her foot. Whatever he missed made her angry, better fix it. Giving her an easy smile, he nodded. Yes, I was drinking in every word you said. Raising an eyebrow at him, she continued to frown, her hands going to her sides. Oh really? What was I saying then? Okay, if he was honest, he wasn't listening at all. He was too busy thinking about stuff. Shrugging, he let out a sigh as he ran his fingers through the top fluff of his green hair. You were talking about how awesome you are, and to tell me to eat my veggies. Almost instantly he winced when he felt the familiar feeling of her fist hitting his shoulder, not super hard but just hard enough to hurt. A couple chuckles could be heard around them as he rubbed it. Like, I need to tell you that, I'm the coolest person you know. Jabbing a thumb at herself, she smiled before thinking for a second. Her eyebrows raised in thought before looking back at him. Okay fine, I'll just ask. What's wrong? The mask didn't move, his head tilting slightly. What makes you think something is wrong? Letting out a scoff, she rolled her eyes before gesturing to him. Because it's you. You may pretend to be all tough and strong now, but you forget, I grew up with you. I know you're still that stuttering, anxious crybaby deep down. Okay, ouch, that was a little harsh, even if it's a little true. He could never completely fool her, huh? No matter how much he tried to play it off, she always worried about him. That's just the kind of person Kendo is, he guessed. Sighing, he sagged a little in his seat before shrugging his shoulders casually. He made sure not to meet her eyes. I'm just feeling a little nervous. Happy now. Always, it honestly feels great to be the one that constantly wins. You should try it sometime. Huffing, he waved her away with his arm before turning to stare out the window again, watching the ITY fly by. To think it's been 3 years since he met Kendo. Just trying to think back on everything that happened within that time made his head want to spin. His mom suing Aldera into the ground. The big juicy settlement. Him transferring districts and being flung into a new school just to still get bullied. Signing up for karate classes. Meeting Kendo and practically getting adopted into a family of very protective gingers. All of the hardships in between, who would have guessed it all would lead to this. Taking a train to UA for their entrance exam with his best friend. How time flies. Snapping out of his thought process, he felt Kendo pat his shoulder, slowly turning to look at her. Don't sweat it too much, big guy, she said in a more gentle tone. We've trained forever for this, all we can do now is go out there and kick ass. Looking over at her, he could feel a small genuine smile peek from behind the mask. Yeah, you're always right. I know. She smiled back at him, raising her closed fist out to him. Now what do you say, rivals? Returning the smile, he leaned forward, tapping her fist with his own. Yeah, rivals. The rest of the train ride to UA was pretty peaceful, all things considered. Him and Kendo mostly quizzed each other on a few topics for the written part of the test to pass the time before devolving into other conversations. She was currently excitedly talking about the junker motorcycle she found at the dump and was ranting about how she was going to turn it into the coolest bike ever when he felt the train lurch to a stop. He could practically feel the nervousness in the air as everyone got up one at a time and formed a big line to get off. A wave of other students participating in the entrance exam flowing out in droves. Letting out a breath, he closed his eyes, his hand gripping the seat rest tightly before letting it go. This was it. Now or never. Stepping off of the train, he looked up at the massive campus. The main building, a sheer monolith practically blocking out the sun. He remembered reading once that the main building of UA consisting of 4 long towers with bridges connecting the 4 of them together in the shape of a giant H. The rest of the campus consisted of smaller buildings scattered all around that were mostly used for separate classes and dorms. A long high wall stretching completely around the campus like the gate to a castle. From what he heard, the protection system was one of the finest in the world. He had seen what UA looked like on TV since he was a child, but even then he had no idea how big it truly was, how awe-encompassing it was. Pictures simply did not do it justice. He couldn't even imagine how much money something like this would cost. Following the large crowd down and off the train, he gripped his day pass tightly to his chest as he walked through the gate, a soft ping sound ringing out followed by a green light telling him he was good to enter. Turning a corner with Kendo in tow, he was a little surprised to find the place was already packed full of people. The train they were on was packed, but there was even more people inside the campus. Groups of young adults from all walks of life talking amongst themselves and wandering about. It was a little intimidating. So many people and only a few actually allowed into the hero course. Feeling Kendo brush her shoulder against him, she kept walking. Looking over her shoulder for a second, she raised her eyebrows at him before disappearing into the crowd of people. Yeah, she has the right idea. No point in psyching himself out. With a shake of his head and a double palm slap to his cheeks, he followed after her, walking past some people and further onto the campus. Kendo's bright orange hair stuck out like a sore thumb in the massive group of people, making it easy to follow her. A plus to being on the taller side of things. Muttering excuse mess as he went, he waded into the crowd, trying to be as polite as he could as he walked past. Placing a hand on a woman's shoulders, he gently smiled down at her before easing her out of the way, unaware of her blushing face as he moved past. Moving across a wave of students, he was unaware of a familiar group of eyes watching him from afar. A handful of girls stopping their conversation to stare. The group of punk rock girls wore all black spiky vests and were adorned with all kinds of buttons and patches. They looked so different than any other person that were in their high school's uniform. Leaning against the railing to the stairs on an upper floor, Yashimura took in the sight of Midoriya, her tail swishing softly behind her. Her voice was like a soothing purr as she spoke. Oh my, is that Midoriya? He was here? Now. Sitting up quickly, Jiro put everything in her not to quickly look at where Yashimura was looking. Instead, she lazily turned her head, her eyes immediately zeroing in on his green hair. He looked so different now, taller and really strong looking, yet radiated an aura of confidence and kindness even from here. Next to her, Yashimura let out a small giggle as she tapped her long finger against her mouth. I know, right? Bouncing up next to her, Sango took in the sight of him as well, her short bright blue hair constantly moving like it was in the wind. She watched him for a few minutes before letting out a sigh, flopping down next to Jiro to place her head in her lap. Waving her arms around, she puffed out her cheeks. I tried to flirt with him a few days ago and all he said was sorry I don't spend time with bullies, but he didn't look like that before. It's not fair. It sounds like she got off easy, all things considered. Letting out a whistle, Shika placed two hands on her hips. Ha! Who knew the little guy had it in him? She knew. Leaning in, she lightly elbowing Jiro's side. Kill girl, you used to be his friend before hanging out with us. Be a gal pal and put a good word in. I'm sure he misses you. Looking over Midoriya's disappearing frame, she felt a wave of sadness come over her before shaking her head. Getting up from her spot, she started to head farther into the campus, her arms raising to rub at her neck. Sorry girls, I'm pretty sure I'm in the same boat as the rest of you. The sounds of disappointed boos from her girlfriends could be heard behind her as they followed after. Unable to see the depressed look in Jiro's eyes. Finally catching up to Kendo, she smiled up at him for a second before looking back at one of the many UA maps that looked to be spread out about the campus grounds. Her eyes flickered across the screen before frowning. Looks like they're separating us based on school. Raising a finger, she poked at where she was supposed to go before pointing to his school's meetup location. Our meetup points are on opposite sides of the auditorium. Guess they plan on filing us in from different sides of the building to avoid overcrowding. Looking up at the map, he frowned slightly before nodding. Made sense. He was hoping to spend a little more time with Kendo, especially since she was helping to keep his anxiety in check, but splitting up looked to be unavoidable. Looking back down at her, he was a little surprised to see that she was looking up at him like she could read his mind. You gonna be okay, me? You should worry about yourself. I hear the written test is pretty hard this year, especially the math part. He smirked as she went rigged for a second before letting out a huff. Shut up. I'm great at math. Looking away, she started to head off towards her group before turning to face him one last time. See you on the other side. Raising a hand, he gave her a small wave as he watched her orange hair disappear amongst the waves of other classes. Lowering it slowly, he sighed. Great. Turning to head where he was supposed to go, he tried to hide his shaking hands in his pockets. He hates to admit it, but stress was building way higher than he originally thought. He couldn't help but feel that people were staring at him wherever he went. Looking over his shoulder, a couple people that he walked past quickly looked away to avoid eye contact. Did he look that out of place? So lost in his own thoughts, Izuku wasn't looking where he was walking straight into another potential classmate, both of them stumbling for a second before righting themselves. Izuku was so used to looking down, he was surprised to find someone just as tall as he was. Staring back at him, surprised through a pair of glasses, was a young adult about his age. He was broad, cleanly cut blue hair parted to reveal strong-looking blue eyes. Oh, my bad. Are you okay? The blue-haired man stared at him for a second before raising a hand to cough into it. Yes, I am all right. My apologies, I came early today in hopes to beat the crowd, but I'm afraid I did not succeed. I am in a bit of a hurry to make it to my designated entry point. Talk about uptight. I get it, I'm kind of in the same boat. Sorry again for running into you. This is not a boat? It is a campus. What? The blue-haired man paused for a second before blushing slightly. I apologize. My brother always says it is best to break the ice with a joke. I may be a little nervous. Blinking a few times at the odd man, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. That's alright, I think everyone is a little nervous right now. Reaching a hand out, he smiled. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Firmly taking his hand, he shook it with a smile of his own. Tinya Itza. It has been a pleasure Midoriya, but I must hurry to my spot post haste. Hopefully I will see you in there. Turning Izuku quickly power walked off, leaving Izuku alone again. And don't forget to button up your school uniform. First impressions are important. He weirdly felt a little better. Shaking his head, he turned to head back into the crowd to fight his way to his spot. Kendo would probably get a kick out of that guy. Leaving the test room, Kyukajiro found herself funneled into another room down the hall. Signing a stack of papers in form, she was handed a piece of paper and then ushered into a seat with the rest of her school. The second auditorium was just as massive. Seats lining along the room in the hundreds. Walking past a few people she saw around school, she stopped at her designated seat before turning to stare at the person sitting next to her. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? It had been a long time since she's seen him. The last time was through squinting blurry tears in the rain. Looking back at her with a smile, he looked surprised for a second before smiling again. The smile looked different than she was used to, more strained. Something twisted in her gut. Despite all of her avoidance and all of her efforts, Izuku Midoriya stared back at her with his bright green eyes yet again. They stared at each other for a long moment. She so desperately wanted to say anything to him, but instead her mouth refused to move. What do you even say? Sorry I abandoned you, I'm a terrible person? Hey, good to see you again. How's back after I stabbed it? Man, you're kind of hot now? She could pretend like it never happened, like the 2 years of them not speaking was for no reason, but she knew that wouldn't work. She could beg on her hands and knees for forgiveness in front of all of these people? No, she was too big of a coward to do that. Before she could think about what to say, Midoriya spoke first, giving her that same smile and a nod before looking back to the stage. Hello Jiro, good to see you. This entire time she was so worried about seeing him again, about how he would yell at her and scream about how horrible a person she was. But what just happened was somehow worse than him yelling. This entire time she was so worried about how badly he would act if he ever saw her again. She never once considered what she would do if he didn't yell or scream at all. If instead he just met her with cold indifference. The written part of the test wasn't too bad, honestly. He was feeling anxious before the test and he had hit some snags here or there, but overall the questions weren't terrible. He had been good at math his entire life and science was a memory thing more than anything. Izuku was so excited to see that Ectoplasm was holding the test this year he was half tempted to ask for an autograph, but he decided against it. The bus he and a group of other students sat on rolled down the road. An uncomfortable silence hung over everyone's heads as they took the long drive to the testing site. President Mike said it would only take about 15 to 30 minutes, but the drive felt much longer than that. Rubbing a hand along his scarred hand, he felt his anxiety spike with every bump in the road. Slow, deep breaths. Think about the situation strategically and don't dwell on the what-ifs. Fighting robots, because of course their test was fighting robots. The test couldn't have been something more physically possible for him, huh? He was unsure how well he would even do against big chunks of metal. It's not like his quirk could help him in a fight. And then there was the whole thing about a mysterious secret robot that wasn't worth any points, because he clearly didn't have enough to worry about. Pulling up to a stop, the bus's sliding doors opened. Izuku found himself getting off of the bus and following the rest of the participants to a section with their number written on it, a long white line painted in the dirt a distance away from a massive door that he assumed was their entrance. Walking to the front, he towed the white line, his gaze flickering over the setup. Over the big wall he could see the tips of buildings that kind of reminded him of a construction site. From his research, most villain activity was within city lines. Dark alleyways and branching halls made it easy to sneak around from prying eyes. His best guess was this was their way of replicating that. Getting down into a wide fighting stance, he punched forward. His uniform swished with a rippling sound, his left arm going to his hip before punching forward again. Swinging his opposite arm forward, the sleeve to his arm shifted with a crack. Each punch was an attempt to knock his anxieties away. It was something he learned at the Kendo's dojo. Doing katas helped him resurface himself, be more calm under high stress. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes before standing up straight again, his fist cocked and held at his sides. Opening his right hand, he stared down at it, the rough callus and net of twisting scars staring back at him. How was he supposed to tear apart robots with his bare hands? Frowning, he felt the anxiety start to come back in full force. This was crazy. Deep down he knew he couldn't do this. Maybe he could sneak away and just lie, saying he got lost or something along the way. The flash of a memory came to him. Kendo was younger, her face bruised and her clothes dirty. Smiling big at him, he saw that blood flowed down from an open wound on her cheek. With shaking knees she stood up, raising her bleeding hand out to him curled into a fist. We may not be amazing now, but together, you and I can become the best heroes this world had ever seen. Reaching a clenched fist forward, he thrust it forward like he was fist bumping a memory. Opening his eyes flashed a bright green, a spark of green fire flashing from his mouth for a mere second. No, he wasn't going to just give up. What was he doing? He was a Midoriya, damn it. There are two things Midoriyas are known for in this world, and that is crying way too much and never giving up. He thought of his mom, the smiling Kendo family, his sensei, Itsuka. Marching forward to the line painted on the ground, he unbuttoned his uniform, the two ends billowing in the wind as he punched his hand. Not only is his mom cheering him on, but he made a promise to Kendo. He had something to fight for. Time to prove everyone wrong. Present Mick's voice could be heard deafening the tense silence. And begin. Everyone looked amongst each other confused, head shooting up and looking around before looking up at the sky. Izuku blinked a few times before turning around to stare up at the announcement tower a bit away. Wait, what? That was very weirdly timed. Why's everyone just standing around staring at the sky like a bunch of turkeys? Present Mike shouted back down at them. That means go. You don't get countdowns in real life. Go go go. Whipping his head around to the big doors, he was surprised to find that the door was already opened. A handful of other students already running through the gate in a frenzied blitz. People ran past him in an attempt to join the moving crowd. Taking one final deep breath, Izuku got down into a runner stance, muttered something under his breath and bolted into the growing chaos. Izuku may not have a powerful flashy quirk like the rest of the people taking the test, but he learned fairly quickly that he had something the others didn't. He was physically fit. After he was left behind by the rest of the class, he was a little worried that he would not be able to catch up to them, but was surprised to find that passing them was pretty easy. Being one of the last people and made it easier to avoid being corralled into the crowd all rushing the big doors at once. Zipping past a bunch of other contestants, he noticed that a good chunk of them were already out of breath, like most of them were not used to running at all. Running past a flying laser, he noticed a one-pointer off by the side. Running full speed at the smaller robot, he flung all of his weight into it, toppling it over onto its side before climbing onto it and slamming his elbow into its face. Watching the neck snap upward, it twitched a little before it stopped moving. Not dwelling on the excitement that he got a point, he rolled off of the robot before diving back into the fray. Ducking under a rocket, he dived down a branching alleyway out of the way of the big fight going on in the middle of the street, instead deciding to go pick off stragglers. He may be stronger than some of them, but even he couldn't outperform a student that can make sound waves or shoot lasers in terms of power. The sounds of battle echoed around him as he ran, explosions going off left and right off in the distance. Every loud explosion was putting him on edge, his body jerking after every big bang. Guess I have some leftover trauma with the whole Bakugo thing, huh? Shaking it off as best as he could, he pushed his advance through the alleyway, spotting a second one-pointer running down a hallway. It didn't look like it saw him. Jumping onto the back of it, he wrapped a forearm around its neck, wrenching it to the side before pulling it to the ground. The single wheel spun in place in a desperate attempt to free itself, but to no prevail. Crashing his fist into it over and over, he didn't stop hitting it until it stopped moving. Letting the limp body go, he panted, running a hand along his sweaty face. That was only 2 points and he was already a little out of breath. This may be a problem. Rolling backwards against the blow, his back hit the wall, his hand clutching his chest. What the hell? That really hurt. Who the hell programmed these things to be so ruthless? Not finding a chance to breathe, he ducked under a second strike from its massive tail. Raising his fist, it collided with cold harsh metal, his teeth gritting from the punch. Reeling back, he hit it again, the metal bending under his fist this time before caving in. The massive frame of the two-pointer collapsing into a pile of scraps before him. Panting, he looked down at his bleeding knuckles. That was only the 15th robot. He could take on the one-pointers fairly easily, but the two-pointers and three-pointers were a completely different story. The difference in size between the three types were crazy. Three-pointers were basically tanks. He could hear numbers being shouted all around him, and they were way bigger than that. This wasn't working. He didn't seem to have time to process that information before another, much bigger three-pointer came out of an alleyway, barreling at him like a bat out of hell. He was unable to avoid the screeching metal death trap, feeling it clipping against his shoulder before being flung back against another wall, knocking a trash can over in the process. Sitting up slowly, he winced at a sharp pain in his shoulder. Looking up, he saw the three-pointer start to back up slowly, turning to face him again. Oh, common. Grabbing at the trash can, Izuku desperately flung it at the machine, covering its three eyes for a second. Turning, he started to run, bolting as fast as he could towards an incoming wall. The sound of metal screeching behind him told him it was getting close again. He could practically feel the tips of metal of the grill poking at his back. Sweat ran down his face as he ran. Leaping at the wall, he took a few steps up it before diving back over the massive tank-like monster. Landing back onto his feet, he wobbled slightly, falling to one knee, watching as it ran face first into the wall, the brick wall cracking under the force. Not giving it a chance to back up, he ran up the back of it, climbing down to its face. Raising a fist, he slammed it against one of the three red eyes on the massive machine, the glass of the eye cracking under each blow. After the fourth hit, the glass shattered, the red eyes going dim before collapsing on the ground. Letting out a harsh cough, Izuku Midoriya slowly crawled off of the robot, rolling his shoulder before wincing. That little stunt really messed up his shoulder. Great. Leaning against the wall for support, he walked down the alleyway. Following the sounds of destruction, he wandered back into the street, his hand holding his injured shoulder. Standing in the entrance of the alleyway, he could see a bunch of other examines destroying robots like they were nothing. A massive hairy beast tore through one pointers with his bare hands. Grabbing one by the waist, he lifted it into the air before taking hold of its head and wrenching it from its body with a loud roar. Running past him, he watched Izuku from early spin and slice a robot in half with his engine-like legs, not even bothering to look behind him as he ran on. A blonde-haired man shot lasers out of a belt on his waist, ripping through a two-pointer like it was nothing. God, he was an idiot for thinking he could pull this off, wasn't he? Of course, the most sought-after school in the country was going to weed out the weak ones. All of those years of training, and it still didn't match the power of a QUIRK. Watching a pink girl throw acid at a three-pointer's eyes blinding it, he wondered what it felt like to be born with such a power. Being able to blow away a robot with a laser or be able to run fast and kick a robot in half. Watching some of the other contestants destroy robots like they were no big deal, all he could really do was let out a harsh self-deprecating laugh. I wonder what Kendo would say right now if she saw how pathetic I looked. Boom, the ground shook beneath him, his legs shaking in a vain attempt to stay up before falling to his knees. Gazing around, he saw that everyone else was doing the same, a panic look in their eyes as they tried to figure out what was going on. What the hell was that? Almost like it was answering his question, the ground shook again. A series of bangs getting louder and louder as it got closer. Placing his hand on a nearby wall, he pulled himself to his feet, leaning against the wall for support. Turning the corner, he saw it. His gaze starting at the wheel before looking up and up and up again. A massive behemoth of a robot, its lumbering frame crushing the street as it went. The concrete cracking under the sheer weight of the thing. Smoke of destroyed debris covered the bottom of the robot like a smokescreen. Raising a massive fist, Izuku watched in horror as the thing punched a hole in a building. The ground shook, the building falling apart under its own weight. What the hell? Izuku's heart skipped a beat at the sight. The thing was massive. As big as a building. Staring up at it, people ran past him, attempting to get as far away from it as possible. Others seemed to dive down alleyways in a frantic move for more points. What the hell was he doing? This was insane. There's no way that he could do anything against something like that. Watching it in odd terror, it turned a corner before destroying a second building. Driving through the remains of the building as if it were just a speed bump, it started to head down a street, not even seeming to care about the ant-sized people taking the test. This thing was going to kill someone. Fear ran down his body, a feeling of fight or flight coursing through his veins. Flight 1. That is, until he saw her. Turning to run from the monstrous machine, a hint of brown caught his eye. A brunette woman face down on the street with a massive slab of rock on top of her. She didn't even make a sound. Her body limp and unmoving amongst the chaos of the battlefield. She just laid there unconscious, a small pool of red forming around her head. He froze, his eyes unable to leave her unmoving body. Time could have stopped or slowed around him for a solid minute and he would not have noticed. Shouts and screams erupted around him, yet he did not move. All of the sound drowning out and only leaving the noise of the beating of his own heart. The machine was heading in her direction. Maybe it didn't see her, or maybe it just didn't care. His heart continued to race at the sight, his good arm clenching. He only really noticed he was walking towards it when a person's shoulder checked him running past. What the hell was he doing? There was a reason he wanted to be a hero. Making a mad dash into the fray, he stumbled into the smoke. Sliding to a halt at the unconscious girl, he bent down, gripping under the large slab of rock. Closing his eyes, his muscles tensed under the strain, his bad shoulder flaring up from the exertion. Letting it go, he groaned, his hand rubbing at her bad shoulder. Shit, again. Trying to lift it a second time seemed to do just as little. He was too hurt right now. Not strong enough. If he still had his good shoulder, he might be able to move this on his own. Turning to look around, he frantically looked for someone to help. His green eyes stopping at a familiar blue-haired man with glasses. Izuku was just staring. He was obviously shell-shocked. His eyes hazed over and wide. IIDA. Don't just stand there. Help me lift this. Izuku screamed at him, panic in his voice. That seemed to snap him out of it. The man shook his head before looking over at him, nodding. His voice was loud as he weirdly enough saluted him. All right. Running towards him, he settled next to Izuku, his hands going under the other side. The 0-pointer was way too close for his liking. The ground rattled as it got closer and closer. A rumbling so strong that it was shaking his bones. With a third heave, he felt the rock move, if only a little. Yes, common, almost there. Screaming under the pain, he tried a fourth time, pain rocketing through his shoulder. The shadow towering over them stretched as it got closer, encompassing them in an overcast of dread. Staring at the ground, he could see the stretching shadow getting closer and closer. So this was it, huh? Dying under a giant robot trying to save a girl? Honestly, he could think of worse ways to go out. Maybe life really does flash before your eyes right before you die, or maybe one of those blows gave him a concussion. But he thought about the past again. A guidance counselor giving him that look when he said he wanted to be a hero. The teacher shaking his head before sliding him a job pamphlet for being a nurse. The angry tear-covered eyes of Kyuka as she spun around to glare at him. A group of girls watching them with amused looks on their faces. A single, lone shot of Bakugo when they were still friends. Turning towards him he smiled, showing off that he just lost a single tooth. Eyes shooting open he channeled all of that anger. All of that pain. And he screamed. His knees buckling as he strained to lift it. Tears prickling at his eyes. If this really was the end, he was going to go out the same way he came in. Kicking and screaming. God damn it. The rock moved, shifting and lifting under his grasp just to fall back down again. He really thought that was the end for him, dying surrounded by strangers trying to do something everyone told him he couldn't. Well, if he did go out he's kind of glad he went out trying. Closing his eyes he accepted his fate. The sound of footsteps running not away but towards them. Snapping his eyes open he turned just in time to watch a red spiky-haired man run past. Red lightning covered his body as he knelt down and leapt into the air, soaring past him at an insane speed. His green hair shook with the force of his leap, wind parting around them. Reeling a fist back the mysterious man destroyed the zero-pointer with a single punch. The head of the robot coming clean off, pieces of it shooting off of its body. Chunks of robot fell around them as the zero-pointer toppled backwards with an earth-shaking bang. The red-haired man falling from the sky and collapsing in the horizon. Oh God, he hoped he was okay. Over the intercoms a buzzer went off. The few remaining robots immediately stopping in place before shutting down. Guess that's it for the test. Turning in time he watched a third guy with crazy purple hair run up. His tired eyes stared at him before leaning down and wordlessly helping them lift. With a third person they were finally able to get the rock off of her, sliding her out into the open. Izuku immediately checked her palm for a pulse, relieved to find that she still had one. It was there, just really faint. Channeling the medic classes he took a year ago he checked her over. It looks like she for the most part has a messed up ankle, hip, and the back of her head is split open. Is she dead? Grumbled the purple man, his eyes looking her over. Bite your tongue. There is no way such a prestigious school such as UA would allow someone to die on their grounds. We need to get her to a hospital tent. I saw them on the way in, they should surely help us. Bellowed Tinya Itza, turning to shout at the tired man only for the tired man to stare back at him unblinking. I don't know, we did sign waivers on the way in. Tuning their argument out he sighed, the faded sound of their voices bickering behind him. Looking down at his hand he closed his eyes. Focusing on the warmth coursing through his body he focused it down to his closed hand, imagining the flame. Opening his hand with a pop, a jade flame sparking across it before covering his hand. Not turning around he reached his hand forward as he spoke, the other two staring at him with wide-eyed stares. There's no need, I've got it. Running his burning hand over her ankle he took a deep breath. Focusing on the static coursing through her he took hold of it and pulled it towards him, absorbing it into himself. Sliding his hand farther up his flaming fingers danced along her hip caressing it for a second to do the same thing before moving up again. Sitting her up slowly he leaned in close, his head pressing against hers as his hand went over the injury at the back of her head. One deep breath and he pulled the hand away, revealing the injury completely healed. Speaking the words like a mantra he whispered it to her. It's going to be okay, because I am here. It's safe to say that Okako Uraraka was not having a good day. Leaving her folks over a month ago to move to the big city was probably one of the hardest things she had ever done. There was a lot of crying during their goodbyes but they told her repeatedly how proud of her they were. It hurt, it was painful, but she knew it was for the best. The sooner she becomes an amazing hero the sooner she could go home and save her family from back-breaking labor after all. Heading into town she was thinking about all of the things she was going to shower her family with when she came across her first road bump on her journey. The place her parents rented out for her was not the best. Sure it was close to UA and sure it also had a kinda comfy bed but it was so small. No kitchen in sight and a small closet for bathroom. The bathroom didn't even have a light? She's never been super picky about what her parents could afford but even she was a little put off from the whole thing. But that's fine, right? Just gives her more of a reason to succeed. All she had to do was get into the hero course and she would be able to live on campus rent-free. Then came the second road bump. She had no idea so many people were shooting for UA. Staring at the massive crowd of people made her stomach twist and jump around like a dog doing tricks. She had never seen so many people in her life. Was half of Japan trying to get into UA's hero course? Channeling all of her courage she could muster she pushed onto the campus grounds and joined the wave of hero hopefuls. She put all of her late nights studying to good use, challenging every test with all of the attitude and spunk of a country girl. All that was left was the physical test. Beat up a bunch of robots, go home and eat celebratory mochi. Easy, right? Then here comes big road bump number 3. And she does mean big. A massive robot the size of which she has never seen. It's no wonder President Mike said to leave it alone. But sadly with giant robots there also came giant chunks of rock. The last thing Uraraka saw was the giant robot punching a building and then, darkness. Was that it then? One mistake and she ended up dead? That hardly seemed fair, but she supposes life was never fair for her. From the darkness she saw a flickering flame. A green light in the distance, a small drop of warmth in a very cold world. She felt a wave of pain against the back of her head, a throbbing kind of hurt that made her toes want to curl, and then, nothing. A numbing sensation that slowly gave way to a light that seemed to get brighter and brighter. The last thing she heard was a gentle voice that put her at peace. "It's going to be okay, because I am here." Eyes flickering open, her hazy mind immediately thought of one thing. Everything was blurry, like looking through a grainy filter. Blinking a few times, her vision started to come back to her, colors shifting and moving around her before it started to focus. Blinking a few times, the first thing she truly saw was a young man. He was about her age, with bushy green hair up top, and undercut hiding beneath. Bright beautiful green eyes stared back at her, shifting jade green like an emerald she saw once. The sun was shining against the back of his head, giving him an otherworldly golden glow. She also thought she saw cute freckles on his face, but it was hard to tell right now. Did she die? Coughing a few times, she attempted to speak, her mouth opening to weakly ask, "Are you an angel?" The angel stared at her confused for a second before letting out a soft laugh. His laugh was so nice she couldn't help but let out a weak giggle as well. Shaking his head, his green hair swayed, bobbing with the motion. Setting her back down on the ground, he smiled gentle down at her. With the small amount of energy left in her body, she turned her head to see the buildings of the test exam in the background, more information slowly coming into focus in her tired haze-filled brain. She really wasn't dead? She somehow survived a giant rock? Looking back at the smiling man, he was currently checking her for more injuries, lifting her arm to look at it before scanning the rest of her body. Heat ran up her face as he checked her out before he pulled away. If she truly wasn't dead, she wanted to know his name. Opening her mouth to ask another question, he cut her off. "No, sorry, you're not dead just yet. Just be careful when first standing up, you're going to be out of it for a bit. Walking is going to feel weird." Getting back up to his feet, he turned to two other people to talk to them. Their faces were blurry and hard to make out from where she was laying. "She should be okay now, but can you watch her for me? I'm going to make sure no one else is seriously hurt." An unknown voice responded. It was loud, making her squint. "Of course. We will make sure she gets properly checked out." Nodding at them, her angel stood back up and started to walk away. "No, wait, please come back. Tell me your name." She tried to speak but nothing came out, her mouth hanging open, desperate to call out to him. "Wait, come back. Do you like mochi? We can go get mochi." Her treat. His green curly hair stood out amongst most people as he walked out of sight. Whoever he was, she hoped he got in so she could thank him properly. Her eyes slowly closed as she suddenly felt really tired. Once again she went back into darkness, except this time she was filled with a calming warmth. Soon sleep found her, embracing her in a deep sleep. She dreamed of curly hair, freckles and kind green eyes. Heading towards where he saw him last, he limped a little as he went. Coughing black smoke came from his mouth as he looked around. It didn't help that the pain of the girl's ankle and hip was added onto his messed up shoulder. He's surprised he could even walk around right now. "Come on, where did you go, mystery man?" Looking over the wreckage of the destroyed robot, he found him. The red-haired man was laying on his back, slowly sitting up to rub at his hand. Oh good, he was okay. Waddling over to him, he called out, hoping not to spook him. "Hey, you okay over there?" Standing up, the mysterious man looked over to him and smiled to reveal rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Waving his hand, he spoke. "Hey dude, yeah, I'm okay." Sure enough, the guy looked basically okay. His hand was covered in a type of armor that was broken and flaking off, but injury-wise he looked okay. From the looks of it, he looks like he might have sprained his hand. Interesting. So he could cover himself in armor and then destroy it for explosive power? That sounds really useful. He could jump between the two depending on the situation. Shaking his head to stop himself going on a tangent, he smiled. "That's good, you saved us back there, and I don't know what I would have done if you weren't okay." "Yeah man. I saw that manly display back there and I just had to help." "You were super cool, dude." Blinking a few times, he tilted his head a little. "Manly? Dude? Oh my god, he's a himbo." Smiling, he reached his good hand out to him. "Izuku Midoriya." The red-haired man smiled wide with rows of shark-like teeth before taking his hand and shaking it. "Eijiro Kirishima." Chuckling, he returned the smile. Glad it was all over. A pulse of pain went through him, making him groan. "No, never mind, it's not all over." He was already in so much pain. On top of that, he also took that woman's pain as well, and it was all coming back to him in waves. Swaying a little, he fell back onto the ground, staring up at the sky. Exhaustion quickly came over him, his eyes were already starting to close. Through his blurry vision, he could see Kirishima screaming questions at him, shaking him with his hands. That's not what you do to someone who just collapsed. He was going about this all wrong, but he was clearly worried for him. He seemed like a nice guy, even though his powers seemed bullshit. The sound of multiple battles went off around her. Ducking under the swing of a one-pointer, she enlarged her hand, wrapping her fingers around the robot's head and squeezed. Pieces of metal and sparks shot off in different directions from her closed hand. Dropping the limp robot to the ground, she spun around, raising her fist before punching another one clean in half. Shrinking her hand, she shook it a few times before jumping back into the fray. Izuku Kendo was feeling pretty frustrated right now. You would think it was about the chaos of destroying robots, yet that was the farthest thing from her mind. In actuality, beating things up was almost relaxing to her, like a sound that you hear that sounds just right. No, instead of one thing, it was a lot of things that had been left to build up over the course of almost 2 years, all of them about a certain green-haired boy. Grabbing hold of a two-pointer by its tail with two enlarged hands, she swung it around before slamming the machine into a wall, the thing twitching a little, making her slam it into the wall again just in case. Staring at the unmoving machine, she frowned and thought. Something happened around a year ago. She knew that at least. Something that really messed with her favorite boy. Something traumatic enough that it forced him back into his shell and made him want to put walls around himself, separating him from anyone close to him. Ever since that day, Izuku Midoriya had changed. He never showed his emotions anymore, instead choosing to bottle them up, usually deflecting with a fake smile or some stupid joke. She noticed that he had stopped writing in notebooks and stopped nerding out about heroes or quirks to her. Hell, the last time she was in his room, she noticed a surprising lack of All Might merch. I know I used to tease him about it, calling it his shrine, but that doesn't mean he should have gotten rid of it. She liked when he liked things. All of that was a bummer, sure, especially since he refused to talk to her about it. Every time she tried to bring it up, he would just act confused and claim nothing happened. But the thing that really pissed her off is that no one else did anything. After Midoriya put on his calm, cool guy persona, he made more friends, people were nicer to him. Hell, even his own mother was happy that her little boy had gotten so strong and confident. It's like no one even noticed. Or no one cares. Shaking her head at the thought, she turned running down an alleyway, branching off to a separate street for more robots to smash. There was even a point where she was starting to feel like she was crazy being the only one who sees it. Maybe people just change, God knows she's changed over the years. But then she would catch a glimpse behind the mask. It would be in his eyes when he was staring a little too long at a fascinating quirk, or in his lingering stares at something All Might related. The small moments where she would say something or be doing something and he would give her a genuine smile, small glances at actual happiness hidden behind a smiley face mask. She's learned to cherish those small moments whenever she got them. I just wished he would talk to me like he used to. Jumping out of the alleyway into a separate street, she raised two big hands and clapping them together in between two one-pointers, easily crushing them together. Turning around, she watched a spiky man made out of metal punch a hole through a robot, raising his arms to deflect an incoming missile. Skidding back a little, the man panted, unaware of a two-pointer coming up from the side before being knocked him to the ground. Running up the back of the big metal scorpion, she wrapped her arms around the tail, moving it from side to side before yanking it upward. Metal screeched under the strain, splatters of oil shooting out of the open wound and peppering her outfit in the black thick substance. Raising a big fist, she brought it down on the machine's head, flattening it into nothing but scraps. Man, destroying robots was a pretty good stress relief though. There was just something so satisfyingly with the sounds they made. Hopping off of the robot, she looked down at her oil-covered uniform before sighing. There's no way that's going to come out. Oh well. Once she gets into UA, she'll get a new uniform anyway. Turning towards the metal man, she walked over, slapping her shrinking hands together before leaning forward to reach a hand out. Hey man, you okay? The metal man didn't respond at first, just stared up at her with wide silver eyes. A faint hint of red running along his cheeks. Waving her hand out to and fro slowly, she frowned. You okay, dude? You didn't hit your head or something, right? Super manly. Excuse me? He seemed to snap out of it, sitting up quickly before taking her hand to have her pull him back to his feet. Sorry. You just, surprised me. I had no idea there would be someone so cool here. Her cheeks suddenly felt very hot. Smiling back, she chuckled. Compliments will get you everywhere. Everywhere, huh? Giving her a flirty smile, he raised an eyebrow at her. Letting out a small giggle, she shook her head. Well, not everywhere. Laughing himself, the stranger gave her a confident smirk. So do you have a name, or should I just call you Badass Redhead Goddess? Her face felt even hotter, a blush creeping up along her neck. It's been a while since someone has shown any interest in her like this. It felt kind of nice. Izuku Kendo. Name's Tetsu. Turning, she watched him give a thumbs up before running off to fight more robots. Thanks for the help. Hope you get in kendo. Good luck. Watching the guy run off, she smirked, a hand going to her hip. Staring at the spot where he ran off to, she paused, blinking a few times. Wait, what did he say his name was? Explosions went off next to her as she brought an enlarged hand straight down the middle of a one-pointer, splitting the smaller machine in two with one quick motion. Sparks shooting off from the machine and blocked an incoming strike, cocking a fist to her side and scattering a second one-pointer with a single punch. That was what, 30-something points? If she was honest, the whole test had started to feel like a blur after a while, just destroying anything that came her way. She had tried to keep the city destruction to a minimum just in case, but many of these robots did not seem to care. She kind of hopes that they weren't being graded on keeping the city intact, because these streets are completely destroyed. Broken glass and pieces of city laid everywhere. Her quirk may not be as physically impressive as some of the other contestants, but she could keep up with them well enough. Squinting at another explosion, she turned to glare at the boy across the street from her, the main reason this street was so destroyed. The guy had spiky blonde hair and red furious eyes. Watching him for a second, she watched him raise a hand, an explosion erupting from his palm and completely shredding a three-pointer like it was made out of paper. When she first saw the guy, he was standing in their area glaring at anyone that even got close to him. He radiated a kind of primal rage that she had never seen in someone their age before, like he was going to fist fight the whole world if he needed to. He didn't talk to anyone, he didn't look at anyone, and he definitely didn't smile at anyone. It was weird. She could swear she had heard a description about this guy before, but she couldn't quite place it. He was almost familiar. After the test started, the guy rocketed off somewhere and she didn't see him for a while, until eventually turning a corner to see him scream as he tore through robots like a bat out of hell. They've been fighting next to each other ever since, and she has to admit, she's not a fan. The guy shows zero care for anyone or anything around him, instead deciding to destroy anything within his eyesight. Panting, the guy fell to one knee, a hand going to his chest as he let out a flurry of coughs. Labored rough breaths followed by more cogging. She couldn't help herself. Even an asshole like this guy needs some help sometimes. Big sis mode activated. Hey, you okay? Walking closer to the guy, she stuck her hand out to help him up. Wiping up to glare at her, he swatted her hand aside, a hand going to rub at his mouth. Don't fucking touch me, yaoi hands. What the hell did you just call me? You fucking heard me. Don't pretend to be deaf. Standing back up to his feet, he shot her an angry, hate-filled glare. If looks could kill, she would probably be lit on fire right now. Don't you dare look down on me, got it? Blinking a few times, she could feel her frown spread across her face. I was just offering you a hand. Well, don't. Walking closer, the guy stared into her eyes. Reaching a single finger forward, he poked her shoulder after every word spoke. Don't you ever fucking touch me. Got it? Teeth grinding, Kendo refused to back down. Her fist clenched into fist at her side as she stared down the spiky boy. She wanted so hard to hit him, but she knew that assaulting another contestant was probably a bad idea. Opening her mouth to say something, the ground shook. The sound of concrete and stone breaking could be heard as she watched a massive robot emerge from the ground. The massive behemoth turning a few times before stomping down farther into the city, leaving a swath of destruction in its wake. Suddenly their little squabble didn't seem as important. Heart quickening, she started to sprint after the lumbering machine, the sounds of the blonde asshole shouting after her as she made a corner and disappeared from sight. Hey, don't just ignore me, bitch. Where the hell do you think you're? Body jerking, he started to let out a second round of coughs, his knees shaking as he fell back to the ground. Raising the front of his shirt to his mouth, he closed his eyes, the faint hint of tears tracing them before turning to where the girl ran off to and letting out a growl. Diving over a chunk of fallen rubble, she followed after the robot a few blocks away. Scanning over the destruction, she made sure to check over any fallen rubble just to make sure that no one was crushed. What the hell was Yue thinking using such a tool during the entrance exam of all places? The thing was a screaming metal death trap just waiting to happen. Turning a corner, she watched the thing punch a hole through a building. A wave of unease went over her at the sight. There was no way she could fight a thing even if she tried. You'd have to be crazy to try and fight that. Looking over the destruction, she zeroed in on a group of other contestants across the way. Running over to them, she made sure to look them over in case any of them were in serious condition. Some of them looked to have some minor injuries, but they looked overall okay. It didn't hurt to ask though, is everyone okay? I saw the 0-pointer come this way. Everyone turned to stare at her with wide shell-shocked eyes, no one saying anything for a moment. Pushing through the crowd, a girl with purple hair emerged. Immediately Kendo zeroed in on the jacks hanging from her earlobes. Oh, interesting, she wondered how those worked. Shaking her head, she couldn't help but blush slightly. She might be spending too much time with Midoriya. The woman gestured behind them with her thumb before speaking. Everyone here seems okay, but I can hear a heartbeat under some rubble over here. It's faint, but they seem to be okay. I'm not strong enough to move it though. Nodding, Kendo frowned. Got it. Show me where and I can help move debris. Following the earphones girl along a broken path, she led her to a large chunk of fallen rubble. Splintered concrete split into multiple directions like a twisted flower made of rock and cement. Pointing towards it, the girl frowned. They're in there. I think they ended up trapped between pieces of a collapsing building. Walking forward towards it, Kendo frowned, her hand raising to slide along the rock wall before knocking it lightly. Hey, is anyone in there? A pause, a small moment of silence that dragged on longer than Kendo would have liked before she heard a cough, a faint voice coming from inside. Yeah, I'm okay. My leg is pinned, but I think I'm okay. Alright, hang on tight. I'm going to try and get you out. Taking a few steps back, she looked up at the thing, her teal eyes scanning it slowly. The thing looked precarious. She couldn't just go swinging at the thing, else it'd start falling into each other like dominoes. It's honestly a miracle that it fell the way they did, else the person would have gotten crushed. Putting her hands on her hips, she huffed, muttering softly to herself. Okay, what would Midoriya do in a situation like this? He'd probably ask about quirks. The girl next to her looked at her a little surprised, her jacks wiggling slightly. Wait, what did you say? Turning around, Kendo saw that the rest of the group of people had followed them, their crowd of eyes upon her as she spoke. Anybody have any quirks that could help? I can break it down easily, but I might hurt the person inside. They all just stared back at her. Slapping her hands together to get their attention, a chunk of them jumped in place. Come on guys. I thought you wanted to be heroes. No such thing as bad ideas. Stepping out of the crowd, a woman with long green hair, thorny hair, stepped forward, her poise posh and regal as she spoke with a soothing voice. I can use my hair to secure the area, making sure nothing falls, but I'm afraid it may be too heavy for me to save the lost sheep. Light shined behind the woman, making Kendo squint. A couple seconds later, a man with a bird head walked forward, a shadowy being appearing behind him to give a thumbs up. Dark shadow, and I can help levitate anything out of the area so long as it's not too heavy. Another woman stepped forward with a bored look on her face and a shoulder-length bob of black hair, her voice sounding neutral and quiet. I can help shrink any pieces too big. Poking his fingers together, a tall, broad-looking guy with a rock-like head muttered barely loud enough for her to hear. I'm strong. I can help. I'll lift. Pushing her way through, an invisible woman waved her arms to and fro. I want to help too. This sounds fun. Nodding, she smirked, sending them a confident grin. Okay. Sounds like we have a plan, let's do this. Plus ultra. The crowd raised their passionate fist into the air, repeating the chant back at her, making her smile even more. Turning back around, she walked towards the fallen structure. A quirk like that could do more than just punch stuff. You can use it to move wreckage as long as you were careful. Imagine being able to slide your arm into a small crevice and then making your hand big enough to just lift a chunk up. Slowly sliding a hand under it, she slid her hand upward before taking a breath. Okay, let's do this. Running a hand along her arm, Jiro stood in line as she watched Izuku Kendo break off another piece of rubble, turning to lift it over to Yui Kode. Holding it still for Kode, she shrunk the piece down to an easier-to-move size before she in turn handed it to one of many people that were helping to move the shrunken concrete. Turning, she watched Ibara Shiozaka grunt as her vine-like hair held a teetering piece in place, Koji Koda on the other side using his broad thick arms to help keep it in place from the other side. They were like a well-oiled machine at this point, all of them working perfectly together to be as efficient as possible. Looking at the ground, she could feel a frown forming. When she discovered that a person was trapped under there, she kind of panicked, not really knowing what to do. She knew that he was there, but in the heat of the moment she kind of internally freaked out. She tried to play it cool as well as possible, but the reality of the situation was that she had no idea what to do. Thinking of all of the late nights training for the entrance exam, and she didn't once think about studying what to do during a crisis. All she did was train to kick, but like her friends told her to, training that was pretty useless against something so simple as falling rocks. A small twist of shame wiggled around inside of her. Then out of nowhere comes this badass redhead chick, and suddenly everything was fine. She came in here, took charge, asked other people for ideas, and came up with a solution like it was no big deal. Like a leader. Shaking her head, she took a step forward in line, watching Kendo break off another piece. She didn't even think about asking others for ideas. What kind of hero did she even want to be? The bad part about standing there in line as she helped move small pieces of rock was that she was left with a lot of time to think, which for her was probably not the best idea. She thought about her friends, about the encouraging words they gave her right before the test, each of them giving her nudges and playful jabs before going on their way. You kidding? None of us are hero material, we're just going to take the general test. Good luck, girl. Knock 'em dead. Don't actually kill anyone though. If you do, give us a call and we'll bring shovels. Smiling at the thought, she frowned, a flash of green hair crossing her mind. She was so busy destroying robots she almost forgot about him. He seemed to be doing well, if not a little cold. Then again, that was to be expected with what she did. She knows she shouldn't feel bad about what she did, but she can't help herself. In the end it worked out well for the both of them, right? Jumping surprised, she snapped out of her thought. A chunk of rock was slid into her hands. Blinking down at it, she looked up to see Kendo and Kode staring at her. Blushing deeply, she turned to carry it off when a buzzing noise came from the intercoms, making her squint her eyes. Everyone around her stopped what they were doing and looked amongst each other. Guess that was it for the entrance exam. A faint echo rippled around him as his feet patted against the ground, a wet smacking filling the air as one foot after the other slapped against it, almost like he was walking in a continuous puddle. Darkness encompassed everything around him, hindering his sight to only things right in front of him. Raising a hand, he could barely see it even when it was just hovering over his face. Why was he even walking again? He had forgotten. Where was he trying to go? How long had he been walking? It could have been 5 minutes or multiple days. All that lay before him was an endless unending vastness of black inky void. Weak. The voice was deep, powerful, and shook the ground when it spoke. It was familiar, like listening to a voice recording of himself speaking, only deeper and more distorted by time. He should be scared, yet for some reason he was not, a weird feeling of nostalgia coming over him as it spoke. Looking around the darkness, his green eyes flickered around until stopping. A single burning green ember in a world of darkness. Walking towards it slowly, it hovered in place, a small mote of green light stuck in a perpetual dance. The voice rumbled again, only louder this time, as he got closer. Too weak. How are you to protect that which you care about like this? Gulping, he frowned, his lips dry and his throat parched. He felt like he had been walking for years with no water. Opening his mouth, the words surged forward through a strangled gasp. I tried. I wasn't good enough. All of these years of training and I'm still not equal to other quirks. Raising a hand, he rubbed at his arm, finding it hard to stare into the single flame. Almost ashamed of himself. Why must I try so hard when it comes so easy for others? It's not fair. The ember did not answer him, it floated there in a small rhythmic dance. For a split second he started to question if he was imagining things and simply talking to no one, but then it responded. Strength comes in all forms. There is no one way to achieve your goals. There are many. But what good is strength if you know not what for? Where does your strength truly come from? Opening his mouth to answer, he paused, not really knowing what to say. You must first find the answer. Find the truth with your own hands and take your destiny as your own. Wake up. And rise. Sitting up quickly, Izuku panted, sweat dripping down his face as he clung to air like a man drowning. Every breath was hard, a desperate need for more after every gasp. He could feel his own heart beating in his chest through his arms. Raising a hand to his chest, he winced, a sharp pain running up his arm. The pain was almost like a reminder, reminding him how much everything hurt. A splitting pain coursing through the back of his head and seeping through every pore. The smell of antiseptic hit his nose, making him cringe. He always hated the hospital. Blinking through blurry eyes, he tried to figure out where he was, but before he could even focus his eyes on something, the cracking sound of a cane smacked against his head, knocking him back onto the bed. Squirming on the bed, he heard her voice before he actually saw her, the most ornery old voice that he had ever heard, and he has had conversations with Master Dai. Stop moving around. How am I supposed to check on you wiggling around like that? Rubbing at his head, he found himself frowning, sitting up to glare at the source of the voice. Maybe don't hit me and I won't wiggle around so much. A second smack made him fall back against the bed again. Maybe don't wiggle around and I won't hit you. Rubbing his head, he sighed, staring up at the ceiling. The tan and white walls staring back at him. He's seen those walls before. He's not in a hospital, he's still in UA. Turning on the bed slowly, not to evoke the person's ire again, he tilted his head to stare at the source of the voice. Dressed in an old lab coat was a short older woman. Gray hair was tied up and styled into a netted bun, a hairpin styled like a needle poking out of it. He stared at none other than recovering girl. Izuku had heard many stories about the woman. She was the backbone of the entrance exam, and probably the only reason they could get away with everything they do at UA. A surly old woman that was known for two things, having a wonderful healing quirk and for having no bedside manner at all. An infamous hero, both renowned for her deeds but feared on how she does them. Coughing into his hand, his voice was raw when he spoke. How long have I been out? When he turned back to look at her, she was busy writing something down on a clipboard, not even looking at him. About 4 hours. I tried to heal you earlier, but you were so tired my quirk would have done more harm than good. Wait, what? Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone, staring at multiple unread messages. Most of them were from Kendo. Sighing, he collapsed back into the bed. Just great, he made her worry again. The ceiling fan slowly spun around in circles. It says here that your quirk allows you to heal people by taking their pain. Why in the world would you use that on a girl that was as injured as she was? We have medics on standby for a reason. Recovery girl huffed angrily at him as she looked over her tools, her back turned to him as she ranted. The next thing she said was a half mutter, mostly to herself. Young people these days with their idolization for self-sacrifice. Her words made him frown more up at the ceiling. Why did he do that? He probably threw his chance at UA away by being stupid. Running a hand through his green hair, he let out a long sigh. I don't know, I guess I just thought. If I can't save a single girl, what's the point of all of this? Recovery girl's motion stopped, her hand hovering over the clipboard, the pen stopped writing mid-sentence. Letting out a small thoughtful hum, her voice sounded more gentle this time. Well then, that's an interesting answer, Mr. Midoriya. Let's get you checked out and then you could go home. Standing in a circle were a handful of many well-known heroes, all famous in their own right. The group of protectors all argued amongst each other in quiet whispers and frustrated motions. Sitting in a chair in the middle of the chaos, Principal Niza showed no sign of looking away from the big monitor. his beady eyes looking over the names and numbers on the screen. Number 1 Eijiro Kirishima 80, villain points 40, rescue points. Number 2 Tenya Itza 52, villain points 20, rescue points. Number 3 Atsuka Kendo 30, villain points 40, rescue points. Number 4 Ibara Shiozaka 36, villain points 32, rescue points. Number 5 Katsuki Bakugo 65, villain points 0, rescue points. Looking down the list, past all of the scores, he stopped at the cause of the fighting. 2 names and scores stared back at him, fighting at the very bottom of the 36th spot. Almost humorous in the sheer luck of it all. Number 36 Toro Hagakure 10, villain points 30, rescue points. Number 36 Izuku Midoriya 20, villain points 20, rescue points. In all of his years of teaching he had never seen this before. 2 promising students, both at the bottom of the list of entrants into the hero course and both exactly equal in points. There was only 1 spot left into UA's hero course and yet there were 2 students fighting for it. Ear twitching, he looked back over to the other heroes. We clearly should be picking Izuku Midoriya. The boy shows great promise in being a rescue hero. Did you see how he fearlessly rushed in to save that woman? Oh, the very thought of it has me excited, screamed Midnight as she gestured out with her hand. The little listener has spunk, I'll give him that. There was no way for him to know that the robots had safety precautions, yet he ran in anyway. Shaking his head, Vlad frowned, a tooth poking out of his frowning maw. You mean failed to rescue the girl? If our number 1 spotter didn't rush in to destroy the 0-pointer, he would have been crushed along with her. Meanwhile, Hagakure showed signs of working well in a team and being a morale booster. Letting out a hum, Niza nodded his head along with the words. The real problem with all of this was caused by top runner Itsuka Kendo and how she rallied a group of contestants to work together. Sure, they had rescue points for a reason, but this might be the first time ever where we had multiple people working together as a team to achieve a common goal. They graded students per person for a reason after all. Slinky forward Aizawa spoke through a tired tone, finally deciding to say something. I hate to admit it, but I agree with Vlad. If this was a real situation, Midoriya would have gotten himself killed. I say put him in general studies and then watch what he does at the sport festival. A few other words of confirmations could be heard around them. Turning his head, he watched the newest member of their staff stare at the scoreboard, a frown on his pointed face. His skinny, shrunken form finding it easy to hide in the back. He looked like he wanted to say something but he didn't, instead deciding to nod along. Looking over a room of familiar associates, he noticed something out of place. He noticed that Cho was giving him a look. He knew that look all too well. She had something to say to him yet did not want to say it in front of a crowd. Interesting. Cho had never once shown interest in the scoring of students before, mostly coming as a formality more than anything. Facing forward, Niza gave a nod as well before speaking. Then it is decided. Hagakure goes into the hero course and Midoriya into general studies. You may all be dismissed. One by one the room full of heroes made their leave, dispersing amongst each other and funneling out of the room. Stopping in the doorway, Aizawa paused, his eyebrows raising as he noticed that Recovery Girl had yet to move an inch. They were looking amongst each other, words hanging in the air, just waiting for him to leave. Looking between the two of them, he blinked slowly, Aizawa taking one final look before closing the door behind him. The walk home from UA was a blur. A moving wave of colors rushing past in a dizzying frenzy that his brain could not seem to comprehend. He remembers meeting up with Kendo again. She most likely said something snarky to him, but honestly nothing she said or did registered in his tired brain. He certainly did not remember taking a seat on a packed train and slumping against her shoulder, nor did he remember drooling on her shoulder the entire way home, thankfully. Recovery Girl's quirk was a hell of a thing. Shuffling down the street, he was not aware of any goodbyes that were said. His larger frame shifting as he walked, finding it too hard to even lift his feet, instead going for the classic zombie stagger. Probably looking like he just crawled out of a grave to wander the streets at night. Stumbling into his mother's apartment, he let the bag with his normal clothes in it slide off of his shoulder and down to his hand. Lazily tossing it aside, it smacked against the ground as he wandered into the living room. He could hear the sound of running tap water, his mother's voice calling out to him. Izuku? Sweetheart, where have you been? I was expecting you back hours ago? Wandering past, he gave her a tired half wave as he made his way to his room. Anything else, she said, disappearing into the void. Falling down against the bed face first, it sagged under his weight, a small groan escaping his lips. I'm never going to complain about this old bed ever again. Closing his eyes, sleep immediately took him, plunging him into a deep dreamless sleep. Blinking his eyes open, he squinted against the morning light. His body still slumped face first against the bed the same way he left it the night before. Sitting up, he let out another groan, his back letting out a small pop as he stretched. His mouth dry and uncomfortable, slapping his lips together, he squinted in disgust, pulling some of his loose hair out of his mouth. He felt gross. Izuku so desperately wanted to take a shower, yet why must it be so far away? Why didn't they just build a shower in his bedroom right above his bed? That way he could shower without needing to get up, so he wouldn't have to take the long walk down the hall. Maybe he could convince his mom to come into his bedroom and chuck a bucket of cold water at him. On second thought, let's not. It would be just his luck for Kendo to hear about it and start coming to his house to do it herself. I'm unsure if she would do it for my sake or for hers. Laughing a little at the thought, he propped himself up on his arms before slowly sliding out of the bed. What's that saying, no rest for the wicked? Welcoming the warm embrace of a shower, he came out of the bathroom 30 minutes later almost feeling like a real person again. Following the smell of food, he wandered into the kitchen, pausing to blink at the sight of his mother cooking. Slowly turning his head, he stared at the clock hanging in the living room. 11 a.m. Mom, aren't you supposed to be at work? The faint smell of bacon wafted through the air as she shifted the pan, the sizzle of grease filling the air. Turning her head towards him, she sent him a carrying smile. Oh, I took the day off, no need to worry. You what? Why? Turning to face him completely now, she ran her hands along a washcloth, raised an eyebrow at him, giving him that motherly look. Why? You come home looking like death warmed over last night and you ask me why? Oh. He said something wrong. Abort. Well, I mean, I'm okay now. The eyebrow went even higher, her eyes going wider. She just stared at him, her wide green eyes unblinking. He could see the faint traces of tears starting to form. Letting out a sigh, he ran a hand along his neck. Thank you for looking out for me. Giving him a gentle smile, she nodded before scooting over to make room next to her. Of course, sweetheart. Now be a dear and grab some ingredients from the top shelf. You know I could never reach up there. Nodding, he walked over to slide next to her near the small counter. Reaching up to the top shelf, he started to pull things down when he felt his mother lean against him, pressing her shoulder against him. It was faint and the action went unsaid, but sometimes words didn't need to be shared. Wrapping an arm around him, she hummed, pulling him into a warm, caring hug. Exhaustion gave way to a small, genuine smile as he wrapped his larger arms around her, returning the embrace. His mom always knew how to cheer him up. The rest of the week went by just as fast. Anxiety nipping at his heels every time he stopped to think for long, instead deciding to help his mother around the house. Anything she needed to do he did. He took out the trash, did the dishes, did the laundry, swept any loose dirt. Staring at their couch, he lifted a corner, shifting it slightly before staring at it again only to move it a few minutes later. Watching him, his mother rolled her eyes. Izuku, sweetheart, you're hovering. You need to relax. Letting out a huff, he nodded, laying back against the couch. He must really be freaking out if his own mother is calmer than him. I know. Don't start freaking out now, cause then you'll get me going. Shaking her head, she tried to stop her hands from shaking, turning to head into her room and away from sight. A small breath escaped his mouth as he closed his eyes, trying to remember the breathing exercises he learned so long ago. Where does your strength truly come from? Opening his eyes, he blinked a few times, his mind drifting to that weird dream he had. It felt so real at the moment, but the longer it's been since he had it, the more he's starting to forget. What even happened in the dream? Tilted his head, he stared at the tan walls of their small apartment. The memory of it had started to become bizarre and distorted, like looking through faded glass. Was any of that even real, or did he imagine it? He heard stress dreams were a thing. Jolting upright, he heard a knocking at the door, his head jerking towards it. The faint sound of rustling could be heard before footsteps walking farther away. Getting up, he went to the door, swinging it open to find a parchment laying at the apartment's doorstep. Eyes widening, he yanked it inside, shouting over his shoulder, "Mom, it's here!" The speed he watched his mother rushed out of her room was almost startling. Waving her hands to and fro, she fanned herself, her breath hard like she just ran a marathon. It's here? It's here. You should open it. Oh, or maybe not. I heard that sometimes knowing is worse than not. Let's burn it. Then we'll never be disappointed. Watching her walking back and forth, she wrung her hands together. Yeah, that's more what I was expecting. Walking over to the counter, he stared at the yellow parchment in his hands, the big UA college logo stamped onto the front of it. Fingers hovering, he couldn't help but gulp. Looking down, he felt his mother clinging to his side, peeking around to stare down at it with big nervous eyes. Here goes nothing. Ripping open the side, he tilted it, a small metal disc sliding into his palm. Blinking, he ran a thumb over it, the flat cylinder smooth to the touch. It blinked a few times before shooting a beam of light straight up. Startled, they both yelped in sync, Izuku dropping it onto the counter, the small disc rattling around before facing upright. From the light came an image of a room. Rustling could be heard from it, the face of Recovery Girl appearing on it a few seconds later. Her face was way too close, one eye squinted as she looked it over with a grimace. Is this thing on? Blast these cursed things. What's wrong with just a piece of pen and paper? People nowadays with their fancy dusits and whatsits. Turning his head to his mom, she looked just as confused, her head tilting slightly as more rustling could heard. Recovery Girl's rambling voice petering out. In a flash, her face was before them again, this time wearing reading glasses. Clearing her throat, she started to speak, her face tilted down towards something. She clearly reading off of a paper. Yes, hello, I am here in a holographic form. More rustling. It says here that you did very well on the written test, getting top marks in all categories, which I must say is very impressive, young man." His mother took hold of his shoulder, shaking it encouragingly. "Now show clip 2 of girl on screen. Where's clip 2? They never showed me how to show clips." Frustrated ripping and curses that would make a sailor blush filled the air. All Izuku could do was stare, blinking slowly at the display while his mother blushed with a hand to her mouth next to him. "Oh my. Bah. Enough of this." The camera shifted so Recovery Girl was facing them again. "Look, if I had a say in all of this, that alone would get you into the hero course. We need more bright children leading the newer generation, but sadly that is not the case. The way that UA is built, and because the HSPC funds many parts of UA, they want us to prioritize power over everything else. They say it's optional, but we all knows that's a bunch of hogwash." The screen changed, revealing the scoreboard. Izuku blinked, his wide green eyes looking down the names, past Kirishima, past Kendo, past Bakugo, and past Jiro. All the way down past many names he did not know and many he may never know. His eyes drifted down until it stopped all of the way at the bottom. Staring at the last name on the list, he could feel tears starting to form in his eyes, making his vision wavy and blurry. He didn't get in. "I'm sorry to say that you did not get into the hero course." Looking over to his mother, she stared back at him, tears running down her face. Lunging forward, she wrapped her small arms around him. A shudder escaped his lips as he felt his knees go out, trying to fight down the tears. Crumbling, him and his mother sat on the kitchen floor. But they stilled, slowly turning to look back at the hologram. Recovery Girl took some steps back from the monitor, now showing her full body for the first time. Shifting her weight, she coughed into her hand before speaking. "I would like to offer you, Izuku Midoriya, a scholarship." "A scholarship?" Almost as if she heard him, she responded. "That's right, a scholarship. I'm offering you a chance to live on campus and go to general studies free of charge so long as you become my assistant." Shocked, he turned towards his mom and then back to the display. "Think of it as a part-time job for the moment. Several times a week you will meet me in my office and help however you can during a set time. Paperwork and tending to the injured for the most part. You've shown an above-average knowledge or first aid, so we'll skip the beginner stuff and go into more detail about medicine and proper medical procedure. If you do well, there is a chance for more hours and even the option of being paid for your time in the future." Pulling her cane back, she tapped it against the ground, getting his undivided attention. Recovery Girl's face shifting to something more gentle. "Life is not fair. It comes at you fast and you can't predict it until it's already hitting you into the dirt. I know all too well that even when you do all that you can, sometimes it's never enough. But that does not mean you should stay on the ground forever." Tears dried, hand clenching, he frowned, a burning fire spreading through his body. Meeting the eyes of Recovery Girl, his eyes shined a brilliant green. "I've learned that sometimes all someone needs is a hand to pull them back to their feet. This is my hand, Izuku Midoriya. The only question now is, will you take it?" Walking through the halls of UA, Izuku Midoriya was dressed in his UA uniform, his hands rubbing at his sleeves as he made a turn around yet another corner, only to make a frustrated sound as he found a dead end. This was his first time walking through the massive H-shaped building, and it was just as big on the inside as it looked on the outside. What the hell was with this place? It was like a maze. He just wanted to find orientation? Opened a door to his right, he swung it open, surprised to find that it led outside of the building. A long line of trees and grass span out in front of him, going outward and away from sight. The amount of trees so dense that it made it hard to see the sky. His shoes crunched against the grass as he looked around. Was he actually outside right now, or was this a UA indoor thing? Lowering a hand, he ran it along the grass. The grass was real at least. An explosion echoed through the air. The tree leaves swaying from the force of it. A faint glow in the distance. Taking a hard breath, he slowly unclenched his hand, looking down to stare at it. He wasn't even aware he clenched it. Walking closer to the sound, a low whistling filled the air, the sound getting closer and closer. Jumping back, he yelped as a singed ball landed at his feet, rolling a little before hitting a rock on the ground and stopping. Chastising himself for freaking out like that, he bent down to pick up the beat-up ball, his thumb running against the burnt leather as he turned it in his hand. He knows these burn marks. Turning toward where he believed the noise came from, he hopped up, taking hold of one of the branches to pull himself up. It's been a long time since he tried to climb a tree, but he was much stronger now, grabbing hold of one branch after another, pulling his large body up to sit on one of the tree's thicker branches. Staring out, he saw a bunch of students standing in an outside gym. They looked like they were doing drills? That's weird, didn't they have orientation? Reaching into his bag, he pulled out one of his secret notebooks, facing the group of students to take notes. Watching them for a while, he couldn't help but smile, feeling like himself after such a long time. Izuku's body relaxed as he wrote. He always enjoyed doing this, free from judging eyes or harsh critique. He was allowed to analyze quirks in peace. From what he could see, there were a whole bunch of interesting quirks, each more fascinating than the next. There was a woman who could shoot acid, a frog girl, someone who could use electricity, As Izuku wrote them down, he moved on to the next people, recognized a handful of them. He saw Kirishima dashing across a relay field. He didn't know their names, but he saw the blue-haired boy and the brunette from before talking to each other. They both looked to be doing well, a lot healthier than last he saw them. As he looked across the students, there were two others that he recognized. Bakugo and Kyuka stood amongst the other students, waiting their turn to go. Frowning a little at the sight of them, he ripped out their pages and tossed them aside. The less he knew about them, the better. He was so busy writing down quirks he hardly even noticed the long-haired man standing under the tree. Letting out a cough below him, Midoriya let out gasp, his weight shifting before falling backwards out of the tree with a thud. Slamming his back against the ground, he groaned, leaves shooting into the air and parting before falling slowly back down on top of him. Blowing out some air, a leaf laying on his face slide off, drifting back to the ground. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? In the corner of his eye he saw him, a slender pale-looking man with messy black hair, a long gray scarf wrapped around his neck multiple times. Stubby unkempt facial hair danced along his frowning face. The man stood over him, his tired and flat-looking eyes glaring down. He could tell the man was analyzing everything about him in a few seconds, judging him for every flaw and mistake, which would bother him if the man wasn't holding his notebook. He watched horrified as the man raised a hand and turned the page, his eyes going from him to his notebook. Quickly standing back up, he wrenched his notes from the man's hands, taking a quick step back. The tired man was just looking at him without saying a word, a small spike of anxiety running through Midoriya. He suddenly felt the need to apologize. Giving him his best smile, he chuckled, raising a hand to rub at H's neck. Sorry. It's just a little embarrassing for people to read my stuff. He still hadn't said anything, simply looking him over with his cold, calculating eyes. The air around them tense as they stared at each other, but just like a knife it was cut with the sound of a voice. Midoriya, there you are. The door swung open and in walked Recovery Girl with her cane. Your class has been looking for you. Waddling over slowly, she looked towards the tired man, letting out a huff, shaking her head at him. Aizawa, don't tell me you've been bothering the students? For the first time Aizawa said something, his voice cold and monotone. I have not. I found the students spying on my class. That's not what happened. I cried, trying to defend myself. Wincing, Izuku felt his knee being smacked by Recovery Girl, her hand placing onto his back and shooing him out the door. No back talk, Mr. Go back to class. But I don't even know where. Make a left up here, then it's on your right. If you come across the cafeteria, you've gone too far. The door slammed behind him, leaving the two of them alone, the only sound the faint rustling of the wind. Silently, the both of them stared at the door that he just left out of, a hanging quiet in the air. Neither of them wishing to make the first move. The first to speak was Eraserhead, his eyes still drawn to the door as he spoke. So, that's the kid. Letting out a laugh, she smiled more. Yes, that is the kid. What did you think of him? He's smart. Based off of what I read, he managed to figure out a good chunk of my students' quirks just by watching them from a distance, though I suppose he'd have to be your apprentice. Pausing for a second, he tilted his head in thought before finally turning to look at her. What is your plan here, Cho? Oh? What makes you think I have a plan? You know what I mean. Frowning at her, he huffed quietly. You've never stuck your neck out for a student before, why now? Turning, she stared at the tree line in thought, her cane lightly tapping the grass-covered ground. Frowning, she hummed before speaking. You know as well as I do that the entrance exam is bullshit. Half the reason that hero culture has turned out the way it has was because of the obsession that the HPSC has with power. Too many people obsessed with power and status over heart. The boy desperately wants to save as many people as he can. He has a good head on his shoulders. Facing Eraserhead, she looked him over, their eyes meeting to have a separate conversation. I've been talking with Principal Nizu. I want to create a program that helps children that slip through the cracks. A way to help children catch up and be the best heroes they can. They already have the rule at the sports festival. He can simply train and do well then to get in. Now don't pull that shit. Pointing her cane at him threateningly, his ridged body got a little tense, expecting a smack from that dreaded cane that never came. Instead, she lowered it again slowly. The sports festival is months away. That's months of the hero course taking specialized classes while the general study students only take gym. The gap will only get wider. Just because you manage to pull yourself out of the shit doesn't mean others can be so lucky. With this program we can ease promising students into the hero course. Turning away, she watched the trees move in the wind, her purple goggles shining against the sun. Here's the deal. You and I will pick potential candidates and train them after school. Think of it as an extra class. If our picks do well during the sports festival, we can show the HPSC results, opening the door for many more potential heroes. Eraserhead seemed to think on that for a long while, his eyes meeting the same point in the horizon as her. Giving her a nod, Eraserhead went for the door. Recovery Girl's voice calling after him. You know, if we focused on more rescue heroes in the past, maybe Shirakumo would not have met the fate he did. His feet stopped in the entrance, eraser head shoulders growing tense, his face unseen and unreadable within the doorway to the building. Slowly his shoulders sagged before turning to look at her one last time. No matter how hard you try, not even you can heal the dead. Show. I've thought a lot about what I could have done differently. Turning back around, he went back inside. His final words could be heard as he walked farther and farther away. I'll think on it. Taking the long train ride home, Izuku Midoriya sighed, a hand raising to rub at his sore shoulder. The sun had recently set, the lights of the nightlife slowly starting to come alive within the buildings as he zoomed past, leaving the bright sparkling city to go farther into the mountains and towards the apartment he called home. Well, the apartment he soon won't call home. Looking down, he stared at the pamphlet handed to him when he left. He had a week to move into the general study dorms. He still had so much he needed to plan, so many things to do. He had paperwork to sign, many pages and rules to read. He had to spend time with his mom to make sure she would be okay having him out of the house, and he had to hire a moving company to help move the stuff he couldn't move all by himself. It would be fine if he asked Kendo to help, but, almost like she read his mind, his phone dinged in his pocket, another text. Slowly he slid the phone out like it was going to explode any second, the normally comforting sound now causing a whole new fear to rush over him. Staring at the screen, he couldn't help but frown at his screensaver. It was an image of them from years ago, arm in arm, both of them bruised and injured. Yet, they were both smiling like they just won the lottery. The day where they became rivals. He used to look back on that day happily, but now, staring at his phone, he could see multiple unread messages from Kendo. He so desperately wanted to open them and read what they said, but another part of himself, the more anxious and afraid part, told him not to. What would she say if she knew he didn't get into the hero course? Would she try to comfort him? Would she act like it was no big deal? Would she get mad and not want to hang out anymore? Would she leave him like all the rest? Hovering a shaking thumb over the unread messages, he took a breath, slowly getting closer and closer to pressing it before jerking it away. Why was he always such a coward? The train pulled to a stop, a small message telling him it was time to get off. Slowly sliding the phone back into his pocket, he swallowed the shame as best as he could and started on the walk back home. He'll message her tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. It's late, she must have a lot going on. Tomorrow is good. Pushing the door to his mom's apartment open, he slunk inside, his head a little lower than usually. Pausing his step, he looked up to see his mother in the kitchen, a hand raised to her mouth and the other holding her phone. Even from here he could see the faint traces of tears in her eyes. Mom, is everything all right? Turning towards him with wide eyes, small streams trickled down her chubby cheeks. Oh, Izuku, you're home. Setting her phone down, she shuffled over to him slowly, her hands outstretched towards him. Getting the hint, he pulled her in for a hug, wrapping her in a warm embrace. Mom, what's wrong? She let out a small hiccup before speaking, tears already starting to get his shoulder wet. Oh, Izuku. It's your father. He's sick. His father? Izuku had not heard from him in a long time. Hell, he never even got the full story from his mom about what actually happened to him. All he really knows about the man is that him and his mother are still married, only separate. That he lives in America, doing God knows what, and that he still sends them money every month. Every time he tried to ask about it, she would say he was always a businessman first. Now apparently he's sick? His mom clearly still loves him. Running her hand along his, she pulled away a little to peek. I know that you and he never really had a relationship, but it sounds bad, Izuku. He probably only has a few months left to live. She looked so sad in that moment, her face stained with tears. He always hated when she cried. Are you going to see him? Oh no, I couldn't. Going to America is going to cost a pretty penny, and who knows how long I'll be gone. Wringing her hands together, his mom stared at the ground. I don't have money for such a thing, plus why you need help here? You're going to be moving soon and starting such an important part of your life. I can't just leave you. What if you used the money you had saved up for UA before I got the scholarship? Would that be alright? I was saving it for you. Nodding, he gave her an encouraging smile. Yeah, I wouldn't even have that money to begin with if it wasn't for you. I can't go see him because I have college soon, but just because I can't, that doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to. Go, I'll be okay here. I promise. Staring up at him with a quivering lip, fresh tears ran down her face, almost making him think that he said something wrong before she leaned up to kiss his cheek. Thank you, Izuku. I love you so much. I love you too, Mom. Getting up, he watched his mother slap both of her cheeks to stop the crying before puffing out her chest. A look of determination crossing her face. All right. I have so much I need to do. I got to go, sweetheart. I have to make some calls. Picking up her phone, she started to head outside, her fingers pressing numbers at a speed he had never seen before. Her short plump frame disappearing out the front door, yet again leaving him to the quiet of the small apartment. Walking through the vast and branching halls of UA, the only sound heard was the sound of red shoes slapping against tiled floor. The sound started slow, a tap every couple of seconds until it started to go faster. With less intervals in between, it picked up pace until it no longer sounded like walking. No, instead it sounded like running. Izuku Midoriya's breath could be heard first before he emerges from a hall. A big smile on his face as he ran, one of his fist clenching a piece of paper. Slowing down around a corner, he saw the massive imposing doors of the hero course. It was said that even the doors themselves cast a long imposing shadow onto the rest of the school, and anyone that came and went from the doors were met with looks of both envy and wonder. Smiling more he saw her, Kendo stood in the door to the hero class with her back to him. She smiled as she laughed at something someone else said. He suddenly felt his excitement die out like the flame of a candle, his body now rigged and stiff. Shaking his head from his doubt, he put his smile back on and he walked closer. "Good morning, Kendo." She slowly turned to face him, her eyebrows slowly raising. She wasn't frowning, but she did not look happy to see him either. "Oh, good morning, Midoriya." She might as well has hit him in the gut, his body almost reeling from an invisible blow. Eyes dropping to the ground, he swallowed, his hand slightly shaking as he raised it to show her his paper. I got in. Look." He couldn't help but cringe at the sound of his own stuttering nerdy voice, but he pressed on. It took a little longer than I planned, but I finally did it. I got into the hero course. Now we can finally be rivals like we promised." She didn't make any sudden moves, only look over his shaking frame before letting out a small snort of a laugh, almost mocking in its tone. "Oh, right. I completely forget we promised each other that. What?" His heart sank. "Yeah, I can't believe you thought I was serious. There's no way we would be equals." She laughed even harder, making him shrink in on himself. "I was just being nice, everyone knows I'm better than you." The doors to the hero course swung open to reveal Bakugo, Jiro, and her group of friends standing there, all of them watching with amused looks. "No please, not again." Making a mad dash for them, the hall started to stretch and distort, every step only making it longer. He reached a hand out for her, but she was forever kept out of his reach. Turning back around, Kendo started to walk through the doors, the large frame starting to close behind her. The small amounts of light still shining through the doors as he ran, becoming a small speck in an otherwise pitch-dark hallway. His foot caught something, twisting a little before falling to the ground with a thud. Crawling on the ground, he raised a weak hand out to her, his voice quiet and meek. "Wait, come back." The only voice he heard, a bizarre mix of Bakugo, Jiro, and Kendo calling out to him. "We don't need you anymore." Sitting up, Izuku made a gasp, panting loudly as he quickly looked over the room, his green eyes going from one wall to the next until it stopped at a handful of unopened boxes, one of them open to reveal swaths of folded clothes. The pounding heart in his chest started to subside at the sight. That's right, he moved into the general study dorms yesterday. This is his home now. The back of his head hit his pillow as he laid back with a groan. Another anxiety dream, they were more frequent nowadays. It feels like it's been months since he's had a good night's sleep, yet no matter how much he stayed in bed, his brain would not allow him that luxury. Turning his head, he looked out the window, the cool night air staring back at him, the tree near his dorm window swaying in the wind. It had to be 5 a.m. at least, the sun had yet to rise for the day, and he's pretty sure he's not going to be able to go back to sleep anytime soon. There was only one thing he could do right now. Getting up, he combed some fingers through his messy unbrushed hair, getting up to throw on a green hoodie over his tank top and a pair of jeans over his boxers. Standing at the entrance of his apartment, he turned, pausing to look at the framed photo of his mom. Reaching forward, he picked it up to smile at it. It's only been about a week since his mother left for America, and yet he already missed her so much. It felt so weird to not wake up to the smell of freshly cooked breakfast or to the sight of his mother doing yoga in the morning. Just thinking about their tearful goodbye made something twist around inside of him. It will only be a few months until she comes back, only a few months. Swallowing the feeling of loneliness that was starting to form in the back of his throat, he set the frame back down, taking one final look at it before closing the door behind him. Jogging down along a rocky path, Izuku panted, the faint traces of his breath drifting in the air as he ran. Coming to a stop near a bench, he stopped for a short breather, his hand raising to rub at his sweaty forehead. Fishing a water bottle from the pocket of his hoodie, he took a quick swig before taking a look around, still trying to get used to a lay of the land. It was basically a small park made on campus grounds in between a handful of general study dorms. There was a nice walking path, bushes, and a handful of trees sprinkled along the path to make it look nice, and it was nice if not a little small. As he took in the quiet melancholy of the park, he couldn't help but wonder if the hero course had a park as well. Was theirs nicer? Probably a bit more on the extreme side of things if he has the entrance exam as an example. They did somehow have an army of robots just lying around to be destroyed by freshmen. Who really knows with a school like UA? Mostly satisfied with his quick workout, he pulled out his phone to see what time it was, the blinking numbers of 6:30 popping up when he looked at the screen, a faint glow emanating from it. That gave him some time to head back to his room and get clean before classes started. His eyes flickered down to stare at the many unread text on his phone from Kendo. There sure were a lot of them. No telling what they said on them. He should probably answer them. "Yeah, I can't believe you thought I was serious. There's no way we would be equals. Hand shaking, he grasped the phone a little tighter. It was still too early to respond to them right now. Kendo was probably still asleep. There was no need to wake her up, especially since she had a big day of the hero course ahead of her. Yeah, he'll respond later. Sliding his phone back into his pocket, he let out a small sigh, a hand frustratingly rubbing his face, taking a second to feel guilty. Straightening his back, he put his mask back on, smiled and started to jog back to his dorm. It only took around 30 minutes to go back to his room. Stripping out of his sweaty clothes, he took a quick shower, making sure to properly brush his hair this time before throwing on his college uniform. Standing in front of the mirror, he huffed, trying for the third time to get his tie right. He could never properly tie one of these. Usually he had his mom or Kendo to help him, but now, everything is going to be fine. Remember that recovery girl told me that if I do well at the sports festival I could get into the hero course. All I have to do is stall, get into the hero course by next semester, and Kendo will welcome me with open arms. They could be friends again. Then shortly after that his mom will get back from America. All I need to do is stall. Walking down the stairs and into the small co-ed kitchen, Izuku was surprised to find someone else was already awake. Staring into his cup of steaming brown liquid was a tall lanky man with messy, indigo hair. Hair that flared out into large tufts, kind of like a starfish. Large heavy bags hid under sharp purple eyes. Blinking slowly, the man let out a yawn before turning to face him, a hint of recognition in his eyes. Sting the mug back onto the counter, he stared for a long moment before sighing. Well shit, if they put you in Class C I guess I shouldn't feel so bad about myself. Oh, sorry, I don't really. It's Shinso. I was one of the two that helped you with the crushed girl. Lifting the mug to his lips, he took a long sip before talking again. Don't feel bad about forgetting it, you kind of bolted after the exam. We never properly introduced ourselves. Blinking a few times, Izuku's eyes widened slowly. Walking down the final step, he joined Shinso in the kitchen, taking a seat next to him with a smile. Right, sorry about that. I wanted to make sure that no one else was seriously hurt. Meeting his eyes, Shinso quickly looked away. It's fine, I'm used to it. Silence hung in the air, the conversation already petering out. Trying to give the guy an encouraging smile, Izuku continued. I sometimes feel like waiting to hear back from UA was worse than the actual robots, I guess. It's a shame you and I didn't make it into the hero course, huh? Yup. He said, popping the P just means we'll have to try even harder to get in. Well I mean, Izuku was dying out there. Someone send him a life preserver, because God, if he wasn't drowning right now. He had no idea what to say, and Shinso was shutting down any kind of olive branch he was extending. It'd be funny if it wasn't so sad. Every attempt seemed to only make Shinso more irritated, his right eye twitching slowly before turning to Izuku with a glare. Why are you being so chipper? Need I remind you that you and I failed? We're in general studies. Frowning back at him, Izuku tilted his head slightly. I mean, sure, for now. But I heard that if we do well at the sports festival we could earn our way into the hero course. Scoffing, Shinso rolled his eyes before staring down at his cup with a frown. Oh yeah, totally, we're going to go fight a bunch of hero students with really powerful quirks. Just knock them off of their pedestals. That sounds realistic. We won't be able to if we just give up. Squeezing his cup tightly, Shinso shrank into his trembling shoulders. Raising his mug, he slammed it down against the counter, splashes of brown liquid sloshing out of it and onto the clean table. Turning to stare back at him, he let out a furious shout. That's easy for you to say. You have an amazing fucking quirk. So will you stop being so nice? The kitchen was silent except the sound of Shinso's furious panting. Turning away from Izuku, it felt as if Shinso just slammed a door in his face, his angry brooding canceling out anything Izuku could say. Standing up, Izuku gave him a safe smile, a nod of his head, and turned heading out of the front door with his bags. Sorry for bothering you, I'll leave you to your coffee. Good start, Izuku, good start. The most bizarre and crazy thing about going to college at UA is that most of it was neither bizarre nor crazy. It was just like going to a normal college. You had a schedule, classes that you go to, and teachers that teach the subjects. The only real difference was that professional heroes were the ones teaching you. Midnight taught art. Present Mike taught English. Cementos taught modern literature. Ectoplasm taught math. It was just really weird to see the heroes that he used to fanboy over so much when he was little be so normal. He was well aware that heroes had lives outside of saving people, but that didn't change the fact that seeing pros in normal clothes was just so jarring. Midnight especially, outside of her seductive hero persona, there was apparently a fairly normal woman that liked to talk about art and probably drank wine on the weekends with her cat. Her and his mom would probably be the best of friends. The real question is, would it be weird to introduce Midnight to his mom when she got back? Regardless, going to UA turned into not that big of a deal. Almost normal. He blinked and almost a week had gone past. Sitting in Recovery Girl's office, he stared down at a piece of paper. The soft sound of his pencil scratching against it was calming to him, his anxieties that were building over the last couple of days finally starting to wane. He always enjoyed writing, there was something soothing to it, he guessed. Some students in the general study classes had gotten sick, so he had to fill out the proper paperwork for them. According to Recovery Girl, some of them were so unused to running for long periods of time they collapsed during gym. Turning behind him, he looked over the two students as they quietly slept before facing forward to write some more. It was nothing too crazy, just minor cases of overexhaustion. They just needed sleep and to drink a lot of water when they eventually woke up. From what he's reading, one of them has a breathing problem and will probably need an inhaler in the future. Izuku was suddenly jerked from his thoughts when a light in the room started to blink red, his body going stiff as a low siren started to go off. He didn't have long to question it because Recovery Girl was already kicking open the door a second later, moving faster than he had ever seen the woman move up until this point. Fiddling with her doctor's coat, she gestured to him with her neck, turning and heading out the door and into the hall. Izuku quickly following after her. Heading through the halls, they weren't exactly running, but they weren't walking either. It was more a quick jogger walk. Robots ran to and fro, Izuku having to take a step back just to barely avoiding a robot as it zoomed past. Watching the robot, his head whipped around to talk to Recovery Girl. "What's going on?" Her back was turned to him as she walked, her voice sounding low. "Hero training." Blinking at her angry tone, he frowned as well. "Hero training? Isn't this the first week?" "Yes, but the HSPC wants UA to focus more on battle training early on, work out the kinks early, I guess. Every year there is always someone hurt." Around a corner came a handful of robots, all pulling gurneys. Shaking her head at the sight, she turned towards the first one. Following after her, he looked over it for the first time, his eyebrows raising slightly. What he saw was what he assumed was a woman on the gurney. She was invisible to his sight, the only thing he could see were a pair of gloves and boots. Looking the girl over quickly, Recovery Girl scribbled something onto a clipboard, thrusting it into his stomach before walking over to the next one. Turning the clipboard over Izuku, he stared, frowning slightly at what he read. Hypothermia. The patient, Torohagakure, was in a building when the building was completely frozen. Lack of proper hero attire failed to protect her from the elements. Sliding his arms under where he believed the woman to be, he easily picked her up bridal style, making sure to be as gentle as possible as he carried her back into the office and to slide her onto a bed. Moving a hand up her arm, he stopped at her wrist, making sure to check her pulse. Her heart rate was a little slow but nothing extreme. It's a good thing she wasn't in that environment for long. The next step would be to remove any wet clothes. Quickly moving on, he removed her sopping wet gloves and boots, his hands pausing in hesitation for a second before running along her belly. That's weird, the split between shirt and pants should be here somewhere. Running a thumb along her belly, he could feel her belly button, his hand drifting before he stopped, his eyes shooting open. Yanking his hand away, he jerked it back like he just touched a scalding pot, his face bright red as he took multiple steps back. She's not wearing clothes? What kind of hero outfit doesn't have clothes? Grabbed any extra blankets he could find, he pulled them around her gently, wrapping her up to keep the warmth in and to distract his brain from the very naked girl in front of him. Sometimes it's best to just not think about it. Before he could focus too much on why a naked woman was sent into hero training, 2 more gurneys were wheeled into the office, Recovery Girl following in tow. She huffed. "How is she?" Face her, he looked over to the 2 others before back to her. "She's suffering from a minor case of hypothermia, nothing too extreme, so I didn't need to use my quirk. I've wrapped her in blankets and insulated her from the cold ground." "Good, make sure to monitor her breathing for the time being." "Did you already remove her wet clothing?" He couldn't help but frown when he gestured to her outfit with his hand. "You're looking at it. Wait, that's all she was wearing? What are these design departments thinking nowadays? Wait till I find out who in their right mind decided to create such a fucking stupid ass." Ignoring Recovery Girl's famous ranting, he walked over to one of the gurneys, taking the clipboard to read it. Scraps and bruises. The patient, Minoru Mineta, was crushed by a chunk of rubble after another classmate thought it to be a good idea to blow the roof off of a building. Covered in minor scraps and bruises along head and shoulders, might have a concussion. Let rest and check in when he wakes. Turning the small boy over, his fingers traced his scalp slowly. It looks like the boy's purple grape-like hair saved him, softening the blow. How his hair did that he had no idea, but it looked like it was made by something much sturdier than normal hair. Maybe it was made from. Shaking his head quickly to focus again, he rubbed his hands together, tracing his injuries and focusing on the warmth drifting from his fingers. Green embers moved across the wound. Cringing at the small amount of pain, he wandered over to the 3rd patient. Minor burns. The patient, Hantasiro, was clipped by a powerful explosion. His body was flung back against a wall and burned. Chest and face covered with minor 1st-degree burns. Looking over the tall, lean young man, his gaze drifted to a liter of minor burns along his arms and face. A painful reminder from his past. Recovery Girl's voice could be heard behind him. "Don't bother with that one, I already used my quirk on him." Give it some time and he'll be right as rain. The tap of her cane on the ground snapped him from his thoughts, turning to watch her walk out the door. Watch over them, I'll be back. I need to talk with Principal Nizu. Silently he nodded, watching her leave before lowering a hand to grasp at his shaking one. Blowing into his hot cup of coffee, Shinso stared down at the warm brown liquid as it swished slightly in his grasp. Small amounts of steam drifted up and disappeared against his face, a single comfort in what was usually a bad start to the morning. Letting out a yawn, he grimaced, exhaustion clinging to the bottom of his eyelids and drooping them farther down than usual. He's well aware that he should try and get out of this funk he's been in lately, yet no matter how much he tried, every action took more energy than usual. He felt like he was moving through thick molasses, his movements weighed down by who knows what. No, actually, he lied. He did know what was dragging him down. What was causing this deep depression to set in? He failed, and the worst part was he kind of knew he was going to deep down. Everyone told him that he had the makings of a villain, that he wasn't hero material. Maybe they were right, maybe it was stupid to think he could be anything more. The sound of footsteps to his left made him turn towards the noise, the sound gradually getting closer and closer until who does he see but none other than Mr. Smiles, Izuku fucking Midoriya. A grimace came to his face at the sight of him, tall, buff and radiating positivity as he came down from the final step. He looked to be dressed in a hoodie that was haphazardly thrown on, and yet he still looked so put together. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous of the man. "Good morning, Shinso," he said, his smile unwavering despite the heated glares Shinso was currently shooting at him. Maybe he could will a second quirk into existence, shoot lasers from his eyes and destroy someone with just a withering look. Sadly though, this was reality, and instead of striking the man down where he stood, he walked over and sat down next to him. "Guess you and I are the only morning people in one, see huh?" he said jovially. "Aha." Watching him for a second, Izuku let out a tired sigh, a hand raising up to rub at his neck. "Look, I don't know what I said before, but I just wanted to say that I am sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. God, if that doesn't just make him feel like an ass. The worst part of people like this is they were just so nice. How is he supposed to hate you when you have a smile that not even a monster could hate?" Huffing softly, he nodded slowly, his gaze refusing to meet Izuku's eyes as he stared down at his cup. "That's alright, I'm sorry for snapping. I've been having a bad time as of late." They fell back into silence after that, neither of them really knowing what to say. Midoriya's eyes looked over at him, looking like he was going to say something but to sit against it. After a bit of silence between them, Midoriya looked away, slapping at his knees before getting up, gesturing to the door with his thumb. "I'm going to go on my run now. Have a good day, Shinso." Shinso's grip on the mug got a little tighter, his head sinking down. He thought of the sneering faces of the people from his high school, the long lingered stares and whispers heard barely out of reach. The fearful look in people's eyes when he spoke to them, that guarded strained look that they always had, the same look that Midoriya seemed to lack. Maybe that was because he had no idea what Shinso's quirk was, or maybe he was just that nice. A question lingered on his tongue that he desperately wanted to ask. "Midoriya." The green-haired man paused at the door, stopping for a second before looking back at him. His eyebrows raised slightly at him, a soft gentle smile on his face. He didn't say anything, but he looked at him with what Shinso could only describe as gentle understanding. "Do you think someone like me can be a hero?" The question danced around in his mouth, just waiting to come out, but he paused. Clicking his mouth shut, he hesitated before asking a different question. "Why are you trying so hard to be a hero even though your quirk isn't useful for fighting?" Blinking back at him, he could see something move across Midoriya's face, his eyes opening just a slightly bit wider as his mouth opened. For a split second Shinso could see something else in his expression, vulnerability. But just as quick it was gone. He gave Shinso a genuine smile before letting out a small chuckle. "Well, you don't always get to choose your dreams, I guess." Shinso could relate. A feeling of understanding hitting him in the chest like a truck practically snapped him wide awake. His mind filling with clarity that he had not felt in a while, but only later would Shinso know what actually happened. He had been drowning, sinking into his own self-pity until he could no longer get out on his own. Yet a single phrase reminded him of a feeling he had almost forgotten. Words failed him despite him wishing to agree, to let him know that he understood how the green-haired man felt. Instead, all he could do was watch Midoriya hiccup his hoodie a little higher before walking farther outside and away from sight. Walking down the steps and towards the park, Izuku paused, his hands raising up so he could breathe into them for warmth when a voice called out to him, "Midoriya." Turning towards the sound, Shinso ran after him, haphazardly throwing on a jacket of his own on as he ran. "Mind if I join you?" No other words needed to be said between them. Izuku looked at him, gave him a small nod and started off on his jog, Shinso bouncing in place before following after him into the crisp morning air. Recovery Girl sat at her small old school computer as she typed away at it, filling out one of many school reports she was required to fill out daily. Just a report on equipment used and anything of note to take account of throughout the day. Ever since one of the walls into UA was destroyed, why paparazzi, all of the UA staff were expected to fill out more reports daily. It was annoying, but she understood. Not far away her assistant was writing in a notebook as he studied one of the books on medicine she had gifted to him. He had seemed so focused on his studies that he had failed to hear that Eraserhead had quietly come into their room while they worked. Something she should train him on later. The boy gets too stuck in his own head for his own good sometimes. Recovery girl. The gruff man grumbled, her assistant practically jumping out of his skin next to her. It's about time for the USJ. I have rented out the space and we need a medical person on standby per procedure. Letting out a huff, she continued to type away at her computer, her eyes refusing to leave the small monitor. Was that today? I had forgotten. I am much too busy with my reports to go running off, plus you know how long bus rides hurt my back. Letting out a small sigh, Eraserhead's brow knitted together, a frown on his lips. And I've told you time and again that I do not care. We are required to have a medic on standby. More typing, Midoriya's gaze going from recovery girl to Eraserhead and back. Two grumpy auras practically clashing before his very eyes. Letting out a hum, she tilted her head in thought, raising her cane to point straight at Midoriya. Take the boy. He knows the basics already. Turning towards Midoriya, Eraserhead stared for a long moment before sighing. Running a hand along his face, he got up, walked over and placed his hands on Midoriya's shoulders. Very well. Blinking a few times, Midoriya found himself being dragged out of the room, the situation just now seeming to catch up with him. Looking back at a waving recovery girl, all he could do was say a single word. What? Typing away at her computer, recovery girl paused to look at the door for a second. Shaking her head, she let out a laugh and then went right back to work. Everything was going so fast. 1 second Izuku Midoriya was working on the research that recovery girl assigned to him, and the next he was standing before a class of hero hopefuls. Blinking a few times in surprise, he noticed the entire class was staring at him as both him and Eraserhead have arrived, their eyes boring into him, making him sweat. Before Eraserhead could speak, Izuku watched as a familiar blue-haired man pushed through the crowd to gesture at him with his arm. Tenya Itza parting the crowd to make a beeline for him as he shouted, "You, Midoriya! I have been meaning to speak to you since." Just as fast as he had arrived, he was pushed aside, a familiar brunette girl appearing from the side to charge at him instead. "Ah, my guardian angel? Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for." She too was pushed aside by none other than a furious-looking Bakugo, his eyes flaring as he shouted, "Deku! What the hell are you doing here, you fucking low?" Wind parted and shifted around Bakugo before he was launched into the air, flying high out of sight. A tall, broad-shouldered young man with brown buzzed hair appearing to start shouting at him as he shook his shoulders, almost crushing him with his vice-like grip. "Hello, my name is Ineza Yoarashi. It is a pleasure to meet you." All Izuku could do was stare as the class descended into chaos, everyone shouting over each other. He was unsure how much of it was caused by him and how much was just caused by them feeding into each other's crazy. Turning his head, he watched as Bakugo propelled himself back down to the ground safely before lunging at Yoarashi, multiple people getting in between them. Class 1A was weird. Rubbing his eyes, all it took was Eraserhead to glare at them with red flashing eyes to make everyone quiet down. "Quiet. As I was about to say, Class 1A, this is Izuku Midoriya. He's recovery girl's assistant and has kindly volunteered to assist us today with our training. Do not scare him away. You may need his assistance in the future if you go pro. Now everyone get on the bus, we don't have all day." Giving them one final look, Eraserhead turned and went onto the bus, letting out small grumbles as he went. Fwee! Everyone flinched at the piercing high-pitched whistle that rang from the area. The whole class looking over to the offending sound to find Itza standing near the bus, pumping his fist as he blew into a whistle dangling from his neck. "You heard our teacher," shouted Itza. "Class 1A, let's all board the bus in an orderly fashion. Form 2 single file lines by seat number." A chorus of groans rang out around him as the class promptly ignored his shouts, getting in line as they went back to other conversations. "Did he always have that whistle?" Izuku asked aloud to no one in particular. "I'm afraid that was me. I should have asked what he needed it for before making him one, my apologies." Standing next to him was a young woman with long black hair tied back into a spiky ponytail, one bang hanging down from her right side. To the woman's right was Jiro, her hands raised to cover her ears with a grimace. Izuku and Jiro's eyes met for a second before he quickly looked away, instead choosing to smile at the stranger. "Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya." Taking his hand in hers, she politely shook it with a smile of her own. "Momo Yayorozu. I have been voted vice president of the class and figured I should say hello since our current president is well." Taking a quick glance at Itza as he made wide gestures with his arms like he was trafficking a plane, she sighed before looking back to Izuku. "Occupied at the moment. Finally, someone normal. I appreciate it, sorry to have caused such a scene." Letting out a small laugh, she shook her head. "Not at all, if anything I feel like we should apologize. You have kindly offered to help us and here we are being, dare I say, rather unwelcoming. First one on the bus gets to choose the seat." Running past them, they all watched as a floating jumpsuit with gloves and boots ran past, shouting as she ran onto the bus. "What? No fair. shouted a girl with purple skin running after the invisible woman before also disappearing onto the bus. The rest of the class, now realizing that seats on the bus were fair game, made a dash for the door as well. What? Stop! Please board the bus in an orderly fashion. An orderly fashion, I said, screamed Itza as he was practically bowled over by the rest of the class. The scene was actually pretty funny as it played out in front of him, letting out a laugh before he spoke. Shall we? I'd hate to be left behind. Nodding, she sighed before making her way towards the bus as well. Right, best not to keep Mr. Izuku waiting. On board, the bus was unsurprisingly just as loud and chaotic as it was outside, although Izuku would have been more confused if he hopped onto the bus and suddenly everyone was acting like angels. Shouts were heard all around him as he walked across and took a seat on the first spot he could see. Feeling an extra weight to his left, he looked down to see the brunette woman from earlier smile up at him with a big smile. Hi. I know you never got my name before, but hopefully you remember my face. I'm Okuko Uraraka. Thank you for saving me before. Smiling gently at her, he nodded before speaking. It would be a little hard to forget you. I'm glad that you are feeling better, Uraraka. Thank you. Why you too? The bus lurched for a second, interrupting their conversation, before starting off down the road, heading for whatever facility Class 1A had reserved for the day. The spirited conversations continued around the bus, with Izuku content to just keep to himself and observe everything around him. The invisible and pink girl from earlier were having an animated conversation about something, their hands moving from side to side as they spoke happily. Yoarashi was having a heated discussion with Kirishima before their hands interlocked to do what Izuku could only describe as a manly bond. A bro shake, perhaps. Everyone here seemed to be so friendly, all of them already starting to form bonds over their interest. It must be nice. Before Izuku could think any farther than that, he was suddenly overcome with the feeling of multiple eyes on him. Bakugo was sitting at the back of his bus, his glaring eyes unwavering as he stared Izuku down. He somehow looked even angrier than the last time they met. Hey, where the hell are you going, Deku? Think you could escape me that easily? Keika can what? Can the crap? I know you blabbed to the school, and because of you I might have a permanent mark on my record. Although he was not sure if that was even possible. Sometimes his cheek still stung from that punch. Pulled away from his gaze, he instead noticed that Jiro and Yaoyorozu were sitting nearby as they talked with each other. While Yaoyorozu was talking, Jiro seemed to be more focused on looking his way and then looking away again. Most likely she wanted to talk to him about something, but God, was he not going to let her? Why did she refuse to leave the past in the past? It would be easier if she just ignored me. Shifting to his right made him turn towards it, staring down at a bored-looking frog girl. She blinked a few times up at him before speaking. Midoriya. My name is Tsuyu Azui, but my friends call me Tsukuro. I apologize in advance, but I always say what's on my mind. That certainly got his attention. Okay Tsu, hit me with what you got. Kuro, alright. Why did Uraraka call you her guardian angel before? Uraraka surged forward from his side to shout happily, pink dusting her cheeks as she pulled his arm against her. Because he saved me. During the entrance exam I got crushed under rubble. I might have died if Izuku didn't rescue me. It's true. I saw the whole thing. He rushed into the fray despite the zero-pointer standing right over her, yelled Kirishima from his spot. It was one of the manliest things I've ever seen. Tilting her head, Yaoyorozu looked around at the rest of the class. What is a zero-pointer? It's a giant robot. They unleashed it towards the end of the entrance exam. When I first saw it I almost passed out. It was crazy big, said the guy with the lightning hair. Really? I would have loved to see that, screamed Yoarashi. The rest of 1A all chimed in, some even telling their own stories about the experience. Yaoyorozu put her hands to her mouth. Oh my, that sounds quite scary. It truly was. I myself was frozen in fear until Midoriya snapped me out of it, shouted Itza over the other voices. I'm honestly surprised to see you had not passed the exam. You had even found out about the exam's secret points. Izuku felt a spike of anxiety run over him as everyone started to look at him in awe, giving him attention that was not warranted at all. Shaking his head, he gestured to Kirishima in the hopes to deflect the attention elsewhere. Nonsense. I just tried to lift a rock. Kirishima was the one who defeated the zero-pointer with a single punch. Bakugo stood up in his seat to grip the railing. What the fuck do you mean he beat it with a single punch? Whoa, is that true, Kirishima? You must be really strong, shouted the invisible girl. Just like that, everyone was now looking at an embarrassed Kirishima. Letting out a small sigh, he smiled, happy to go back to watching the others interact. Kuro, I personally don't see it. Looking back at Tsu, he smirked before shrugging, his voice soft only for her to hear. That's alright, I don't see it either. He couldn't help but smile when the frog girl made a small laugh. The building that they were driven to, in short, was humongous. It was arguably bigger than the already huge main school building, or even the fake city that the entrance exam took place in. Staring up at the big walls, Uraraka whisper shouted, grabbing Izuku's shoulders and shaking him back and forth. Oh my god, it's 13. I take it you like 13 Uraraka. Are you kidding? They are my favorite hero. Behind them Jiro watched on with a frown. Welcome to my facility. Here you can find a simulation of every kind of natural disaster or accident that you can imagine. I call it. The heroes spread their arms. The unforeseen simulation joint. Or you can just call it USJ for short. A few students murmured about the facility's name while Izuku mostly watched Eraserhead walk over to 13. 13, where's All Might? He asked, glancing around. He was meant to be waiting here too. All Might is coming here? I knew that All Might was teaching at UA this year, but I had no idea I was actually going to meet him. Izuku tried to will his excitement down. About that. 13 mumbled the rest of the sentence, but seemed to give a hand sign with her answer. Izuku wasn't sure what it could mean, but it would probably mean All Might wouldn't show up until later. Izuku groaned in annoyance. Of course. That man is the peak of irrationality. Whatever. He turned back to the class. Let's get started. Actually, before that, I'd like to say something, or two, or three, maybe four. 13 rambled, counting fingers with each point. Eventually she stopped counting. As I'm sure some of you might be aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can create vortexes that can suck up and destroy anything. You've used it to save all kinds of people, shouted Uraraka, practically buzzing with excitement. 13 nodded. Indeed. But, my power could also be used just as similarly to kill someone. Immediately, the atmosphere around the group went heavy. And I'm sure the same thing can be applied to a lot of you too. 13 waved her hand in a sweeping gesture among the crowd. While the use of quirks in society are heavily monitored and restricted at all times, it only takes one person to do the wrong thing for people to die. In your previous classes, you've come to understand both the strength and potential danger of your quirks, but in this class you'll be learning how to use your quirks to help people, not to harm them. With her speech done, 13 bowed in thanks, to the applause of the class. Uraraka bouncing up and down gushing to him. Izuku bounced off the railing he was leaning on and walked back beside his colleague. Alright, with that done we can begin. We'll first dash. The lights next to them flickered, sparking erratically as the fountain in the distance started to go crazy. Eraserhead froze and suddenly spun around to face the fountain at the bottom of the stairs. Before Izuku could even wonder what the problem was, the 1A teacher started to shout back to the class. The area around the fountain shifted and twisted, turning a deep dark purple before pulling apart, the very air bending to an unseen will. A twisted hand emerged from a hole, wrenching back before pulling it wider, the hole exploding outward to reveal a handful of people. From the hole people started to flow out of it. Huddle up and don't move, he yelled, before turning his back to the class. 13, protect the students. Ha! Izuku asked dumbly. Kirishima, who was in front of him, leaned forward and craned his neck. What's that? Is that more obstacles, like the entrance exam? Don't move, Eraserhead yelled, pulling his goggles on. Those are villains. A man wearing an outfit made out of hands let out a laugh, and little did Izuku know that his path was once again about to change. Jiro panted as she laid back against the wall. Her arms and legs throbbing with pain, every fiber of every muscle in her body screaming out all at once, scolding her for being such an idiot. Sweat dripped down her face and neck. She so wanted to take a shower after this, but knew that standing for that long was going to suck. Maybe she could settle for a bath if her parents were cool with it? Her gaze drifted to the ceiling of the ragged beat-down complex. The long-forgotten building, more a skeleton than it was an actual building. If this place had electricity or water flowing to it, she'd eat her favorite boots. Flinching, she felt a rag pressed against her aching eye, her one good one squinting in pain. Sorry, trust me, it never gets easier, giggled her friend Sango, her short blue hair shifting like it was in the wind despite the fact that they were indoors. Dabbing the rag, she went in for a second try, Jiro only slightly grimacing this time. Well, on the bright side, I could be the other guy. A low groan coming out in front of her, making her look towards the carnage. Half a dozen guys laid against the round, all varying in consciousness. Shuka stomped past, dragging the leader of the bunch to a chair before easily picking him up and placing him in it. Nearby Yashimura stood, her long cat-like tail bristling as it lashed about. That's usually not a good sign. Jiro almost feel bad for the guy. Almost. How many times have we caught you on our turf, tada? Yashimura whispered in a furious tone. 2 times. The man said, letting out a cough. 2? No, that can't be right, because I could have sworn I warned you the last time. Tada. Listen. I'm sorry I didn't. Can it? The man's mouth shut so fast Jiro swore she heard the click of his teeth. Circling him, Yashimura tensed her hand, her long claw-like fingernails inching closer. I thought I made myself perfectly clear last time, and yet here you are, selling trigger no less, on our turf. She extended her claw, dragging it slowly against his cheek, not enough to draw blood, but it probably stung like crazy. Are you aware that there is an elementary school nearby, tada? Shika's kid brother goes there, doesn't he, Shika? Placing her hands on the man's shoulders, Shika squeezed them tightly as she growled out. Yes, he does. Look. I'm sorry. You'll never see me again, I swear. He winced when she jabbed her nail into his neck. You best be telling the truth this time because I am running out of patience with you. Ta-da. I don't think the next time we meet will be so nice. Taking the chair, she flung it forward, pushing the man onto the ground face first. Now get out of our sight. The man stumbled to his feet, a frantic look in his eyes as he rushed out into the cold night air with his figurative tail between his legs. Taking a couple deep breaths to calm herself down, Jiro watched as Yashimura went back to her easy smile before strolling over to Sango and herself. How's the IQ? Wincing at another eye dab, she huffed, taking the rag to dab onto her eye herself. Swollen. I probably will have a black eye after this. Sango giggled before rolling her eyes. Yes, that tends to happen when you let a guy twice your size hit you clean in the face. What even happened back there? You were doing fine but then totally just froze up, girl, Shika said, slightly annoyed. Yeah, not her best moment. She was doing fine but then that asshole with green hair jumped at her and she just... Frowning, she slowly stood up on her shaking legs. I've just been thinking a lot lately. About, I think I want to be a hero. The three of them blinked at her slowly, staring like they were expecting something else. The first to speak was Sango, her head tilting slightly. Wait, that's it. Geez, don't scare me like that. I thought it was something actually serious. Yes, I too thought it was something worse. Jiro felt like she was just punched in the face again, looking between the three, her mouth hung open. Hold the phone, you guys don't care. Shika shrugged her shoulders, confused. No? Why would we care? Sounds pretty awesome to me. Sango nodded along, smiling brightly. Totally. From gang girl to badass hero girl, I always believed you were better than this life. Of course I believed you were going to become a singer, but a hero is nice too, said Yashimura with her trademark smirk. Why, you guys? Tears started to form, her arms opening wide as all three of them leaned in for a group hug with Jiro in the middle. Ow, easy on the body. It's really bruised. A voice cut through their happy moment from outside. The claws, I know you're in there. I just want to talk. All of them groaning pulled away, Jiro leaning down to pick up her baseball bat and used it to properly stand herself back up. Well, no rest for the wicked. Let's go, girls, let's go see what asshole is trying to pick a fight now. Crossing her arms, Yashimura started to head outside, the other two following behind. Looking down at the passed out man with green hair, Jiro took a slow deep breath before getting back onto her screaming legs, taking one final look at the building before following after them. Falling from the sky, Jiro's earphone jack swayed in the wind, flailing about in a panicked frenzy as the ground came to meet her fast. Flesh meeting hard ground, she winced. Tumbling down a small hill, she fell along dirt and rock, twisting her body to land onto her feet with a slide. Her body stung from small scraps and scratches littering all over. Looking up at a steel dome, she only had a second for it to register that she was still at the USJ before a middle-aged man holding a lead pipe rushed at her from behind some rocks. Ducking under the pipe, she spun, cracking her faithful baseball bat against the guy's head, his body bending before crumbling at her feet. Jiro's hero uniform was made up of spiky punk rock boots, tattered black jeans, a black choker and a long jacket adorned with buttons that her friends had gifted to her. The jacket swished as she turned, revealing three long jagged claw marks painted onto the back in purple, the signatures of her friends haphazardly thrown on the back. Raising her bat just in time, she deflected a machete aimed right at her head, parrying it aside. Raising a foot, she slammed her steel-toed boot into the guy's chest, kicking him away to put some distance between her and the assailant. She watched as the bigger man stumbled back before regaining his footing, getting back into a low stance. Be careful with something sharp like that, you might poke someone's eye out, she said, her gaze not leaving the larger man. Cocky brat. Lunging at her again, she took hold of her weapon with two hands, her baseball bat raising straight up to block the side strike from hitting her. Unperturbed by her blocking him, he took a step closer, pushing her hands back against her chest. He took another step and another, her feet grinding back against the gravel, his deep voice chuckling down at her. He was clearly stronger than me, but this wasn't. Kicking right between the man's legs, his cocky smirk quickly turned into an open-mouthed shriek, eyes shooting wide in pain. Knocking his weapon aside, she winded a fist back before hitting him straight between the eyes, his large frame falling straight back against the ground unconscious. Jiro finally had a moment to breath, panting slightly as she looked down at the mysterious man and shaking her hand. Frowning, she spit a little on him before standing straight up with a grumble. Asshole. Looking over the rugged rocky terrain, she could see hills and peaks dancing along the horizon. To her right, about a yard away, was the edge of a cliff, the ground stopping and falling off to who knows how far down. She could see more rock on the other side of the cliff. A wooden rope-like bridge connected the gap to the other side. That looked like a ticket out of the area if she ever saw one. Izuku Midoriya came running out from her blind side, charging straight at her. She was a little surprised to see him. Bending down, he grabbed the lead pipe left on the ground before pulling it back and throwing it at her, shouting as he did, "Duck!" Sidestepping the pipe, it flew through the air, connecting into a guy that was apparently behind her with a knife. Blunt lead dug into the man's chest, giving Midoriya a moment to rush him, driving an elbow into the side of his head, the man falling like a sack of potatoes. Turning towards her, he gave her a smile before nodding. "You okay?" Jiro was feeling a little stunned, blinking a few times before nodding back, her face slightly red. "Yeah, I'm okay, thanks for the save, man. I wouldn't be too thankful just yet," an unknown voice called out, making the two of them jump a little in surprise. A man stood on top of a hill of rocks, an excited grin on his face. In response to his shout, about a dozen of men and women walked out of hiding, the bulk of them emerging to start circling the two students. Midoriya pressed against her back, the grip on her bat growing a little tighter as she frowned. Looking from one person to the next, she tried to see an opening but could not find one, her mouth opening to say a single word. "Shit." Fake fire licked and danced along with real fire. The sound of explosions echoing out around him as he ran. Running a hand along his sweaty face, Kirishima was a little relieved that his hero costume did not have a shirt with it, else he might actually burst into the flames due to the heat. The area that he was transported to was radiating warmth, tall buildings made to look like a cityscape were all around him, looking like a bomb had just gone off. Whether that was because the area was supposed to simulate a fire or not, he had no idea. What he did know is that it sucked. Following the sound of explosions, he turned a corner to find his classmate, Bakugo, in one of the buildings, surrounded by creepy-looking guys. He did not hesitate, running into the fray, his skin hardening as he ran. Lowering down, he shoulder-tackling one of them onto the ground, raising a rock fist into the air before bringing it down on the guy's face. Rock met cartilage, making a soft crunching sound. One guy circled him to his blind side, stabbing at him with a knife, the blade breaking off against his skin. Face the coward, he activated One for All, red sparks shooting off of his arm before driving his fist into the guy's chest and watching as he flew backwards into a neighboring wall. The rock shield around his arm shattering off from the force of his punch. Grimacing, Kirishima got back up, shaking the pain off of his arm to face the rest of the group. An explosion went off near his left, Bakugo propelling himself across the room to bring his foot into a guy's face, effortlessly twisting in the air before blasting the guy standing next to him into a wall. "What the hell are you doing here, shitty hair?" Bakugo screamed, blocking an incoming strike with his grenade-like gauntlets, sparks erupting from his palms as he fired off another blast. Smirking, Kirishima defended from behind, reapplying his armor before grabbing at a guy by his collar, bringing his head back and cracking his rock-covered head against him with a headbutt. "Same as you, I guess. Got teleported somewhere." Twitching, Bakugo ducked under an incoming sword swing, the blade so close he could practically feel the blade slice off a couple blonde hairs. Jumping into the air, he brought his boots down on the attacker's head. "God fucking, not that. Why the hell are you helping me? These guys are fucking mine, get your own." "I'm just trying to help, brother. I am not your fucking bro." Punching a man with blade arms in the face, he fired off another blast from his palm. "Ever since the school year started, you've been following me around like a dog damn lost puppy, and I'm sick of it." "Dude, I haven't been following you around. You have. Always looking at me like you have something to say." Thrusting a finger forward, he screamed, batting an incoming strike aside. "If you have something to say to me, fucking say." Letting out a round of coughs, Bakugo squinted his eyes, his chest starting to convulse as he fell to a knee. So busy coughing his lung up that he wasn't aware of an incoming knife aimed right at him. Luckily, Kirishima was there to block the stab with his arm, picking the guy up before tossing him into a wall. A harsh thump putting an end to the fight. Making sure they were in the clear, Kirishima scanned the horizon before walking over to a still coughing Bakugo with his hand out. "Dude, are you?" His hand was swatted aside by a furious-looking Bakugo. His teeth gritted as he looked up at him with disdain. "Fuck off." It was a tense moment of quiet between them. The only sound filling the silence was the crackle of artificial fire going off nearby. Frowning, Kirishima gave a nod. He may not be the brightest bulb in the shed, but even he knew when he was not wanted. "Sorry. I just wanted to thank you." Kirishima looked Bakugo over before sighing. "I saw what happened to you on the news 2 years ago. Watching how long you fought off against that weird slime guy kind of inspired me to be a hero. I just didn't know how to thank you. I'll leave you alone now." Turning, he left Bakugo alone, Bakugo frowning at where he walked off to before running the top of his knuckle against his mouth. Bakugo looked down at the ground in thought, cursed, and followed after him. 3 students were huddled in a circle sitting on a boat, all dripping wet as the boat swayed slightly against artificially made waves. One of them, the shortest of the group, was walking back and forth as he ranted. His short arms waved about in a frantic motion as he panicked. His purple hair made out of completely circular orbs. "Oh God, we're all going to die. I can't die yet. I have so much to live for, so many things to do," cried Mineta, his eyes darting around in a vain attempt to find a way out. "There are so many women out there and I haven't had a taste of any of them yet. It's not fair. How could this happen to me? How could A long frog-like tongue lashed out to smack the little imp across the face, immediately shutting up his ranting. "Stop it. There is no point in panicking, Kuro," muttered Sue, her hand going to her chin in thought. "Yeah man, chill, I'm sure there's something we could do," sighed Kaminari, a leg propped up as he sat. "They haven't rushed the boat yet even though there are so many of them compared to us, so we have that." "Yeah, but how long is that going to last? I can't fight. I'm mostly just capture stuff." "I hear you man, I'm not exactly much better. I've never been in a fight in my life. Our test a week back was the first time I've ever used my quirk on another person." "What? How is that in any way going to make me feel better?" cried Mineta, panic tears threatening to burst from his face. "I'm just trying to let you know we're in the same boat here," the two shouted back and forth as Sue stared out into the water in thought. Tilting her head, she let out a small hum before standing to walk past them, the two hero students stopping their argument to watch. Leaning over the side of the boat, she stared down at the dozen of villains floating in the water, her voice calling out to them. "Kuro, which one of you is the leader?" The group of them all laughed, almost mocking in their tone. Swimming forward, a man with a shark-like head grinned evilly at her before speaking. "That would be me. Don't bother begging for your life, it won't do you any good." "Sorry Kuro, but that was not the plan. I just wanted to kindly ask you all to leave. I would rather not kill anyone if possible." Another round of laughter, the leader of the group chuckling along. "The bitch has spunk. I like that, but no, we're not going to just leave." Tilting her head to the side, she watched him for a moment before speaking. "Are you aware that we have someone here that can use lightning? I've heard stories about how dangerous that could be in water, so I'd rather it not come to that." The laughing stopped, Kaminei seeing that as his Kata walked next to her and activate his quirk, sparks of electricity moving across his fingers. Eyes widening, the leader stared, holding his hands out as he spoke. Suddenly the group of them looked a lot less cocky. "Why you re-bluffing? No hero would up and fry a bunch of crooks. You don't have it in you." "Kuro, we are only hero students. We aren't actually heroes yet and you are threatening to kill us. I have siblings waiting for me back home that I would like to go back to." Staring into her face, the leader squinted in an attempt to get a read on her, her blank unreadable face staring back. A silent game of chess being played between their eyes. Sue could see sweat starting to form on his face, his eyes shaking as they darted around. Gulping, he opened and then closed his mouth, the panic in his face letting her know that she had one. Ice shot out, moving across the ground at a startling speed before latching onto a person's foot. A cold shiver running up the man's spine as it drifted farther up, coating his leg and soon his whole body in ice. The man next to him screamed, falling onto his butt before crawling away on all fours, his weapon forgotten on the ground as he turned and ran. Stumbling, he panted, panic in his eyes as he shouted, "These kids are crazy. What the hell is with their quirks?" Wind parted and shifted around him, his feet no longer touching the ground as he was lifted up. Floating in place for a second, he still tried to run, only for his legs to flail around unmoving, looking down at the ground in shock. With a forceful yank, he was jerked backwards to find himself in the arms of Ineza Yoarashi. Reeling his head back, Ineza headbutt the guy across the face, knocking him out with a single hit. "Ha ha, nice one Todoroki. Those guys didn't stand a chance against the might of our passionate power." Todoroki didn't even bother looking at him as he walked past, the fresh layer of ice crunching under his white boots as he walked. Behind him, Ineza froze, his big smile turning into a frown for just a second before quickly returning to a smile. Shaking his head, he started to march after him. Making their way over to the frozen henchman, the man wiggled around in his ice-cold cocoon, grunting and groaning as he tried to free himself, only stopping when he saw Todoroki. Walking over to him, Todoroki looked him over with his heterochromatic eyes. "What is the plan here? There's not way that your whole plan was to sneak into UA just to get beat up by some kids," he said in an icy cold tone. "Ask your questions all you want, but I ain't talking. What do I look like? A snake?" "Of course not, snakes would die if frozen. They're warm-blooded." "Haha, hilarious joke Todoroki." The two ignored Ineza's laugh, the villain squinting at him. "Is that a threat?" "It is." Raising a hand, freezing cold mist could be seen drifting from it. Placing a hand against his face, ice started to creep up the man's neck, slowly drifting farther and farther up. "Now talk. Unless you want to be a popsicle." Alright, I'll talk." The ice stopped moving for the moment, giving him a second to speak. I don't know the exact plan. We were just told to meet at certain points and then kill anyone who shows up. I swear, not good enough." Wait, hold on. Eyes moving around, it was unclear if he was thinking or just stalling for time for the moment. "The boss has a thing." Poking in from Todoroki's side, Hagakure spoke in a questioning tone. They could not see her, but if they did, she was probably raising an eyebrow. "A thing? You mean a guy or like a weapon?" "No, like a thing. It sat in a crate the entire time during our briefing and only started to move after given an order. Big purple skin thing with a bird beak. It was called our secret weapon, that's all I know, I swear." Looking amongst each other, the unlikely trio communicated without saying any words. Todoroki looking back to speak. All right. We believe you. Thank you. Just sit here until the heroes arrive. What? Hey. Heading down the rocky pass, Todoroki's gaze did not leave the direction of the square, his eyes cold and calculating as he walked. The way he moved, the way he spoke, the way he held himself. It was so wrong. Inaza's hand had started to hurt from how hard he was clenching it, his smile grinding against his teeth so hard he was surprised that he had not drawn blood. A red-hot fire flicking against his insides making him start to feel sick. Inaza Yoarashi always liked everything. He was the kind of person who had a passion for any topic if you got him going. He did not hate things. Yet, looking at his colleague and the son of Endeavor, he could not stop the frown from overcoming his face. Inaza did not hate things, but Todoroki he may make an exception. Taking a deep breath, he watched Hagakure run after Todoroki, his hand unclenching and slowly following after. Jiro and Midoriya sat behind a rock, the sound of blast going off as the rock splintered and cracked. The blast stopped, panting. Midoriya looked over the rock just to duck back behind when another volley of blasts started up again. A woman with long hair and a man in a long green jacket were firing energy blast against their hiding spot, a hiding spot that was quickly shrinking. They hardly left an opening for them to get away, covering each other's breaks pretty well. This was not good. Looking down at his bleeding arm, he grasped it in a hope to stop the bleeding. Looking to his left, Jiro didn't look much better, signs of bruising and minor cuts already starting to form on her body. Silently he cursed at the fact that he lost his medical supplies when they were teleported. This was his first time fighting a group of people that were actively trying to hurt him, and man was it different than just sparring in a dojo. There were so many of them, and no matter how many he knocked out there was always more waiting for him around the corner. It barely felt like they were making in progress at all. Exhaustion had started to set in, his movements already feeling slower than they were a while ago. He thought he had good stamina, but that didn't seem to help much in this situation. Jiro didn't look to be faring much better, her chest moving up and down as she held her bat. Common Midoriya think, there had to be a way out of this. Squeezing his fist, he racked his brain trying to think of some way out of this, but could only think of one solution. He could maybe hold them off long enough for Jiro to escape and get someone to help. Midoriya. Jiro's voice snapped him out of his planning, looking down to find her staring up at him. I just wanted to say. Boom, the ground shook a little, a loud bang coming from the other side of the rock. Smoke billowed out, a silhouette running, no sprinting, towards them. Before they could even register the incoming threat, they both watched shocked as Yaoyorozu came running out of the smoke. Yaoyorozu, Momo, they both exclaimed at the same time. Taking hold of both of their arms, she pulled them towards the smoke. Midoriya and Jiro not hesitating even for a second to follow after her. Squinting against the thick smoke, Midoriya could hear coughing all around them as they ran, the faint shadows of other people shifting around in the unseen. A glint to his right made him notice it, snatching a machete off of the ground as he ran. As quick as they went in they emerged, the light of the steel dome making their eyes hurt when they came out on the other side. Not stopping their movement, they started to run towards the wooden bridge. Jiro to his right screaming as she ran. Thank God you showed up when you did, Momo. I thought we were a goner. I am happy to see you two are okay as well. Gesturing to a bleeding side of her head, she shouted back. When we were teleported away from the others, I fell wrong and went unconscious. When I came to, I heard the sound of fighting and came as fast as I could. But how did you create such an explosion? Shouted Midoriya back. The sounds of screaming followed by footsteps could be heard behind them. That's easy. I merely created a cannon and fired a smoke bomb into the crowd from up high. You made a what? Jiro snickered. Did no one tell you that Momo's quirk lets her make things? It's pretty crazy. But a cannon. My father is a fan of old-timey weaponry. He has collected many books on the subject over the years and keeps them in his personal library. Responded Yaoyorozu. Your dad owns a library. Their feet met old rickety wood as they ran, the bridge slightly groaning under the extra weight. Coming up on the other side, all three of them turned to see the massive group of henchmen hot on their trail. Raising a foot, Jiro slammed it onto the bridge, her earphone jack shooting down to plug into her spiky boots. Her shoes thrummed a single low sound before shooting a sound wave out, the group of criminals stopping in their tracks to grasp at their throbbing ears. Not to say that this conversation isn't hilarious, but I think we have a bigger problem at the moment, yelled Jiro over the sound of her boots. Gripping the machete, he picked up Izuku, swung it at one of the ropes holding the bridge up, embedding it partially through it before swinging at it again. It shifted and swayed under the stress, making the criminals look amongst each other. Better run, else you want to find out what's at the bottom of this ledge, Midoriya shouted, bringing the blade down on the rope a third time, it cutting clean through it. Screaming, the group started to run back from whence they came. The bridge started to tilt on one side. Going over to the other rope, he started to chop at it, making sure to only finish cutting it after everyone had gotten off the bridge. With a loud snap, the rope came undone, the bridge going completely vertical as it wiggled, one side of it plummeting down below, leaving the group on the other side and cutting off the one entrance to and from the mountain zone. Do me a favor and hold down the fort, sport. You're the man of the house until we get back, yelled Midoriya, cocking his arm back and chucking the machete off of the cliff. Letting out a laugh, Jiro joined in as well. Don't give the babysitter any trouble and be sure to go to bed on time. We left a few hundreds on the dresser in case you get hungry. Blinking, the two turned to stare at an embarrassed-looking Yayaerozu, her face bright red. What? Is that not normal? Letting out a snort, Jiro gave her a pat on the back as they walked. Midoriya staring a little bit longer in an attempt to figure out if she was joking or not. Turning, he stared off into the distance. Past the jagged rocks and the steep drop of the cliffside, he could see the faint glimpse of water from the fountain. The fountain in the center of the USJ. The fountain that he knew that Mr. Izuku was fighting at. Clenching his good hand, he frowned. This was really stupid. He should just try and sneak past to regroup with the others at the entrance. He would just be in the way, and yet... Yayaerozu and Jiro stopped their walk to notice that Midoriya was no longer following them, looking back at him confused. I want to check on Mr. Izuku. Eyes widening, they stared at him shocked, mouths opening to shout at him at the same time. Absolutely not. What are you, crazy? We barely made it out of there alive and now you want to run back into the fray. Jiro marched up to him to poke at his chest. I will not go risking my life again over something so stupid as pride. Sighing, he gave a nod. That's fine, you don't have to go. I just want to make sure everyone is okay. Walking around her, he started to head down the hill. Go meet up with the others, I'll catch up with you shortly. What? The fuck I am? Jiro shouted as she marched after him. What? Are you that desperate to get yourself killed? Jiro, leave me alone. No, you are not going to just walk away from me. We are all going back to the entrance. I can take care of myself. Apparently not considering everything we just went through. I get that you're all big and strong now, but you don't have to do everything on your own. Stopping in his tracks, he spun around to glare at her, his eyes flashing green, the sight making her flinch away from him slightly. His words hissing out through brown teeth. Kyuka, drop it. Just leave me, it's what I'm used to. That seemed to really hurt her, a hand going to her chest like he just struck her. Taking a deep breath, his shoulders untensed, trying to calm down his breathing. I can't just leave knowing someone may need my help. A bit away, Yayaerozu's eyes looked between them as they spoke, a look of realization coming across her face. Taking a step forward, she coughed into her hand to get their attention before speaking. I take it you have your heart set on this, and you promise to leave the fighting for the professionals, only leaning into support. A nod from him was all she got before nodding back. Then I am coming as well. I would feel much better if I knew that everyone was okay. With no other words needed to be said, they both started to head off, a fuming Jiro behind them. Stomping her foot, she turned and kicked a rock a few times before sighing, quickly stomping after them. Alright, fine. I'm coming too, but if we all die I get to tell you I told you so. How had it all gone bad so quickly? Hiding behind a rock, they watched Mr. Izuku get slammed into the ground, his gnarled arm twisted in a way it should not be twisted. Bending and distorting until they heard a sickening snapping sound, Izuku letting out a pained groan that made a shiver run up and down Izuku's spine. In the corner of his eye he could see Jiro wince at the noise, obviously sounding way worse on her end. What do you think of him? Erase her head. He's the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. But, you can call him Nomu. The man with hands spoke, his voice almost giddy with glee, or maybe malice. The thing, Nomu, let out a horrifying bone-chilling screech, making all of them shudder at the sight. This Nomu was so unlike any of the common thugs they met at this point. It was different, so much worse. Its massive, purple, muscle-covered body distorted and twisted to look almost human. The fact that it could almost be mistaken as a person besides the big beak-like face and exposed brain somehow making it even creepier. Turning to look at the massive being holding him, it crushed Mr. Izuku's arm under his foot. Momo's hands going to her mouth in pure shock, her eyes wide as she watched Nomu lift Mr. Izuku's head and slam it into the cold concrete. This was bad, really bad. So much worse than he thought. Before any of them could even do or say anything, they watched as the portal guy from earlier appeared, leaning in to whisper to the man with hands. Jiro leaned in a little, stabbing her earphone jack into the ground to listen in on the conversation. They're talking about retreating. Sounds like Aida got outside of the USJ. Letting out a small sigh, Momo smiled. That's good. The hands guy seems to be having a panic attack. Now he's talking about killing kids. Whipping around to stare at Jiro, they both turned in sync to watch the man with hands go sprinting off into a horizontal direction. Turning their heads towards where he was heading, they watched horrified as he ran towards a second group that was watching from afar. The hands guy lunging at the group of Azui, Denki, and Mineta. Izuku Midoriya had no idea what the villain could do, but he had a terrible feeling deep down that whatever his quirk was, it was probably very bad. His body moved before he could register what he was doing, jumping out of his hiding spot to go rushing at them. He could hear the voices of Yayaerozu and Jiro shouting behind him. The man's hand grew closer and closer, like a creeping shadow of death. His arm moving faster than Izuku could run, it hovered over Tsu's face. time stopping for a second to take in Tsu's wide-eyed, terrified face. Time returned, the hand placed right on her forehead before pausing. Letting out a sigh, the villain looked behind him to stare at Mr. Izuku. "You really are cool, Eraserhead." Lunging forward from the water, Denki reached both of his hands out, sparks flickering off before firing a massive charge of electricity aimed right at the villain. For a second Izuku thought that Kaminari had got him, but when the smoke cleared, the Noma was standing in the way of the blast. Unmoving, as if he wasn't just hit with a blast of pure electricity point blank. In one quick motion the monster reached down to grasp at Kaminari's wrist, wrenching his stunned brain-fried body into the air. Tsu shot out a tongue in a desperate attempt to save Kaminari from the beast. Mineta begged for mercy. And the man with hands slowly crept his two palms forward, promising death for both Tsu and Mineta. Cocking a fist back, Izuku aimed a strike right at the back of the villain's head, hoping that if he came in from a blind side he could get a hit off. Unfortunately, that did not work, the man dodging away from the strike and taking a leap back. Oh ho! 2 more enemies have emerged from the fog. Movement to his left, in the corner of his eye he saw that Jiro had joined him, her shaking hands gripping onto her bat tightly. He had no idea where Yayaerozu was, but he refused to turn his head to look. Something told him that looking away meant death. Hopefully wherever she was safe. No one moved for a moment, Jiro's foot grinding into the dirt as the hand villain tilted his head, a single eye glaring at them from behind a bizarre twisted mask. Dirt shifted as they both rushed him. Jiro swinging at him from the left, her bat missing its target. Lunging at her with one of his hands, he had to pull away when Izuku tried to kick him in the head. In a fluid motion he ducked under Izuku's leg, going in for a second strike, only this time to be interrupted by a frog-like tongue lashing at him from afar. Shifting to the left he dodged the tongue, raising his arms to block the stinging strike of a metal bat. Izuku pushed the offensive, landing a few hits into his stomach before having to retreat from another strike. A second bat strike came from his blind side, forcing him to block with his arms, bruising starting to appear along them. Letting out a frustrated growl he swung at her just for her to duck back behind the others. He knew this trick. All 3 of them were using hit-and-run tactics, landing a few hits before retreating, being sure to cover each other's escape with blanket fire. He's played enough shooting video games to know what kind of game they were playing. It was smart, probably the best way to defeat a stronger opponent. It probably would have worked if he was alone. Thrusting his hand out into the air he plunged it into a portal, the hand appearing behind Tsu as she was mid-leap, his fingers digging into her shoulder. Letting out a pained scream, her body twisting in the air before falling against the hard ground. Jiro tried to swing at him, but he caught it with his free hand, giving the steel weapon a squeeze. Both of them watching in horror as the bat crumbled to dust, splintering into pieces upon the ground, forcing her retreat to a safe distance. In a last-ditch effort Izuku dipped in close to cover Jiro's retreat, meeting his fist with an open palmed strike. Their attacks got close, all 5 of the villain's fingers inching closer before he paused, jerking his hand back in surprise and leaving himself wide open. The villain's face snapping back from the blow of Izuku's punch, his mask falling to the dirty ground with a soft thud. Almost instantly the lanky villain forgot anything else, bending down to pick up his mask. Behind him Midoriya and Jiro raised their eyebrows. Father, I'm sorry, look at you, all covered in dirt now. I'm so sorry. His breathing growing panicked and labored as he spoke, only really calming down after he put the weird hand-shaped mask back onto his face. Turning to face them, Midoriya could practically feel the hatred radiating off of him, his gaze boring into him. Raising a wrinkly flaking hand he pointed at Midoriya, his voice seething. "No moo. Kill that one first." In a blink of an eye the bird creature was upon him, wind parting around him being the only tell that it moved at all. Maybe it was always just standing there and he never even saw. Unblinking its dead eyes stared down at him, black smooth eyes more a puppet than anything that ever resembled a living breathing creature. Izuku didn't even see the strike, a blur moving across his eyes a second before he felt the blow. A fist about the size of his lower half slammed into him, a sickening crack filling the air as pain shot along his chest. His feet were no longer on the ground, wind soaring past him at a startling rate as he was launched back. Another shot of pain overcoming his body from behind, this time before, nothing. The last thing he heard was an old friend screaming his name. Izuku. This was insane. Was she the only one that saw that monster? Heading up the stairs to the entrance, Momo Yaoyorozu's feet clacked against each step, practically moving up them 2 at a time. All she did was stare in horror as Midoriya and Jiro had sprinted into the fray to try saving the others from that thing. She had prepared for many hours for the day that she would come across a criminal. She knew it was inevitably in this line of work. She had planned for many situations and they worked out perfectly against petty criminals. She remembers not even 30 minutes ago feeling so proud of herself, yet when faced with something so much scarier, something she could not have possibly planned for, she ran. Just turned tailed and bolted as fast as she could, leaving her friends to God knows what fate. An all too familiar feeling of shame creeping in from the dark recesses of her mind. What would her parents say if they saw her running for her life like a coward? Unable to finish that thought, she noticed the familiar brown bob of Eureka running towards her with Shoji in tow. Momo! Oh, thank God you're safe, the normally bubbly girl exclaimed, worry etched on every crevice of her face. Walking up next to them, an extra mouth appeared from Shoji's shoulder to speak, an action that she was still trying to get used to. Is anyone else with you? Why yes, Midoriya and Jiro were with me, but they got caught with a villain. I was hoping to get some help, she managed to say through her panting lips. You mean you abandoned them, don't you? Eureka perked up at the sound of Midoriya's name. Momo knew of Eureka's crush with the young green-haired boy, of course, how could she not? She may not be as gossipy as Mina or Hagakure, but she was still a romantic at heart. You saw my guardian angel? Is he alright? Eureka's hopeful look made a new wave of guilt hit her. Swallowing, she nodded. Yes, last I saw him he was running into the fray to save some of the Oth. She heard the loud bang sound before she felt it, the ground shifting slightly from the force of the impact. Eureka and Shoji turned in surprise, both of their eyes going wide, Eureka placing her hands to her mouth in shock. Small traces of tears starting to form in her eyes. Momo was almost too afraid of what she would see when she turned her head. Judging off of the looks of her friends, it was anything but good. Her body moved like crawling through thick tar, her hair swaying as she turned to see Midoriya lay upon the ground. He was covered in blood, his chest sunken in a way she was sure that it was not supposed to. Cuts and bruises littered his body from the impact, the ground slightly cracked from the force of the impact. He looked to be breathing, but just barely. It was terrifying. Eureka acted first, letting out a scream as she ran over to his slumped body. Shoji followed after her, hot on her tail, and she followed behind them, her body jolting to life and moving before she even thought it. Oh my god, exclaimed Eureka, tears running down her face. What do we do? What do we do? We should mow him somewhere safer, muttered Shoji, clearly in shock. No, we aren't supposed to move a crash victim unless we are 100% sure that we won't injure anything in the move. In case something has broken off inside of him, she responded, perhaps a little forcefully, the other two starting to look at her. Lowering a hand towards her stomach, she started to make wraps, pulling them from her skin as she spoke. We need to make a stretcher out of something to keep him from jolting about. Eureka, you need to kneel behind his head and hold him by his shoulder blades. Shoji, you need to lift him by his armpits and one of his forearms. We need to lift all at once, no sudden movements or twisting. She had just started to wrap his arms when the door burst open. Momo had always admired All Might growing up. I mean, who hadn't? It was All Might, the symbol of peace and the protector of the people. Despite all of that, he was never her favorite hero. She had others she personally liked more. Yet at that moment, turning to see All Might in all of his towering glory, his blonde hair shifting as he walked, a flurry of emotion came over her. Why did she ever hold someone in higher regard than him? Him standing in the doorway to the building, marching up to the top of the stairs and looking down at them like an ancient protector filled her with a sense of awe and hope she had never felt before. His presence drew all eyes in the room towards him, and she suddenly found it harder to breathe, yet she weirdly felt a wave of comfort come over her. Everything was going to be okay, because All Might was here, and he looked pissed. Fear not. All Might's voice boomed as he gripped the knot of his tie. I am here, he shouted as he tore the article clean off his neck. All Might, she whispered, the sound of villains panicking down below not drawing her away from the sight. In a flash he was standing before them, his thick arms going to his sides as he looked them over. His eyes stopped at the sight of Midoriya, his frown becoming a full grimace. Silently turning towards the plaza square. Mr. Izuku and the others are still down there. There's some kind of monster that's wrecking. Anything else she was planning to say vanished along with All Might, his massive frame disappearing almost as if he was never there. A sonic boom exploded near the fountain, hordes of villains getting knocked aside like they were nothing. Jiro and Midoriya barely survived a dozen of them, and yet All Might beat twice as many as them in a mere second. In a flash he was back with Jiro, Kaminari, and Mineta at his side, Sue and Izuku in his arms. Setting them down nearby, he looked at Izuku for a moment, his voice deep and booming yet still quiet, holding the faint signs of regret. I am sorry I did not make it sooner, my friend, I'll take it from here. Looking at the six of them, he gave them an encouraging smile. You six. Make sure to watch over the injured for me. I'll be right back. Walking towards Midoriya, Jiro fell at her knees before him, tears starting to run down her face at the sight of his beaten form. Leaning towards the edge of the stairs, All Might bent at the knees and was gone again, followed by the sound of an explosion down below. Everything hurt, pain pulsing through his body like a heartbeat, slow, but all-consuming. His chest moved up and down slowly, every breath a chore. Every gasp filled with a sharp sting. Slowly lifting his sagging eyelids, he stared up at Jiro. She was crying, tears dribbling down to fall onto his heaving chest. She was saying something, but it was hard to make out. Lips moved like she was shouting, yet it all sounded like a whisper. Izuku, stay with me. I haven't properly apologized yet. You can't just leave like that. Watching her through his hazy eyes, he wondered why he was so mad at Jiro again. It felt like such a long time ago now, like in the grand scheme of things it didn't really matter. His eyelids were so heavy. Maybe it couldn't hurt to close his eyes for a moment. He could feel them slowly start to close, the pain giving way to a cold numbness that was almost a comfort. He had a good run despite it all. Kendo sat down next to him on her bed, turning towards him to say something. Her mouth moved, a soft caring smile on her face before she let out a laugh. Oh, that's right, he never got to talk to Kendo again one last time. Do you think she'd be mad or sad when she finds out what happened to him? Rise. There was that voice again, a voice he only heard in dreams calling to him from the dark. Rise. Numbness gave way to a growing warmth, a fire bristling and lashing out as it grew and grew until the heat had started to become unbearable. RISE, standing around Midoriya's unmoving frame, they were busy wrapping his body, a large plank jury rigged into a stretcher. Midoriya's breathing getting slower and slower as they worked until it stopped entirely. Then suddenly, his body jerked. His chest heaving forward almost as if pulled by an invisible force, jade-green flames flickered from his open wounds before engulfing him entirely, forcing everyone to take a few steps back. Letting out a long deep breath, Midoriya jerked to a sitting position, his shining green eyes being yanked wide open like he just woke from a bad dream. Sitting before them was a living, breathing Midoriya, looking a little worse for wear but okay. Everyone jerked back from the sight, watching as he looked around, a hand going to his chest before looking down at what used to be a bleeding arm, instead only being greeted by a faded scar. You're alive, muttered Yae Erozu, her eyes looking him over with shock. Shoji rubbed at his eyes to make sure he was seeing right. Opening his mouth to speech, his chest heaved, gasping out as he turned away. Billows of black smoke and ash shooting out of his mouth and onto the ground. When he was done coughing, he let out a breath. Anybody get the license of the truck that hit me? Eureka practically slammed into him, pulling him into a hug, her tear-covered face rubbing into his shoulder. How am I? Midoriya's voice trailed before thinking of something, quickly getting up despite the others telling him to take it slow. Mr. Izuku, is he okay? Locking in on the sight of a badly beaten Eraserhead, he ran over to him, going to look him over when he was stopped. Eraserhead's hand raising before pointing at an unconscious Tsu that he was just now seeing. Save my student first. Making his way over to Tsu, she was laid back, her breathing labored. On her shoulder she had a wound that he had never seen before. A black mark of breaking skin in the shape of a handprint. Cracks splintering out and slowly spreading up her neck, the tree-like branches already starting to touch her chin. We don't know what he did, no matter what we do we can't make it stop, said Yae Erozu next to him. It's some kind of quirk, and whatever it is it looks deadly. Propping her head with hand, his other lit ablaze, hesitating for a second before running it along the wound. Searing hot pain like he had never felt before rushed into him. Izuku Midoriya has grown accustomed to pain at a young age, but this was on a whole other level. It felt like his atoms were being pulled apart on the inside. Every part of his being fighting to stay together against an unknown force. Gritting his teeth, he pushed through it, his eyes shutting as his muscles tensed. He thought of the small smile that Tsu gave him on the bus and he charged through the pain. It got to a point where he was starting to question if he could really do it when it ended, the flames parting to reveal a wicked-looking scar all the way down her neck, onto her shoulder and down her arm. Falling back to the ground, he felt arms wrapping around him to catch him, turning to see Shoji nod at him. Tsu's breathing growing more natural, now looking to enter a deep sleep. He took the hard part away, the rest was left for her body to regain its energy. Getting back onto his tired and sore legs, Shoji helped him up, multiple arms holding him as he started to make his way over to Mr. Izuku. Okay, one down, one to go. Fist met fist, each powerful blow being met with an equally as powerful one. Each clash created a force so powerful it shook the stage and rattled his bone. What his master said was true, All Might had gotten weaker over the years. Which was kind of ironic since a weaker All Might was still a massive threat. He shuddered at the thought of facing All Might Prime. Raising a hand, Shigaraki grimaced as he scratched at his neck. No matter what he did, the itching would not stop. God, he hated the itch. Usually killing satisfied it for a while, but killing that frog bitch did not seem to have done the trick. In fact, it seemed to have only made it worse. Ever since he fought that child, the boy with green hair. It's a good thing the Nomu killed him. The way his fingers froze when they got close to the boy shook him more than he would like to admit. For some reason, when he got close to him, he was overcome with an uncomfortable feeling, the itch running over him in a way he had never felt before. The fight with All Might was going well. They had almost done him in with their little portal trick. The weak point really was right where Master said. But then more brats showed up to stop them. I swear they are like cockroaches. Little, annoying cockroaches. 3 DPS brats, one with explosions, another with air, and an icy asshole got in the way. That plus a tank, and the fight had gotten a lot more complicated. All party members he will have the pleasure of killing later, but for now they had to focus on All Might. Weren't you listening? Shigaraki screamed over the sound of exploding fist. I told you his power was shock absorption. You can't beat him. Yeah, so what? All Might yelled back, his punches never faltering. If it's only shock absorption and not nullification, then that means this guy has limit to how much he can take, right? What? This was not happening? Nomu was fucking losing? Master entrusted it to him and it was being steamrolled. Spinning in the air, he spun Nomu around before tossing him back into the ground. Falling next to Nomu, All Might's shoulders tensed. Let me show you what it really means to go beyond. Throwing a fist back as he shouted, light flashed around his fist, slamming his fist forward and into the chest of Nomu as he shouted. Plus, pivoting his waist, he thrust it forward, All Might's fist practically punching straight through the creation. Ultra AAAAAA. With the rallying cry echoing through the USJ, Nomu launched off into the sky from the sheer power of All Might's strike. Smashing into the dome, Shigaraki could feel the ground shake, soaring past the dome, parting clouds as he went before sailing out of the sight. He could hear the shield brat mutter in disbelief not far away. That was like the finishing move in a video game. A bullshit video game. What kind of game balancing is this? I really have gotten weaker. Placing a fist against his chest as he spoke, All Might still had his infuriating smile plastered on his obnoxious face. In my heyday I would have finished him in just 5 punches, but today I needed over 300 thundering strikes to defeat that beast. Now then, villains. It's your turn. Turning towards them now, he did not seem to move, but his presence promised destruction to them. 2 hands went to his neck, scratching frantically as his itch would not go down. It persisted regardless of everything. Why wouldn't it leave? Kurojiri phased next to him to speak in his ear. He's bluffing, Shigaraki, look how he shakes. I think the Nomu did more damage than he lets on. We can still win this. He's right, they could still win the fight, they just needed to frozen in place. That's when he saw it. Green fire in the distance, engulfing someone in a bright jade-like flame before subsiding. Far away within his eyesight, a group of people stood around, watching as their teacher got back up like he wasn't just pummeled into oblivion. But the thing that really drew his attention was in the crowd he saw the frog girl from earlier. She was sitting up now and looked overall okay. His decay failed. That fucking brat survived. His obnoxious green hair noticeable anywhere. Watching them, it all made sense now. They had a healer. Letting out a huff, he tried to channel that anger, growling out as he turned around. No, we're leaving. Kurojiri paused, his yellow misty eyes widening slightly before nodding. Of course, Shigaraki. Creating a portal, he walked into it, looking behind him one last time before disappearing from sight. Not long after that, the rest of the school staff showed up to clean up the stragglers. Most of the minor thugs giving up after their ringleader ran. Wincing, Izuku felt the sting of Recovery Girl's cane as she shouted at him, scolding him for nearly giving her a heart attack. Which honestly, he had a feeling she would survive somehow. Are you even listening to me, Midoriya? Do you have any idea how much stress you have put onto me? She shouted, smacking his shin again. Ow. Yes, Mrs. Shuzenji, I hear you. Please stop smacking me, I'm still in a lot of pain. And whose fault is that? Certainly not mine. Last time I checked, I only told you to go watch over the rescue training of Class 1A, not throw yourself into danger and almost die. Have you no self-preservation? Oh please, I'm sorry. I give. Uncle. She would probably still be hitting him if Mr. Aizawa did not walk up to them. He walked with a slightly limp and his eyes would probably never be as powerful as they used to, but he was mostly okay. Turning towards Recovery Girl, he sighed before giving a nod. All right. I'm in. Recovery Girl nodded back with a small smile. Izuku had no idea what he meant by in, but whatever it was made her happy. Looking back at him, he spoke in a gruff but gentle tone, way more gentle than he was used to. Thank you for saving my student. Get some rest, you're going to need it. With nothing else needed to be said, he turned around and started to head off back towards the buses. 2 stretchers zipped past holding the bodies of 13 and Tsuyu Azui. Jogging up to them, Izuku looked down at Tsu. She was awake now, her tired eyes looking up at him before speak. Kuro, I think I see what Yurika was talking about now. Thank you for saving me. Gulping, he gave her a small smile. Right. Of course. Watching her be wheeled away, he couldn't help but feel a little pride for what he did. Turning back around, he noticed that Recovery Girl had wandered off. Knowing her, she was probably making sure no one else was hurt. Sitting on a curb, Jiro was playing with one of her jacks, her eyes quickly looking away when he caught her eye. Well, this talk was bound to happen eventually. Taking a seat next to her, he let out a tired sigh. Hey Jiro, are you okay? You aren't injured, are you? Jiro looked over at him a little surprised before shaking her head. The silence between them was uncomfortable, the air awkward before she finally spoke. I'm sorry for everything, Midoriya. What I did in the past was not okay and you don't have to forgive me. I just wanted to say that I was sorry. I kind of knew that you've been trying to apologize for a while, yet I was still actively avoiding you, hoping that if I just left you alone we wouldn't have this talk. Running a hand at his neck, he grimaced. You leaving really hurt, Jiro. It messed me up for a long time. The more I think about it, the more I feel like you were a little right. We weren't actually friends. Just two hurt people trying to survive in the same boat. Jiro stared at the ground, frowning as she nodded along. But, that doesn't mean we can't be friends now. How about we start over? Lifting a scarred hand, he held it out for her, smiling gently. Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you. Blinking back at him surprised, she nodded, smiling back as she took his hand and gave it a shake. Hello Midoriya, my name is QUIRK Jiro. It's so nice to meet you. In a dark alley hidden by prying eyes, the rats started to scurry, moving from one heap of trash to the next, only going out into the open long enough to scavenge for scraps. Moving along the ground, one of them picks up a piece of food, raising it to their little mouth to nibble at it. Suddenly, its body goes ramrod straight, an ear twitching before turning and running off back into the dirt and grime. Not far away in the same alley, a light went on inside of a bar, a faint eerie glow illuminating a dreary and dark land through smudged glass. From the outside we hear a whooshing sound followed by the sound of something shattering. Shigaraki was furious. Picking up a stool, he slammed it down against the bar, the wood splintering under the force of the strike. Standing nearby, Kurojiri watched on, not moving an inch to stop him, merely shifting to his left to avoid a shot glass flying through the air and slamming against the wall near his ever-moving misty head. Curses flew around the bar just like a few more shot glasses, litters of glass being sprinkled across the dirty floor. Kurojiri made a mental note to sweep after Shigaraki had calmed down. With the sound of a click, a TV hanging from the wall flickered to life, an eerie green glow illuminating it before a voice could heard from the static-covered screen. I take it did not go well. Shigaraki raised a hand and slammed it down onto the bar stool, turning it to dust in his flaking hands. Spinning to face the TV screen, he screamed, two hands raising to frantically scratch along his neck. Master! I failed. The Noma was defeated and I didn't get to kill a single fucking child. Calm yourself, Shigaraki. So All Might was stronger than I originally predicted, give it time. His strength wanes every day. No! His words surged forward like a mad prophet. It's not him we have to worry about. It's that goddamn child. A pause hung in the air before the TV responded. Child? What child? Whether Shigaraki heard him or not, neither of them could tell, his words continuing to spew out like a crazed madman as he walked to and fro. Everyone knows you have to take out the healer first. They may seem weak and squishy, but their existence becomes an increasing problem the longer they stay alive. How did I not see it sooner? Why are we so focused on the raid boss when there is a healer walking around? I need to get some air. Maybe break some things. The itch refused to leave, clouding his mind and consuming all thought. Kurojiri watched as Shigaraki stomped towards the door, raising a foot and kicking it open. Shigaraki, please wear a coat, it's starting to get cold this time of. Kurojiri calling after, only to be interrupted by the door slamming behind him. Letting out a small sigh, the smoky being shifted around the bar counter to fetch a broom, the voice from the TV calling out to him. Kurojiri, tell me everything. Shinso sat on the ground of a polished gym, sweat clinging to his PE uniform. Raising a water bottle, he took a big long swig, unable to look away from the sight before him even for a second. Fist clashed in the center of the gym, his friend fighting for his life. Were they friends? It was never openly said, but they were friendly towards each other if anything. Slowly blinking, he made sure not to miss a second of the scuffle, trying to drill the moves into his memory. Midoriya took a swing at Eraser's head, his fist moving in quickly to go in for more strikes. Each blow looked like they had some serious strength behind them, yet each blow was easily being deflected. A quick jab to his shoulder made Midoriya to try hitting him with a backhand, Eraserhead easily ducking under it and hitting him with a few jabs to his torso. When Eraserhead came to him with the offer to join Midoriya in being one of the first two members of the Hero Training Inclusion Program, he was excited. Crappy name aside, it was a chance to get stronger and maybe get into the hero course. He excitedly thought. Little did he know it was going to be literally hell. Weeks of grueling physical training that made everything hurt. Weeks of fighting Mr. Aizawa and weeks of learning how to use this stupid scarf. After every night he would lay in bed and cringe every time he shifted his weight. There were many times when it felt like the training was doing more harm than good. Every action outside of training taking more effort than usual. That's just because your body isn't used to extreme exercise yet, stick with it. Shouted his annoying smiling bush of a friend, every achievement an excuse to throw praise Shinso's way. Sometimes it felt less like training and more like getting beat up every day of his life. Well, I get beat up, Midoriya seems to be doing okay. Wincing, he watched as Midoriya was knocked down hard, the fall making Shinso feel the phantom pain even all of the way back where he was sitting. Mostly okay. That was probably going to leave a bruise. But just like every time before, he watched Midoriya get back up and go in for more. He doesn't think he's ever seen someone get back up from a beating more than Izuku Midoriya. Good, take a 5, grumbled Eraserhead, turning his head to stare straight at Shinso. That goes double for you. Can't have you just sitting around all day. Midoriya slowly walked over to him, catch a water bottle that Shinso threw. Slumping down the wall next to him, he took a big long gulp. How in the world are you going toe-to-toe with Eraserhead? He muttered at Midoriya. Letting out a laugh, Midoriya responded, always smiling. You kidding? He's kicking my ass out there. I think I landed only a single punch. You're doing better than me at least. No offense, Shinso, but when I met you, you looked like you did not work out a day in your life. Ouch. That was a little harsh, even though it was mostly true. His brain sometimes likes to play a fun game, or it likes to drift while he lays around in bed and scolds him for not training earlier in life. Instead of continuing that conversation, Shinso decided to change the subject. Taking a sip of his bottle, he frowned, not really meeting Midoriya's eyes. You keep getting up like it's nothing, like it's no big deal. How? There it was again, a split second where Midoriya's smile faltered, his lip twitching. It was quick, and if you blinked you missed it. It was something Shinso didn't get for a while when he first saw it, but now he understood. The smile was fake. It was a really good fake, but it was still fake. Whether it was a defense mechanism or a product of his past, he had no idea, but after he saw it, Shinso started to understand his weird green-haired companion a little bit more. That fact made Shinso feel a little better about himself despite his guilt for feeling that way. It wasn't a competition, he kept telling himself despite his brain saying otherwise. Midoriya let out a small sigh, a look of sadness bleeding through. I'm not strong enough. There's someone I grew up with that I need to catch up to. I can't just lay on the ground forever. Blinking a few times, surprised Shinso watched as Midoriya got back onto his feet, his hands patting dirt from his pants. His strong shoulders sagged before becoming strong again. Turning toward Shinso, he stuck a hand out to help him up. Well, shit. Taking his hand, he was pulled to his feet again like he weighed nothing, ignoring the screaming of his legs. Izuku Midoriya might be one of the strongest people he knew. If even he feels inadequate, he'd love to meet the person who's apparently stronger than him one day. Tossing his bottle aside, he started to join Eraserhead and Midoriya. Alright, you two, this time come at me at the same time. Walking through the general studies cafeteria, Midoriya and Shinso held trays of food as they talked. Both of them slightly smiling as they enjoyed their fairly normal conversation about an up-and-coming test until a voice called out to them. There you are. In a flash, a girl with a bob cut of brown hair was upon them, her arm linking with Midoriya's. Smiling up at him, she started to tug his companion away. I've been looking everywhere for you. You should join our group for lunch. Come on, it will be fun. I was actually going to eat lunch with my friend Shinso, he said back, the smaller girl somehow yanking him along like he wasn't almost double her size. The sight almost comical, with a few people around them giving knowing looks and laughing. He can come too. Come on. Watching the exchange, Shinso blinked slowly, his eyes looking down at his tray of tasty-looking food as he contemplated just leaving Midoriya to his fate. Hopefully she didn't kill him. But when he looked back up, his eyes met green pleading ones as Midoriya was pulled out the door and out into the courtyard. Letting a long, deep, exhausted sigh, he closed his eyes before following after them. Past the bustling lunch rush of the hour. Past the hordes of chatting happy young adults and farther into the campus of UA, Midoriya and Shinso found themselves thrust into the hero student cafeteria. It was weird. From what Shinso heard, it was a place only for the most gifted and powerful of students. Hell, he knew a few people in general studies that actively avoided walking past the dual swinging doors like the plague laid in wait on the other side. It was no secret that hero students were not exactly welcomed openly in some parts of the school, so it made sense for there to be places only for them, for the elite. A place only for the chosen. Yet standing in the doorway of the fabled hero course halls, all he could think was how normal it all looked. There was no gold, no smug looks or angry glares. It was just a normal cafeteria. If it wasn't for the big golden UA logo on the door, he could have mistaken this cafeteria with any of the other general study cafeterias throughout the school. There had to be at least 100 students just sitting about and enjoying their lunch rush-made food. Not far away, Midoriya was sitting at a table surrounded by hero hopefuls. He had a big gentle smile on his face, but his eyes looked like he was pleading for help. His stature was just a little more tense than usual. Their eyes met. He let out another sigh before walking over to sit next to him. The things he does for friendship. Everyone, this is my friend Shinso. He's in general studies with me. Say hello, Shinso, said Midoriya as soon as he sat down, most likely trying to pull the conversation away from himself. Hello, Shinso, he muttered, staring down at his food before stabbing into it with a fork. The table was quiet before a few laughs went off around him. A girl with jacks coming out of her ears chuckled before rolling her eyes playfully, stabbing at her own plate of food. Oh good, another sarcastic asshole. Welcome to the party, Jiro. That kind of language is uncalled for when welcoming a new guest, shouted a blue-haired guy with glasses, slamming his hands down onto the table. Jiro responded back with a shrug of her shoulders, putting some food into her mouth. What? I for one welcome more sarcasm into this group. Everyone here is too nice for my liking. Still, it is proper to introduce yourself first before jokes. Turning towards him, the glasses guy thrusted out a straight arm across the table at him, the taller man's arm stretching past the middle point of the table. My name is Tinya Iida. I am the student body president of 1A, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Shinso had to lean back to take his hand to shake it, lazily wrapping his hand around Itsu's before shaking it up and down slowly. Sure, like Midoriya said, my name is Shinso. It is pleasure to make your acquaintance, Shinso. Itsu shouted as he shook his hand with enough force to make him bounce slightly in his seat. God, he had a strong grip. Sitting next to Itsu was a tall, slender woman with a crazy black ponytail. Coughing into her hand, she smiled with a nod. Hello, my name is Momo Yayorozu. I am the vice president of 1A. It is a pleasure to meet you. And I'm Yururuka, giggled the brown-haired girl from before. It's nice to meet you. Sure, the pleasure is all mine. Shinso blinked slowly, looking between them before back to Midoriya, not bothering to hide his voice. Hero course students are weird. All his friend did was respond with a laugh, giving him a knowing look. You kidding? These guys are the more normal ones I've met. Popping out from behind Midoriya, Yururuka smiled brightly. Yeah, but it's more fun that way. So long as we obey the rules, I don't see why being weird should be a factor of being a good hero. I for one welcome so many new friends. I can take it or leave it. Turning to face Jiro, Itsu and Yayorozu started to scold her, making the group laugh. Staring down at his plate, the faint hint of a smile spread across Shinso's face. Maybe this wasn't so bad after all. Anxiety nipped at the back of Midoriya's mind as he sat at their table. The friends he made in the hero course talking amongst each other about their training, their classes, and their impressions of UA so far. The fact that all of them were all smiles and happy despite only a few weeks ago coming across real-life villains was impressive. Sometimes Midoriya's mind drifts back to that weird bird-like creature at the USJ and his skin began to crawl. He had died, kind of. If it weren't for his quirk, he'd be dead. He had no idea he had the power to heal himself. It was mostly dumb luck that he managed to figure out that his quirk was able to do that. A primal instinct that activated at the time. Most healing quirks only worked on other people, so he never even thought about using it on himself before. Blinking, he felt his eyes sag, fighting back the urge to yawn. His body was so sore. Both training under Aizawa and learning how to properly use this new facet of his quirk under Mrs. Shuzenji made it hard to do anything really. Which might be an extra bonus because it didn't give him time to think about. Shaking his head to stop his trailing thoughts, he laughed along with his friends, Shinso and Jiro, seeming to be having a sass-off. Raising a fork to his mouth, his body froze when he heard a voice, a cold shiver running up his spine. Midoriya? The loud bustling noises of the cafeteria fell away around him as time seemed to slow. His heart jumping a spike, hammering away with fear as he slowly turned to find Kenda standing not far away. She was standing before him in the hero course uniform, hair tied up into an orange side ponytail, the faint traces of a scar on her right cheek. The food sitting on her tray had started to slowly slide to one side, but the action seemed to have gone ignored. Kendo was just staring at him. It was just them at this moment. Everyone in the rest of the school fell away. He couldn't pull his eyes away from her, his mouth probably hung open in pure shock. It felt like something was clogging his throat, making it hard to breathe. Before his very eyes he saw a wave of emotions come across her face. Shock that turned into relief, then confusion, then anger. Kendo's teal eyes looked over the situation, the friends, the food, the laughs. Her orange eyebrows drifting down as she started to frown. Her gaze drifted from the girl hanging on his arm to the other hero course students. Gripping her tray tightly, she turned without uttering a word and stomped out of the cafeteria. The rest of the world rushed back like a wave, the bustling sound of the busy cafeteria washing back over him. Swallowing, he quickly got up from his seat to rush over to where she ran off to, his voice calling after her and sounding way weaker than he would have liked. Kendo. Wait, hold on. Quickly walking over to the doors, hoping that he would be able to catch up with her and talk, he blinked, surprised to find multiple people blocking it. Crossing her arms, a girl with long green hair and sharp teeth waved an arm to get his attention. Whoa there, green. You aren't coming through. Please, let me just talk to her. I can. Doesn't look like she wanted to talk to you, man. Those words HRT more than he would have liked, it taking him a second to respond. I need to say I'm sorry, this isn't what it looks like. Walking up to him to get in the way, a man with chin-length messy silver hair crossed his arms. For a second Midoriya thought it was Kirishima. Did Kirishima have a brother? She said, back off, man. I don't know what's going on, but I'm pretty sure you heard her enough for the day. Turn your ass back around unless you want to answer to me. Frowning at the stranger, he felt anger take him for a second, his hand clenching. Taking a deep breath, he smiled, easing up and letting his fist go. Okay. You're right. I'm sorry, I don't want any trouble. Turning back around, his shoulders sagged, blinking when he felt a severed hand patting his shoulder. The floating head of the woman from before drifting around him to talk. Just give her time. Helpful advice from a girl. Now would not be a good time to talk. Nodding, he walked back to his table, trying to ignore the questioning gazes of his new friends. Forgive me, but do any of you know what just happened? whispered Itza, leaning in close to the group to speak. I do not know, but it is rude to pry, whispered back Momo, her tone giving away that she clearly wanted to know despite her words. Blinking slowly, Jiro seemed to connect the dots, her eyes widening slightly. Oh, so that's kendo. I don't know why I never pieced it together before. Wait, you know what just happened? Whispered Eureka, sliding into their little huddle with a weird look on her face. Kinda. Jiro shrugged. When Midoriya and I went to the same school together, he would mention a kendo sometimes. She's like his best friend, they basically grew up together. I didn't realize they were one and the same. You don't say. There was something else in Eureka's tone as she smiled. Oh my, two childhood friends brought together through happenstance and then torn apart by a misunderstanding. Yeye Erozu whispered, a scandalous hand going to her mouth. Not everything is a romance novel, Momo. I have other experiences than romance novels, I'll have you know. As Jiro and Yeye Erozu playfully bantered back and forth, Midoriya just stared down at his food, no longer feeling hungry. Midoriya. He should have just talked to her. Midoriya. This was all his fault, now she's never going to want to talk to him again. Midoriya. A sharp pain hit his shin, knocking him from his thoughts, Recovery Girl looking over at him with a frown. Will you please respond to me when I'm talking to you? Oh, sorry about that, Mrs. Shuzenji. Looking him over, she huffed, taping her cane against the ground before giving him a concerned look. You've been staring off into space for days now. Have you been getting enough sleep? Aizawa isn't working you too hard, is he? He hadn't gotten enough sleep honestly, but it wasn't because of Aizawa. Nodded, he gave her a smile, rubbing at his neck. Sorry about that, I've just been lost in thought lately. She did not look like she believed him, but she let it go for now. Very well, but so help me God, if you pass out on me there will be hell to pay, you hear? Yes, Mrs. Shuzenji. Could now go fill out some paperwork. I know it's a slow day, but that doesn't mean you should sit around with a thumb up your bum. Walking over to his desk, he sat down, frowning down at the stack of papers scattered out before him. Usually he enjoyed writing, usually it calmed him, but every time he tried to relax he would think about Kendo's furious face. Coming into the office from the front door came a broad-shouldered man, short pale gray hair spiked up, a snaggle tooth poking out of his lower lip. Izuku knew who this man was, Vlad King. He was currently dressed in his hero uniform, dark, red, skin-tight suit coupled with big, bulky, white gauntlets and boots. Looking over the room through his yellow goggles, he looked at Midoriya with a quizzical gaze before turning to smile at Recovery Girl. Walking over to meet him, Recovery Girl smiled back, giving him a nod. It's a pleasure. Good evening, Shuzenji, he said in a gruff baritone. To what do I owe the pleasure? You usually only come down here when you need something. He almost looked offended at the comment if he wasn't smiling the whole time. I heard one of the kids Aizawa took under his wing works down here as your assistant. Oh God, what did he do? Huffing, she turned to face her assistant with a raised eyebrow. What did you do? Nothing that I'm aware of, muttered Midoriya, looking between the two pro-heroes before sticking out his hand. I'm one of the members of the Hero Training Inclusion Program. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Vlad King. Giving his hand a firm shake, he scratched at his chin with his offhand. Man, that really is a bad name. Letting out a laugh, Recovery Girl shook her head. Yes, that is what I said, but Eraserhead and Nizu insisted it be named something easy to remember. It lacks that certain pizzazz we need if we want to get it approved by the Hero Commission. That, and it's a mouthful. That too, perhaps we should talk with Midnight or someone more into the glamorous side of things. Midoriya's green eyes bounced from one hero to the next, slowly blinking before shaking his head. Sorry if I'm being a little rude, but, was there something you needed from me, Vlad King? A surprised look moved along Vlad King's face, blinking back at him before coughing into his hand, most of his blush lost in his bright red suit. Yes, of course, my apologies. Turning towards Recovery Girl, he smirked. I wanted to see if I can steal your assistant for a while. We are down a man today for hero training and we cannot do a team-based practice with an odd number. I figure it'd be best to put some practical training in them early, and the other boy Shinso had to leave early today. That was a little surprising. He was going to do hero training? Here, now. Recovery Girl seemed to think for a second before sighing. Very well. Please do not damage him too badly. I would like my assistant in one piece. Vlad King's massive gloved hands found their way to his shoulders, chuckling as he started to drag him out of the room. Excellent. Come along, boy, let me teach you why you should have come to me for training and not Eraserhead. Show you how a real hero does things. Feet dragging along the ground, the last thing he saw was Recovery Girl waving at him before he was pulled from sight. Why does this keep happening to him? Itsuka Kendo was pissed. Probably angrier than she had ever been in her life. Even angrier than the time Sora and Yuki used some of her favorite motorcycle magazines as coloring books. Or the time that Aika said she looked like a man. Or even the time that, shaking her head, she huffed. None of that mattered, the point was that she was mad, really mad. She was so ready to do some hero training and let out all of the frustration that was building up over the last couple of days. Hitting a punching bag with Midoriya's face on it was not cutting it at the moment. She threw her hero costume on, tightened her corset over her turquoise-colored kipeo and strapped on her navy blue boots. Hell, she even cracked her knuckles for good measure only to come out of the changing room to find they were lacking a teacher. Now she was standing here in her hero costume, surrounded by tall buildings and her own thoughts. The rest of her class showing up not far behind also dressed in their costumes, but she paid no mind to them, instead choosing to face forward. Kendo was not used to being this angry. Sure, she's had bursts of anger in the past, but this was the first time she's gone on days angry. Usually she just had to hit something, maybe work on her bike for a while and she could go to bed content and raring to get to work the next day, but not recently. No matter what she did, the anger would only subside for a time before flaring up again. Every time she stopped filling her mind with mindless tasks, it would start to drift back to a green-haired boy she thought was her friend. Every time she would think about Midoriya and his stupid handsome face, she just wanted to, no wait, punchable face, that's what she meant. Stupid, punchable, dumb face. Gah! Even when he's not here, he's driving her crazy. She was so busy angrily scratching at her ginger scalp that when she felt a tap on her shoulder she jumped, snapping back from her thoughts. Turning, she was surprised to find Tetsu standing next to her, looking her over her with a concerned look that made her smile. "You okay, class rep?" he asked, his normally loud voice quieter than usual. Calming her heart, she sighed, giving him a soft smile. "Yeah, all good, Tetsu. Sorry that I've been out of it the last few days." "It's okay, I understand, kinda. I don't really get why you've been so angry, but I know you'll figure it out. There's a reason that most of our class voted for you as class rep. A fact that still surprises her even now." Blushing slightly, she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear before smiling. "Thanks. I appreciate you checking on me, but I think I'll be okay." A wave of crimson drifted up Tetsu's face, the normally confident boy suddenly looking a lot more nervous. Hey, Kendo. I wanted to see if you wanted to maybe do something some. Alright, maggots. Talking time is over. Stomping around the corner, Vlad King shouted, the entire class of 1B immediately shutting their small talk down and standing ramrod straight. Smiling towards their teacher as he got closer, she paused, having to do a double take at the person following not far behind him. Izuku Midoriya. What in the world was he doing here? Wasn't he in 1A? Listen up everyone, because I'm only going to say this once. I'm sure you are all aware that Fukidashi is out sick today due to a family, comic book ESC emergency. Placing both of his hands on Midoriya's shoulders, he squeezed them. This here is Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya is Recovery Girl's assistant and has kindly volunteered to help us during our hero training today. Please show him all of the kindness that you show towards each other. Despite Vlad King's words, the sheer waves of anger radiating from the crowd of students could probably drop an elephant. Levels of anger that may as well be visible by the naked eye. Letting Midoriya go, she watched as the boy slowly walked over to the crowd of people despite the aura of death directed at him and stood not that far away from her, his eyes looking over to her with sadness before quickly looking away. She wasn't sure how to feel about any of that. Midoriya was apparently Recovery Girl's assistant? When did that happen? Stop it. You're still mad at him, it doesn't matter what he does with his time. Facing forward to stop herself from staring, Vlad King pulled out a box, setting it on a table next to them. Normally this lesson was supposed to be taught by All Might, but after the USJ he's been recovering after the incident, so instead I'm teaching it, shouted Vlad King, absently patting the box. We're going to be pulling balls out of this box. Each ball will have a number, be sure to match with your teammates and then I will go into more detail. A team-based hero training? A team-based hero training where she might find herself working with or against Midoriya? She's not sure which would be worse. Ever since the incident in the cafeteria she had so wanted to get her hands on Midoriya, to shout and yell in his face. Yet, now that he was standing before her with a chance of actually fighting him, she found herself losing her nerve. She doesn't think she actually wants to hurt Midoriya, she wasn't sure what she wanted at that moment. Hearing her name called, she marched forward, reaching inside to pull out a ball with the letter B on it. Now that all you have been trained on practical use of your quirks, today will be your first day using them in combat, grinned Vlad King. As you have already learned, villainy does not always take place out in the open. While sure there are bank robberies and purse snatchers, most villainy takes place hidden behind closed doors, alleys and the darkest parts of society. Monoma walked up to take his ball, everyone nodding along to what Vlad was saying, a few others walking up one at a time to get their ball. The entire time Kendo found her eyes drifting back to Midoriya now and again, his green eyes taking in everything Vlad King was saying with the wonder of a child. God, he was still such a dork. Shaking her head, she wiped her growing smirk off of her face. That's why today we are going to do a team exercise. On each ball under the letter there will also be a small H or V telling you if you are going to be a hero or a villain. Looking down at her ball as Vlad kept talking, sure enough she had a small H carved into it. The villains will go into the building first to set up a fake bomb. After a small prep time, the heroes will go in after. The goal is to find and disarm the bomb before the time is up. You will have 10 minutes before the bomb goes off. Dismissed. Blinking surprised, she looked around to find that everyone had already started to match up into their groups. Stopping, she stared as Midoriya matched up with Kode, the class's resident quiet beauty. Looks like we are matched together, Kendo-san. Shizada spoke softly next to her, holding up his large hairy hand to reveal he too had a ball with AB on it. You seemed lost in thought, so I figured you should have some time to yourself. I look forward to working with you. Yeah, right back at ya. Smiling back at him, she put her hands at her sides. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. The first team to go up against each other will be BVSF. She felt her smile drop and her body tense for some reason. Looking around the room to see who her opponents were, she froze when she looked back to find Midoriya staring wide-eyed at her, his hands holding a ball with the letter F on it. The conditions of the exercise are as followed. It's the hero's job to disarm and or capture the villains hiding away in one of these buildings. Each team will be given earbuds to communicate with your teammate and capture tape in order to properly subdue the enemy team without having to give them a concussion. Vlad King demonstrated by pulling the capture tape apart as he spoke, the shorter pudgy arm belonging to their class vice president, Niranjiki Shota, raising up. What does the villain team need to do to win? Excellent question. The villain team will be given a head start where they will be able to hide the bomb on any of the building's floors. If the 10 minutes are up and the timer for the challenge ends, the bomb goes off, meaning the villains win. Juzo Honuki nodded along with a few others, a hand raising to scratch at his chin. I see, so it's a matter of staling. The sharp-toothed grin of Setsuna Tokage greeted them as she raised her hand next. What happens if the bomb is damaged? The bomb itself is fake, but if any serious damage comes to the bomb, it would emit a pink smoke, meaning the villain team wins. What? You mean we can't go all out on our first hero training? Shouted Toguro Kamakiri, the pincers of his bug-like head poking out of the crowd to shout. We've already done a test to see how powerful we are at our strongest. I suppose now is the time to test our ability to control that power, muttered Kojiro Bondo next to him. The conversation started to change into different topics, but the entire time Kendo had not said a word. She was unusually quiet. The normally gentle but boisterous girl instead choosing to stand in the back and watch the conversation go on. She was clearly lost in thought, an action that some of the class noticed right away. Tetsu kept giving her concerned looks before looking away. The eyes of Setsuna never left her, a worried but knowing look on her face. And Monoma looked furious, his glaring eyes refusing to leave the large frame of the intruder in their midst. Even when the villain team F left early to prepare, Kendo still didn't say a word. This was bad, really bad. His first class in hero training, and he was going against Kendo of all people. Midoriya has never beaten Kendo before, and that was when she liked him. Now that she was furious at him, she was probably going to pound his stupid face in. Muttering softly to himself, he paced back and forth, a hand scratching at his cheek as he walked. All of this was too sudden. He wasn't ready to face Kendo just yet. He didn't even have a hero costume. Not to mention he had hardly gotten a grip on his new move, let alone been able to practically use it in combat. Maybe he should talk to Vlad and see if. A yanking at his sleeve pulled him from his thoughts, blinking a few times before turning to look down at his teammate Kode, at least that's what he thinks her name was. He was honestly freaking out too much to make sure. He had basically forgotten that he wasn't alone for this test. Smiling down at the lanky, black-haired woman, she stared back with an unreadable look on her face. Is there something wrong, Kode? She didn't exactly say anything, but he weirdly understood her, her head tilting quizzically. No, sorry, I didn't think of a plan yet. It is mostly because of Kendo. He sighed before blinking confused, turning to look back at her. Wait, how do you know about that? Oh, I didn't realize you were with her group when that happened, no offense. She muttered, her hands going to her sides. I'm sorry. I've been really distracted lately. Trust me, it's a long story. I don't think we have time to talk about that. You're right, rain check. Running his fingers through the top bush of his hair, he sighed. We should really think of a plan. What did you say your quirk was again? Really? That sounds really useful. How many items at once? She muttered, twiddling her thumbs as she looked at the floor. Scratching his chin in thought, he hummed, his eyes staring at one of the old gray walls of the factory ESC building they were in. Slowly, his eyes drifted to his right, moving over to the large clunky fake bomb that they were supposed to protect. The thing was a little too big to hide, the obnoxious design sticking out like a sore thumb in the middle of the room. Okay, I think I have an idea. Of course I'm going to tell you. What would be the point of not letting you in on the plan? Multiple TVs were scattered across a wall, each of them showing a different part of the same building. Class 1B stood in the corner of the monitoring room, huddled up as they waited for the first match to start. The faint sound of chatter filled the room as everyone excitedly waited. the room full of energy and excitement. It was the first time they were allowed to use their quirks in a practical setting after all. Tapping his foot against the ground impatiently, Naoto Monoma huffed, his eyes refusing to leave one monitor in particular. On it, that green-haired jerk was talking with Kode, muttering a little to himself before turning towards her to ask a question. A question she usually nodded and hummed to. It almost looked like they were actually planning something. Which was crazy because he's tried talking to Kode before, but she always just responded with soft sounds or shrugs. Monoma prided himself on getting to know his comrades in Class 1B, but within the few months they were at UA he could never properly get her to open up to him, so the fact that some outsider has her talking really pushed his buttons. Frustrated, he tapped his foot a bit faster before finally speaking. What a joke this is. It's bad enough that All Might is favored in Class 1A, but now we're stuck taking on the rejects as well? This will not stand. His class looked over to him with weird looks, some of them even rolling their eyes. Are you still on that? A student was sent to the hospital after the USJ attack and has been gone ever since. I'd hardly call that picking favorites. Frowned Hiryu Rin. Yeah man. Really unmanly. Tetsu crossed his thick arms at him. Hell, even Ibara Shiozaki looked mad at him. None of them were treating this seriously. All acting like it was no big deal. Like they weren't being pushed aside, like they were nothing. The others may claim he was crazy, but he knew the truth. 1A was trying to steal the spotlight. They were growing too cocky in their moment under the sun, and now some punk who didn't even pass the exam was sharing classes with them? Absolutely not. Tokage next to him looked over the same monitor before giving him a knowing smirk. Are you sure it's not because Kendo was staring at green the whole time Vlad was talking? His mouth twitched. Of course not. Why would I care who Kendo spends her time with? If she wants to waste her time with trash, that's her choice, the man angrily grumbled, hardly convincing anyone nearby. Tokage clearly didn't believe him, rolling her eyes, but instead of continuing the conversation she chose to change the subject to something he hated even more. So who wants to make a bet that they're having a lover's quarrel? His eyebrow twitched this time, his foot taping faster. Opening his mouth he went to yell at her, only for Yasutsu ways to push himself in between them to look at the monitor. Who? Midoriya and Kendo. Looking up at the screen, the welding user finally looked interested in a conversation. The boy liked gossip a little too much. Is he the boyfriend I heard about in the cafeteria a week ago? Is that why Kendo has been in the dumps lately? I've been meaning to ask about that. Kainoko Komori quietly whispered, poking her hands together, flinching a little at the sound of a loud voice behind her. Of course not. I asked Kendo before and she said she didn't have a boyfriend, screamed Tetsu, forcing his way to the front to look at the same monitor. He's probably just some jerk that's been bothering her. Finally someone's making sense. I don't think Kendo would waste her time with such a punk when there are clearly better options in the class, yelled Monoma, shoving Tetsu aside to keep looking at the monitor. The rest of 1B watched Monoma and Tetsu argue for a few minutes, shoving each other around, before letting out a collective sigh. They were both way too obvious for their own good. Where do you think the bomb was placed? The words seemed to have snapped Kendo out of her thinking, her teal eyes blinking a few times before looking back at her partner. I'm sorry, what? Chuckling deeply, Shizuda pushed his glasses up. Sorry, I was asking if you figured out where Midoriya and Kode would hide the bomb. I do not speak to Kode much, but since you know Midoriya I thought it would help to ask your opinion. Wait, hold on, I don't know Midoriya. When she saw Shizuda raise a furry eyebrow she relented. As well as I thought I did. I see. Unable to take the look that he was giving her, she looked down at the map schematics of the building they were given. Raising a hand she scratched at her head in thought before scoffing. I wouldn't put it past Midoriya to try and pull something, he's always been resourceful like that. Neither of us have the ability to check the top floors first, so he probably planned on putting it on a higher floor. That, and since you and I have physically stronger quirks than his and Kode's, most likely means they are going to stall. Probably barricade themselves in whatever room the bomb's in. When she turned back to face Shizuda he was just staring at her. What? Clearing his throat the large man chuckled, scratching at his hairy neck. Forgive me. I had not realized you planned all of that already. If you ask me, it sounds like you know Midoriya more than you let on. I wouldn't exactly say that. Do you think they'll come after us? Shizuda inquired curiously, pushing the conversation forward. Kendo shook her head. Coming after us would open them up to getting captured. Midoriya has a healing quirk and Kode's quirk leans more towards defense. Staying with the bomb and running out the clock is the best strategy on their part. What do you suggest then? Slamming her fist against her palm she finally grinned. I say we go in hot and fast. If we rush the floors fast enough it won't give them enough time to predict us. Once we find where they are hiding the bomb we overpower them. Whoever finds the chance to get to the bomb first is the one who shuts it off. Nodding along he hummed. A hard counter plan to Midoriya's then. Alright. I'm in. Kendo nodded back, smirking confidently. Looks like we got ourselves a plan then. Finally some action, she just has to not think about it and the fighting will distract her. Team B. You are free to enter the building. Your time starts now. Vlad King's voice rang through the PA system alerting them that the match had started. As planned, the two entered the building through the first floor. Shizhita took the lead, his large frame squeezing through the halls. Every time he made it to a door he would quickly remove it from its hinges before moving on. Kendo would follow behind and check his corners, making sure to quickly scan every room in case they were hiding. Just like she thought, there was no sign of them lying in wait for an ambush. No sounds of them coming for them. They were hiding somewhere. The two proceeded up the stairway to the second floor, continuing their search pattern while remaining cautious of any surprise attacks. Like the first floor, they found no signs of the bomb or the villains. Even with how fast they both were moving in sync, several minutes had already passed and they still had at least 3 more floors to check. Kendo had not realized how big this building was before they came up with the plan. Whenever they do find their hiding spot, they both are going to have to be quick with the draw. The third floor was again more of the same. No sign of any bomb and no enemy team. Making their way up to the fourth floor, Kendo was starting to feel antsy. Was there something she was missing? Walking up the final step, she immediately noticed that there was objects blocking their path. Desk and the like standing in their way, which probably meant they were getting close. Shizhita started to easily throw the debris aside, taking a few steps forward. Pressing his foot against the ground, he felt a shift. Looking down, he blinked at it, confused. Before it could even register what he was looking at, the floor exploded upward, pushing his large furry frame up into the ceiling. Gah! What the? He bellowed, struggling to free himself. Are you alright, Shizhita? I'm fine, just give me a sec and I'll free myself. Squeezing around the trap, Kendo took a closer look. It looked like an object was shrunken and then hidden under the floorboards. Then when someone stepped on them, they were returned to normal size. So that's their game, huh? Hold on, I'll get you free. Grabbing the bottom of the object, she wrenched it sideways to pull it away, the trap descending. Guess they trapped this floor. That means they must be close. Yes, but I don't understand. I thought Kode could only shrink and grow objects within her sight, so how is she? His words trailed off, his gaze shifting to his right. Kendo looked at him confused before following his sight. Standing not far away was their classmate Yui Kode, her hero costume sticking out from behind a pile of desks and other objects like a sore thumb. She smiled at them, the gentle uptick of her lip before giving them a wave, turning and dashing down a hallway out of sight. There she goes, Shizhita yelled, getting up to chase after her, only stopping when he felt a hand on his arm. Wait, don't just go charging in. Yes, but you said, that's obviously a trap. Who knows how many other items she has laying in wait. Kendo's brows knitted together in thought. Why would she just reveal herself to us like that? It doesn't make sense. You must be right. You think she's trying to pull us away from the bomb? Maybe. I didn't expect our enemy to just reveal herself to us like this. It doesn't make sense. Looking over the room, she noticed that farther up the steps and into an adjacent hall the debris got thicker and harder to see, a room completely boarded up not far away. A self-made fort made out of whatever they could find. If she had to make a bet, they probably hid it that way. Following along the path, they made sure to be careful of any traps when suddenly there was a shift to their right, some of the debris bursting open. In a green flash, Kendo watched as Midoriya emerged from his hiding spot, jumping onto Shishita's back and wrapping capture tape around his neck. What the? The large bear-like man yelled, thrashing about in a wild attempt to get his attacker off to no prevail. Shizhita, Kendo shouted for her teammate, lunging forward to help only to step on another trap, a large desk shooting out of the ground and knocking her back. Letting out a groan, she sat up to see Shizhita slam his back against a wall to shake Midoriya off, Midoriya's eyes glowing green, jade embers coming out of his mouth. Emerging from a doorway, Kode reached into her belt and pulled out some scrap, chucking it at her and pressing her fingers together. Kendo rolled aside, just barely avoiding the large chunks of scrap as they crashed against the ground. This was bad, they fell right into their trap hook, line and sinker. By the time she got back onto her feet, Kode was already gone again, disappearing amongst the chaos. What the hell is she? Part Fox. Kendo, help. Oh right. Leaping into combat, she tried to help her teammate as he struggled against the capture tape. Growing her hand, she swatted at Midoriya, managing to knock him off of her teammate and back against a wall. Slamming against the wall, he got back into his feet quickly, thrusting a fist forward against Shishita's stomach. Grunting against the strike, it did not seem to have done any good, Shizhita punching down at him just for Midoriya to dodge to the left. The two traded a few blows, but it was obvious that while Shizhita did have the size and strength advantage, Midoriya had more experience. From what she could tell, Shizhita was telegraphing his strikes too much, something that came from an experience in a fight. In the corner of her eye, she saw a massive bolt flying at her, forcing her to jump back from the two fighting. Yet again, when she looked over to where the bolt came from, she saw nothing. She couldn't get close, and the way that Kode was using hit-and-run tactics was making it impossible for Kendo to even find her, let alone catch her. Letting out a growl, Shizhita activated his quirk, his teeth grinding together as he grew in size. Towering over Midoriya now, he swatted at him, striking him hard enough to punch him straight through a wall with a loud crashing sound. Turning towards her partner, she shouted, "What the hell, she's hit a..." Vlad King said, "No concussions. I am sorry. I didn't know what else to." Footsteps stopped him mid-sentence, both of them turning to see Midoriya get back up. Even in the low light they could see the cuts and scrapes along his body erupt into green fire before closing up. Behind him they could see Kode emerge from a corner, spinning a bolt in between her fingers. That was new. "Kendo, go get the bomb. I'll hold both of them off," grumbled her partner, putting his body in between them. "What? She's hit a..." "Just go. We're running out of time." Kendo really didn't want to, but the way they were positioned she could hardly do anything. Grumbling, she nodded, making a mad dash for the room. The sounds of fighting could be heard behind her as she ran, her boots slapping against the floor. Enlarging her fist, she slammed it against the fort, breaking it apart and running into the room. "Okay, get the bomb, help partner." Blinking, she paused her step, staring at an empty room. There was nothing here. Wait, where's the bomb? She was sure it was here. If it's not here, then where? "She's hit of the hero team has been captured," Vlad King's voice said through the speakers, the sound of footsteps making her turn towards the destroyed door. She saw the green glowing eyes first, Midoriya's tall frame tiredly walking into the room from the hallway. Finally, getting into a fighter stance, she frowned, her hands going up to her face. "Give it up, Midoriya, you could never beat me in a one-on-one fight. Tell me where the bomb is." Walking farther into the room, he nodded as he spoke, his movement growing sluggish. "I know I could never beat you head-to-head, Kendo, that's why I decided not to fight you at all." Taking one final step, Midoriya sagged, his body falling forward and falling into the ground face first. "That's time. Villain team wins." Vlad's words were like a knife into her, she hardly even did anything. They can't have lost just like that. Walking into the room, Kode followed, taking a look at her before sliding a hand into her pocket, pulling out a tiny figurine of the bomb. It took a second to realize that it wasn't a figurine at all but the actual bomb. Placing it onto the ground, she pressed her fingers together, the tiny bomb growing back to full size. All she could do was stare, her teal eyes going to Kode, the bomb, and then back to the passed-out Midoriya. She wanted to be mad, but leave it to Midoriya to once again leave her speechless. A snort escaped her mouth as she shook her head, slowly walking over to check on the passed-out boy. Now that she finally had a closer look at him, she picked up on more details. He looked, honestly, really bad. Heavy bags hung low under his eyes and his hair looked messy and uncombed. Hell, even his tie was not done right. It did not look like the fool has been sleeping well lately. She chastised herself for even caring. What he did in his free time was none of her concern, she told herself, and yet when the robots came to take him away to the infirmary, she could not get the thought out of her mind. Ever since the match, Kendo had slinked into the back of the room, choosing to going back to not saying anything. Shizhida had followed after her like a dog with his tail tucked between his legs, standing nearby as he watched the discussion about their match. "Alright everyone, would anyone like to identify who the MVP of this match was?" Vlad King asked the group of hero hopefuls. "Midoriya, duh. I would say Midoriya sensei. Midoriya." Tetsu pounded a fist into his palm. "I don't agree with hiding away like they did, but Midoriya went and fought one of our strongest classmates head on, which was super manly." Letting out a hum, Vlad nodded at the answers before gesturing to their quiet Princess Kode standing silently nearby. "While I do agree that Midoriya had shouldered most of the work for this test, I would argue that Kode was much more important. Does anyone know why?" The class looked amongst each other confused, it taking a while for someone to answer. Their vice president raising his hand to answer. She was one of the keys to stalling out the match. They were able to control the situation, forcing both Kendo and Shizhida to shift from attacking to defending, putting them on their back foot. Staring down at the floor in thought, he paused before continuing. By ambushing the hero team in the hallway, they both were able to control the battle location. Forcing two of our strongest fighters into a narrow hallway filled with other objects made it hard for them to counterattack. Shizhida could not properly use his quirk for the added strength and size because of how tight it was, and Kendo spent most of the match fighting against her large teammate trying to get in to do anything. In doing so, they forced them to split up, making it easier to target one of them first and wait out the clock. Kendo and Shizhida flinched slightly at that, frowning at the words even though they were kind of true. Shota continued on, not really giving anyone room to join in on the conversation. They also combined it with a form of misdirection to trick the heroes into believing that the bomb was in the room covered in protection and not on Kode. Kode mostly played support, activating traps, and forcing the aggro on Midoriya where they wanted it. The class was dumbfounded by such a heavy info dump. They all knew their vice president was smart, but that was a whole other level. Even Vlad King seemed a little surprised. He stared for a second before grinning proudly. "Well said, Shota. Let it be said that it is easier to defend a point than it is to attack one. Going on the offensive is a dangerous game but can have its benefits. What I still don't understand, however, is why you, Kode, was chosen to hold the bomb on your person." Shota turned towards Kode with a raised eyebrow, looking over at her quizzically. If the test was real, that would mean that the bomb would have gone off with you holding it, killing you almost instantly. Why did you both decide to go with that kind of strategy? For the first time the class watched as shock moved across Kode's normally blank face. It wasn't as extreme of an expression as some of theirs, but her eyes opened wider than usual. Her mouth opened slowly, closing it and then opening again to speak, her voice leaking out like a whisper. Her words sounding so matter-of-fact that it was startling. Sometimes you have to die for what you believe in. For the second time that day the class looked shocked. Vlad King, recovering first, nodded slowly with a grim look on his face. Yes. There is a saying that goes something along the lines of, there is nothing scarier and more dangerous than someone who has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Let this be a harsh lesson, students. Sometimes the most dangerous people out there is a person with a cause. You must be prepared to face someone like that in your time as a hero. Taking a breath, Vlad King went back to smiling, walking back over to the box for 2 more teams. Now then, the next team will be Team A and Team D. The class had already started to move into the next subject when Shizhida nudged Kendo gently. Kendo, I was going to check on Midoriya at Recovery Girl's office after this, care to join me? Looking up at the larger furry man, she nodded slowly, giving a small nervous smile. Sure. Yet again he found himself in the endless dark. He's been walking, but he has no idea for how long. Where was he walking to again? He had forgotten. The only thing greeting him being a flat endless darkness spreading in every direction with nothing else in sight. As if that's all this place has ever been. All that it was, it is, or it ever will be. Weak, the voice was deep, powerful, and shook the ground when it spoke. It was familiar, like listening to a voice recording of himself speaking, only deeper and more distorted by time. He should be scared, yet for some reason he was not, a weird feeling of nostalgia coming over him as it spoke. Looking around the darkness, his green eyes flickered around until stopping. A single burning green ember in a world of darkness. Walking towards it slowly, it hovered in place, a small mote of green light stuck in a perpetual dance. The voice rumbled again, only louder this time, as he got closer. Too weak. How are you to protect that which you care about like this? Opening his mouth, words surged forward from his lips, almost like intuition, as if he has had this conversation before. A sense of déjà vu coming over him. I'm trying to be stronger, yet every step I take feels like more steps back. Clenching his scarred fist, he stared down at it, frowning. An ugly reminder of the past. I want to be strong enough to protect those I care about, like All Might. Yet that dream feels so far away. The ember did not answer him, it floated there in a small rhythmic dance. For a split second he started to question if he was imagining things and simply talking to no one, but then it responded. Strength comes in all forms. There is no one way to achieve your goals. There are many. But what good is strength if you know not what for? Where does your strength truly come from? Opening his mouth to answer, he paused, not really knowing what to say. You must first find the answer. Find the truth with your own hands and take your destiny as your own. Wake up. And rise. Sitting up with a start, Izuku quickly panted. The scene playing before him, one that was all too familiar. Waking up with a start, panting for air and trying to calm his racing heart, the feeling of a cane smacking against his head. Again I find you in my office. How many times must I teach you this lesson, young man? Recovery Girl angrily yelling at him again. You just keep going over your limit. Trying to swat the deadly instrument away, he blocked it with his arm. I'm sorry. Please stop hitting me. No. I've grown just about tired of having my assistant take up one of my beds every other month. If I was younger I would. The sound of a cough made them both turn towards it, only now did Midoriya realize that they weren't alone. Sitting in a chair that was a little too small for him, the large beastly form of Jirota Shizhida raised a hand to wave. Before you start giving him a concussion, I just wanted to let you know that I was here as well. Sitting up more in the bed, Midoriya blinked a few times, surprised. Shizhida? What are you doing here? Checking on you, of course. I heard that you passed out due to exhaustion and wanted to make sure you were okay. Pushing up his glasses, he chuckled in a deep tone before gesturing behind him with his hand to reveal Kendo was standing in the door. I was not the only one worried. His and Kendo's eyes met and he found his words leave him. She looked at him before looking away with crossed arms. All three of them jumped slightly in place, even Recovery Girl looked a little shocked as they all turned to the secret fourth person in the room. Kode sitting in a chair next to his bed. Kode? How long have you been there? Shizhida muttered. She seemed to think for a second, letting out a hum before speaking. The whole time. The whole time. I take it you wanted to check on me, Kode. Midoriya smiled gently. Before the conversation drifted even farther, Shizuda's voice pulled the conversation to himself. Midoriya, I must know. I heard that you had a healing quirk, yet what you showed off during the test was anything but. What was that? Midoriya's eyes drifted back to Kendo, finding it hard to look away from her, Recovery Girl talking for him instead. It's a new thing we've been practicing. Apparently Midoriya has the weird ability to use his quirk on himself, the only drawback being it takes up more stamina. As of right now he can only use it for a few minutes at a time. Looking Midoriya over, she did the routine check UPS, testing his reflexes and shining a light in his eye, which would be useful if this fool didn't keep going over his limit and passing out. I'm sorry recovery girl, I don't mean to worry you. Bah, just words. If you meant it you'd avoid getting hurt in the first place. He didn't have words for that, merely nodding along, probably looking like a scolded child. Yes well, I just wanted to apologize Midoriya, said the large bear-like man, bowing slightly to him. I may have gotten a little carried away during the test. Please don't apologize, I think we both got a little carried away there, Midoriya said with a smile. Looking over the scene playing before her she frowned, an unfamiliar feeling coming over her as she watched Shizhida bond with him and Kode hanging over his bed. Clenching her teeth she turned to leave only to be interrupted by Shizhida. Kendo, where are you going? I thought you said you wanted to check and make sure Midoriya was alright. She was worried about him? Looking back, Teal met green eyes. He looks okay to me, she muttered, turning and heading out the door. Getting up quickly Midoriya looked to recovery girl for approval to leave. She met his pleading look before sighing and nodding. He was out the door the next second, turning left down the hall and following after her. Kendo's orange ponytail drifting around a corner. Shifting his weight in his tiny chair Shizhida looked around the quiet room, no one saying anything. Raising a hand he coughed into it, attempting to say something but deciding not to. He ran, his red shoes padding against hardwood floors. He followed her into the hall, waves of other students getting in the way. Luckily he could make out her ginger hair anywhere. Rushing outside of the building and into the cooler air he jogged trying to catch up, his voice calling out after her. Kendo wait. Please just give me a second. Down the many steps and farther off of the campus he followed, trying his best to catch up. The busy bustling hours of students getting in the way. Past the campus homes and farther down he could tell she was heading for the train. If he didn't catch up to her now she was going to leave the campus for the day, and who knew when he was going to have another chance to see her. Breaking away from the crowd he followed her, watching her turn a corner and out of sight. Quickly making the turn he didn't see the hit coming. Crack stumbling back from the blow his back hit a wall, the sharp sting from a right hook gracing his jaw. Do you have any idea at how mad I am at you right now? Kendo shouted, her hands clenched at her sides. I can make a guess. Shut up. The pure anger in her voice making him jerk back at her shout. Don't you dare. Taking a deep breath to calm herself she unclenched her fist. Don't you dare make a joke or try to smile this off right now Izuku Midoriya, or I swear to God. Walking back and forth Kendo tried to find the words she wanted to say, her mouth firmly knitted together into a frown. While all Izuku could do was stare down at the ground in shame, his head hung low. Do you have any idea how worried I was for you? The last time I saw you, you looked like death warmed over, so tired you could barely walk, and then after that nothing. No text, not a single CLL, hell I would have been happy with a message in a bottle. But no, I get silence. I had no idea if you were hurt somewhere or even alive. Letting out a sarcastic, bitter laugh she shook her head. You know, I even tried to go to your apartment to talk to your mom, but when I did I found out that she's apparently in America. Thanks for that little heads up. Pointing at him she frowned even harder, her long finger poking against him. I have been worried sick over you for almost 2 months, and then there you were one day. Thrusting both of her arms out at him she gestured to all of him as she yelled. Just hanging out with people in the 1A class like it was no big deal. I thought something bad happened, but it turns out you were just living the life. He really was the worst, wasn't he? She let out a small hiccup, a small intake of air that pulled his eyes up towards her. Tears trickled down her face through blaring eyes before falling to the cold hard ground. He had never seen Kendo cry before. Kendo had always been so strong, so well assured over the years he had known her. No matter what she always looked at the best of any situation and did the best she could with what the world had handed to her. It's one of the things he really admired about her. Yet standing before him now, looking like she was about to break, it was painful to see. It was only then that the truth slammed against his chest like a truck. He did that to her. Bringing a forearm up she rubbed at her eyes in a futile attempt to stop the crying, her shaky voice coming out through the tears. So what? Did you just get tired of me and decide to ditch me for your cool new friends? Well fine. I don't need you anyway. I can do this all on my own. Kendo turned her back to him, slowly starting to stomp off down the steps and towards the train, heading out of the campus and most likely out of his life. Opening his mouth noises refused to come out, clinging to his throat and refusing to let go. She was going to leave him and it was going to be entirely his fault. What if she knew the truth and it only made her more mad? None of this matters without her. I didn't make it into the hero course. His voice came out so weak, so quiet, he wasn't sure if she could even hear him. A foot stopped at the stairs mid-step. She paused, her head tilting slightly to the side before turning to face him with a confused look on her face. What? Maybe it was the months of no sleep, or even the years of trying so hard to keep it all in, but in that moment, that single moment, he could feel the dam start to break. His head lowering, his shoulders raising, and he cried. Guilt and shame running down his face in the form of red-hot tears. I didn't make it, Kendo, I failed. I know I should have told you, but I was too ashamed. His words petered out, the unused word hanging in the air. We promised each other that we would be rivals. That we would be the best heroes this world has ever seen, but I failed. Nobody wants to be rivals with a failure, so I just didn't tell you. I've been trying so hard to fix it. Recovery girl took me in because she saw potential, but no matter how hard I try, I keep making people worry for me. Massaging his eyes with his palms, his chest shook. I'm so sorry, Kendo. If you never want to see me again, I understand. Watching him as he cried, she could feel her tears start to match his, her eyes blinking as her frown tightened. Stomping over to his slumped and defeated frame, she shouted, "You think I care?" He reeled back like she just hit him again. I mean, yeah, you not getting into the hero course sucks, but I care about you, Midoriya. Not your quirk. Not what you can do for me. She shoved him, making him stagger back. And especially not some stupid promise we made years ago. I only made that promise because I thought we were going to do this together. And yet again here I find you trying to do everything by yourself. The bottom of her fist raised up, hammered against his shoulder after every word, each period slamming against his broad chest like the end of a very angry letter. You, big, stupid, idiot. I hate you. Leaning in, he wrapped his arms around her, her hits getting weaker and weaker as she went on. I'm sorry, Kendo. I never meant to hurt you. Slowly, she sagged, her words petering down into mumbles. Wrapping her arms around him, she couldn't help but nuzzle softly up against his shoulder, tears making his shirt wet. Her voice barely heard, muffled against the cloth. I hate you. I know. I'm still mad at you. I know. I'm sorry. Tension slowly left their shoulders along with both of their energy, months of frustration bleeding out into each other. It was a good thing that they were leaning against each other, or they both would probably collapse. Pulling away from the hug, Kendo rubbed at her reddening eyes before facing him. We're going to make a new promise. Rubbing at his own eyes, he nodded along. Okay, a new promise. Placing her hand on her chest, she spoke. I promise from now on not to pester you anymore about the past. There's no point in digging up old bones. You don't have to tell me if you really don't want to, but in exchange you have to promise me that you are going to tell me what's going on in that big head of yours. I'm tired of trying to guess. Yeah, I think I can do that. Sticking her pinky out, she squinted at him. Promise me. The action was so childish he couldn't help but let out a weak chuckle, wrapping his pinky around hers and shaking it. Okay, I promise. From now on, Izuku Midoriya, will not hide my feelings from you, and I promise to never make you cry ever again. Good. Letting his hand go, she looked him over. You look terrible, by the way. He wanted to tell her that he felt terrible as well, but instead just rolled his tired eyes. Gee, thanks. Knowing you probably haven't had a single decent meal since your mother left. Turning, she seemed to think for a second, her head tilting before gesturing for him to follow. You're going to tell me everything that happened since you started to go to UA yet? Sure, only if you tell me what's been happening on your end. Nodding, she started to head down the steps towards the train out of UA. Come on then, my mom should be finishing up dinner. My family has been asking about you non-stop since you left. I think they really missed you. Blinking surprised, he stopped his step to watch her for a second. The way she said that final part made him pause. She didn't openly say it, but, sending her a small genuine smile, he started to follow her to the train station. I missed you too, Kendo. If the back of their hands bumped against each other while they walked side by side, if they walked a little closer than usual, if they both thought about holding the other's hand, neither of them said. Darkness descended and consumed all light within his view. Only a few specks of light illuminated an otherwise dark alley. His sight slowly fading into focus. He had no idea where he was, but for the moment he was him yet again. Clarity coming back to him, the smell of copper filling his nose. Looking down at his sticky hands, he realized that they were coated in fresh blood, a pile of dust, flesh, and hair at his feet. He had no doubt that it used to be a person before, but it was impossible to tell what they might have looked like when they were alive. The itching had finally stopped, for now. Looking around, he tried to get a lay of the land, but all these grimy back alleys looked the same to him. Walking slowly, he emerged from the alley, sliding his blood-covered hands back into his hoodie in case someone was nearby and could see him. Turning his head left and then right, he looked down the long abandoned street, his gaze flickering to the street sign. Shinmura St? It wasn't a street he was familiar with. How long had he been out this time? The sound of ringing drew his attention. Not far away was an old relic of a phone booth, a street light illuminating it overhead. He had no idea phone booths even existed anymore. Making his way over, he reached a hand out for it, a feeling of dread overcoming him and forcing him to pull his hand away. The phone still ringing its obnoxious, continuous song. His finger twitched in hesitation. Reaching forward, he reached for it a second time. wrapped his hand around it and making sure to lift a pinky as he held the phone to his ear. Hello. There was the sound of low static and a dog barking. He knew that dog, but he could not place from where. His throat felt dry and flaky. Raising the phone to hang up, there was another voice calling out to him. You were always a mistake, Tenko. I should have killed you long ago. What? Maybe then your sister and my wife would still be alive. Anger rushed through him, yet he knew not why, his hand squeezing the phone tighter. His voice grinding out through clenched teeth. Shut up. This is all your fault. Shut up. You did, Taies, the voice droned out, the tone shifting lower. Shut up. Raising the phone into the air, he slammed it down repeatedly, his voice cracking under the strain, yet he continued to scream until his throat was raw and ragged. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. The streetlight flickered in a mad frenzy as he thrashed and screamed with all of his might. The sound of laughter leaking out of the phone like a poisonous gas, polluting his mind. The lights growing dim until fading out, plunging him back again into pure darkness. Another phone ringing, this one he recognized. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his burner phone, pressing his thumb against the answer button before placing it to his ear. Shijiriki, where are you? Come back to the hideout. Yes, master, I just need a cleaning crew on. Looking up at the street sign, it said a different name. Glancing back at where he came from, he realized that there was no corpse to be scrubbed. Did he imagine it? Pressing a button on his phone, it sent out his coordinates. Never mind. Here is my location, standing by for Kurojiri. A pause on the phone before his master spoke again. Very well. Come, there is work to be done. A portal opened before him. Taking one final look back at the empty alley, he noticed there wasn't even a phone booth before taking a step inside. Cheers and shouts could be heard through the closed gym doors, a chorus of loud yelling from the bleachers as Class 1B cheered on their classmate. Zipping past the screaming crowd, Ken Kaibara ran along a wooden plank. Leaping into the air over a gap, he grabbed onto the climbing wall. His body shifting as he shimmied up the side, quickly making his way up to the top. Crossing the other side, he hit the ground with a roll. Activating his quirk, his body rotated completely in a circle, spinning a few times in an unnatural way before speeding off into a sprint. Sweat dripped down his face as his feet crossing a red tape line on the ground, his teacher Vlad King raising a hand, his other pressing the top of a stopwatch. That's time. 4 minutes 20 seconds. Not bad, Kaibara. Running his hands along his knees as he tried to slow his breathing, Kaibara nodded, shooting his teacher a smile. Thank you, sir. That leaves Kaibara the third fastest record in the class, right behind Setsuna Tokage and Ponit Tsunatri. The group politely clapped, all except one, the brooding man sitting up some to yell. Aw, common. Tokage and Tsunatri can both fly with their quirks. That's hardly fair during an obstacle course, shouted resident hothead Kamakiri from his spot on the bleachers, his arms crossing as his eyebrow twitched. Sounds kinda bullshit to me. Not every quirk is best at every situation, You're just mad that two badass babes kicked your score's ass. Smirked Tokage not far away, smugly interrupting their teacher to respond, her mouth opening to shoot him a sharp-toothed grin. What did you say? What? You hard of hearing now too. Say that again. See how tough you are in an actual fight. Tokage was unfazed by the boys yelling, simply rolling her shoulders at him. Bring it, I'll take you anytime, anyplace, bug boy. The two were already getting up from their seats, only stopping when Kendo got in between them. Alright, break it up, you two. Need I remind you that we are still in front of our teacher? The both of them paused before looking back at their teacher. Vlad King crossing his arms and slowly raising an eyebrow. Breaking off, they both sat back down, grumbling out at the same time. Sorry, sensei. Yeah, my bad, teach. No problem at all, a little competition can do wonders for your growth, chuckled the broad-shouldered adult, looking down at his clipboard before writing a few things down. Now who would like to try and beat their scores? The group was quiet for a second. Why doesn't Kendo go next since she's so interested in getting in the way of other people's business? Gruffed Kamakiri, just having to have the final word, his pride not allowing it otherwise. Back off, dude. Not cool, yelled Tetsu. Yet again the class devolved into arguing before Kendo let out a small, tired sigh. It was always like this, the loudest members of their class feeling the need to butt heads, leaving her to wrangle them together and keep the peace while the quieter ones sat back and watched. Kamakiri and Tetsu were face to face now as they stared each other down, both of them refusing to look away. What was Tetsu's deal anyway? Sure, they were friends, but he was way too protective. She can fight her own fights. Placing her hands on both of their shoulders, she pulled them apart, walking in between them to start heading down to the stage. Turning around, she gave her class a confident smirk as she two-finger saluted them. Ladies, calm down, you're both pretty. I don't mind going next. Now sit back and watch how a real hero does it. Ignoring the playful catcalls and teasing coming from her class, she walked up the wooden steps, each of them groaning under her weight as she stepped up and stopped at the starting line. Turning towards her teacher, she gave him a smile that he returned, bending down to get into a sprinter stance, her eyes closing as she took a slow, drawn-out breath, muttering softly under her breath, "Maximum effort. Go!" Dashing forward as hard as she could, her feet grinded into the wood grain, her long orange ponytail swaying behind her as she ran. Swerving to her left, she dodged a vertical swinging log before shooting to her right, expertly bobbing and weaving in between the incoming obstacles. Ducking under a horizontal pillar, she pivoted, dodging a trick log that had gotten a few members of her class, making sure not lose any speed as she went. The gap and climbing wall was next, and it was getting close fast. Raising her hand, it grew big before she slammed it into the ground. With a flick of her wrist, she shrunk her hand, using the force to launch her upward. Up and up and up she went, pole vaulting over the side of the climbing wall. Cresting up over the other side, she landed with a roll, landing back onto her feet to push back into a run. Crossing the finish line like an orange blur, she turned to straighten her legs, her feet sliding a little before coming to a stop nearby. Time: 2 minutes 10 seconds. That beats both Tokage and Sinatri's score for first place in the obstacle course. Very well done, Kendo. Turning back to her class, she gave them a smirk, one of her hands going onto her hip while the back of the other wiped at her forehead. Her class just staring back shocked. Tetsu and Monoma's cheeks panted redder than usual. Tokage blinking a few times, smirking as she placed her cheek into her palm. "Ha, I stand corrected. Guess that makes 3 badass babes that beat your score, bug boy." Tisk. The bell ringing not long after told everyone that it was lunchtime. "Alright everyone, that's time for today," shouted Vlad King, writing a few things down. "Hit the showers and go get some food." As everyone started to get up to head for the lockers, their teacher called after them. "Reminder that the sports festival is in a few weeks. Be prepared to represent your class and give them hell. Many pro heroes will have their eyes on you, be sure to impress them." Placing her head under the flowing stream of warm water, Kendo sighed, her aching muscles singing out. Looking up at the water, she felt it splash over her face, her hands raising up to rub at her eyes. God, she loved hot showers. If it was possible, she would never leave. Not far away, she could hear some of the other girls talking amongst each other as they were getting changed back into their school uniforms. Turning off the water, she wrapped a nearby towel around herself, sliding the shower open to join them at their lockers. Throwing on a pair of boxers and her bra, she felt a tap on her shoulder, turning to smile at her green-haired friend, Setsuna Tokage. Kendo always appreciated how blunt Tokage was, never afraid to just up and say whatever was on her mind. Despite her being known as a jokester and a flirt in the class, her and Tokage hit it off almost immediately, quickly becoming close friends. Kendo has known enough two-faced people in her life to know when someone was truly being honest and not just using it as an excuse to be mean. She really liked when someone was true to themselves, even if other people didn't care for it. Hey, way to go out there, Prez, you really kicked ass today. Thank you, Set, you too. Second place is nothing to sneeze at. Sorry I had to beat your score like that. What? PSSHH. Waving her hand at her, Tokage started to throw on her green skirt as she talked. I don't mind at all, as long as it's funny, you know? You should have seen the look on Bug Boy's face. He looked like he was going to break in two. Besides, there's always next time. Just make sure not to get too complacent on top of that hill now. Letting out a laugh, Kendo smiled down at her locker as she started to get dressed into her uniform as well. I'll hold you to it. What's the fun of winning with no challenge? After a few more words back and forth, their playful banter fell into comfortable silence as the two continued to change. You know, I'm glad you and your boyfriend made up. It's nice to see you smiling again. It took a second to process what Tokage said. Kendo was busy buttoning up her white short-sleeved shirt, her hands jerking slightly before whipping around to glare at her friend. WWH. Me and Midoriya are not dating? Where did you get such a crazy idea? That's funny. I don't remember mentioning Midoriya at all. The green-haired deviant said smugly, not even looking back at Kendo. Fighting down her blush, Kendo turned away, going back to buttoning up her shirt. Me and Midoriya are just friends. Best friends. I've known him for years. Finishing up her top button, Kendo looked up to see Tokage's severed head float over to her while her body continued to get dressed. Floating into view, her eyebrows wiggled teasingly, her sharp teeth poking out of her Cheshire-like grin. Oh ho, you don't say? Mind if I take him for myself then? Staring for a second, Kendo couldn't help but snort, playfully swatting her head away. Tokage's head gently floating forwards the ceiling before making an offended sound, zooming back into her face. What, you don't think I can? Kendo shook her head. It's not that set. Trust me, you're hot. Any guy would be lucky to have you, but, yacht. Trailing off, she threw on their gray button-up, trying to think of how to phrase it. Midoriya is oblivious with a capital O. You have no idea how many girls were interested in him at the dojo and not a single one stuck. Flirting goes in one ear and out the other with that boy. Tokage seemed to think for a second before letting out a purr. Mama does like a challenge. Tell me about him. They both jumped a little in place to find Kode not far away, wrapping a red tie around her neck. "Geez girl, someone needs to put a bell on you or something," muttered Tokage, shaking her head as she floated back and reattached it to her body. Finishing up buttoning her gray overshirt, Kendo smiled at Tokage. "There's not much to tell. He's just a big ol' hero nerd. He loves to study quirks and heroes in general. If you mention a hero I guarantee he's heard of them before, no matter how vague." Both Tokage and Kode blinked at her, Kode even cutely tilting her head. "Are we sure we're talking about the same Midoriya here? Tall? Handsome? Always smiling? Got that cute little spatter of freckles." "See, that's the thing. He wasn't always like that. One day when we were younger he came home different. I don't know what happened, but after whatever it was he started to act like that. Hiding himself away from everyone, even from me." Staring down at her red tie, she thought about him, her mind drifting elsewhere. He had died. When he told her what happened at the USJ, she was startled is an understatement. She had heard it was bad, but not death bad. Someone almost died on UA grounds, someone she personally knew. The thought of never seeing or hearing from Midoriya again made something twist around inside of her. Something uncomfortable and weird. It wasn't until she felt Tokage squeeze her shoulder that she snapped out of her weird funk, turning to find her and Kode looking at her worried. "Sorry, I didn't mean to push. It's clearly a touchy subject." Smiling at them, she appreciated how caring they were being. Finishing up her uniform, she bent down to grab her bags, slinging them over her shoulder. "It's okay. Let's just go get lunch." "Okay, but only if you're buying." The school pays for our lunches." "I mean, yeah, but it sounds more appealing if you say you're buying." Letting out a laugh, Kendo shook her head. "Right, then in that case I guess I'm buying." Me too, I'll cover for you too, Kode." Heading out of the locker room, the three were all smiles. Lagging behind, Tokage paused her step, tilting her head slightly before asking aloud, "Oh right. Since Midoriya is a big hero nerd, who's his favorite female hero?" "Murko." "Ah, so he's into buff women? Guess that makes you pretty happy, huh?" Pulling Kendo into a headlock, Tokage laughed at how red Kendo was getting as they playfully shoved each other. Things were looking up. Approaching the cafeteria with her tray of food, Kendo, Setsuna, and Kode slid in past a few second years. The older adults loudly talking about the sports festival this year and how many girls they were going to impress. Typical showboating stuff. Ignoring them, she scanned the crowd slowly. Kendo's eyes looked around until she found the table she was looking for. Not far away was the group that she saw before with Midoriya. He was smiling as he talked to a man with poofy purple hair and bags under his eyes sitting across the way from him. Smiling at the sight, she paused, blinking a few times in confusion. Drifting slightly to Midoriya's right, she saw that Kode was already over there sitting next to him. Slowly turning to where Kode was just standing a second ago, she found just empty air. Sure enough, Kode was gone. Standing nearby, Tokage's gaze flickered from where they were standing and then back to the table, opening her mouth to voice her very thought. How does she do that? Izuku Kendo has always been a people's person. She always enjoyed meeting and talking to new people, which meant she met all kinds of people in her short time on this earth. Seen even weirder ones since she's been to UA, but even then Yui Kode still continued to be an enigma to her. Shrugging her shoulders, she decided not to dwell on it, wandering over. As she got closer, she could hear the group talking amongst each other as Kode was pressed up against Midoriya's side, looking down at her food and eating it slowly. "Midoriya? Who's your friend?" said the tired-looking guy with purple hair. "Oh, this is Yui Kode. She helped me with hero training not far back. She has a really useful quirk where she can shrink and grow objects that she touches." Smiling down at the girl, he paused, blinking a few times before turning to the cute-looking girl that Kendo just noticed hanging on Midoriya's other side. A brown bob on her head and pink circles on her cheeks. "Kind of like yours, Uraraka." "That's because we're cousins," muttered Uraraka with a strained look on her face. She looked like she was trying to vaporize Kode with her eyes. Kendo could not help but notice that she too was sitting very close to Midoriya, practically hanging off of him. Kode looked back at her cousin, their eyes meeting. The intensity of their looks a little surprising to everyone around them. Kode. Uraraka. Despite the blood connection, the two did not use their first names, which was weird in itself. Not even counting the almost visible animosity in the air. "It's good to see you." Same. Looking between the two girls, Kendo met Midoriya's eyes to raise a quizzical eyebrow, only to have him shrug back at her. "This is awkward. How is it that we have more people at our table and still have less conversations?" muttered a girl with Jax, breaking the tension a little. Now Jiro, that's rude for our guest." "Welcome to our humble table, Kode," said one of the few people she actually knew the name of, Momo Yayorozu. Looking back at Kendo as she walked up, Yayorozu smiled. "Ah, Kendo, hello. Pleasure seeing you." Kendo nodded as she sat down across the way from Midoriya, Setsuna following behind and sitting next to her. "Likewise, hope you guys don't mind too more." The other person she knew Tinya Itza sitting up some to shake their hands before talking. Of course not. Welcome Kendo, Kode, and yo, name's Tokage. Thank you, welcome Kendo, Kode and Setsuna, thank you for having us. Yeah thanks guys. Lunch that day was a fun experience for Kendo. After she joined the table a few others joined not long after, including Tetsu and Shizhita, forcing their group to put 2 tables together just to seat all of them, creating one massive long table that kind of reminded her of the table her family had back home. The food, the laughs and the drifting conversations all added to that familiar feeling. All they needed were adults getting a little too wasted, maybe some screaming kids and the transformation would have been complete. Despite the fact that she just saw her family a few days ago, it weirdly made her homesick, but not enough to put a damper on her mood. She was just enjoying getting to know some of the people from 1A and all of their eccentricities. Looking to her left she watched as Jiro, Momo, and Tokage were talking about their newest interest. Momo talking about a new book she was reading while Jiro spoke about a new band she has recently found while Tokage mostly just threw her 2 cents in every once in a while. To her right Tetsu, Itza and Shizhita were happily talking about their separate battle trials and what they could have done differently. While in front of her Midoriya was talking with Shinso, Yurika, and Kode, the 2 girls clinging to the oblivious idiot while Shinso watched on with a blank stare. There were so many different conversations she could join. Looking down at her spicy curry she shoved some into her mouth with a hum. Chewing slowly her mind drifted. Listening to Monoma rant and rave about the people of Class 1A for so long was honestly starting to get to her. Her father always told her that you can only listen to hate for so long until it started to affect you emotionally. So sitting here, surrounded by the supposed evil masterminds of 1A, hearing them talk about their passions and interest helped her ground herself back into reality. They weren't out to get them, or planning something. They were just like them. Bumbling, confused in a new environment, trying the best they can with the cards that were given to them. Trying to be the strongest heroes they could. Sure, some of them were a little on the weird side but they all seemed pretty nice. Well, if it isn't the famous charity table of UA, think of the devil and he shall appear. Letting out a loud laugh the blonde swung his head back, sauntering over to their table with the exaggerated swagger of a sociopath. Getting in between Midoriya and Shinso he looked about, his cocky smirk looking between them. My apologies for getting in the way of your fun. I just had to meet the 2 general study students who had the gall to sit with the elite like they belong here. 2 general ed students who don't even have quirks strong enough to pass the entrance exam no less. I must say I'm not impressed despite the rumors. Raising a hand the blonde swung it at the table, knocking Shinso's and Midoriya's plates onto the ground. The plates clattering about before coming to a stop. Oops, clumsy me. Hey, leave them alone, shouted Yurika, getting up to glare at him. Still, Monoma spoke like no one just shouted at him, looking back at Yurika like she just now showed up. Hey, at least 1A has your back, right? I suppose it makes sense since they might just end up joining you soon. After all, I heard you could be replaced if you don't do well at the sports festival. Other members of 1A started to get up as well, shooting dangerous looks at him, their words following after each other quickly. How dare you besmirch the halls of UA like this? Picking fights in the cafeteria. Have you no shame? Bellowed Itza. You can't just come into here and invade our pleasant meal like this, huffed Momo. Who the hell let you off of your leash? Shouted Jiro. Ignoring their shouts he started to laugh with psychotic glee, an evil glint in his eye, placing a hand to his ear. Their angry yells only fueling him. Do you hear something? It almost sounds like the dogs are barking? How entertaining. Before he could go on another tirade he was interrupted by a sigh. Midoriya running a hand along his face before speaking. Are you done, Monoma? If that's all you want to say you can leave now. That got a reaction out of the blonde, his smiling fading slightly before turning to the green-haired boy, venom leaking from his voice. What makes you think you two have the right to interrupt me? Like you actually have what it takes to be heroes? A muscle-bound nurse and an insomniac? Please. One is just a big brute with no class and the other looks like a villain. Everyone knows you're only here because UA took pity on you. Shinso was starting to shake, his hands grabbing at the table as he opened his mouth to say something only for Midoriya to stop him. Whatever he was going to do Midoriya didn't feel like he was worth it, which in turn seemed to only infuriate Monoma more. Standing up slowly Midoriya looked down at the blonde-haired boy. Monoma, no one cares about what you are trying to do. I've seen it all before. Oh please. You've never seen someone like, what? You think I've never seen a bully before? Monoma was just gradually getting angrier and angrier, his devil-may-care attitude turning into something much more toxic. That is the last straw. Raising her fist she slammed them into the table, silencing everyone. Monoma, that is enough. If your mission is to come here and look like an ass, congrats, you accomplished it. Whipping around to face her he looked almost hurt, almost making her feel bad for only a split second before he regained his bravado. Raising a hand he pointed at her, his fury redirecting towards her. And you. It's bad enough that we have the pathetic members of Class 1A feeding their delusions, but here I find you doing the exact same thing? Not only that, but you have other members of our class doing the same. I thought you were president of our class. You're right. As class president, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I've tried so hard to be as diplomatic and understanding with you as possible, but your obsession with 1A and quirks is starting getting out of hand. I for one have just about had it with your nonsense. So no more Miss Nice Girl. Taking a step back, Monoma looked shocked, Kendo advancing on him, moving around the table to get into his face. Do you know what's pathetic? It's coming all of the way over here to flex and feed your small, little ego. Thinking that you are some special thing when really we can all see how little you truly are. It's pretending to be my friend and acting like you know me when in reality we've only had a few conversations. But worst of all, it's that you come here and insult my actual friends. Grabbing him by his collar, she picked him up to get into his face, his eyes widening in fear. If me saying it isn't enough to get it through your thick skull, maybe this is. Leave. Before I pound your stupid face in a warehouse. Feeling Midoriya pat her shoulder, she could feel some of her anger immediately leave her. Midoriya always seemed to have that calming effect on her. Kendo, you can't just go hitting someone at UA, even if they deserve it. Are you kidding? After everything he did? What he said about you and our friends, they are just words, Kendo, it's not worth getting expelled over. Looking into his big green eyes, she internally groaned. Now that's not playing fair. Letting out a long drawn-out sigh, she knew he was right. Like hell she was going to let some worm ruin her chance at being an amazing hero, doesn't mean she couldn't make him squirm a little. Tightening her grip on him, she watched him squint before dropping him onto the ground, knocking him back and onto his butt before quickly getting up. Brushing himself off, he turned towards them in a vain attempt to regain his masculinity. Why yeah, that's what I thought. You can't touch me. All she had to do was shoot him a glare for him to flinch away from her. What is going on here? Everyone jumped all at once, the massive group of young adults turning to find their guidance counselor Hound Dog. The large imposing dog-like man stomping through the gathering crowd and heading towards them, followed quickly behind by Vlad King and Izuku. Perking up at the sight of them, Itza raised an arm, walking towards the teachers quickly to meet them halfway. Mr. Izuku, sir. I apologize for the incident, but this ruffian here came to our table during lunch to say some rather unprofessional things. Before I or anyone could de-escalate the situation, it had gotten worse. Luckily no one had been hurt and not a single strike had to be thrown. The three slowly turned towards Monoma with unamused faces, Vlad King being the one who decided to speak for them. Is this true, Monoma? Oh, of course not. I merely came to their table for a pleasant conversation and they straight up attacked me. Who here can vouch for Ida? Raise your hand. Unsurprisingly, everyone raised their hand, even a few spectators who weren't even part of their group raised their hand. Letting out a low sigh, Vlad King walked forward, waving the two other teachers off. He's my student. I'll take it from here. Placing his hands on Monoma's shoulders, he started to take him despite him thrashing around in his grip. Come along, Monoma. What? No. I'm innocent. That's fine. If you will just check the cameras and nothing else will happen. See cameras? Wait, hold on. Let's talk about this. As the two walked away from sight, Kendo could finally breathe, the tension in her shoulders leaving her, slowly turning to face the rest of the table. I think I'm going to like it at this table. Chuckled Tokage, her words bringing a smirk to Kendo's face. It's not every day that you get to see a full court jester wandering around and jingling his little bell. Like a hammer slamming through a glass mirror, the tension at the table shattered, everyone letting out awkward chuckles before turning back to their food. Watching the two disappear amongst the crowd, she sighed, turning to face Midoriya with a smile. Sorry about that, his voice was starting to get on my nerves. Shaking his head, Midoriya smiled down at her, giving her a knowing look. I'm aware. I know how you get with bullies. They didn't call you the bully beater when we were younger for nothing. Damn right. Placing her hands on her side, she huffed before raising one of them to press her thumb and index finger together. And I was this close to beating that bully's ass. Maybe even karate chop him in the back of the neck. She snorted. You need to stop reading so many comics, that sounds goofy as hell. Now come on, let's go get you more food. Sure thing. Walking next to each other, they started to head back into the growing crowd. Looking down at her, he noticed that she was clearly feeling a little down due to the situation. Hey Kendo, did Vlad King ever tell you that we can rent out one of the gyms for training? The sound of flesh hitting flesh filled the gym, their feet skidding against hardwood floors as they danced around each other. Rushing forward, she threw out two strikes, both of them easily blocked by the larger man. Dodging to her left to avoid a haymaker, she took some steps back, putting space between them. Pivoting, she sent out an axe kick, watching as Midoriya rolled out of the way, fluidly pushing in to throw out a few more jabs. Seeing this coming, she raised her taped-up forearms to block them, swerving around to try to elbow his side. An action that he smirked at, raising his right arm and blocking her elbow with an elbow of his own. Their two forearms slamming against each other with a loud smack. Both of them backing off and rubbing their most likely bruised forearms. It was after school, all of their classes were done for the day, leaving the college campus rather quiet. Midoriya had gone to Izuku and Ken with the idea of using the gym to train, an idea they were happy to help with. Looking around the gym, there were a few sets of round circled padding laid down to have some space between them, the bleachers pulled aside to allow for more space. A good chunk of the people from their lunch table were scattered about, watching as they moved in a circle around each other. How long have they been trading blows? No one knew, not even the two performing. Sweat was beginning to drip down Midoriya's and Kendo's faces as they breathed heavily. Sitting not far away, Shinso watched on with an unamused look, clearly having seen moves like that before, yet he too didn't want to look away from the exchange. Feeling weight shift next to him, he looked away for a second to see that Tokage had sat down next to him. The green-haired woman was staring as the two martial artists went at it again, lost in their own little world. So let me get this straight. These two aren't dating, she said, confused, gesturing her hand back and forth between them. Guess not, he said with a shrug. Despite all of the tension that's going on right now, are they stupid? Or just blind? With Midoriya, it's hard to tell sometimes. Yeah, same with Kendo. Finally the two broke off from each other, trying to hide the faint tint of red on their faces as they turned towards everyone. Raising a hand, Kendo coughed into it before smiling. So anyway, just do that. Break off into groups and trade blows for a bit, nothing too serious of course. Once you start to get the hang of it, Midoriya and I will be around in a bit to make sure everyone's forms are right. Raising his arm as high as possible, Itza looked at the two of them. Question, Itza, it's just us here, you don't have to raise your hand. Of course. I just wanted to ask why we are doing this quirkless. Would it not be better to spar using our powers? Oh, that's because you won't always have your quirk with you. Learning to fight is an important skill to have. Once you learn the basics, you can then apply them to a real fight. Midoriya chimed in with a smile. You personally may not need to ever throw a punch, but practicing proper kicking form can help you when using your enhanced quirk with it. I see. Thank you for your answer. Itza chimed loudly, making a bow at them. Right. Just form teams and we'll help when we can. The group scattered about, starting to form teams, Tokage watching as that bubbly girl Yurika made a break for Midoriya, clinging to his side as she started to pull him along. Kode appearing from behind him to pull at his other arm in a different direction. Midoriya, spar with me first. I was here first. The two went back and forth for a bit, trying to pull the poor boy in two as he tried to play mediator. Shinso slowly blinking at the display before sarcastically saying, "Here I thought love triangles were only in stories." Tokage couldn't help but laugh at that, turning to face the constantly tired-looking boy. "Just between you and me, I think it's bigger than just a triangle." Gesturing off into the distance, Tetsu was making his way over to Kendo, an arm going up to rub at his neck as he said something. "It's more a square, or like a hexagon. You aren't secretly into Midoriya too, are you?" "No, he's not really my type." "So you got a type at?" "No comment." Letting out another laugh, she showed off her sharp teeth as she started to drag the boy down to the mats. "You've been training with Izuku, right? Why don't you show me your moves?" This was a great idea, Kendo thought with a smile, her eyes looking over the brawling students as they traded blows. She was starting to feel a little down with the whole Monoma incident. He seemed so nice the first time they met and she assumed they were going to be friends. Man, did that not work out. Ever since the UA incident, he gradually started to get more aggressive, even trying to rope the rest of their class into his obsession. It had built up until the breaking point, but enough about that. Watching she's hit a shoulder tackle forward, he wrapped his large arms around Momo, pinning her to the ground. "Nice tackle, Shishisa." The Fury Giant giving her a thumbs up before getting off of Momo and helping her up. Midoriya was right. Nothing like some good old-fashioned exercise to get her feeling better. Turning her head, she noticed that Tetsu was standing next to her and he was fidgeting a little. "What's the matter, dude? Do you not have a partner?" It's not that. I just, Trailing off, the silver-haired man blushed before gesture over his shoulder with his thumb. Can you meet me over here for a sec? I wanted to talk with you about something." That's a little weird. If he wanted to ask her something, why not just do it here? Shrugging her shoulders, she smiled, looking around to make sure no one needed her before nodded. "Sure thing, dude, lead the way." Red crept up his neck as he nodded, stiffly turning around before leading her out of the gym and into the hall. Letting her in first, he closed the door behind them. "So what's up? You wanted to talk." Placing her hands at her side, she turned to see Tetsu fidgeting a little, his mouth opening and closing like a fish as he struggled to say what he wanted. Kendo, would you like to go on a date with me after the sports festival?" Blinking a few times, it took her a second to process what he said. Slowly she felt a blush creep along her face as her eyes widened. Wait, what? The faint sounds of fighting could be heard behind the closed doors leading into the gym from the hall, but despite all that, Kendo could not hear anything over her own beating heart. Blinking a few times, she could not stop the blush from creeping up her neck and along her face. Slowly, she opened her mouth to respond. Huh, who knew the guy had it in him? I kinda thought he would be bumbling around you, forever, said Tokich's voice through the phone. Letting out a sigh, Kendo was laying on her bed as she stared up at the ceiling of her room and thought. Blinking a few times, her friend's words finally hit her, slowly sitting up with a raised eyebrow. Wait, you knew Tetsu was into me and didn't say anything. In my defense, it was pretty obvious. Set, this is serious. Fidgeting with her phone, she shifted her weight. At least let me finish my story before chiming in. Right, my bad. Continue. Wait, what did you say? Her voice came out more surprised than she would have liked. Tetsu frowning a little as he tried to regain his courage. Shifting his weight, he tried again. Would you like to, go on a date with me after the sports festival? We can do whatever you want. Whatever you want, ha. If they were in the same room, Kendo would have punched her, but since she wasn't, Kendo let out an annoyed groan instead. Set. What did I just say? Girl, you don't have to tell me everything that was said. Give me the Cliff's Notes, I'm trying to get some sleep before the sports festival tomorrow. Sighing, she combed her fingers through her ginger, unponytailed hair. Alright, fine. He asked me out and I kind of just flopped around for a while, surprised. No one's ever asked me out before. I find that hard to believe. It's true. I had a reputation at my old school for beating up bullies. Turning her head, she stared out the window into the night air. Apparently guys don't want to date someone who gets in brawls with other guys in their free time. Go figure. Letting out a snort, she couldn't help but smile. Shut up. Fast forward a bit. What happened after you guys were both super awkward? Well, I said yes. No kidding? Congrats, I guess. What are you going to tell Greenie? Her body got a little tense in bed, the faint thump of her heart skipping a beat. Eye shifting, her chest clenching in a way it's never done before. Why would I need to tell him? She muttered softly, twirling a finger through her hair. He doesn't need to know everything going on with my life. He's your best friend, right? Oh, of course. Then usually you tell your best friend this kind of stuff. Setsuna was right, yet why did she hate the idea of telling him so much? Her silence must have spoken for her, because after a few moments of nothing being said, Setsuna filled the quiet air. Her voice sounding softer, not a hint of teasing found. You know he's gonna find out eventually. No point in dragging it out. Yeah, you're right. She did not want her to be right though. Hearing a yawn from the phone, Setsuna let out a hum. Well, while you stew on that, I'm going to bed. Night, Kenken. Night. Pressing the end call button on her phone, she set it down on her desk before turning over to flop down into her pillow face first. A mix of emotions moving around inside of her as she closed her eyes, letting a groan. Hopefully she would be able to at least get some sleep tonight. Snapping her still tired eyes awake the next day, she found herself sprawled out on the bed upside down, the sound of her alarm going off nearby. Why does the world hate me? Reaching an arm out, she tried to swat at it, missing the top part a few times before finally pressing it. Blinking slowly up at the ceiling of her room, she contemplated whether or not she should get up. The thought of closing her eyes and getting a few more minutes of sleep was a very tempting one. The sound of knocking at her door, however, had stopped that thought in her tracks. Itsuka, aren't you supposed to meet down at the stadium early today? Her mother said through the door. That got her awake. Springing out of bed, she ran into the bathroom to brush her teeth, not even bothering to look at the clock. Power walking over to her dresser, she opened it with one hand as she brushed her teeth with the other. Shit, what time is it? She muffled through her toothbrush. Almost 8 a.m. Didn't you set your alarm? She did, but sometimes she sleeps through those. Mostly when she's stressed. 8 a.m. only left an hour for her to take the train down to UA. That's not a lot of time. Raising her school's button-up shirt, she took a quick sniff before nodding. Clean enough. Throwing on the skirt of her uniform, she hopped on one foot towards the door as she fiddled with her uniform, sliding her other leg through. Swinging the door open, she blinked surprised, the handle of her toothbrush poking out of her mouth as she stared at an empty hall. In all of her floundering, her mother must have just walked back downstairs. Pausing to grab her hairbrush, she rushed down the stairs 2 steps at a time, running the brush through her messy orange hair as she ran. Turning the corner, there to greet her was the normal morning chaos that she was so used to. Kojo was up and about, going to town on his dog bowl, messily chomping on his food as his tail wagged side to side. Her grandpa was watching a movie too loudly, obviously annoyed at having woken up early. Mother and Auntie Ren were making breakfast as they chatted, and the twins were already sitting down and eating. There was no sign of her dad and Uncle Matsuo, which meant they both were most likely still sleeping and would be for another 30-40 minutes. She may be a heavy sleeper, but her father was the king of heavy sleepers. She remembers a time when she was younger that he slept through an earthquake. Rushing into the kitchen, she grabbed at her plate, shoving some of the bread into her mouth as she chewed quickly. Moving over to sit down at the table. Chew, sweetheart, chew. The sports festival isn't going anywhere. Her mom called out to her, not even looking away from her oven top as she cooked. Sorry, Mama, it's just a big day. I am aware, sweetheart, we're all very excited. But we can't go see you kick, but if you choke on bread and die, I think I can survive some bread, she said while rolling her eyes. I don't know. It'd be kind of funny if you did though, happily chimed Yuki next to her, taking a drink before smirking evilly. Squinting back at her little sister, she was reminded of a time when Yuki was super nice and bubbly not even 3 years ago. Guess she was at that age. Sorry to disappoint, but it'll be a cold day in hell if bread does me in. Chiming in from the other side, her younger brother Sora sat up a little to mumble. Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Is Big Bro Zuko gonna be there too? Big Bro Zuko, smiling at that, she chuckled. Sora had always looked up to Midoriya. The fact that he saw him as an older brother made her happier than she ever thought it would. Yes, Midoriya is going to be there. Maybe I'll convince him to spend time with our family after the festival. I hear there's going to be a lot of booths this year. Sitting up quickly, Yuki's eyes widened as she turned and ran up the stairs. I need to change into something cuter. Shaking her head, Kendo quickly slammed down her breakfast, looking down at her phone as she chewed. Shit, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. Wait, at least bring your plate back over to the... Turning head, Kendo watched as her daughter ran down the hall and out of sight, the sound of scrapping telling her the front door was opened. Sink. Rolling her eyes, she huffed before turning back to the sink. What was she going to do with that girl? Leaning against the window of the moving train car, she let out another yawn, the slow bouncing of her seat only trying to lull her back into sleep. She ran out the door so fast this morning that she didn't even have time to drink any coffee like she usually did, the lack of caffeine feeling like extra weight weighing her down. She may have spent too long last night trying to think about what to say to Midoriya to not make it weird between them, which was weird cause it wasn't like they were dating. They were just friends, so why would her having a date be weird? It wouldn't be weird if he had a date, so why is she feeling weird? Stop thinking of the word weird. Staring out the window, she could see the massive tower of UA in the distance, the crowd of people already visible even from this far away. What would it be like if Midoriya had a date? Like, what if Yurika asked him out? She didn't like that thought at all. The faint image of her frowning shifted along the reflecting glass. Okay, so maybe things were already weird between them. Ever since their heart-to-heart a while back, she's been feeling a fuzziness whenever he was nearby that was foreign to her. At first she just thought she was happy to have her best friend back, but lately she wasn't sure anymore. The train lurched to a stop, the doors opening to let her and the other passengers off. Following the flow of people off of the train, she finally reached UA. Walking up the busy street, she looked left and then right, gulping nervously at the size of the line for entry. The line practically stretching around the street and out of sight. Civilians and reporters alike looked around excitedly in the hopes of seeing a hero, one of the reporters even turning towards her. Recognizing her uniform, he raised a camera to take a quick picture of her, her vision warping a little under the flash. Letting out a frustrated growl at him, she rubbed her eyes as she walked on. Other than that, the civilians along the wall were simply content with standing around chatting, clearly anticipating what was about to come as they pointed up at UA and stared excitedly at the thought of finally passing through the school gates of the fabled campus. The sports festival was almost on the way. They only had to wait another hour for the festivities to begin. The air was almost palpable with excitement. Some people never even get to go to the sports festival with how high the prices were for tickets, so she could imagine this being a big deal to some. Squeezing past some people, she heard some objections before they stopped to see her uniform. Waiting to greet her up front was Present Mike, the pro hero and teacher, smiling at her as she walked past, allowing her onto the school grounds. Walking past, she heard the heavy gates close behind her as she climbed up the many steps and onto the campus grounds. All around her, booths were in the process of being set up, people running back and forth in a frantic attempt to get everything ready in time. She was finally here. After 2 long weeks of grueling training and preparing, she was here. In a few hours she was going to be on live television, performing for the whole world to see, and she wasn't even nervous. Okay, so she was a little nervous. She was only sweating the regular amount about it. It was just her being in front of hundreds, potentially thousands of people. She's performed in martial arts competitions before, and that was what? Couple hundred people, that's close to hundreds of thousands, kind of. She was fine, not a big deal at all. It's not like her whole career as a hero was staked on how well she performs here or anything. Before she could dwell on the thought too much, she felt something warm slide into her open palms. Blinking a few times in surprise, she looked down to find a white styrofoam cup with a black lid and a brown ring of cardboard around it. Small billows of steam drifting from it, telling her that it was freshly made. The smell was heavenly. Turning towards where the mystery coffee came from, she smiled softly. Her best friend Izuku Midoriya standing next to her. Giving her a soft smile back, he nodded. Thought you might like some coffee this early in the morning. Ignoring the warm feeling on her cheeks, she lifted the cup to her lips and took a quick sip, letting out a satisfied hum. Black, just like how she liked it. A warmth spread through her as she looked down at her steaming cup, the fuzzy feeling from before spreading through her core and making her feel tingly. That was the good stuff. Sweet, sweet caffeine. Thank you, Midoriya. Any time. He laughed before gesturing next to him with his thumb. We had to go get coffee anyway because of this one gets cranky if he doesn't. One of the perks of living on school grounds. As Shinso, aha. Appearing from out of view was Shinso, doing one long, tired blink at her before sipping from his own cup. Morning. Smiling at the constantly tired boy, she chuckled. Morning, Shinso, I didn't know you drank coffee too. Yeah, except this one loads his coffee with so much sugar, I'm surprised he could even taste it, said Midoriya with a head shake. Says the man who doesn't even drink coffee. Sorry for having good taste, muttered Shinso with an eye roll. Kendo personally couldn't help but grimace at that. She didn't mean to judge, but that sounded like Shinso liked those crazy sugar coffees that were more like sweets than actual coffee. Thousands of calories in a single cup. She tried to be subtle about it, but it looked like Shinso picked up on her look right away, him turning towards her to frown. Not you too. How do you drink it? Black. Now he was the one grimacing, almost looking like he was going to gag. God, why? That's so bitter. That's just how it's always been with Kendo, chimed Midoriya with a shrug. She likes everything either super bitter or super spicy, there's no in between with her. Okay, now she's starting to feel attacked here. It's bad enough that she has to defend herself against Shinso of all people, but now Midoriya was joining in? This would not stand. Hey, at least I eat more than just katsudon for every meal. Taking a sip of his coffee, Shinso nodded along at that. I agree with her, Midoriya. You should really try other meals sometimes. Whose side are you on here, Shinso? Whichever side is winning. A throat being cleared made the three of them stop their argument, all of them turning to see a hobo-looking man standing nearby. Good morning, Mr. Izuku, chimed Midoriya. Where did she hear that name before? Looking him over, he didn't look like much if Kendo was being honest. He was tall and lanky with messy-looking black hair, wearing a long black-sleeved shirt and a gray scarf wrapped multiple times around his neck. Heavy bags that rivaled Shinso's clung to the bottom of his eyes, and a crazy-looking scar peeked up on the side of his face. You could barely see his scowl poking through the top of the scarf. You would think in a world of professional heroes that he'd wear a little more color to stand out more. Didn't Vlad King mention a Mr. Izuku before? Slowly the pieces clicked in her tired brain. This was the homeroom teacher of 1A? The same guy that has been training Midoriya and Shinso after school? No wonder Midoriya looked like hell when she saw him again if this guy was the one teaching him. He looked like he was going to pass out any second. She might have gotten the better teacher with Vlad King. Gruffly Mr. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out some teardrops, lifting the tiny container up and dabbing at his eyes before speaking. You all are supposed to meet up with your homeroom classes for roll call in 30 minutes. I may not be your homeroom teacher, but I will not stand for tardiness. Yes, Mr. Izuku. Sure, my bad. Blinking, she realized that he was looking at her now. Yeah, sorry, I was just about to head to 1B. Looking the three over, he nodded, letting out a small hum as he turned and walked away without another word. He was weirdly intense for a man who didn't look like much. Letting out a breath she wasn't even aware that she was holding, she turned toward her friends with a smirk. Guess I'll see you guys on the other side. Smirking back, he stuck a fist out towards her. Try not to lose too early. I plan to go all the way. That's my line. Letting out a laugh, she thrust her arm forward, her fist meeting his. Challenge accepted. May the best person win. With a nod, him and Shinso started to head off into their own direction. Shifting her coffee in her hand, she let out a small giggle, her face feeling warm. It's weird how a single interaction could blow her nervousness away with a single punch. Taking a slow, drawn-out breath, she sighed, turning towards the massive H in the distance and slammed her fist into her open palm. Let's do this thing. Hey there, listeners. Present Mick's voice echoed through the stadium, giant monitors and speakers dangling up high for all to see. Each TV monitor showing every nook and crevice of the arena. It's almost the time once again for the first-year sport festival. Let me hear some noise. The crowd let out a cheer so loud it practically shook the ground and rattled teeth. Radical. Without further ado, it's time to kick off the 55th UA Freshman Games. Look closely because you might see the start of a new legend in the making here today. Sounds pretty exciting if you ask me. Another cheer just as loud echoing down below. The noise traveling through halls and hallways until it stopped on a crowd of general study students. The group of young adults have been waiting there for a while now, the sound of the crowd sounding more like jeers than of excitement in their nervous brains. Shifting his weight, Izuku Midoriya let out a slow calming breath like he was taught, trying his best to ground himself amongst the wave of nerves and jitters. Next to him, his friend Shinso was not seeming to be faring much better, his eyes flickering around every once in a while but refusing to meet anyone's eyes. Raising a hand, he placed it on his comrade's shoulder to give it a small squeeze. His voice quiet but just loud enough to be heard over the growing noise up in the stadium. Hey, we got this. This is what we've been training for. It was hard for Midoriya to tell what Shinso was thinking sometimes, but that seemed to help a little. The purple-haired man looking back at him and nodding. Yeah, we got this. His voice was so quiet it was hard to even hear him right now. First off, let me start the introductions properly. They survived a villain attack and are raring for more. It's Class 1A. The cheering that time was even louder, the thrum of feet stomping in sync coming up from above. Looking up, Midoriya could see some dust knocked loose and gently fall down from the ceiling. But that's not all. Not to be outdone, coming in hot on their trail, it's Class 1B. The noise that time was less crazy, which was a little understandable with some of the powerhouses in Class 1A. It was no secret that the son of Endeavor was in that class, the crowd clearly having their favorites. And last but certainly not least, they're the underdogs. I'd be careful on betting against them. It's General Studies. Pushing forward, their large group filed out through the tunnel, the sound of cheers getting louder as they got closer. Squinting against the sunlight up above, he rubbed at his eyes too used to being indoors. Opening them slowly, it took a second for his eyes to adjust, the sight of the arena making his heart skip a step. That was a lot of people. Row after row of people sitting almost shoulder to shoulder, spanning so far out in every direction they almost stopped looking like unique faces and more like a wave of colors. It was disorienting to see, the sight plucking at his anxiety like strings. There wasn't a single open seat in this stadium. Pulling his gaze away, he decided to look across the grassy field instead, in the hopes of maybe seeing someone he could recognize in the other classes. Nearby he could hear Sango, one of Jiro's friend, mutter to herself. The blue-haired girl staring around starry-eyed and shell-shocked. "Wow. All right. Don't they all looking raring to go, ladies and gentlemen?" shouted Present Mike. Coming at you live from the radio booth, it's your favorite radio host Present Mike, with his grumpy co-host. Ugh, that's right. Underground hero Eraserhead. That earned a few chuckles from the crowd. Slowly the three groups started to converge to the center where a cement square-shaped arena was made. The stage has been set, the actors primed and ready. All we need is a referee, everyone. Give it up for R-rated heroine Midnight. The sound of her clicking heels could be heard as she parted the group of students, walking up the steps with a saunter as she moved. Swinging her hips from side to side, the crowd was eating it up, roaring with cheers and catcalls. Hundreds of thousands of hungry eyes drooling at her arrival. Not that it mattered to her, she was eating up the attention, smiling sweetly at the crowd as she waved, even blowing a few kisses for good measure. It was funny, it was so different from what he was used to seeing in class as his art teacher. Climbing the final step, she turned towards the amassed crowd of students, looking them over with a glint in her eye, practically drooling at the excitement and passion they were going to reveal. Raising her hand up, she brought it down with a crack, her whip silencing everyone in an instant. How exciting! I do love being the referee for the first years. Holding her mic a little tighter, she playfully licked her lips. I can't wait to see what you all have cooked up for us. I hope there are no naughty men or women this year, or else be punished. Camera flashes went off all around them as Midnight struck a few poses, the sight almost silly with how much the crowd adored her. Throwing her hair back, she smiled, giving them a more genuine kind look. Now then, before we select the first round, we have to have a few words from our freshman representative. He placed first in the entrance exam with a whopping 120 points. Eijiro Kirishima of Class 1A. Izuku blinked a few times at that, completely unaware that Kirishima took first during the entrance exam. Now that he thought about it, he did destroy the zero-pointer with a single punch, so he shouldn't be that surprised, all things considered. Slowly, Midoriya saw Kirishima march up the steps. He looked stiff, like he was trying to walk with his quirk activated. He was clearly extremely nervous, each motion taking extra effort and focus. Midoriya would be nervous too if put in the same situation. At least he was told beforehand about the speech and prepared accordingly. Watching him take an extra long time to climb the steps, he blinked, a thought coming to him. He was told about giving a speech, right? After what felt like forever, Kirishima shakily took the mic from Midnight, returning towards him to give him a few words of encouragement that Midoriya couldn't hear. Gripping the mic tightly, he went to speak, accidentally causing a reverb throughout the speakers, making everyone flinch at the noise. Sorry. My bad, oh god, he was floundering out there. Letting out a few coughs, Kirishima went in for a second try. All of my life I've not really been the best with words, so me giving a speech probably wasn't the best idea. That brought a chuckle out of Midoriya. Kirishima growing a little more bold when he heard a few more laughs around him. Taking a breath, his back straightened. I'm going to be honest, I'm really nervous, man. This festival will be my first step into what I become, and I guess the same goes for all of you. I don't know what the future brings, but whatever happens next, I promise everything will be okay, and I hope that all of you do your best, because I promise you I will be doing the same. Giving them a flex, his arm hardened in a display of toughness. Giving them the best smirk he could, he gave them a thumbs up before going back to his awkward stance. And I guess that's it. Silence filled the stadium as everyone kind of just stared. Mina and Ineza from 1A clapped at his speech, and soon other people followed. It wasn't an uproarious display or anything close to what All Might has said in the past, but everyone enjoyed it the same. It was a sweet sentiment. Letting out a laugh, Kirishima rubbed at the back of his neck as he started to head back to his group, the other members of 1A patting him on his back and saying a few words of encouragement. It may not have been perfect, but it weirdly was exactly what Izuku Midoriya needed to hear. No matter what hardships they have faced or will face in the future, everything was going to be okay. Watching the crimson-headed young man as he interacted with his friends, Izuku smiled before shaking his head. Yup, definitely a himbo. Clapping along with the crowd, Midnight's smile grew. With that lovely speech out of the way, it's time for the first event. Cracking her whip again, the massive screen behind her came to life. A roulette of names rolling past the screen, quickly accompanied with the types of sounds you would find at a slot machine in a casino. The names sped by so fast it was hard to even read them. Let's see, our first round preliminary is. Sliding to the stop, the words snapped into place. Obstacle race. Gesturing to the large flashing text, Midnight waved her arm in a flourish. An obstacle race. Now I know that sounds pretty easy, but this is UA. Be assured that this will be anything but easy. Her smile turned sadistic as she let out a small giggle. The goal, like all races, is to cross the finish line before your opponent. The race will be 2.5 miles in length and take you through a specialized obstacle course custom made by the principal of UA himself. Be warned, only 32 of you will make it to the next round, so you best run your little legs off. Only 32, huh? Looking around, he counted way more than that. Guess they really want to weed people out early. Strutting around a little to showboat, more camera flashes went off as Midnight tucked some hair behind her ear. We at UA pride ourselves on freedom, so anything goes for this part, so long as you cross the finish line before your opponent. Just nothing lethal against your opponents or you will be disqualified. You are trying to be heroes after all. Going out of bounds and being rendered unconscious will also mean you are disqualified. Now then, enough talk. Everyone go to the starting line and await for my signal. The crowd cheered as the massive group started to head to the starting line, Midnight giving them a passive wave. I for one can't wait to see what kind of heroes you all become. Standing near the starting line, Midoriya looked left and then right, a wave of faces both familiar and unknown all around him. Everyone had moved back into the tunnel, a good football field length between them and the entrance out into the obstacle course. Who knew what laid on the other side? Words of bragging and conversation went on around them. On your marks, Midnight began, raising her whip. Silencing the voices, he got into a runner stance, Shinso getting into the same one next to him. Get set. Her arm tensed. A beat, a second beat. His hands clenching and clenching slowly. Go. Cracking her whip, she shouted. All of the contestants rushed at the entrance all at once with a shout. Almost like a stampede, they bowled over each other, pushing and shoving as they went. Wind parted around them as the first to emerge from the tunnel was Ineza in a matter of seconds. Pushing in front of the pack in an instant, Todoroki following not far behind, followed quickly by Bakugo, his explosions rocketing him past most of them. And the first to leave the tunnel is Ineza Yoarashi, his wind quirk pushing him ahead in an opening advantage. Followed by the son of Endeavor, Shoto Todoroki, and Bakugo Katsuki, shoving his way towards the front. Izuku's physical strength pushed him past a majority of the other contestants, Shinso managing to keep up thanks to his new workout routine. The tunnel entrance was too thin, they had to get out before the majority blocked the entrance. A cold shiver ran up Midoriya's spine, his eyes widening as he could practically feel the temperature drop. Cold wisps drifting from his breath. Lunging forward, he grabbed hold of Shinso's sides, ignoring his friend's cries of indignation as he threw him upward. Jumping up into the air, he landed on someone's shoulders, using them to get off of the ground. In a rush of cold power, ice exploded outward, covering the entrance and dancing along the floor in a straight line, instantly coating people's feet in ice. In a startling display of raw quirk power, Todoroki managed to freeze the entire entrance in an instant. Guess we're not playing around in this race. Hey, what the? Cried out Kirishima up front, wrenching one of his legs free of the ice trap. Not cool, bro. What in the world? Shouted Itza, the bespectacled man trying to get ice out of his mufflers. Many others wiggling to try and free themselves as well, one of the people being the large hairy frame of Shishida. What in the name of? Looking over onto his shoulder, Shishida was surprised to find Midoriya laying on top of him. Midoriya, hey Shishida, how's it going? Why are you on my shoulder? I didn't know how else to avoid the ice. So you jumped onto my back? Pretty much. The sound of shattering filled the air as Kirishima wrenched his legs free, pulling a fist back and slamming it against the ice wall. Red lightning coursing through his arm as he punched a hole clean through it, ice sprinkling from above. Did Kirishima just destroy all of that ice with a single punch? What are you teaching your students, Eraserhead? To be precise with their actions and not draw attention to themselves. You heard it here first, listeners. Eraserhead's students don't listen to him at all. Even though Midoriya had seen Kirishima's quirk firsthand before, did not make it any less impressive. With power like that, he might one day be as strong as All Might. Letting out a huff, Shishida grew in size, easily freeing his legs before setting Midoriya back onto the ground. While I understand it was an action you had to do, I would appreciate next time asking before jumping on top of me like some kind of attraction. Absently nodding along, Midoriya turned his head, clearly not listening to anything Shishida was saying. Spotting Shinso crowd surfing on some people up ahead, he quickly darted to chasing after him. Right, my bad, sorry Shishida, WWH. Midoriya. Pausing, the large hairy man sighed, the green-haired young man already gone. Adjusting his glasses, he ran back into the fray. Helping a dazed Shinso up, they didn't stop, pushing out of the tunnel and into the chaos of the obstacle course. An open area of the track field greeted them with trees on both sides. Explosions and the sound of combat went off around them as they ran. The same type of robots from the entrance exam zooming about, a one-pointer being split in half by a screaming Kamakiri, his blades cutting through their wiring like they were made of toilet paper. Pony was covering his blind side by firing her horns at an incoming assault, while Juzo was submerging a two-pointer into cement. He didn't have time to take in the scene because bursting out of the foliage came a crazed one-pointer rushing at them. It looks like contestants are finally escaping the tunnel and starting to come across the first part of the leg race, the Robot Inferno. Juking to the side, he drove a fist into the robot's chest, the machine falling down faster than the last time he fought it. Running up from behind, Shinso jumped on his shoulders, using it as a springboard to land onto a two-pointer and driving two boot-covered legs into its eye. With a crack, he blinded it instantly, the machine flailing about. C2 missiles incoming. Midoriya ducked behind the blinded two-pointer and used its massive body as a shield, shoving it forward and into the incoming attack, chunks of metal shooting off of it. Hoping off the back of the destroyed robot to keep running, Shinso was followed after by Midoriya, the two pushing farther into the mechanized battlefield. Dashing and weaving through the incoming robot army, they only engaged when they really needed to, covering each other's backs as they went. They may not have powerful quirks, but they could still protect each other. The ground rumbled, multiple zero-pointers emerging from the ground and stomping forward only to get pushed back from cannon fire. The metallic behemoths falling back against the ground. Yaoyorozu panting nearby with some self-made cannons at her side. Incredible! Multiple zero-pointers were taken out by Momo Yaoyorozu of Class 1A, paving the way for others to get through. All while the three powerhouses are in a power struggle for the front of the line. It could still be anyone's race, who knows what could happen next. Shoto Todoroki was pretty pissed. Originally, he thought that just freezing the entrance to the tunnel would put him ahead of the competition. Yet when he did, Ineza had already passed him in a blur as soon as Midnight said go. Obnoxious as the man was, he clearly had the speed advantage over Todoroki, his quirk's power rivaling even his own. That in itself was a little disheartening, but the really big thing that irked him was what happened after. His ice wall was destroyed by a single punch, by that smiling, red-headed weirdo. When he first met him, he thought nothing of the smiling fool, that he was just a speed bump on his way to becoming greater than his father ever was. Yet, time and time again he showed a type of power that was something to not take lightly. Even crazier still was that All Might himself seemed to have taken a shinning to the boy, pulling him aside any chance he could to chat. That man had the potential to be great. He didn't want to admit it, but All Might clearly saw it, so Todoroki had to as well. He had no idea what their relationship was, but he also did not care. The man was a mountain that Todoroki knew he had to climb to prove himself the best, both to his toxic father and to himself. Looking over his shoulder as he surfed along the ground on ice, he could see others were already starting to catch up with him, and they were gaining speed on him fast. Bakugo was rocketing not far behind him, followed by the class's speedster Tinya Aitsa and a woman with long green hair that had split her body into multiple body parts in order to fly. Once his ice wall was destroyed, the other contestants were spilling in, the slower ones having to fight off the waves of robots. Hopefully that would slow most of them down until he could secure his victory. Facing forward, he realized that zero-pointers were forming a wall before him, a feat that would intimidate a weaker hero. Nothing his mother's quirk couldn't handle. Raising a hand, he swung it forward, freezing the incoming attack instantly and sliding past, creating massive ice statues that teetered under their own weight before falling over. Yet no matter how fast he moved, he could not seem to pass Ineza, the guy soaring far ahead of all of them. In his frustration, he thought about using his other side, a traitorous part of his brain reminding him that a well-placed fire blast could easily rocket him far ahead in an instant. Shaking that thought away, he frowned. He didn't need his father's side. He refused. Icy hot. A loud shout came from behind, Bakugo roaring in with a furious shout. I refuse to let you beat me. Rolling his eyes, he turned to face the loud shouting blonde. First he had to deal with him. Next on the obstacle course is the pit. Careful. One wrong step could mean plummeting into utter defeat. Making their way through the robotic carnage, Midoriya had to slide to a stop to avoid falling into the pit. A massive hole spanning out in every direction with a spider web of mesh wires zigzagging across it in a sporadic fashion. They can't seriously expect him to move across that, right? Midoriya didn't even need to take a single step on the wire to know that it was a very bad idea for someone of his size to try and walk across. Sit back and watch, support companies. The power of my super amazing babies, screamed a pink-haired woman as she ran past, heading straight for the pit. The woman not even hesitating before taking a long leap into the massive hole. Eyes widening, Midoriya watched as the woman taped her shoes together to make them glow, a tether fired from her hip to latch onto one of the pillars. Swing up and over, she used the moment to come up the other side, laughing maniacally all the while. Tilting his head to the side at the sight, he blinked a few times. Babies? Looking at the pit and then the woman, he seemed to have had an idea. Quickly looking around, he spotted Kendo as she made her way over to them. Kendo, she turned towards him with a raised eyebrow. Pointing at the other side, he smiled back. Throw me. She was just staring at him. Look, I get it, it's a crazy idea. But you have to. Before he could finish his sentence, his friend's face changed from one of shock to a wide toothy grin. Enlarging her hands, she wrapped them both around him, cocking her arm back before shouting, "Hell yeah! I've always wanted to do this." Blinking a few times, it took a second to process what was happening. Wait, what do you mean you've always? Air soared past him as he found himself football tossed into the sky. Soaring up and up and up he went, his hair thrashing about in the wind. Arcing up and over, he found himself descending at a fast rate, the ground coming to meet him quickly. He should really think his plans through better. For a second it looked like he wasn't going to make it, plummeting down into the pit to be disqualified. Instead, he slammed against the cliff side, air escaping his lungs as he automatically scrambled to take hold of anything he could. Grabbing hold of a rock, his muscles tightened as he pulled himself to safety, rolling onto his back before giving a shaky thumbs up. From the other side, Kendo happily cheered, thrusting both of her fists into the air as she hopped up and down like an excited child. Fuck yeah, dude. That was awesome. Looking over to Shinso next to her expectantly, the boy took one look at her, exclaimed nope, and started to slowly climb across the normal way. Shrugging at the display, she smiled before following after them. Oh well, suit yourself. Ineza, Bakugo and Todoroki have made it to the final stretch of the race. The minefield. You better mind the field, else you come across an explosive surprise. Don't give me that look. I thought it was clever. The minefield was no big deal with Ineza, who could stay afloat for long periods of time, zooming over any potential danger while the sound of fighting went off behind him. Ice and explosions clashed in the air, the two 1A powerhouses firing off volley after volley of attacks as they flew. God damn it. Fucking stay down, shouted the angry blonde, floating towards the ground and firing off a small blast to stay airborne. I could say the same to you, Todoroki said coldly, ice coating the side of his face as he blocked another explosion. He was running out of time, unable to break away from his furious opponent. The two were too busy bickering that they almost missed Tokage and Pony flying up from behind in an attempt to pass them. Hey, they're angsty and angry. Don't mind us, chimed Tokage, giving them a playful wink and a salute. Please exclaim us. It's excuse us, Pony. Ah yes. Excuse us, the fuck you are. Turning in the air, Bakugo fired off a massive explosion, just barely missing them as they soared past. Letting out furious shouts and curses, he turned away from Todoroki, choosing to chase after them instead. Todoroki letting out a sigh as he too chased after them. And first place goes to Ineza Yoarashi without much of a challenge. An impressive time if I do say so myself. But who will take second? Tokage and Pony from 1B are so close to the end, but Bakugo and Todoroki are not far behind. Past the minefield they entered a long tunnel stretching out with light at the end. This was the final stretch, the final push. Cursing under his breath, Todoroki pushed his quirk as hard as it could go, surfing on the icy ground like it was a tidal wave. Sweat dripped down Bakugo's face as he flew, his wrist shaking and tensing. Pony's head was starting to bleed with how many horns she needed to stay afloat. And Tokage's body ached and throbbed under the strain of being apart for so long. What's this? Someone is racing in from the back and he's gaining fast. All of them looked to their left, Tenya Itza running past in a blur. The bespectacled blue-haired man zooming past. Recipro burst, he shouted, blue fire erupting from his mufflers as he crossed the finish line in the blink of an eye. In a crazy upset, Tenya Itza passed them all in an instant, taking second place? Did someone get the license on that vehicle? I'm pretty sure it was moving way faster than the speed limit. That was enough of that. Gritting his teeth, Todoroki thrust his arm out, firing off an icy blast, knocking Setsuna and Pony back, launching them both off course long enough for him to pass them, taking third place. The three flyers were left, none of them backing down as they were neck to neck now. Pushing his way to the front, Bakugo growled, every muscle in his body hurting under the strain. There was no way he was going to let these two nobodies beat him. He was going to pass them, he was going to show all of the naysayers that he deserved to be a hero, that he was going to be the bee. He teetered, a sharp pain slamming against his chest. Damn it, not now. Tensing, he gasped out, drifting to the right and pressing against one of the walls of the tunnel. Rolling forward, he fell to the ground, toppling over like an overweight domino. What's this? Bakugo has collapsed? Someone should check on the explosive boy. Letting out raw and throaty coughs, he clung to the wall, managing to pull himself to his feet with enough time to see Tokage and Pony cross the finish line before him, his teeth grinding together at the sight. He was sure that others were starting to pass him as well, but he couldn't convince his body to move. All he could do was stand there and go through the waves of painful coughs. Even standing there was a chore for him. He was filled with a mix of guilt and shame. There was no way this could get worse. Bakugo, he stands corrected. Turning towards the incoming tunnel, Midoriya and his shitty friends were there, the sleep-deprived man and the red-headed bitch. They were all looking at him with concerned looks, at him of all people. None of them knew what to say yet. Of course it was Midoriya to speak first. Are you alright? He always hated that look, so full of caring and condescending concern. Like he thought he was weak one. Like he was someone that needed to be helped. He didn't need anyone's help. Especially not Midoriya's. Don't. You fucking touch me. Despite his growling, Midoriya still looked at him with those damn eyes, not coming closer but not backing off either. People ran past them, but even then Midoriya didn't move on. God damn it. Just fucking finish already. What the fuck are you looking at? What? Midoriya seemed to rethink his question. Did something happen? Wait. Does he seriously not know? How the fuck did he not hear about what happened? His coughing fit had finally come to a stop, either from well-placed timing or just sheer shock, he was not sure. Wiping his mouth, Bakugo turned away from him. Anything to get away from that look. I'm fine. It's nothing. Straightening his back, he started to jog down the tunnel, refusing to meet the concerned looks from his childhood friend. After what felt like forever but was really only a few minutes, they waited as the last person crossed the finish line. Have finished early, they were given waters to recharge some of their energy. The remaining 32 branching off into groups to chat. Midnight cracked her whip, calling for everyone's attention. The first round has concluded. Here are the results. Those who placed in the top 32 will advance to the next round. Everyone in the stadium turned to the jumbotrons as the list came to life. The first place's name lighting up before drifting down. 1. Inazio Arashi 2. Tinya Aitsa 3. Shoto Todoroki 4. Setsuna Tokage 5. Tsunatri Pony 6. Hadasiro 7. Juzo Honuki 8. Bakugo Katsuki 9. Izuku Midoriya 10. Itsuka Kendo 11. Hitachi Shinso 12. Pumikage Tokoyami 13. Yui Kode 14. Okako Yuruka 15. Eijiro Kirishima 16. Ashido Mina 17. Yazutsu Aways 18. Meihatsum 19. Kyukajiro 20. Jiroda Shishida 21. Kabari Sin 22. Toguro Kamakiri 23. Rikido Sato 24. Raiko Yanagi 25. Momo Yaeorozu 26. Tetsu 27, Shiozaki Ibara 28, Mizo Shoji 29, Niato Monoma 30, Toro Hagakure 31, Kaminari Denki 32, Minoru Mineta. Congrats to those who made it to the next round. Staring up at the jumbotron, Bakugo's hands clenched into fist, sparks popping off of him as he growled. 8th, he got fucking 8th. This was his time to shine and show everyone that he was the best, and here he was barely cracking the top 10. He lost to people who didn't even have impressive quirks. Some horse bitch that can shoot horns? Fucking putty man? This was unacceptable. He would not leave this injustice lying down. The R-rated hero breaking him from his thoughts. If you didn't make the top 32, don't fret. We at UA have planned some fun games for you to show off your amazing skills. For now, please head back to your designated seats. We'll call on you after the second event. Crossing her arms, she pushed up her chest a little with a smile. Speaking of the second event, let's see what it is. The same roulette of names came on the screen, quickly recycling through them. Names rushing past before stopping on the words. Tail tag. They all blinked in sync. Tail tag? None of them had heard of such a thing before. That's right. Tail tag. In tail tag, everyone will be given specialized bands that you will wear around your waist. Brandishing one such band, she wrapped it around her waist before gesturing to the long part dangling down. These bands are built to come off when tugged like so. Pulling at the part dangling down, it snapped off with a click, holding it up to show everyone. Each band will have a color and a certain amount of points tied to it. The goal will be to take as many enemy bands as you can before the time is up. You all will be randomly shuffled into teams of 4 and put against each other battle royale style. The 4 teams with the most points will move on to the next section. Letting out a giggle, Midnight clicked the bands together. The twist, my dear little ones, is that once bands are stolen, they must be given to your team's designated leader to be protected. The more bands you have, the more your leader will be a sitting duck. So be careful, else you have everyone breathing down your neck. So whoever was the team's leader had to deal with God knows how many other teams trying to get their points back. That, and you didn't get to choose what teammates you have. It was entirely the luck of the draw if you were teamed up with someone your quirk worked well with. Frowning in thought, Bakugo clicked his tongue. They were clearly testing them to see if they could adapt to any environment given. Before you go on your 30-minute break, let's see who your teammates are. The screen shuffled all 32 of their names together, flickering colors before pairing them together. Red Team Shinso, Kode, Bakugo, Kirishima Blue Team, Todoroki, Ineza, Yuruka, Itza Orange Team, Midoriya, Mei, Siro, Monoma Green Team, Kendo, Jiro, Tokage, Shishida Purple Team, Waze, Hagakure, Pony, Mina Yellow Team, Sen, Kamakiri, Shoji, Honuki Black Team, Yanagi, Sato, Tetsu, Tokoyami White Team, Mineta, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Ibara. Looking up at the list, Bakugo's eyes widened, a scowl growing across his face. He got paired with one of his most hated people. Someone that made his blood boil every time they were in the same room. Mr. 120 points at the entrance exam, Eijiro fucking Kirishima. Looking over, their eyes met and he frowned even harder. Turning away, he started to stomp off the field, heading down and farther into the stadium. He had to prepare and train when he could. Putting his hands into his pockets, he disappeared from sight, slinking into the darkness. Watching how long you fought off against that weird slime guy kind of inspired me to be a hero. What a fucking joke. Deep within the dark, the faint sound of pencil on paper could be heard. It was quiet, more or less unnoticeable in any other situation, but the lack of any other sound made it more loud and grating than usual. Like nails on a chalkboard. Scribbling and scratching, echoing in the dark and descending to a bar. A man with long gray hair sat on a stool as he stared unamused at a flickering screen. Images moved across it but no sound came out, the silenced noise of cheering people waving back at him. He had only just started to watch the show, yet it took no time at all for Shigaraki to mute the television, their obnoxious sounds driving him up the wall. If it went on for much longer, he was going to lose it and break something he shouldn't. Watch them, Shigaraki, his master instructed. One day any of these young heroes in training may cross your path. Watch their weaknesses and learn to exploit them. It was a task that seemed easy on paper. Watch a bunch of brats and learn. It's not like he's never taken notes on games before. Yet the longer he sat here, the more angry he had become. That pro-hero woman strutting their stuff and showing off like a prized peacock, loud, obnoxious and arrogant, was annoying in itself, but what really made him furious was the people, happily living out their pathetic little lives, hoping around and squeaking like pathetic rats, greedily gobbling everything given to them without a second thought, snatching her words up like it were a 5-star meal, instead of what it really was, trash. He hated all of them so much. Could they not see how fake it all was? How they all dangled on strings just waiting to be cut, just accepting everything said to be true, blissfully unaware of the danger at the bottom. It was revolting. After what felt like forever, the event started to come to an end, student after student crossing the finishing line before stopping to take a break. Every time a person crossed the finish line, text would move along the bottom of the screen, giving a name and some small facts about the person along with a happy little picture of them. Raising a hand, he scratched at his neck, the all too familiar feeling for destruction rearing its ugly head, the buzzing itch knocking at the back of his mind, polluting thought. He so wanted to do something, anything other than this. The only thing keeping him seated was his master's order, yet even then it was testing his patience. What good was just sitting around when he could be doing something? Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm his twitching hand, the other hand grabbing at his shaking wrist as he frowned. What has been coming over him lately? Even he is aware that he has been acting out of sort as of late, more angry and frustrated than usual. Deep breath, his shakes have come down enough for him to let his hand go. Shifting his body on the bar stool, it squeaked under his weight as he started to go back to writing. As a matter of QUIRK power, it seems like that windy punk and Endeavor's prized brat would be the biggest threat to their rule. The two have both shown incredible strength and versatility. Two very impressive DPS, both powerful in their own right. Then there was the red-headed shit. His smile overtly obnoxious and frustrating to look at, yet it was his incredible super strength that was a potential problem. His skill ceiling was so high, who knew how far it would take him? He may even one day grow stronger than. Like a screeching truck, his thoughts slammed to a stop. There, running across the finish line, was that green-haired boy, the healer, from before. He was smiling as he talked to what Shigaraki could only assume was his friends. Gritting his teeth, Shigaraki's hand squeezed around his pencil, the frail thing splintering in his palm. Red eyes flickered to the bottom of the screen in an almost desperate attempt for a name. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Likes heroes and quirks. The small image being one of the boy smiling brightly at the screen. The itch had returned all at once, flowing back like a tidal wave. He finally had a name to go with the face, yet even looking at the boy infuriated him. Even while the screen moved on to the next contestant, Shigaraki found himself looking for the boy in the background, his skin feeling hot like fire. It was getting too much. Raising two hands to his neck, he scratched at it frantically, a growl escaping his lips. Standing up quickly, he knocked his stool over, turning away from that godforsaken television. Shigaraki, where are you going? His master called out to him. Out. Swinging the front door, he stepped out, slamming the door behind him. A pause on the empty bar, a tick of time. Kurojiri, go after him. Make sure he doesn't do anything foolish. Giving a small bow, the smoke-covered butler shifted across the room before following after him, leaving only the flickering light of the TV behind. Converging after their 30-minute break, they each were given colored bands, breaking off into their designated groups. Midoriya had tried to talk with the rest of his team during the break, but they all scattered, Monoma refusing to even look at him before stomping off, and the pink-haired inventor apparently named Hatsum just sitting down right where she was standing to fiddle with some of her gadgets, any attempt of conversation stopping in its tracks. The only member of his team who looked willing to talk was Zero, and he didn't seem much like a planning type. Letting out a small sigh, he looked down at his orange band before clipping it to his waist. "All right everyone," Midnight exclaimed over the crowd. "Now that everyone is nice and rested, it's about time for yous to get into the nitty and gritty of it." Almost instantly the commotion died down, everyone turning back to the main stage where Midnight stood. "Now that we have our list of plucky and can-do heroes, I think we are about to begin, except..." Smirking playfully, the older woman licked her lips, cocking her head to the side and placing her hand on her hip. "I may have missed one small detail. I mentioned before that each of the tail bands had a certain amount of points tied to it, but I never mentioned how those points were decided. Each contestant will be assigned a value based on where they placed in the obstacle course. 32nd place will be worth 5 points, 31st will be worth 10, and so on. Pretty self-explanatory, the only twist being that the first place winner, Ineza Yoarashi, will be worth 10,000 points. The air suddenly changed. If it wasn't for the hot sun beaming down upon them, you would have thought they just entered a new ice age. Everyone collectively turning towards blue team all at once. Tilting his head, Midoriya did some math in his head, his green eyes flickering around as he took count. That would make the second place person only worth 155 points, that's a big jump in points from 155 to 10,000. Yoarashi's points are basically an instant win as long as you had it till the end, which sounds a lot easier said than done. Everyone is going to be gunning for that band. Looking over his own group, he muttered softly to himself. Even without the 10,000 points, that puts blue team at 400 points compared to their 360 points. The only team worth more than them was Bakugo's at 425 and Kendo's at 395. A crack of a whip silenced them once again. Again. I must remind everyone here that this is a hero school, which means no using your quirks for anything fatal, other than that there are no rules on how you get your opponent's bands. Make sure to have fun out there. Slapping the whip into her own palm, she giggled. Since I'm such a just and fair ref, I think I'll give you 5 minutes more to discuss a plan. If you haven't already, be sure to come to an agreement on who your leader is and swing by to be tagged accordingly. Looking over to his group, Monoma was just standing there looking more and more irritated. Hatsum was still tinkering with her gear while Zero raised a hand to cough into it. No one was going to say something first, so he guessed he had to. I think we should try and be defensive. Monoma scoffed at that, looking AAE with a grumble. Zero stepping forward a little before talking. What makes you say that, Midoriya? We start with the 4th highest amount of points. We're not packing a lot of physical firepower, but we can slip in and out of combat easy enough. So long as we hold on to what points we have and take what points we can, we should at least make it to the next round. I see, that sounds kind of like a good. Shoving his way into the conversation, Monoma shouted, a frown pulled tightly against his face. Oh, give me a break. You are going to be the one with the plan? I fail to see how a general education student is going to lecture me on how to be a hero. You didn't even make it into the hero course. What in the hell are you going to do? You gonna heal their boo-boos? Pressing forward, he got into Midoriya's face, a finger raising to poke at his chest. You can pretend to be a hero all you like, but you can't fool me. You should have stayed in the nurse's tent, where you belong. Deep breath, in and out. Don't hit your teammate. Midoriya didn't even realize his hands were already balled into fist, slowly unclenching them, his voice grating out through clenched teeth. I don't see you coming up with a plan. If we starting lunging at each other's throats, no one is going to the next round. Monoma didn't like that answer very much, his foot tapping in frustration before scoffing. It's just my luck to be stuck with a bunch of losers. A pathetic 1A member, a general studies, and a support. None of you even have quirks worth using. Turning around, he started to leave the circle, his fist clenched at his side. Do whatever you want. I'll figure something out on my own. And then there was 3. Looking down at the crazed inventor, she was tinkering on something. A large metal square box with straps on both sides. Walking next to her, he watched her for a second before sitting down. What's that you are working on, Hatsum? Oh, this baby is my omnidirectional backpack. Holding the large metal box out to show him, she waved it about before setting it back onto the ground to fiddle with it some more. It has 360 directional sensors built into it, allowing it to detect movement from any and all directions, allowing me to move out of danger at all times. That sounds pretty useful. Staring at her as she tinkered, he could feel an idea slowly start to snap into place in his mind. Hey Hatsum, what do you say to being our leader? And no thanks, bush head guy. I'm not really a leader kinda person. I'm just here to show off my babies. Babies? Bush head guy? He wasn't sure if he should be offended by that or not. Maybe he should try a different tactic. Nodding at the ground, he turned his head in fake thought, raising a hand to rub at his chin. You know, If you were our leader, I might have a way to make you the center of attention, showing everyone how good your inventions were at protecting yourself and our points from multiple attackers at once." She sat there tinkering for a few seconds before pausing, the screwdriver hovering inches away from a screw. Suddenly her body grew tense like a jack-in-the-box, her shoulders and head shooting up to turn towards him with a manic look in her eyes. "Tell me more. Listen up. Yoarashi, you are going to take to the air and create a tornado around us to keep us safe. Everyone is probably going to rush us immediately, so we're going to need it right away." Todoroki started, blinking a few times, and Neza frowned before speaking. "Hold on, who put you in charge? Just do it." The air changed around the two of them as they stared each other down, neither of them looking like they wanted to back down. Slowly, a strained smile was slapped back onto Aneza's face. "Okay, sure. Uraraka, you are going to take any debris that you can find and float them up to Aneza for him to use." "Oh okay, I can do that." "And Aitsa," Todoroki said as he faced the final team member, "you have the most mobility of all of us. It's your job to go out and play offensive. Try to get as many points as you can and bring them back. You can count on me." It felt like the three of them were talking to a drill sergeant, Todoroki's voice sharp and unwavering. "Good." Todoroki looked amongst the three of them before speaking. "I'll form an ice wall around us to add to the defense. With all of that, we should easily be able to hold onto our 10,000 points, securing our victory." "So wait, who's going to be the leader then?" chimed Uraraka. "Me, of course." "Is that smart?" asked Aitsa, a hand raising to rub at his chin. "Would it not be smarter to give the points to Yoarashi? He's more vertical and safer in the air. You could be our main defensive force, protecting the 10,000 points with both fire and—" "I will not be using my fire at all," Todoroki interrupted, actually getting angrier as he looked them all over, looking past them and into the stands. "I refuse to use it in combat." Crossing his arms, Yoarashi nodded slowly, a finger tapping at his bicep. Looking away from the furious look in Todoroki's eyes, he scoffed, choosing not to say what was on his mind. Uraraka and Aitsa looked amongst each other, taking in the cold atmosphere before gulping, both of them thinking the same thing at the same time. What did I just get into? Looking around at the gathering groups of young adults, Itsuka Kendo felt pretty good about their chances. They luckily ended up with a pretty solid team, a nice balance of recon and power. To her right she could see Tetsu and Sato interlocked in an arm shake, the two stronger men excitedly shouting about something as Tokoyami and Yanagi watched on confused, the two goths staring at the two jocks the same way you would a nature documentary. Jocks in their natural habitat. Letting out a snort at the thought, she turned to see Mineta and Kaminari trying to flirt with Momo and Ibra, the two girls clearly not into it at all. They better be careful. Ibra was nice but can be kind of scary when pushed too far. She had gotten pretty angry at how flirty Set has been in the past, and she actually liked Set. She could also see Pony, Mina and Hagakure have a happy giggling girl talk as Away stood back unsure of what to say, kind of just standing there awkwardly. The three clearly hitting it off right away despite the language barrier, while the boy was bored out of his mind, kind of looking like she would be in the situation. Her heart went out towards the boy. She was never good at that whole girl talk thing. Nothing seemed to be going on with the group of Sen, Kamakiri, Shoji and Honuki. The group looking around at everyone else as they whispered amongst each other. Either they already had their planning straightened out or they had something up their sleeve. Then there was the team of Bakugo, Kirishima, Kode, and Shinso. Bakugo doing most of the talking, yelling. The blonde-haired Pomeranian gesturing around as he shouted like he was a big dog or something, all while Kirishima tried his best to calm him down. She didn't know why the boy acted like he had something to prove, but it was seriously starting to bother her. Maybe she would be more worried about him if he used his head for once instead of smacking it against walls until they broke. Todoroki's team looked to be having the exact opposite effect. The tension in that group so thick she's surprised Todoroki and Ineza weren't already throwing hands. The two powerhouses facing forward and refusing to speak. Uraraka and Aitsa were trying to make a brave face despite it all, but even they looked miserable in that environment. The weirdest one, of course, was Midoriya's group. Him and two members of his team all sat around in a circle as the pink-haired girl fiddled with the boots she used earlier, speaking in hushed whispers as she could only imagine what kind of plan Midoriya was thinking up. It was probably crazy and over the top if she had to place bets. Monoma was refusing to even pretend to tolerate their presence, instead choosing to sulk off into the corner. "Hey Kendo?" Snapping out of her thought, she looked over to find that Jiro had moved over next to her. The girl looked troubled, her gaze flickering around before back to her. "Yeah Jiro? What's up?" Despite her best encouraging smile, it didn't seem to settle the punk rocker's nerves, instead it only seemed to have made her feel worse. She shifted her weight, taking a deep breath before speaking. Are we? Crack, forgive me, but I believe that is enough talking for now, we have a show to do after all. Midnight shouted, her lips curling upward as she waved the whip about. Let's see who the lovely leader is for each group. Hold that thought Jiro, we have a game to win. Cool, cool. The groups converged, one member from each of their groups labeled as the leader with a bright red UA badge. Kendo's group decided to go with Tokage since she was the most slippery and the one with the most points tied to her. Purple team went with Mina probably for the same reason that Kendo's team went with Tokage. Yellow team went with Honuki most likely because of his ability to change the environment. Black team went with Yanagi since she was the only one with range. White team went with Ibra, which made sense since she was one of the strongest in 1B and her quirk was really useful at dealing with multiple opponents. Red team of course went with Bakugo. Blue team went with Todoroki, also not that big of a surprise even though Ineza had the 10,000 band and Midoriya's group went with Hatsum. That one kind of confused her. She didn't know the girl at all but she obviously wasn't the physically fit type. There had to be a reason though. Squinting at their group, the 6 teams were formed into a hexagon shape, each of them the same distance apart. I hope everyone has gone to the bathroom and gotten snacks during the break because the second event is about to begin. Everyone remember our plan? Looking over her shoulder, Kendo whispered, the other 3 of her group nodding at her. Stick together, cover each other's backs. Try not to go too crazy on the points because that will paint a target on our back. We move fast and act smart. Chimed Shishida as if he was reading it off of a grocery list. Get ready. The whip hung in the air. Also, let's try not to be too serious and have some fun out there. What's the point of any of this if we can't let loose every once in a while? Smirked Tokage. Easier said than done when your quirk doesn't need equipment to attack, muttered Jiro next to her. In that case I'll have fun for the both of us. Get set. Facing forward, Kendo let out a slow breath as she tried to prepare for the unknown, her mind drifting to words spoken to her long ago. Remember Itsuka. This world is unfair, but that does not mean it always will be. Change starts with effort, putting your everything into what you do. Sometimes no matter how hard you try you still fail, but at the end of the day so long as you do the best you can you could say that you have lived your life without regret. Whenever you feel yourself doubting, reach deep down inside and say these words. Maximum effort. Go! Crouching down, in a blink of an eye Bakugo roared, his legs tensing as he leapt into the air. Propelling himself upward he raised both of his hands, pressing the bottom of his palms together. Light started to form. The light growing brighter and brighter until rocketing out, a large explosion flying straight for blue team. Intercepting the blast, Todoroki raised his hands quickly, a massive ice barrier forming around their team. The iceberg shaking from the force as sprinkles of ice showered down from above. The sound of explosion meeting ice was almost deafening, the heat radiating from the blast felt even all of the way back where they were standing. Whoa! Hope someone brought sunscreen. That's one way to start a match. Breaking into a sprint, Kendo and her group leapt into the fray. The sounds of combat going off all around them, a cannon firing rounds into the crowd as dust and rock flew around them. Running straight for an unexpected away, she clocked him across the face, knocking him to the ground long enough to snatch his badge and keep running, tossing the badge to Set's floating hand. The sounds of shouting could be heard behind her, but they were already gone, using the smoke as a way to escape. Sliding to a stop near a jutting rock, she squinted against the dust. Jiro sliding up next to her before stabbing her jack into the ground. There's a lot of noise going on right now, but it sounds like purple team and black team are going at it. Red and blue are clashing and yellow has yet to move. Bursting from the smoke rolled Tetsu, his body covered in shining metal as he clashed against Monoma, his body covered in the same metal. Blow after blow, their fist clanged together with a sharp noise, neither of them backing down. Not cool, dude. Stealing my quirk like that. Shut up and give me your tag. I don't have time for this. Should we, interrupt this? Whispered Jiro, Shishida and Tokage walking next to them to watch. For whatever reason the two boys were ignoring anyone but each other. Nah, I don't know what beef they have with each other, but I say let them tire themselves out. Shrugging her shoulders, Kendo chuckled before turning and running off into the smoke, the other 3 quickly following after her. Blast after blast was fired into the icy walls, yet every time Bakugo fired off a blast another one was quickly made. After every break or crack in the armor it was constantly built again. Even facing his amazing explosive power it refused to shatter. Damn it. Gritting his teeth he could feel his wrist shake after every blast, the dull thrum of pain in his chest hanging in the background. Just waiting to strike. He didn't have time for this. He didn't have time to be subtle. Looking over his shoulder he shouted back at his team, the 3 idiots watching on. Fucking help me, you idiots. We have a team to destroy. Nodding quickly, Shitty Hair smiled, his arms covering with armor before running at the barrier to punch at it, only to stop in his tracks as wind parted and shifted around him, his body slowly starting to lift into the air. W.O. Jumping back, Bakugo narrowly avoided a chunk of ice as it crashed down right where he was just standing. All of this was happening while the other 2 extras watched on. The tired-looking fucker looking at him dead on with his baggy eyes, shaking his head and turning to head farther into the fray. You look like you've got it fine. There's no way I can help with that, so I'm going to get us more points. What? Hey, get the fuck back here. He could practically feel a vein on his forehead bulge as he watched his two teammates ignore his screams and run off to do God knows where. Not far away, Kirishima was flung into the air, crashing against the ground and creating a crack in the concrete. Standing back up, the idiot had the nerve to give him a thumbs up. His eyebrow twitched involuntarily. A shadow from a chunk of ice drifting overhead and getting closer fast. Looking up towards it, Bakugo almost wished that this one would crush him. I fucking hate all of you. Getting knocked back, Izuku Midoriya held onto his side as he panted, green embers drifting from his mouth. That was going to leave a bruise. Moving out of the way from an incoming punch, Sato continued his assault. His large powerful arms hoping to land another hit. Ducking low, Izuku threw his shoulder into him, knocking him back just enough to push him into an incoming attack from Dark Shadow. The bird-like Shadow's arms holding him just long enough for him to snatch Sato's tag before moving on. Running farther into the fray, he looked over his shoulder to make sure that Zero and Hatsum were still following at a distance. Hatsum was working on something as she ran, a tongue sticking out of her mouth in concentration, while Zero was swinging about, protecting her the best he could and trying to get points along the way until they finally made it to the epicenter of the fighting. Flinching under the sound of Bakugo's explosions, he slid next to a fallen rock to hide behind it, watching as Kirishima was launched into the air for the 100th time. He'll give them one thing. They sure are consistent. Hurrying over to him, his other teammates sat down next to him. Looking over the four of them, Izuku smiled before pausing. Wait for? Sure enough, Kode and a fourth member had joined their little huddle. Zero jumping back surprised, raising his arms to attack, only stopping when Midoriya raised a hand to stop them. If they were here to fight, they wouldn't be sitting with them. Hey Kode. What's up? Kode turned towards him with a neutral face, gesturing to the girl next to her. The goth-looking girl having longish silver hair, one of her bangs covering her eye. This is Yanagi. She is friend. Salutations, Green One. That somehow only gave him more questions. Hello, Flinching under the sound of an explosion, he frowned at the two of them. Why are you guys here? We're in the middle of something. You want to trade? Yes, I agree. A trade would be most beneficial, nodded Yanagi, Zero looking amongst the three of them confused. Kode and my quirks only truly work when used in tandem with objects. That made him blink in realization. So you guys are asking if I have anything you could use? Sorry, but I don't really. I have a bunch of extra screws. Hatsum interrupted, not even looking up as she placed a box of bolts and screws onto the ground nearby, immediately going back to work. All three of them turned towards the newly placed box. Okay, guess I'm bartering. I can give you that box of bolts, but what can you offer in return? Letting out a hum, Kode reached into her pocket, fiddling around a little before pulling something out. Slowly, Midoriya's green eyes widened at the sight. Rolling out of the way from a blast of lightning, Kendo raised a hand to protect herself from a large green vine heading straight at her. Grabbing hold of the tendril, she could feel her feet sliding back against the ground, the sharp pain of thorns digging into her enlarged fingers. God, she's strong. Gritting her teeth, Kendo tried to push forward but struggled being able to even move. They were locked in place in a weird game of tug-of-war, neither of them being able to break away. Momo and Jiro were trading blows, Jiro blocking the strike from a bow staff, taking some steps back and shaking her stinging arm. Geez Momo, you can't just start swinging at me with a weapon when I don't even have my bat. Apologies Kyuka, I am aware that it may seem unfair. Crouching, Momo reached into her forearm before pulling out a net gun, turning and firing it at her punk best friend. An action that she clearly didn't expect, getting knocked off of her feet from the force. But I plan to win this. I will have to make it up to you another time. Oh come on. Jiro thrashed around in the net to no prevail. Walking forward to take her tag, Momo was swatted away by Shizhita, the large man growling at her as he increased in size. Hey! Mineta cried out as he watched on, plucking a ball from his head to throw it. Watch it with the boobs. Shiozaka's eye twitched. Easily dodging the purple ball, Shizhita rushed the little midget, looking like the scene from a nature documentary. An enraged bear thrashing as he sprinted at a baby. WOA. That doesn't mean fight me instead. Wait, hold on, let's talk about this, he cried out. Cries that ultimately went unanswered, the little purple man raising his tiny arms before getting punted like a football into the distance. His tiny body soaring through the air before skipping across the hard ground. Bending down to pick up his tag up from where it was knocked off, Shizhita turned it in his hands, inspecting it a little before turning around to find the rest of the two teams watching on with mixed levels of glee. Only Kaminari looking horrified. Straightening his back, he fixed his glasses before speaking. Apologies, I can get a bit too aggressive when my quirk is activated. Raising a hand, Momo coughed into it to clear her throat before turning away to hide her smile. Oh no, our teammate. Whatever will we do? Yes, truly tragic. Wait, is he going to be? Nice hit, Shizhita. Jiro and Tokage didn't even pretend to be horrified, even giving him a thumbs up for good measure. Turning back around, the team started to go back to their fighting like nothing happened. Not a single thing lost. Panting, ice starting to build up Todoroki's body as he fired off yet another torrent of ice. The cold wave shooting forward and colliding with an equally powerful blast. The two energies exploding outward before disappearing, leaving shards of ice and sparks behind. Bakugo fires off yet another impressive blast, but it did no good against Todoroki's impossible defense. With 10 minutes left on the clock, who knows how much longer this power struggle could last. Will Bakugo finally crack the impenetrable fortress, or will Todoroki stand tall amongst the destruction? He had no idea how long this had been going on for, but he could already feel his body getting slower, every breath coming out more ragged than the last. Bakugo didn't look to be faring much better, sweat dripping down his brow as he glared at him, neither of them willing to back down anytime soon. He was able to see every pant and exhale from his own mouth, an all-too-encompassing cold running down his body. Yoarashi and Uraraka were doing a good job at keeping everyone else back. The sound of combat turning into white noise around him. None of that mattered, all that mattered was him stopping Bakugo's endless assault. His ears were starting to ring, making it hard to hear anything, it taking a second for him to realize that Uraraka was calling out to him. Todoroki. The normally bubbly girl looked like she was going to get sick. We need to come up with another plan. I don't know how much longer we can hold out. I'm pushing my quirk to my limit and Yoarashi is starting to get covered with your ice. If you use your fire we could. No. We just have to hold out a little longer. He will not use his quirk, he refuses to give that man anything. Up above, Yoarashi panted, ice creeping up his body, his eyes finding it hard to see anything amongst the shards of ice moving around in the tornado. Will you just listen to us for once? He croaked out. There is more at stake than your pride. Blood boiling under frozen skin, Todoroki's hand become a challenging fist, his body unwavering. No, I refuse. Another explosion rang out, this one quieter than the usual, but was ignored amongst the arguing. Stop holding back. Ineza screamed, gradually getting angrier. A frown on his normally smiling face. This isn't some game where you could. Turning his head, Yoarashi's words petered out, blinking as he just now noticed the glint of green in the corner of his eye. It was there 1 second and gone the next. Squinting against the icy wind, he struggled to see anything. Todoroki and Uraraka looked up at him with raised brows, unable to see what he saw. Suddenly, Yoarashi's eyes widened, his arms raising to protect from impact as Izuku Midoriya flew through the air wall and collided straight into him. A few minutes before. Midoriya, are you sure this is the best idea? Letting out a laugh, he shook his head, wrapping Siro's tape around himself like a harness as the lanky boy watched on. Bakugo and Todoroki were still clashing in the background, the sound of their blast shaking the ground a little with how close they were. Luckily, they had been so distracted with their power battle that they had yet to notice either of them, their little group going unnoticed for now. Absolutely not, but hey, let's try it anyway. Tightening the binding, he peeked around their hiding spot to see. Does everyone have the plan? Over his shoulder he heard some confirmations. If this works, everyone will be gunning for us. Be sure to bolt as soon as possible. And if it doesn't work? What's th plan? Siro's voice sounding nervous amongst the sounds of battle. We wing it. Winging isn't a plan. It's what happens when a plan goes badly. Ignoring his yells, he turned towards Hatsum, the girl looking back at him with a crazed look in her yellow eyes. Are you sure your invention is going to hold? Of course. All of my babies are as sturdy as they come. Letting out a mad laugh that did not make him feel any better, she went on. If you manage to break my baby, I will both be very impressed and also incredibly angry. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't come to that. Facing forward, he looked for an opening, a lull in the combat that he could sneak in. Placing his hand to the ground to feel the moment, his knees bending and his right foot tapping against the ground. There, springing up from his hiding spot, he made a dash for the tornado, reaching into his pocket to pull out a shrunken mine from the first event. He had no idea how Kode managed to grab one during the race, but he wasn't going to question it. Pulling a hand back, he tossed it to the ground before jumping up to step onto it between his Hatsum's metal hover shoes, the explosive launching him upward and into the tornado, aiming straight for the center where Ineza was hidden. Flying upward, he braced for impact, bursting through the windy wall and slamming shoulder first into Ineza, the force launching him back. In a crazy upset, Izuku Midoriya fired himself at Ineza Yoarashi like a big green missile. Is that even allowed? Midnight did say anything goes for this round. The plan is solid, if not completely insane. What? Ineza screamed, trying to wrench him off. Thrusting a hand forward, he took hold of Ineza's tag before kicking off, launching backwards and outside of the tornado. Like a bubble popping, the tornado dispersed in an instant, whether from shock or something else Midoriya didn't know. Tumbling backwards towards the ground, he pressed the button Hatsum told him to, the hover boots activating on his feet and making him weightless. Siro's teeth grinding together as he tried to reel him back to where the rest of their group was as soon as possible. Deku! From his right, Bakugo screamed as he launched himself into the air in a furious attempt to pursue him. Where the hell are you going with my points? To his left he could see Yoarashi take off after him like a bullet while Todoroki started to surf on the ground towards where he was going to land. Any formation the two teams were in were quickly forgotten. The first to make it to him was Bakugo, the angry boy tackling him out of the air and knocking him sideways. He tried to fend him off as they rolled through the air, holding onto the tag for dear life. Despite his best efforts, Ciro's feet grinded onto the dirt, his lighter frame unable to handle the two of them. Raising a foot he pressed it to the rock next to him for extra leverage as he grit his teeth. Pressing an elbow into Bakugo's face, it was hard to tell which way was up, the two flipping back through the sky, air rapidly moving around them. In a last-ditch effort, Midoriya swung an arm back, tossing the 10,000-point badge through the air, the light piece of fabric swaying about as it started to drift towards the ground. All eyes were on the tag, all other fighting forgotten as everyone ran towards it, pushing and shoving each other for the coveted tag as if it were made of gold. Both Todoroki and Yoarashi rushing forward and raising their arms towards it. In the middle of the crowd, a arm jumped up to grab onto it. Calloused rough hands wrapped around old beaten fabric. Two bare feet landing on the ground. Standing on a pile of rocks, Mei Hatsum gave a big smile for the cameras as she raised the 10,000 points into the air, almost as if she was taunting them. All eyes were on her, both in the stadium and at home as she pressed the buttons on a headset, the stadium speakers crackling to life. Finally, she had the stage all to herself. Everyone's eyes were on her, and man did she have a show to do. Talking into the headset, Hatsum's voice echoed throughout the entire stadium. Hello and welcome to the Mei Hatsum tool demo. Gaze in wonder at my wonderful babies. Like a tasty fishing lure, all 32 members of Tail Tag watched her wave the 10,000 points around. All other fighting forgotten as everyone rushed the hill all at once. Falling backwards, the next thing Midoriya felt was his back slamming into the cold hard ground, a gasp escaping his lips as pain shot up his back. Rolling on his side, his green eyes opened wide, his wounds almost instantly closing, only leaving a sharp ache behind. Getting up as quickly as someone who had just broken their back, he winced, rubbing at his throbbing head. Looking around the stadium, it was hard to hear anything over all of the yelling. It looked like he was knocked fairly far away from the fighting, but even from that far it was still chaos. Gazing up at one of the monitors, he watched Hatsum reach into a back pouch, turning to toss a handful of small spheres at a group rushing her hill. The small circles rapidly expanding before snaring the three of them together. Watch how easy it was to capture multiple attackers at once. With my compression spheres, having to handcuff villains will be a thing of the past. They are sturdy, portable, and easy to use. Gravel crunched as running up from behind Tetsu lunged at her, leaping into the air and sticking his arms out to grab her. I got her, he shouted, only for her backpack to let out a series of beeps, a rod shooting outward and pressing into the ground to easily move her out of the way of the attacker. Tetsu missing his target and tumbling down the hill face first. I don't got her. And with my omnidirectional backpack, sneak attacks are completely useless. Swinging her arms into the air, Hatsum let out a laugh, easily avoiding any and all people trying to grab her. Launching into the air to avoid a large shadowy arm of Dark Shadow, her foot landed onto Sato's shoulders to vault off of him, her backpack pushing her out of the way of a giant bolt landing where she was standing. Ciro's tape wrapping around her to reel her away from the danger. Her turning around to wave at the cameras as she zipped past. All this and more was made by me, Mei Hatsum. When thinking about easy, affordable, and life-changing, think Hatsum. Hatsum Industries. Watching on to the destruction, Izuku was speechless. Hatsum seemed a little unstable before, but now, he created a monster. Mike, stop staring with your mouth open. Alright. What a show, ladies and gentlemen. Not a single person could even land a hit on young Hatsum. With only 5 minutes left in the match, can she finish off strong for her team? Right. They still had a game to win. Sprinting off to catch up with the rest of his team, Midoriya didn't notice Bakugo standing up to glare at him as he ran past, wiping the back of his knuckle against his mouth. This could not be happening. Moving amongst the sounds of combat, Shoto Todoroki panted, his legs frozen and stiff. His plan had fallen apart, some green-haired General Studies kid tackling through his defenses as if they were made of cardboard. He was a fool for underestimating the boy. He had thought that he was no one of note, that he was just another person with a weak quirk and even weaker convictions. That was a mistake he would not make again. Sluggishly lifting a leg, he could see ice starting to crack off of his own body. You would think that he would be pain, but really it was the opposite. He felt numb. Propping himself up against a chunk of rock, he looked down at his hands, the color to his fingers going from his skin color into a lightly tinted red. Turning his head, he could see Uraraka nearby as she was getting sick, Yoarashi trying to force his body to move. They were lucky that everyone was ignoring them in favor of the 10,000 points because they were sitting ducks right now. Todoroki, Uraraka, Yoarashi, is everyone alright? Jogging up to them, Itza looked them over with concern. I saw what happened from afar and rushed over as fast as I could. We're fine, Itza, don't worry about us. Uraraka mumbled, not sounding too convincing as she turned to empty more of her stomach. Nodding along, Yoarashi gritted his teeth into a smile. It's nothing we can't handle. Taking some steps forward, Todoroki tried very hard not to sound desperate as he spoke. Did you manage to bring back any points? Looking back at him sadly, he nodded, reaching into his pocket to pull out a few tags. I did. I'm sad to say it's not much, however. It's brutal out there and I could only do so much alone. Luckily I managed to keep my own. Taking the tags from Itza, Todoroki looked down at them in his shaking, frost-covered hands. No. You did good, Itza. Of course. It wasn't much, but it was something. Maybe they could still. That's time. The game is over. Or not. Like cutting the strings to a puppet, he fell to the ground, collapsing under the weight of stress and overexertion, his body screaming out at him. The air around them boomed with applause and cheering, announcing that the second event was over. All he could do was turn his head towards the monitor and watch as the points were tallied. Their team did not place in first, or second, or even third, they placed in fourth. Barely passing on to the next event only by a few points, if Itza did not come back with points that would have been it for their team. First place with 10,375, Midoriya, Mei, Siro, Monoma. Second place with 475, Kendo, Jiro, Tokage. Shishida. Third place with 450, Shinso, Kode, Bakugo, Kirishima. Fourth place with 425, Todoroki, Ineza, Eureka. Itza, even after the event has moved on to other things, he still laid on the ground, exhausted and beaten. His eyelids feeling surprisingly heavy despite the noise around him. With a sagging head, his eyes finally closed, fading away into an exhausted sleep. In his last conscious moments, his mind started to drift, thinking about what could have been done differently. It was weird, he wasn't even that mad, just filled with a deep disappointment. He had done all of the work, tried so hard to win, and yet he lost to a team that was so much weaker than their own. He should be happy, he told himself. He was moving on, and yet he felt nothing. Would he have finally been happy if he placed first? He doubted it. What would it be like to be happy? Holding his arms up to protect himself, Midoriya winced after every punch that hit his shoulder. He's been hit harder in the past, but he's also been hit lighter too. Despite the slight sting from each hit, he couldn't help but smile. They had come in first place. Letting out a laugh, he playfully swatted at his best friend as she tried to bruise his poor arms. I can't believe you just did that. She laughed, smirking up at him. Showing me up like that? You're lucky I'm not mad at how reckless that was. If it makes you feel better, I can't believe the plan worked either. Surprisingly, it doesn't make me feel better. Can't you think of plans that don't involve maybe hurting yourself? Crossing her arms at him, she huffed, shaking her head for good measure. If not for me, at least do it for your mother. You know she's watching this and almost had multiple heart attacks already, right? He grimaced at that. Yeah, that was a good point. Others were starting to join them, Shishida, Tokage, Jiro, Kode, Shinso, Itza and Eureka, all looking differing levels of beat up as they showed. He could not see Hatsum, the pink hair girl, disappearing as soon as the match was over. That was crazy, Izuku. Eureka laughed. You were all boom and slam. I agree, nodded Itza with a smile. Although I would use less sound effects in my description. Pretty crazy green, I must say I'm impressed with how aerodynamic you are, smirked Tokage. Was that even a compliment? I can't believe I left you for 30 minutes and you already put yourself in danger again, muttered Shinso tiredly. Letting out a laugh, he rubbed at his neck, trying to ignore the pain of plummeting to the ground from high into the air. Thanks guys. Deku. Surprising everyone, Bakugo pushed through the crowd to face him, looking him over with a scowl. Kendo tensed a little beside him as she met his gaze with an equally harder one, only easing up when he pat her shoulder. Yes, Bakugo? Looking up at him, the blonde glared for an extra few seconds, just long enough for Midoriya to question if he was going to say anything else or if that was it. We need to have a word. That was all he said, turning back around and skulking down into the stadium halls, just far enough for him to see before turning and leaning against one of the walls. Turning his head slightly at the sight, he blinked. That was weird. Bakugo had never wanted to speak with him before. Alright, the matchups have been decided. Midnight cheered. A round of applause going off around them. All contestants, please look at the screen to see your opponents. Jiro's heart raced as she quickly turned towards the screen, letting out a silent prayer that it wasn't anyone too crazy. Her eyes widening at the sight. Round 1: Bakugo vs Hatsum, Kendo vs Jiro, Eureka vs Kode, Midoriya vs Monoma, Shinso vs Siro, Todoroki vs Yoarashi, Itza vs Tokage, Kirishima vs Shishida. Was going up against Kendo. The same Kendo that did nothing but destroy everything put up against her like a semi-truck. Gulping, her gaze flickered from the monitor to the woman in person. The ginger-haired woman standing nearby and still looking up at the screen with a smirk. Chewing on her lip, she was reminded about what she wanted to ask earlier, suddenly finding herself hesitating. Walking over to her soon-to-be opponent, she coughed into her hand to try and get her attention. Hey Kendo. Turning to face her, Kendo smiled, her hands going to her sides. Hey Jiro, shame we have to fight so soon. No matter what happens, I just wanted to say, good luck out there. Sticking her calloused hand out for a handshake, Jiro's hands drifted down to it, looking up to meet a big grin of a smile. May the best gal win. Taking her hand to shake it, she felt her stomach doing flips inside of her mouth suddenly very dry. Why yeah, you too. Oh yeah, since you're here, what was it that you wanted to ask me before? This was it, now or never. Right. I've been meaning to ask, but I've been busy with stuff, which was a funny way of saying she was terrified of asking. But are we cool? Tilting her head, Kendo blinked a few times, confused. Yeah, we're cool, Jiro. Letting out a breath she wasn't aware she was holding, Jiro smiled, nodding her head slowly, bending down a little as she placed a hand on her chest, letting out a relieved laugh. Really? That is such a relief. I wasn't really sure, especially with how close you and Midoriya are. Turning her eyes away from her, she straightened out her back as she smiled, relieved that she finally got that off of her chest. I mean, after what happened with him in the past, I thought you were going to kill me for what I did. I can't believe I spent all that time worrying about Nath. What? A cold chill ran up her spine, her body going stiff at the sound of Kendo's voice. Turning to face the red-headed girl slowly, Jiro found not a hint of the friendliness left from before. Replaced was a cold, icy fury that she had never seen on the girl. A hardness to her gaze that terrified Jiro to her core. Opening and closing her mouth, Jiro tried to think of anything to say, but words escaped her. Her mom always used to tell her that she had to be careful with what she said, else she lived with something she'll one day regret. She should have listened to that advice and kept her mouth shut when she had the chance, because standing before a furious Kendo, Jiro realized something. Izuku Kendo had no idea what happened. Despite popular belief, Izuku Kendo had always loved cute things. You may not be able to tell by looking at her first glance. The way she held herself and her disdain for anything flowery and flowing went against that belief, so much so that people would scoff if they ever heard you say such a thing. After all, her calloused hands and scared face told a story of hard work and determination despite everything laid before her. But that was just a shell, an outside layer of something deeper. A disguise that hid her deep love for anything small and cute. But how did such a thing come to be? This urge, this drive to protect things that were smaller and weaker than herself at all cost. Like most things in life, it was a combination of multiple events, not just one. This is one of those events. It was a bright and sunny day within the town of Tateyama on the Boso Peninsula in Chiba. The weather was slightly muggy with the humming buzz of cicadas, the sun beating down onto the grassy land, and the smell of fresh salt water filled the air. Despite the fact that the sun had just recently risen up to greet the day, many were already up and about to greet it back. A low bustling of activity moving across the town like a network. The people of Tateyama were no stranger to hard work, and Izuku Kendo was no different. Standing in a field, Kendo held out one of her hands, her short orange hair shifting in the wind. Grunting under the strain of her quirk, the 11-year-old girl clenched her teeth, the all-too-familiar feeling of tingling running along her hand. Closing her teal eyes, she tried with all of her might, her hand shifting and warping before her thumb grew 3 times the usual size. All she had to do was hold on to that feeling, grab hold of it with all of her strength and never let go. But sadly it was too slippery for her, the feeling leaving her sharp and fast, her little muscles contracting before letting out a yelp as her hand grew back to its normal size. Falling back against the soft billowing grass, a sea of bugs flew into the air to avoid getting squished under her tiny body, leaving her alone except for the light stinging of her hand. Shaking her hand to try and make the pain go away, she stared up at the big blue sky, letting out small owls as she went. Despite the calming sight of nature all around her, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. She had been working on her quirk for a while now, yet no matter how hard or how long she tried, there was no sign of improvement. Her grandpa and her parents would always tell her to give it time, that it would take a while for her quirk to become stronger. But that was too long. She wanted to be strong now, she told herself. She had always loved the cool type of heroes in stories, the kind that had unwavering beliefs and were able to take on any challenge. She wanted to be like that, and she could hardly do it with such a weak quirk. She wanted, no needed, to be cool and awesome now. She could hardly grow her thumb at all, and her folks wanted her to wait. Nothing good came from waiting. Waiting sucked. Well, if it isn't Big Thumb. A chorus of laughs sounding off nearby making her frown. She didn't even need to look over to see who it was. Sitting up, she rubbed at her hand, glancing over at the group of boys with an unamused look. What do you want, Taro? She grumbled, not really in the mood to deal with him and his lackeys today. Standing nearby was Uno Taro, little hellion, an overall troublemaker, surrounded by his group of friends. Taro was one of Kendo's neighbors and one of her classmates. They've known each other for a long time, but even then Kendo could not think of a time where she actually enjoyed the boy's company. He was loud, annoying, and an overall jerk. Just because he was born with a quirk that allowed him to cause paralysis through touch and parents that gave him whatever he wanted, he thought that meant that he was going to be the next All Might. Despite the fact that he was really just a bully that had not worked a day in his life. Yeah. Big Thumb, squawked one of the boys next to him. She couldn't even remember his name. What are you doing in our field, Big Thumb? Smirked Taro smugly, the portly black-haired boy shaking his head. Don't you know that this place is for amazing heroes? Not some baby with a useless quirk. Getting off of the ground, her overalls were covered in green streaks from the grass, looking down and patting them off as she spoke. You can't call dibs on a field, Taro. I don't see your name on it. That's because I'm going to be the next All Might. So when I say something's mine, it's mine. Stomping his foot, the taller boy got in her face, his hand clenching at his side. So move. Looking up from her pants, she met his angry look with an indignant one, making sure to keep prolonged eye contact as she spoke. Make me. The group of boys sent out "oh-oh-ohs," letting out shouts and jeers like whenever they think they're going to see a fight. But the truth was that even though Taro had gotten his growth spurt earlier than most, he had yet to ever throw a single punch. Meanwhile, Kendo lived in a dojo and had already participated in a few junior competitions. Even back then she knew that Taro was all bark and no bite. Staring her down, the boy grumbled before turning around quickly to stomp off, his arms swinging from side to side like the big boy he thought he was. Whatever. You are not even worth it. WWA, Taro. Wait for us. The group of boys did a double take before scampering off after him, leaving her once again alone. Letting out an annoyed sigh, she placed her hands on her hips, watching the boys wade through the tall grass. She didn't have time to mess around with clowns. She told herself. She had to continue practicing. Jumping slightly, she was startled out of her thoughts by the feeling of something rubbing against her. Sliding its little head against her pants was a cat. It was probably the smallest cat she had ever seen. Rubbing against her, its orange tabby tail swished about, letting out a small chirp. Wild cats were no stranger to the area, you could usually find them all over the place. Her dad used to joke and say that the cats owned the back alleys of Tateyama. But Izuku Kendo had never seen one come up close before. They usually kept their distance, any sudden movements making them scurry off out of sight. For whatever reason, this cat was different. Despite being the runt of the litter, Kendo could see a fire behind its eyes. Its eyes a bright vibrant green, the likes that she had never seen before. It had a sharpness to them, a gentle kind of spark that moved along its kindly face. Crouching down, she scratched behind its ear, watching as it leaned into her touch. She had just met this cat and she knew she would already kill for it. Hello, she whispered. My name is Itsuka, what's yours? All it did was look up at her, tilting its little head like it could understand her. Their right notched ear twitching. No name? That's no good, my mama always says you gotta have a name. Tilting her head in thought, she bit her lip. How about, Taiko? It means brave. Taiko seemed to like that, nuzzling up against her and letting out a small purr. Giggling, she smiled widely to reveal a gap between her teeth, going back to scratch behind one of his ears. Okay, Taiko it is. I can already tell that you and me, Taiko, are going to be the best of friends. What did you say? As soon as the words left her mouth, Kyukajiro stood ramrod straight, turning towards her with a fear in her eyes. The punk rock girl looking more like an open-mouthed fish than a rocker at the moment. Anxiously her eyes looked around for a way out, her jack swaying from side to side. I said. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our 16 rising stars. Let's give them a big hand, shouted Midnight from the stand, cracking her whip to draw everyone's attention to her. The crowd cheering at the reveal of all 16 of the finalists. For now, we are going to break off for an hour lunch so our finalists can get refueled before the next big battle. I'll see you all in an hour. After hearing that, the students all started to file out through the one tunnel heading out into the fair. Midoriya walking alone with the rest, most likely to have his talk with Bakugo. Another problem she's going to have to figure out eventually, how him and Bakugo knew each other. One problem at a time. Looking back to continue her conversation with Jiro, Kendo was surprised to realize that she was gone, slipping away when her back was turned. Teal eyes flickered up to see the tail end of her short purple hair as she merged with the growing crowd and vanishing out of sight. That was not a good sign if the girl was willing to bolt rather than just tell her what happened. Letting out a huff, she crossed her arms as a group of people walked past her, too lost in thought to realize that Tetsu was standing nearby and watching her think. Walking up to her, the gray-haired man gave her a big sharp smile. Hey Kendo, do you want to go and get some food? I'm starved. The festival around the sports festival was a big place. There was no way she could track Jiro down and interrogate her in an hour. Kendo, are you okay? Tilting her head in thought, she hummed before uncrossing her arms, marching off into the tunnel. Fine. If she can't find out by asking her, she'll just go to the source. K Kendo? Where are you going? Walking off with a purpose, her friends watched on with concerned looks, no one moving to stop her. Some students quickly stepping out of her way as she marched past and disappeared amongst the growing people. Man, that sure was an exciting show. As Shota? You wanna go get something to eat? Mike, your headset is still on. Standing in the tunnel's entrance, there was the faint sound of people walking past and heading out to get food. Talking amongst each other, you can tell that the group of young adults enjoyed each other's company, unlike the two standing in the tunnel. Bakugo leaned against the wall, his foot tapping against the ground impatiently as he watched Midoriya walk up to him, standing on the other side to look back at him confused. Neither of them went to get closer, the distance between them over the years forming a wall that both of them silently agreed not to cross. Bakugo's red eyes bore down into him as they wanted for silence, the sound of the crowd slowly getting quieter, only really talking once they were sure that they were alone. "Took you long enough," Bakugo grumbled, the first words coming out of his mouth being a criticism. Nodding back, Midoriya gave him the best smile he could, his mask taut around his face. "Sorry, it took a second for me to get through the crowd. If you want to say something you should say it. I'd rather not have to wait in a line for some food. First off, cut out that fake bullshit, it's insulting. You may have everyone else fooled, but you can't fool me." "Excuse me," blinking his smile fell for a second. "You heard me. Or has your hearing gone bad over the years?" Izuku Midoriya had almost forgotten how easy it was for Bakugo to get under his skin. They've only been talking for a few minutes and he was already exhausted from this conversation. Letting out a long tired sigh, Midoriya's shoulders slumped, running a hand along the top part of his hair. "What is it that you want, Bakugo? You can't have just invited me over here to reminisce on olden times." "Shut up." Growling out his response, Bakugo took some steps closer, breaking that invisible wall between them. "You have a lot of nerve talking to me like that after everything you pulled." "What I pulled? Don't fucking repeat me like you didn't hear. It's because of you that I have a black mark put on my permanent record. That and you ignoring my goddamn calls." That made him blink in confusion, it taking a second to process what was being said. "Wait, what calls? I haven't heard anything from you in years." That seemed to surprise Bakugo, his rage subsiding for a second to stare. "You, seriously don't know?" All Midoriya could do was shake his head, Bakugo looking up at him with a knitted brow like he was trying to tell if Midoriya was lying. Midoriya having to break the silence. "What is this about, Bakugo?" Letting out a huff, the blonde marched back over to his side of the tunnel, his hands sliding into his pockets as he walked. "I got into an accident a few years back. Fucking got caught in the crosshairs of a villain. Not a single person came to help me. No friends, no strangers, and certainly no heroes. Everyone just watched on as I suffered like cowards. Jesus, Bakugo. The doctor said that I may never fully recover, so my mom tried to call your mom to see if you could help me, but you never came. I've been struggling ever since." That was a lot to take in. Staring at Bakugo as he went back to leaning against the wall, his mind swam with questions, none of them he had answers to. A weird mix of emotions moving through him, he felt sad but also happy, almost immediately feeling guilty for feeling that way about someone suffering. "Don't just stand there gawking, say something." "Sorry, I just don't know what to say." Clicking his tongue in an annoyed way, Bakugo rolled her shoulders absently, his gaze flickering to a crowd as they walked past, the shadow of them blocking out the sun from the entrance and casting his face in shadow. "The way I see it, you owe me after everything you pulled." Yet again he felt himself shocked, frowning a little at his ex-friend. "That's what this is about? I haven't seen you in years and the first thing you do is ask me for a favor? What could you possibly want from heal me?" Taking some steps back like he was hit, he felt the emotional whiplash of the conversation. Bakugo's voice sounding soft, probably the softest he has ever heard, almost pleading in its tone. Opening his mouth, he closed it before opening it again. "I can't do that." "Why the fuck not?" Bakugo practically shouted, sparks flickering from his palms. "I know you fucking can, you have a healing quirk. So heal me." Shaking his head quickly, he took some steps forward to try and bridge the gap, for his ex-best friend to understand. "That's not how it works. It heals wounds almost instantly, yes, but it doesn't work if the body has already naturally healed. The injury has to still be fresh. I can't heal scars." Watching on, he saw sadness move across Bakugo's face, his eyes opening wide, the faint hint of tears in the corner of his eyes. Yet as fast as they appeared they were gone, replaced instead with fury. Lunging forward, Bakugo threw all of his weight into a shove, pushing his childhood friend back and into one of the walls of the tunnel, not enough to hurt but definitely to startle. "Then what good are you then, Bakugo? Shut up. I don't want to hear your excuses." Marching past Bakugo's shoulder clipped his when he passed, head out of the tunnel and into the fair. His hands clenched and taut into fist at his side as if he was ready to punch something any second. "You best give it your all in your match. You hear that, Deku? Because I swear to whatever god that will hear me, I am coming for you, and I will show no mercy." The sounds of Bakugo's stomping echoed through the tunnel before slowly fading away, only leaving Izuku Midoriya and the faint ache in his chest behind. Lightly pushing herself through a crowd of people, Momo Yaoyorozu moved like a ship through water, her tall lanky frame the mast as she looked amongst the waves. Despite her being taller than the average person, she still was struggling to find her target. The amount of people at UA almost tripling in size due to families being allowed on campus for free to see their children compete. Hers, however, were too busy to attend, instead choosing to watch the event from the comfort of home, a fact that only slightly hurt. Nonetheless, she understood, her mother and father were very busy. On the plus side, she didn't have to worry about her family seeing her fail to make it to the third round at least for another few hours, giving her ample time to try and do some damage control. She just hopes they weren't too upset with her. Shaking her head to stop herself from downward spiraling, she went back to focusing on the task at hand, her black spiky ponytail swaying as she looked about. Finally she spotted her, walking with a group of girls that she had never seen before. Judging from their school uniforms, they looked to be in the general studies program. Quickening her step, she followed at a distance, finally finding an opening to advance when the crowd thinned. "QUIRK," she shouted. But weirdly, QUIRK had her back turned away like she could not hear her despite her impressive hearing, only turning to face her once she got closer. Her face going from a startled one to a happy one. Hey Momo. What's up? I wanted to see if you would join me for lunch." Wiping her skirt off, her power walk had turned into a normal one. "Yet you fled as soon as we were allowed to leave. Is something the matter?" Taking a closer look at her best friend, Momo noticed that QUIRK looked rather panicked. Her eyes were looking about and she had a tension in her shoulders, signaling a possibility of her running at a second's notice. It taking a bit longer for the rocker to respond. "Yeah, everything is okay Momo, sorry. I just rushed to catch up with my friends." "Your friends?" QUIRK had never spoken of other friends before, but she supposed it was normal to have friends outside of school life. Looking up to greet the three rather rough and tumble-looking girls, she smiled, giving a gentle bow. "Greetings, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu of the Yaoyorozu family. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Letting out a low whistle, the strongest of the three crossed her large arms before smiling. "A Yaoyorozu? Dang, that's impressive. I heard the Yaoyorozus got a mansion and everything." The smaller one with blue hair gasping as she stared up at her with awe. "Wait, really? That's crazy. You know her, Kyo? Kyo? Was that a nickname? It was cute, she quite liked it, Kyo." Letting out a laugh, QUIRK smiled, giving her a nod. "I do, she's one of my closest friends at UA. We met in the hero course and hit it off immediately." Gesturing to each of them one at a time, QUIRK introduced them. "Everyone, this is Momo, and Momo, this is Sango, Shika and Yashimura." Walking past the other two, the one with black cat-like ears and a tail stepped forward, looking her over with her sharp yellow eyes like she was appraising her. "It is a pleasure. Please, the pleasure is mine." Despite saying that, she could not help but get a little unnerved from the third girl. Her words, while kind, had a bizarre level of venom to them just under the surface. "Do not take offense, but the curiosity is killing me. I must know why someone as privileged as yourself decided to be friends with our dear Kyo." Ah, there it was. This was not the first time that Momo had come across a person like this, someone who judged her solely off of her title. She herself used to hate the way that people would look at her once she mentioned her status, too afraid to mention her family. If most did not look to her with disdain, then it was looks of greed. It's one of the reasons she wanted to make her own path. Choosing not to rise to the challenge, she gave her best smile. "We just clicked, I suppose. They do say opposites attract after all." Yes, they do say that." Clearing her throat, QUIRK looked them both over, practically shoving her way in between to give them much needed space. A deed that Momo greatly appreciated and something that brought a smile to her lips. "Anyway," QUIRK looked over to Yashimura as she spoke. The two seemed to have a silent conversation before the cat-like girl relented. Turning to face Momo now, she smirked. "We were about to go do karaoke, care to join us, Momo?" Momo's smile drifted down. "Pardon? Oh, that's a good idea, Kyo," bounced Sango, smiling brightly between them. Shika giving a nod. "Sure. I'm game." "Then it is decided." Yashimura smirked, slinking ahead to lead the way as the other three started to follow her. If you have never heard Kyo sing, you are in for quite the show. Despite the rest of them moving on, Momo had yet to move, stunned in place as she watched the group of girls start to head off of the campus. Walking to the steps, they all turned, just now realizing that their new friend had not moved a muscle. "You good, Momo?" QUIRK said with a raised eyebrow. "I do not understand. You are leaving?" Momo tilted her head, taking a step forward as she placed a hand to her chest. "Do you not have a match coming up soon?" Eyes widening, QUIRK looked startled, most likely not expecting her to call her like that. I decided not to go to that." Giving a shrug, Momo could tell that her friend was simply trying to seem cool despite it all. Twirling one of her jacks with her finger, she looked away. I figured since I didn't have a way to use my quirk in combat without equipment that it would be best if I just called it quits. No, I do not know. Please explain it to me, because it sounds like you are giving up without even trying." It's not like that, Momo. I just thought." Red-hot anger bubbled under the Momo's gentle facade. "I would change places with you in an instant." Taking a step forward, Momo watched as Kyala took a step back. "Many would be so lucky to go to the third round, and you are giving it up without even trying." Taking more steps forward, the normally kind girl spoke with a sharpness that you would find in a disappointed mother, her tone hinting at a world of having to control yourself at all times, lest she be scolded for her outburst. She clearly wanted to scream but could not. her fingers digging into her shirt in frustration. QUIRK looking back equally as mad. What do you expect me to do, Momo? Go fight even though I know there's not a chance in hell for me to win. Yes. That single word stunned QUIRK into silence. It should not be about winning or losing, it should be about trying to improve yourself, Momo said stoically. We have never discussed why we wanted to come to UA, but I wanted to make a difference. To strive on becoming something greater than what I am now. To be more than just my parents' money. It seems that I had naively thought that everyone in UA were all hoping for the same thing. Looking down at the ground in a reserved sadness, Momo quickly straightened herself out. Forgive me for raising my voice, that was uncalled for. I believed that we both wanted the same thing, but sadly I seem to be mistaken. I apologize for interrupting your fun. Bending at the waist, Momo gave them a bow. Please do have fun at karaoke. Turning about face, Momo pivoted and walked back onto the campus without another word, walking with all the grace and poise of an elegant deer. All three of them looked stunned, unable to even say a single word. Funnily enough, the first to speak was Yashimura. I seem to have misjudged the girl. She has spunk. I like her. Frowning at the ground, QUIRK squinted her face in frustration before sighing. Putting her hands into her pockets, she started to follow after her friend. I think I'm going to go too. You guys have fun, I'll catch up with you later. Breaking into a jog, QUIRK started to ascend back up the steps. Sangin and Shika clearly wanted to follow but instead looked over to Yashimura with pleading looks. Very well, let us go catch up. They cheered as the three followed behind. It was weirdly relieving that no matter how many things have changed over the years, something would always stay the same. Like an unwritten rule of the universe. Grass grows, birds sing, and Izuku Midoriya likes katsudon. It took no time at all for Kendo to find Midoriya. All she had to do was simply to go to the booth selling katsudon that she saw on the way in, and sure enough there he was. The taller boy sitting on a bench as he ate. How that boy could eat the same meal with such gusto was beyond her. She at least ate a bunch of different meals. Sitting down next to him with her own meal of spicy curry, they ate in relative silence, her best friend acknowledging her as she sat down with a smile. The sounds of conversation went off at a table nearby, but they decided not to speak, simply enjoying each other's company as they ate lunch. It was nice sometimes not to say things. Kendo remembers a time where she hated silence, always feeling the need to fill it with something, be it words or actions. Knowing Midoriya for so long had made her appreciate silence. It also helped to give her time to think about what to say before she said it. Taking a bite of her delicious food, she chewed it slowly as she was hit with a stray thought. She had no one she was as close to as Midoriya. It certainly helped that he was so handsome. Inhaling a breath of air, she gasped, some rice going down the wrong pipe. Letting out a sputtering cough, she slammed her hand into her chest, her face suddenly very hot. Where the hell did that thought come from? I mean, sure, she had always known that Midoriya was cute, she knew it the first time she saw him all those years ago. But handsome? Did she always think of him like that? When did that happen? A large scarred hand found its way to her shoulder to prop her up as she coughed. Midoriya coming into view as he looked at her worried, holding out a water bottle towards her. You okay, Kendo? His face was so close, only making her blush more. Pushing him away a little, she nodded quickly, taking the water bottle and chugging it quickly. Suddenly finding it very hard to look at him right now. Why, yup, all good. Just swallowed wrong. That made him sigh, looking at her with a caring look that did not help her racing heart. God, don't scare me like that. You seriously need to learn to chew, Ken. Sorry, my bad. Thanks, Midoriya. The sound of a bell went off nearby, drawing both of their attention. 10-minute warning, everybody. 10-minute warning. Will all of the people participating in the tournament please start heading back to their designated seating? The show is about to begin. Shit. She never got to ask about Jiro. Midoriya was already up and throwing his trash away, and her chance to ask was shrinking fast. Throwing her food away, she walked next to him, reaching out to take hold of his forearm to get his attention. Looking up at his big green eyes. Hey, can I talk with you for a second? He blinked before nodding. Sure, Kendo. Swallowing, she nodded back, gently pulling him along and out of the crowd. Trying very hard to ignore the feeling of his wrist in her hand. If she just slid her hand down a little more, they would be holding hands like a couple. Moving back inside the building, they found a branching hall where no one was around. Quickly letting his wrist go like it was made of fire. Is everything okay, Kendo? You're acting a little strange. What happened with you and Jiro? She asked. There was no point in beating around the bush after all. The air almost immediately changing to a tense one. Midoriya's eyes opening for a second in surprise. What do you mean? Midoriya said with a smile. Despite his calm attitude, Kendo could tell he was deflecting again. Jiro came to me after the second event, panicked. She was checking in with me because she thought I was going to kill her. That's weird. Looking away, Midoriya frowned slightly, her brow knitted together. So that's how he wanted to play this. Fine. Yeah, it was pretty weird. You would think with the way she was acting it was a big deal. Crossing her arms in mock thought, she tilted her head. It's kind of funny. I had no idea you and Jiro knew each other for so long. I thought you and her became friends at UA, yet here she is acting like she's known you for years. Why are you doing this, Kendo? I thought we agreed to leave the past in the past. Kind of hard to ignore it when it comes knocking on your front door. Walking away to put space between them, he crossed his arms as well. Look, just drop it, okay? What happened back then is something between Jiro and I. She should probably back down for now. Emotions were getting high, but she couldn't help but clench her fist in anger. Why do you always do this? She shouted out in frustration, something bubbling up from down below. Something that looked to be held in for a while now. Every time we start to get close you push me away. I'm not pushing you away. You are. I thought we were best friends, but you have told me nothing about your past. The only things I know are from your mother. What do you want me to say? Midoriya shouted back, matching her frustration. That I was bullied by everyone, including the teachers, at my old school? That I've only had 3 close friends growing up and 2 of them abandoned me? I made myself perfectly clear that I didn't want to talk about this. Is that what happened? Jiro bullied you. It's not that simply, Kendo, he lashed out, the distance between them growing yet again. They had come so far, how could this be happening again? Then explain it to me. Help me understand. Just drop it. Kendo, she could feel him closing off to her again. Heart beating, adrenaline pumping. The conversation had shattered against the ground into little pieces and she was scrambling to try and save it. Why can't you just let me protect you? Her shout was followed by silence, only the sound of her own beating heart. Glancing at Midoriya's face, Kendo immediately regretted her words. Midoriya's mask was broken open, leaving a wide-eyed hurt face behind. Silence filled the gap between them, only this one was different. It didn't have any of the warmth of their previous silence. Finally, Midoriya spoke in a whisper, the hurt evident in his tone. Why you? Don't think I can take care of myself. Moving her tongue along her dry lips, she struggled to swallow, to say anything really. Managing to choke out a whisper that matched his. That's not what I said. Their conversation felt so long and drawn out, yet it had only been a few minutes. How could a conversation go so bad so fast? Staring at the ground, anger flickered across Midoriya's before quickly being overcome with sadness. Face scrunching up, his shoulders sagging. Turning his back to leave, she couldn't help but think of all the way back then, when he first shut her out. Except this time she knew why he did it. Wading through the tall grass of a field, Izuku Kendo held a little dish filled with freshly caught fish. She was older, the faint hints of puberty already starting to rear its head. She was taller now, more gangly and awkward looking. Her hair starting to grow out, not long enough to be tied back just yet. A year had passed since she first met Taiko. Despite her trying to bring the little cat home with her, Taiko refused, instead choosing to live outside. It frustrated Kendo to no end, but she kind of understood. No one wanted to be stuck in a cage. Taiko was a wild cat and liked being free to go where he pleased. So instead she had started to come down to the field every couple of days with food. Usually all she had to do was rattle his bowl and he would come running from his hiding spot. He would cuddle in her lap and she would pet him the way she knew he liked. She would vent to him about her frustrations about her quirk, or something silly that happened to her at school, and he would listen contentedly. Then they would go their separate ways until they crossed paths again. She grew to love their little get-togethers. Yet strangely he was not responding today. No sign of hide nor hair of her furry little friend. Coming up the other side of the grassy field, she wandered past some back alleys, making sure to rattle the bowl as she walked. Maybe he just didn't hear her? Taiko, she called out, hoping to at least see his green eyes peeking out of the dark from somewhere, yet sadly there was nothing. When she heard noise from an alley farther down, Kendo could not help but get her hopes up, her walk turning into a jog as she rounded the corner only to find a group of boys huddled in the corner. Almost immediately her mood soured, recognizing some of the boys. Great, that's all she needed. Having to deal with Taro today. Ha ha, hit it again, Taro, one of the boys cheered. Turning back around to continue her search, she only got a few steps before she heard something. It was faint, a small, weak chirp, but one that stopped her in her tracks. She knew that voice. Eyes widening, she moved before she realized what she was doing. Sprinting down the alley and towards the sound, parting the sea of boys like they were nothing. Grabbing hold of Taro's shirt, she yanked him back with all of her might, tossing the larger boy onto the dirty, grime-covered ground. There, rolled into a ball before her, was Taiko. His body bloody and bruised, twitching as he struggled under the power of Taro's quirk. Next to his body was a pile of sticks, all of them looking used and scattered with small amounts of blood. What the hell, Big Thumb? An older Taro screamed as he got up off of the ground. If you wanted to turn, you should have just asked. Her eyes could not leave Taiko. Her little friend looking up at her with pleading, dimmed, green eyes. They used to be so bright and colorful. What did you do? What, like it was hard? Scoffing, Taro laughed, like he did not care what he did. The ratty thing came walking right up to me. It was so incredibly easy. That got her attention, finally pulling her eyes away to glare at him. Oh what? Don't tell me you actually feel bad for the thing? It's just a gutter cat. They are a dime a dozen. A soft crunch of bone-kneading cartilage, her knuckle slamming into Taro's nose, knocking him back against the ground. All false bravado was gone instantly, leaving a crying little boy in its wake. Taro's tears fell to the hard ground as he clutched his broken nose. My nose," he cried out, scrambling to his feet quickly, the portly boy trying in vain to stop the blood. "Why, you just broke my nose." Grabbing at one of the sticks, she just started to swing, flailing about and hitting anyone within her reach. All of the boys holding onto their wounds as they turned tail and ran. Big Thumb's gone crazy. "Let's get out of here," they cried, Taro finding enough strength to flee like all the rest, yet even when they were far gone she just kept swinging, letting out a furious shout as she cocked an arm back and threw the stick after them, the wood clattering to the ground. Meow. Rushing to his side, she scooped him up in her arms, his tiny broken body feeling so weak in her grasp. She had never seen Taiko like this before. He always had that strength behind his eyes, a strength she could not see anymore. Sliding her palm under his head to prop it up, she started to run, heading out of the alley and back home. Her parents could do something, she told herself. They could take him to a vet. Slowly turning his head, Taiko lapped at her thumb with his rough tongue, almost as if he was trying to comfort her right now. Blinking away at her tears, she tried so hard to sound comforting, whispering down at her friend like he could understand her, telling him lies in the hope that they were true. It's going to be okay." Her words choked in her throat. I'm sorry I wasn't there, but I'm here now. Everything is going to be okay. I got you." Even after his body stilled in her hands and his eyes closed, she still ran, hoping, no, praying that he would be okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Padding along the fair, Kendo's teal eyes looked all around in the hopes of maybe seeing Midoriya. He might have gotten a head start, but she could still catch him. As she scoured the crowd, she sadly did not see hide nor hair of the boy, her gaze only stopping when she saw someone she actually recognized. Running over to her mother, she was standing outside of the bathroom, looking back with a concerned look. "Itsuka, is something the matter? You seem frazzled." The older woman spoke. "Mama." She panted back, still looking around as she spoke. "Have you seen Midoriya? Did he come this way?" Seeming to think for a second, her mother shook her head, her longer orange hair swaying. No, I don't think I've seen him at all today." "Why? Is something the matter?" Itsuka silently cursed under her breath, running a hand through her hair. "We had a fight and he ran off before I could correct what I did. I didn't mean to. I might have said something that hurt him." "Oh sweetheart, I don't have time for this. I have to find him." Itsuka. Placing a comforting hand on her daughter, she stopped her in her tracks. "Tell me what happened." But mama, I need to. Midoriya will be here all day. You will have plenty of time to talk." But she wanted to argue, but deep down she knew her mother was right. Silently she relented, already feeling her mom start to lead her away. "Alright, but just a quick talk. It's about time for the final event, ladies and gentlemen. 16 candidates are about to duke it out mano a mano, one-on-one. Any one of them could be the next great hero. Who knows who will walk home with the coveted gold medal? I hope everyone is hyped and ready for some crazy fights. I know I am." Present Mick's voice whipped the crowd into a frenzy, a uproarious cacophony of cheers going off all at once. "But first we have to introduce our combatants. She's the crazed inventor that stole the second event whether we wanted her to or not. It's May Hatsum." Standing on one side of a newly created arena, the pink-haired girl threw her arms up to stretch, twisting her body until she heard a satisfying pop, giving them all a big, almost insane smile as she waved. And in the other corner, we have the blonde-haired bomber, the explosive QUIRK with an attitude to match. Bakugo Katsuki. Walking up the steps, Bakugo clicked his tongue, squinting at his opponent from the other side of the ring, his hands rising up to pop his knuckles. Standing from her place on a concrete high-rise, Midnight looked over the two participants, reciting the rules as she had said many times before. "Alright, you two. I want a nice clean fight. If one of you is knocked unconscious, tap out or leave the bounds, you are disqualified. I will be watching the match closely to make sure neither of you take the match too far. Do I make myself clear?" "Sure, whatever. If both fighters are ready." Raising her whip into the air, she looked for confirmation from the two of them, Hatsum giving a quick thumbs up and Bakugo nodded. "Then let the first match begin." Bakugo's hand twitched as he got low, glaring as he raised an open palm towards Hatsum, bracing his wrist with his other hand, sparks flickering around his hand before firing off a massive blast right out of the gate. "Die!" Roaring forward, the devastating blast soared straight for Hatsum, the manic girl smiling even wider before raising two gloved hands towards the blast. Everyone expecting an explosion that never came, instead fire erupted outward before almost reversing its path, shrinking and vanishing within Hatsum's bizarre gloves, the lights on her gauntlets glowing orange followed by a clicking sound. Normally, Such a powerful blast would do someone like me in easily. But with this, holding her gloves out to show the audience, Bakugo tilted his head confused. My energy-absorbing gloves. I not only can cancel out such a blast, but I can also redirect it like so. Pointing the gloves at Bakugo, she smiled widely, Bakugo staring back with surprise as she pulled the pin on the gloves. Raising his arms, Bakugo went to dodge. Shit! Boom! An explosion echoing out and illuminating the audience in a bright orange glow before it faded. Drifting farther up past odd faces, it stops up high in the stands to reveal Itsuka Kendo and her mother sitting near the railing and looking down below as a few more explosions went off. And that's basically what happened. Itsuka said, annoyed, rubbing at her arm. Her mother only nodding back gently. I see. Bringing her fingers to her head, Itsuka let out an annoyed growl as she clawed at her ginger scalp in frustration. Gah! He drives me crazy sometimes. Why can't he just talk to me? I know you are frustrated, sweetheart, but you have to think of it from his perspective. You can get a little. Seeming to think of the word for a second, her mother sighed. Aggressive, at times. What? I do not, she shouted back, basically proving her mother's point. Look, sweetheart, I love you very much. Why do I feel like there's a but on here? But, you've always been very protective of Midoriya. Some would even say too protective. Her mother whispered, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Men tend to not like making people worry about them all of the time. They have this weird obsession with saddling all of the burdens of the world onto themselves. Especially if it meant keeping people they care about safe, your father especially. That man would carry the entire world on his shoulders if it meant protecting you and our family. It was true, her father was as stubborn as they came. It's probably where she got it from. Crossing her arms, Itsuka huffed, her cheeks puffing slightly out as she muttered. I wouldn't exactly say too protective. Come now, Itsuka. There was that one point in time years ago where you refused to have Midoriya walk to the car by himself and walked with him everywhere like a bodyguard. He was attacked by a baseball and wore a cast. What if it happened again? Or that time you didn't want him walking the piers by himself? Well, I mean, Taro and his goons can be jerks. Or even the time you wouldn't let him go into the kitchen. In my defense, those knives were really sharp. Itsuka. Slowly letting out air from her nose, she sagged against the railing like a balloon. I know. I don't mean to be so clingy. Leaning and Hada gentle combed her fingers through her daughter's hair like she used to when she was a child. Hada wrapping an arm around to pull her daughter into a side hug. I know you do it because you care so much for people, that you don't like it when people you care about get hurt. But sometimes, you have to let people make their own decisions. For better or for worse. Gentle cupping her cheek, she pulled her daughter's gaze up to meet hers. Go easy on the poor boy, you know he's trying. He'll talk to you when he is ready. Thank you, Mama. Pulling each other into a warm brace, the mother-daughter duo fully wrapped their arms around each other. Itsuka cuddling into the comforting embrace, her stress seeping out of her. This was nice. Why was she freaking out again? Her mother's voice ringing softly next to her. Don't be mad, but I know where Midoriya ran off to. Pulling away, Itsuka stared at her mother shocked. Wait, really? You knew this whole time and didn't say anything? Meeting her shocked look with a smug one, Hada shrugged her shoulder. What can I say? Someone has to stand up for my future son-in-law. Mama. Ignored her reddening cheeks, Itsuka looked at her mother with a frown. I kid, mostly. Placing a hand under her elbow, Hada walked her back over the railing and gesturing out with her hand. Following her finger, she saw on the ground level the faint glimpse of green poking out in one of the halls close to the fighting. I promised him I wouldn't tell you where he ran off to, but that doesn't mean I can't point you in the right direction. How about we keep this little conversation between us? Gripping the railing, Itsuka frowned as she squinted from afar, trying to see any sign of how he was feeling. Was he still mad? Was he just going to yell at her if he saw her again so soon? Best go make up now. Your match is next, if I recall. Her mother looked down to see more explosions going off, followed by more cursing. I wouldn't worry too much about time though. It looks like this one is going to go on for a while. Walking down a few of the steps, Itsuka paused, quickly running back up to give her mom a quick hug before running back down again. Her mother watching on with a hand on her hip and a knowing smile on her face. Running down 2 steps at a time, she was getting straight for him, thinking about all the things she was going to say. Her mind racing a mile a minute before thinking about what her mother said, her running turning into a jog and then a walk. Turning the corner, she finally got a good glimpse of Midoriya. He looked sad, leaning against the wall as he stared up at the ceiling. Hesitating for a second, she bit the inside of her lip. Izuku Midoriya was a man who was hurt a lot as a child. She had no idea the extent of what happened to him, but somewhere along the line he quickly learned to build walls around himself to keep himself safe. She had spent so long trying to break those walls down that she never once considered how scary it would be to be on the other side. She tried slamming against it, trying to break it down like a sledgehammer. But there was more than one way to take down a wall. What if, instead, she started to remove the bricks one brick at a time? Slow enough that you would not even notice it was happening. Maybe then, she would be able to stand next to him with no walls between them. Walking over slowly, Midoriya looked up at her, surprised to see her. She didn't say anything, instead sitting down next to him and letting the silence do the talking. Sliding her knees up into her chest, she sighed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push you like that. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Running a hand down his face, Midoriya let out a slow, tired breath. I'm sorry too, you're right, I really should just tell you what happened. It would be a lot easier than all of this. Apology accepted. Smiling at that, she tucked a hair behind her ear. What are you even doing over here? I don't know, I just wanted to go somewhere quiet. Boom, god damn it. Hold still, pink hair, wahahaha. Letting out a snort, Kendo couldn't help but roll her eyes. You couldn't have picked a better spot, you know what I mean. I really don't. Explain it to me please. Midoriya looked over at her, a little surprised with how gentle she was being right now. A small blush creeping up his cheeks before he looked away, thinking of how to phrase it. I have this voice in my head and it never goes away. It's always there in the background, whispering things to me. Saying things like, they're just pretending to like you, and they're just going to leave you when a better person comes along. Stuff like that. Shrugging, he could feel her eyes on him. I know what they say isn't true, but sometimes I need a second to remind myself. Nodding along, Kendo listened, a hand squeezing her knee. Does that voice talk about me? Midoriya's silence was an answer all on its own. I don't want it to be that way with you. His words leaking out like a whisper, a secret only between them. I'm going to get better about knowing that you like me, not because of the things I do for you but for me. It will take some time, but I know you are worth it. Nothing makes me happier than being able to do things for you. Pulling her knees in tighter, Kendo could feel her face turn bright red, any sassy remark or playful banter she was planning to say dying in her throat. Leaning in close, her shoulder touched his, a small bridge between them. Ditto. Embracing the small comfort, Midoriya smiled, his own face a bright color of red. Shoulder to shoulder and surrounded by a blanket of understanding, Midoriya opened his mouth and spoke about the past, his words flowing out like a cleansing song. And Kendo? Kendo listened. Jumping into the air, Bakugo twisted his body, firing off a blast from his palm to propel himself out of the way of a flying capture orb. Sweat dripped from his body as he lunged at pink hair just for her backpack to protect her yet again, a solid metal rod pushing her out of the way of his attack. The entire time this girl had been playing with him, she didn't once try to actually eliminate him, just dance around as she yapped about whatever hell she was talking about. Any direct attack was useless against her backpack, and her gloves cancelled out his quirk. Damn it, damn it, damn it. She's playing around with me as if I were a new toy. Watching her for a moment, he squinted his eyes, his gaze hardened at her backpack as it fired off a rod to push her into the air. The thing couldn't tell what was a potential danger at all, it just used sensors to keep anyone from getting close. Crouching low, Bakugo ran straight at her, dodging and weaving an explosive blast from her gloves. Jumping up, he spun, bringing a foot into an incoming capture orb and launching it straight at her. Only instead of it hitting her, it curved downward, smashing into one of the rods of the backpack. Expanding outward, it pinned one of the legs of the backpack onto the ground. W.O. Pink hair wobbled, trying to free her spider leg from her own capture orb. How did you? He was on top of her in a second, placing both of his hands onto her shoulders and vaulting over the top. Twisting his weight with all of his might, Bakugo screamed as he used the momentum to yank her free from her backpack, the leather straps ripping and tearing from her shoulders. Hatsum flying over the bounds and landing safely in the grass. Raising the whip, Midnight pointed it at Bakugo. Hatsum is out of bounds. Bakugo goes on to the next round. Standing on the edge of the concrete square, Bakugo panted, raising a hand to wipe his mouth with the back of his hand. That was too close. He'll give her one thing. She was hard as fuck to pin down. Hatsum getting up to run over and grab her backpack in a panic, not even looking up as she ran off down the entrance and out of sight. Most likely going to go work on her machine. What a crazy show, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you, but I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. Don't press that dial, viewers at home. We're going to do a quick break to reset the stage and then get back to the action. Man, that was pretty crazy, cried Kirishima, smiling down at the emptying stage from his seating. Baku bro sure gave it his all out there. I know, right? I loved his passion, shouted Yoarashi, even though he was just sitting next to Kirishima. I'm a little surprised on how close that actually was. Aitsa nodded, adjusting his glasses. Bakugo is a ferocious opponent. The fact that Hatsum held him off for so long is indeed an impressive feat, I'll say, bounced Mina in her seat. His dodges were crazy. I wonder if he can show me how he moved like that. Looking down at the stadium, Yayorozu stared as robots ran about and fixed any minor damages to the stage, Bakugo slowly walking off of the stage and off of the field. Her mind was obviously elsewhere, too busy feeling guilty to register anything else being said around her. Frowning, Momo's mind raced with the last conversation that was said between her and her best friend. Were they even still best friends? She was not so sure anymore. Momo did not have much friends growing up, the ones she did have were more like friends of family than they were actual friends, even the ones her own age. Acquaintances through environment, she supposed. So when she finally made a friend of her own, she was quite thrilled, her and QUIRK fitting together rather nicely. But now she would not be surprised if QUIRK never wanted to see her ever again. After all, no one wanted to spend time with a boring stick in the mud. Maybe she should apologize the next time she sees Jiro, Momo. Blinking, she turned to find Kaminari sitting nearby, looking over to her expectantly. "Pardon, Kaminari, I asked if you've seen Jiro, Momo," he asked with a concerned look on his face. "Her match is up next and I haven't seen or heard from her at all." Swallowing, Momo could not help but look a little guilty. "Yes, I have, Kaminari, it pains me to tell you that." "Oh, never mind, there she is." Pointing out over the railing, Momo's head whipped around to see where he was pointing. Sure enough, QUIRK walked down the field and up the concrete steps onto the stage with a serious look on her face. "Ha, will you look at that?" Smiling at the sight, Momo could feel a blush lightly paint her cheeks, sitting back into her seat with rapt attention. "All right, it's about time to get the second match on the way. Let's hear some noise for our two amazing competitors." Nervously shifting her weight, QUIRK lightly smacked her face with her open palms before getting into a fighting stance. She's a rocker gal with a killer voice. It's QUIRK Jiro. Coming up the other side, Kendo looked over at her opponent with a stone-cold fury, her orange ponytail swaying in the wind. And in the other corner we got the ginger clothesline, the red head beat down. Oh no! Here comes a big fist. It's Izuku Kendo. Staring each other down, the two would not look away from each other, their eyes having a silent conversation between them. Midnight explaining the rules as they sized each other up. "Are you both ready?" They nodded. "Ready." Kendo's hands curled into fist. "Get set." Jiro gulped as she bit her lip. "Begin."